Leon, I hope you can take care of yourself from now on. I don't know if we'll be able to break through tomorrow. Another morning dawned. Leon woke to the sound of a voice calling his name. At that moment, golden sunlight bathed his entire body, as if a handsome knight in slumber was touched by a holy light. His black hair stood straight and firm, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light seemed to rise within his dark pupils, dazzling like the sun. Tony. Leon instinctively called out a name. Tony Stark, his adoptive parents' biological son, his older brother, had just been calling to him with a farewell tone, but Tony was nowhere in sight. He immediately realized something happened to Tony. How could it? Wait, did he ignore my advice and still go to Afghanistan in the end? Damn it, that arrogant guy, I emphasized it so many times. Leon sighed in disbelief, then reached up and tapped lightly on the electronic display beside him. The smart system responded instantly. With a click, the restraint belt around his waist released, and the next moment, he floated gently in the air. And not just him. Around him, tissues, plates, tape, all sorts of clutter, floated aimlessly in the air like a swarm of plankton drifting in a pool. But this was no pool. It was the interior of a manned spacecraft. The bed Leon slept on was not a bed, but a titanium alloy plate fixed to the hull. Day and night, he was strapped to that plate, constantly exposed to the scorching heat of the sun. When hungry, he ate fruit puree and meat paste. When thirsty, he drank nutrient solution. When needing the bathroom, he directly commanded the smart system to handle it on the spot. It was almost no different from growing on the titanium alloy plate. Such days, counting the time, he had endured for a full half year. Although I haven't basked in the sun for the planned 2.5 years, just half a year is enough. Leon clenched his fist in the air, feeling an unprecedented abundance of power within his body. At this moment, every cell and every drop of blood in his entire being was brimming with strength. When sunlight spilled across his bare body, tracing the perfect lines of his muscles over his chest and arms, he could almost hear his cells cheering and his blood flowing like a glacier thawing into a surging river. This is the power of a Kryptonian. Leon exclaimed, gazing at the immense sun hundreds of millions of kilometers away through the 2-meter-tall, transparent porthole before him. He had been in this world for almost 19 years, never imagining that he could so easily obtain power capable of subverting the world. Gazing at the deep cosmic starscape outside the window, Leon couldn't help but recall his past. Leon Stark, a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was called Leon, an ordinary office worker who thought he would live a plain and uneventful life. Unexpectedly, one day on the subway ride home, he tried to stop a mentally ill man armed with a knife, but was stabbed multiple times and died. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a baby nearly 1 year old. He had transmigrated, or rather been reborn. Only at the age of 1 did he awaken the memories of his past life. As for memories before the age of 1, because his brain was not fully developed, there were almost none. In this world, he was originally an abandoned baby and by chance was adopted by Howard Stark. The first thing he saw when he awakened his memory was the tear-streaked face of Tony Stark. Poor Tony, with tearful eyes, red and frightening, held him in his arms without a word. Later he learned that on the day he awakened his memory, the Starks had died in a car accident, and he was the only survivor inside the vehicle. At that time he was tightly wrapped in a bundle of infant cloth carelessly discarded on the roadside. The cloth had been roughly wound around his neck twice, and just a few meters away lay the burning wreckage of the exploded car. Even the doctors said it was a miracle that he survived, the last miracle the Starks left for this world. Perhaps Tony believed that too. He regarded Leon as an extension of their parents' life, so he truly raised Leon like his own younger brother. So to be honest, it was less Howard Stark playing the role of Leon's adoptive father, and more Tony, who had been both father and mother. Of course, he wasn't very good at it. After all, what good father would hang his 2-year-old son around his neck, while hitting on cover girls at parties, and then come home at night, put his son on the couch, and spend the long night with a beauty? Fortunately, Tony later met Pepper Potts. With Pepper's care, Leon finally escaped the predicament of being kept awake every night. During those sleepless nights, Leon had silently added many grievances against Tony in his heart, thinking, just wait till you go to Afghanistan, and see if you still hook up with cover girls. Leon knew that according to the original plot, Tony would eventually have to go to Afghanistan. He had basically watched all the Marvel movies in his previous life. When he heard the names of his adoptive parents and his brother, he knew what kind of world he had transmigrated into. To be honest, the danger level of the Marvel world was not low. Not to mention the supervillains who would pop up to show their faces and take their final blows, causing massive civilian casualties. If he had arrived at the wrong time before Loki ascended the throne of time, then this transmigrator, having just landed, wouldn't even have time to let out a few loud cries before fully armed Time Variance Authority agents would come to arrest and eliminate him. Fortunately, despite the fear, Leon managed to survive safely to the age of 18. He speculated that the timeline of the multiverse might have been disrupted and the sacred timeline no longer existed. This was a good time to be born, but this did not change the fact that the Marvel world was extremely dangerous, especially when he was closely related to one of the main protagonists, Tony Stark. In such a world where you could encounter a villain just by stepping outside, he waited 18 years without ever receiving his golden finger. He had neither Tony's intelligence nor Spider-Man's mutation nor the system that every transmigrator came with. He could only console himself that at least he had an extra life, no matter what it wasn't a loss. Besides, this was not a dark, cruel world like Lord of the Mysteries or Perfect World. He should just be. However, even as an ordinary person, he made use of his knowledge of the plot and did what he could to create some change. In 2006, at the age of 16, with no sign of the Time Variance Authority, Leon chose to make a tentative attempt to change the world. Using his knowledge of the plot, he guided Tony to create advantages. First, he guided Tony to develop a series of new civilian tech electronic products, such as smartphones and tablets, which would not appear until after 2007. Driven by these high-tech products, Stark Industries was no longer just a weapons company. The business scope of the group had greatly expanded. It was now the undisputed #1 enterprise in the world. In addition, Leon tried to guide Tony to develop the arc reactor. Unfortunately, Tony had never thought about research in that direction. Always brushing it off with that kind of technology is impossible right now. In truth, he just didn't want to put in the effort to study it. After all, in the first half of Tony's life, which technological product hadn't he just conjured up with a snap of his fingers? Even something as revolutionary as the smartphone was developed after Leon casually said, "Wouldn't it be great if the phone could become a screen that you could just tap with your finger?" Then he just rolled his eyes and developed it. Tony was too lazy to research the arc reactor, and Leon couldn't do anything about it. After all, you can't persuade a stubborn mule to turn around. 2 years passed, and the changes Leon had brought about ended there. He was like a diligent bee searching everywhere for a destiny to alter. He also tried to find Bucky's whereabouts to avenge the Starks or to expose Obadiah and send him to prison. But in the end, none of these goals were achieved. Obadiah hid very deep. Only a year ago did he reveal some clues that Leon caught and told Tony. But Tony was too emotional. Even with suspicion, he still chose to believe his uncle. He just had a deep talk with Obadiah, and then Tony lightheartedly thought everything was resolved. Faced with this frustrating situation, Leon could only emphasize over and over to Tony not to let his guard down and not to go to war zones like Afghanistan alone. As for finding Bucky, Leon had even less ability to do it openly. The forces of Hydra were intertwined within this world. An ordinary man like him investigating rashly would only expose himself and face the same fate as Howard. He couldn't even tell Tony. On one hand, as the younger member of the family, his words carried little weight. Tony might not believe him. Tony was about 20 years older. On the other hand, even if he ignored the source of the information and just guided Tony to think, given Tony's arrogant personality, he would certainly hack into various confidential agencies as soon as he became suspicious. In the end, it would only lead to both him and Tony facing assassination attempts from an alerted Hydra. Maybe the killer would even be Bucky himself, allowing that old pal of Captain America to achieve a Stark quadruple kill. In the Marvel world, ordinary people were that powerless, even if you were a Stark. His position in this world was like Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, rich, but that was it. At most, he had a genius older brother. Fortunately, everything changed on his 18th birthday. On his 18th birthday, just a simple turn as Lion got out of bed was enough to collapse the bed frame. Everything in the house had become fragile to him. Rubbing against things would break them, and touching them would crack them. As if overnight, he had been transported to a world made of hydrogen, where every brick and tile was as thin as paper. Hearing the commotion, Tony rushed over amidst the wreckage, exclaiming, "Oh my God," repeatedly. He abandoned the plan for a birthday party and immediately gave Lion a full physical examination. Strength 30 tons, speed 100 meters per second, body impervious to blades. Overnight, everything had turned upside down, and the changes did not stop there. Lion could feel himself growing stronger under the sunlight. Tony confirmed through research that Lion cells remained constantly active when exposed to sunlight, undergoing a leap-like enhancement. "This is practically a Superman," Tony exclaimed in awe. "Even if you shot a heat ray tomorrow, I wouldn't be." Lion paused, then suddenly understood his transformation. He nodded and said, "Tony, you're right. I really am a Superman now." A mysterious piece of information emerged in his mind. Reaching the age of 18, original world grants ability, unlock Kryptonian bloodline, awakening time-space, traversal ability, awakening. The Kryptonian bloodline was self-explanatory. The signature race of DC's universe, growing stronger by basking in the sun. Unfortunately, it seemed he only possessed an ordinary Kryptonian lineage. Just relying on sunbathing probably wouldn't get him to the level of Silver Age Superman or Golden Age Superman. As for the time-space traversal ability, it was exactly as the name suggested. As long as he had enough stored energy, he could freely travel to other times and spaces. Whether it would be within the Marvel Universe or beyond to a broader cosmos remained to be tested. But no matter what, his golden finger had finally arrived. Lion's joy overflowed, and he hugged Tony in celebration. Immediately, Tony broke 2 ribs and a shoulder blade out of respect, ending up in the operating room that same day. That night, Lion sat by Tony's hospital bed, both annoyed at his own carelessness and puzzled that the golden finger had waited until he came of age precisely on time. 18 years wasted. If he had awakened his bloodline as a child and could have basked in the sun, he might have been able to do whatever he wanted by now. Maybe when he was 1 year old, when Howard and his wife were assassinated by Bucky, he could have even turned the tables. Was it possible that even golden fingers had anti-addiction rules for minors these days? But he had lived more than 20 years in his previous life. How was he still a minor? Lion was baffled. 3 months later, after discussions with Tony, Lion applied to the university for a 3-year deferment. Lion boarded a manned spacecraft built by Tony himself, launching into deep space. The spacecraft orbited along a trajectory between Earth and the Sun. Here there was no day or night. Every second was under the sun. Half a year passed. 180 days. Lion had strapped himself to a titanium alloy plate, facing the sun's rays directly. He could feel the surging power within him like a rushing river, constantly churning enormous waves. Even his breath carried immense authority like roaring wind and thunder. The original plan was to bask in the sun for 2.5 years, just in time before the Chitauri invasion, and have enough power to protect myself. He clenched his fist, but now it seems even just half a year is enough. Lion remained cautious. The years of living in fear under the shadow of the Time-Space Administration had given him a serious case of firepower deficiency phobia. He almost wished he could bring a whole mercenary squad with him when going out, everyone armed with machine guns and rocket launchers. After awakening his Kryptonian bloodline, he had gained the qualification to pursue power. He even wished he could plunge directly into the sun and sleep for 8 or 10 years before coming out. He might not be a seeker of the Tao, but he could at least be considered someone with the ascetics mentality of pursuing power with strenuous effort. Become stronger. Keep getting stronger. Stronger than everyone. Over 10 years of anxiety filled Lion's heart with a craving for power. No, it's not enough, far from enough. Lion immediately denied the complacency that had just arisen in his heart. He clenched his fist tightly, marble-like muscles bulging. Only half a year of sunbathing, and I'm already getting smug. I should be damned. The power of a Kryptonian is not enough. I only have an ordinary Kryptonian bloodline. There's an upper limit to just sunbathing. To become stronger, I won't be a Kryptonian. I know my next step besides sunbathing is to find more sources of power. Magic, technology, martial arts, anything. First, try all the methods to become stronger that can be found on Earth. After half a year of sun exposure, Lion had now awakened all the abilities possessed by a man of steel. Heat vision, freezing breath, biofield, including a superbrain. With the superbrain, his speed of learning knowledge and skills would be unprecedented. Reading a book and learning a technique would be as fast as copying electronic data with a disk. From then on, what would limit him would only be the speed of knowledge input, not the speed of understanding and integration. Lion could now arrogantly say language. This way of inputting knowledge a few bytes at a time was as slow as a snail crawling on the ground. But before that, Lion tilted his head, his gaze profoundly directed toward Earth. His ears twitched slightly, and his line of sight shifted, following the direction of Tony's voice, piercing through layers of barriers. The spacecraft's hull, Earth's atmosphere, the dust on the surface. Nothing in the world could block his gaze. In less than a second, he saw Tony sleeping in a cave somewhere in the Afghan desert. Obadiah, Bucky, and Hydra. It's time to settle these matters. 18 years of timidity, then suddenly the bloodline awakened. Today the dust has been wiped away, and light shines forth. Now I know that I am me. With power came confidence. Although he felt in his heart that this power was still far from enough, Lion knew he had indeed acquired the qualifications to handle some small matters on Earth. Tony, I'm coming to save you, Lion said softly. He casually took a pair of pants floating in the air and put them on, then drifted forward, pushing gently with his right hand. Everything in the vacuum was silent. Without any sound, the spacecraft's hatch that could withstand tens of thousands of tons of impact instantly drifted away like a light piece of black silk, slowly floating off into space. Lion bowed his head and floated out of the cabin. He stood between Earth and the sun. Golden sunlight bathed half of his body. On the other side was the blue Earth. He gazed at the sun, then looked down at the Earth, as if he were already a god of the world, able to hold up the sky and support the Earth with a mere gesture. But Lion knew it was all an illusion. He still had a long way to go. Suppressing the rising pride in his heart, once more Lion bent down, slightly paused for a moment, then broke through the void in an instant, hurtling straight toward Earth. Boom. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, a sonic boom erupted around Leon. His speed exceeded even the second cosmic velocity. Upon entering the atmosphere, his figure split the entire sky in two. The immense air pressure generated by his ultra-high speed sliced through the sea of clouds. The invisible airwaves which had torn the floating clouds apart suddenly took shape, swirling around Leon like a protective shield, dragging a long trail across the sky. It was like a serpent of the world descending from the heavens, plunging into the mortal realm, ready to devour everything in its path. As he neared the ground, Leon began to decelerate with an acceleration exceeding -5 kilometers per second squared. He had to slow down. If he landed at full speed, even with his bioforce field, it would cause widespread destruction to the surrounding terrain. The distance from the spaceship to the ground was 30,000 kilometers, plus the 10,000 kilometers from above North America to Afghanistan. He had covered it in less than 20 minutes. Leon hovered over Afghanistan. All the clouds above were blown far away by the airwaves. The sky was now completely clear around 10 o'clock at night. Leon did not linger. He twisted his body in the air and continued flying eastward. This time his speed was slow, less than 200 meters per second, not even supersonic. Like an invisible specter, he flew over the cave where Tony was being held. Tony, time to wake up. Leon saw through the rock that Tony was sleeping with a frown and whispered. Then he plummeted downward like a meteor. Boom. The hard mountain, dense with rock, was barely better than a thin sheet of paper before Leon. He pierced through a dozen meters of rock and earth and entered the cave. Leon dropped from the ceiling, pretending to land in a half-crouch in front of Tony's bed, striking a pose exactly like Tony's Iron Man landing in the movies. The broken rocks from the ceiling fell with him, various sizes, hitting the cave floor with a series of thuds. Thump. Bang bang. Vibrations, loud noises, continuous vibrations, and continuous loud noises. Anyone woken from sleep by such commotion would think the world was ending. Oh, Tony was no exception. He had been sleeping lightly and was instantly startled awake by the sound of Leon penetrating the cave. Then he screamed from the continuous loud noises. Are those guys attacking? He looked around in panic, instinctively thinking the terrorists had grown impatient and were storming in. The terrorist organization had kidnapped him. Their leader demanded he build a batch of Jericho missiles. Tomorrow was the final delivery date he had agreed to. As planned, tomorrow he would put on the Mark armor he had built and with his assistant Inson fight his way out of the terrorist compound. It would be a difficult battle. To that end, just a few minutes ago, before he fell asleep, he had said a prayer hoping tomorrow's plan would go smoothly. If not, he hoped Pepper and Leon could take care of themselves in the future. But now, just a few minutes after his prayer, the terrorists couldn't wait and had attacked. Damn it, even Leon wasn't this impatient when he wet his pants. Tony cursed under his breath, looking around in panic, and called out, Inson. Inson, are you okay? Are those guys coming? Wait, why is the damn cave collapsing? Oh, Leon, go check on Inson. Wait, Tony's eyes widened as he stared at Leon, who was crouched by his bed. The kid was only wearing pants with rubble falling from above, yet not a single grain of dust landed on him. Leon, how are you here? Tony leaned back, almost rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating before death. Shock and confusion interwoven in his eyes. Tony's heart raced, his hands shaking slightly. He was certain he was hallucinating. Leon's spaceship was scheduled to return exactly 2 years later. So there was no way the kid would appear before him, but still, even if it was a hallucination, Leon's pose was really cool. Totally something Tony himself would have come up with. Yet the hallucination, Leon stood up and smiled at him. Because I heard you thinking of me in the dead of night, calling my name nonstop, saying you couldn't sleep without seeing me. So I came. To be honest, it surprised me that my 39-year-old big brother still needs bedtime service. I can sing lullabies, I can hum country folk songs. Tony, which sleeping aid method do you prefer? Leon joked. Oh, but let me say in advance, I can't rock you back and forth in my arms. That's Pepper's job. Tony froze for a second, then instinctively retorted. Hey kid, I'm the one who rocked you to sleep. Pepper may have held you less than I did. Tony's implication was that the younger man had the audacity to talk back. That was always their dynamic. Tony had a tsundere personality, while Leon loved to tease him. After all, what could be cuter than a man pushing 40 who would say ill-reluctantly accept your holiday gift, and then treasure it in his secret collection room? Really adorable, right? Tony just finished his retort when realization struck. His eyes widened, his body trembled with excitement, and he stood up. You? Leon, are you really here? How? How did you do it? You should be 300 kilometers up in space. He even reached out to pinch Leon's arm. The firm muscles felt like marble, the touch so vivid. This wasn't an illusion. Leon was really here. The kid had come to save him. Tony was stunned, but at that moment his whole body relaxed. The taut strings of his nerves suddenly slackened. An indescribable sense of security washed over him, and the exhaustion of months surged up at once. He couldn't help but smile, stepped back, and collapsed onto the bed with a loud thump, letting out a long sigh of relief. No one knew Leon's strength better than he did. During tests half a year ago, Leon already had a strength of 500 tons, and his defense was so strong that even sniper rifles only left scratches. With Leon here, the terrorists outside would no longer be a problem. Leon raised an eyebrow. To be precise, it was a satellite orbit over 40,000 kilometers from here. I heard your crying voice complaining about your grievances while I was sleeping, so I rushed over immediately. He winked. After all, in this world aside from Pepper, no one is allowed to make my big brother suffer. Tony was dumbfounded. Whoa, you got that wrong. Even Pepper can't make me suffer. No one can. And I'm not suffering. So you've been having a comfortable and easy time in this cave. On a business trip thousands of miles away, vacationing in a terrorist base. Leon looked Tony over. Tony's charming big eyes were still bright, but the deep exhaustion within them was impossible to hide. Still so stubborn. Look at that beard you always preen about. It's grown into a mess of weeds. You're not much better. I didn't know my brother had a habit of strutting around shirtless. Tony never lost a verbal duel. Or rather, he enjoyed arguing with Leon. It felt different, like having a family. After all, Leon was the only family he had left in this world. And next time you could pick a better angle for nitpicking, like hearing my voice inside a spaceship in outer space. Huh, not funny. Did you forget the physics lesson about sound not traveling in a vacuum? Tony, with his scientific pride, saw through Leon's lie in a second. So did something make you come back early? Or did Pepper contact you? Is she doing okay? No, she didn't reach out. Maybe she didn't want to tell me you were attacked and in grave danger. Leon shook his head. He explained, but I did hear your voice inside the ship. You were calling my name, so I heard it. It's a new ability I awakened. Tony opened his mouth. That ability is so unscientific. Sound is vibrations, and the transmission range isn't that far, especially in the vacuum of space. But it happened. I awakened plenty of unscientific abilities this time. You'll need to test me again later. Leon spoke while observing Tony. He could see the shrapnel trapped in Tony's aortic valve. Sighing, you look terrible, Tony. Those terrorists didn't go easy on you. He frowned. Shrapnel stuck in the arteries around your heart, only delayed by magnets. It's a sword hanging over your head. Those damn bastards. Tony froze, seeing the icy fury in Leon's eyes. Touched, his lips moved, but he just shook. This little injury is nothing. But you came just in time. I was planning to break out tomorrow. Now we can fight our way out without worrying about Yinsen's safety. Oh, right, Insun. He suddenly slapped his forehead and stood up, realizing Insun had been quiet for a while. Insun, you okay? You were here all along. Tony gave a slightly awkward smile. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a vest exuding engineer vibes, stood calmly beside them. Insun had been close by all along. Tony's attention was entirely on Leon, so head overlooked him. Insun spread his hands. I haven't slept. I came over when that gentleman dropped from the cave ceiling. Tony nodded, awkwardly chuckled for a few seconds, then pulled Leon by the shoulder to introduce him. Insun, this is my brother Leon Stark. Leon, this is Insun, my friend. He saved my life. Tony introduced them to each other. They shook hands and exchanged greetings. Leon knew Insun was a good man. I didn't expect Tony to make a friend in a cave. You must have been taking care of him. With his injuries, surviving isn't easy. Oh no, I really just... Insun shook his head. Leon raised his hand to stop him. No need for politeness. You saved Tony, so you're my friend too. Now what we need to do is fight our way out and send those bastards where they belong. Leon's face was calm as a lake, but his eyes blazed with thunderous fury. Maybe we should think of a plan first. They have heavy firepower. Insun hesitated. Plan? No plan. Tony cut in. Tony walked proudly to the suit of armor he had built. He patted the armor. Look, Leon, this is my masterpiece from the past few months. Even if you hadn't come today, Insun, and I could have slaughtered them all tomorrow. Leon looked at Tony showing off his toy like a child and shook his head helplessly. Keep your little toy for later. The lead, just follow me. I didn't waste the past 6 months under the sun. Toy. Unbelievable. Leon, I know you weren't the best student, so you probably don't understand the greatness of this armor. Tony couldn't accept his masterpiece being called a toy, so keep your mouth shut until I show you how brilliant it is. Leon put a hand on Tony's shoulder. Tony, maybe your little toy is decent, but I flew here from a spaceship wearing these very pants. Tony's eyes widened. Flew back from space with just his body. And Leon's pants, which looked unwashed, had 0 damage. Tony understood the implications. What? You. He couldn't speak. His armor was practically a toy now. So just stay behind me. Leon smiled. But before that, one more thing. His gaze settled on Tony's chest. I need to remove the lingering threat. Lingering threat. Tony was confused. But Leon had already acted. His body didn't move, one hand on Tony's shoulder, the other hand blurred for an instant. Then Tony felt a pressure in his chest, a sharp pain that disappeared instantly. 1, 2, 3. Quite a few fragments. You surviving this injury is a testament to your tenacity. What do you mean? Tony instinctively touched his chest. When he looked up, he saw Leon's open palm holding a dozen tiny shrapnel pieces. Here, I took the shrapnel out of your chest. Keep these as souvenirs. A reminder that you finally grew up at nearly 40 after a great ordeal and learned to take responsibility. Leon pushed the shrapnel into Tony's hand and turned toward the sealed cave door. In less than a microsecond, he had used a biofield to immobilize the shrapnel in Tony's body, then made tiny incisions with his fingertip and extracted all the fragments at lightning speed. He then used heat rays to cauterize the wounds and heal them. The entire sequence was as fluid as water, as swift as thunder, yet calm as a pond. Even Tony hadn't noticed any change. When he came to his senses and touched his chest, the arc reactor was still there, but his clothes had a dozen new holes. This. Tony's eyes darted between Leon's palm and his own chest, speechless again. Today Leon had shocked him too many times. So much so that he didn't even bother to refute his younger brother's jab about finally growing up. Let's go. Time to leave. Leon took the lead. He stood before the gate, gently pushing, and the heavy iron door collapsed with a crash. Leon's swift and decisive actions left Tony and Ethan stunned. Before they could react, someone outside the iron door shouted, "Open fire." At the command, a dense volley of gunfire erupted, bullets pouring down like a torrential downpour. The previous commotion inside the cave had already alerted the terrorist organization. Under their leader's orders, everyone formed ranks in the tunnel before the cave entrance, rifles at the ready, waiting to empty their magazines. Now that the order had been given, each man pulled the trigger without hesitation. But Leon's reaction was even swifter than their gunfire. With a quick sweep of his gaze, he reached out and shielded Tony and Ethan behind him. The next moment, countless bullets struck his body almost simultaneously. A crisp, continuous clatter rang out, yet they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Each bullet, upon hitting Leon, was deformed by the immense force and fell to the ground. Even those that struck the corner of his eye were no exception. Simultaneously, numerous bullets struck the cave walls and the ground, raising thick clouds of dust that obscured vision. Amidst the flying dust, the terrorists fired for over half a minute before the gunfire gradually ceased. Gibberish. The terrorists shouted, convinced no one could survive such a crossfire. The leader stood behind the corner of the tunnel, arms crossed, leaning forward to peer into the dusty cave. After a few seconds, he waved his hand and sent someone forward to check. None of them took it seriously, believing that no one could still be alive inside. The only question was how many pieces the bodies had been torn into. But at that moment, two crimson points of light rose within the smoke and dust. Those specks seemed to harbor infinite killing intent, sending a chill down everyone's spine. "What is that? A bat?" someone asked dully. No one answered, but in the next second, everyone's doubts vanished. The brightness of the two red points rapidly intensified, then shot out two menacing heat rays. Those thick, long red beams were definitely the most terrifying laser weapon the terrorists had ever seen. With just a sweep from left to right, everyone in the path was sliced in half and died instantly, the severed edges cauterized into bloody mush. The rays moved so fast that no one could react. Almost in an instant, everyone blocking the tunnel in front of the cave entrance was killed, not even a scream escaping. And those on the other side of the tunnel only saw a red flash, and then everyone standing before them was cut in half. They stood dumbfounded, their minds blank, unable to react. It was the bald leader among the crowd who first regained his senses. That is the laser weapon developed by awakens, he said with immense shock and certainty. Damn it, he's been building this thing for months. We've been fooled by him. The leader's verdict made everyone's blank minds cool down a little, but they still looked at each other, unsure of what to do. All weapons are used by people, the leader judged. Since someone has to use it, we just kill the person inside, and the laser weapon will be ours. He ordered, everyone fall back, use grenades to bomb the cave, and kill awakens. After speaking, the leader licked his lips, his eyes revealing undisguised greed. I only want that laser weapon. As for awakens, kill him, and then demand payment from awakens and I. The leader's command calmed everyone down completely. What he said made perfect sense. No matter how powerful awakens' laser weapon was, if they killed him, the weapon would be theirs. Almost everyone subconsciously forgot the fact that a volley of bullets hadn't killed the man inside the cave. The terrorists stepped back, collectively pulling out grenades to throw. But from the other side of the tunnel, footsteps suddenly echoed. It sounded like the footsteps of just one person. unhurried leisurely as if taking a stroll. Wait! The leader raised his fist to signal everyone to stop. They slowly lowered the grenades and raised their muzzles again, eyes fixed on the corner of the tunnel. Thump thump. The footsteps grew closer. The leader grinned with a sneer and threatened, Tua and I see. Taku, do you think you can escape with that weapon? You fooled me, but it doesn't matter because you're dead today and your laser weapon will become mine. Oh, is that so? But my name isn't Tua and I. The newcomer replied calmly. The terrorists thought it was Tua and I see Taku walking out. But when the man rounded the corner, they were all astounded. It was a handsome man wearing only trousers, barefoot with a thick muscular chest exposed. Who is this? When did he get into the cave? How come we've never seen him? WTF. A wave of incredulous swearing erupted in the tunnel. Who are you? And where is Taku? The leader's already dark face grew even more sullen. The cave was familiar, yet a stranger emerged. He suddenly began to suspect that Tua and Taku had been rescued without their knowledge, and they had all been made fools of. Leon glanced at him. I am also a Taku. You're a Taku. The leader gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. That's ridiculous. Open fire. Everyone open fire. The terrorist combat discipline was indeed impressive. After the leader's order, dense gunfire erupted again from their muzzles, spitting flames. Leon did not dodge. He let the bullets hit him and walked forward at a leisurely pace. His super-intelligent mind told him that here he could relax, as if at home. But for his enemies on the terrorist side, their mood was completely different. Their eyes bulged, fingers still pulling triggers, but their minds were too chaotic to hold a single thought. What kind of monster is this? Even rifle bullets couldn't harm him in the slightest. As the distance between the two sides grew shorter, Leon remained unscathed. Some began to lose their minds, dropping their guns and turning to flee. Oh, monster! Stop! The leader reflexively drew his gun to shoot the deserter. But two blazing heat rays struck faster than the leader, piercing and killing the fleeing men instantly. The leader stared at the dead subordinate with unclosed eyes, then turned to look at Taku, with his eyes almost splitting. Those scarlet eyes seemed to come from hell. You people who call yourselves the Jiebang, none of you will leave here. Leon's voice seemed to come from an abyss. The next second, the heat rays swept again, clearing the entire tunnel in an instant. A second later, besides Leon, there was no other heartbeat here. Before dying, the leader understood something. His unwilling and regretful eyes stared emptily at Leon. So that is not a laser weapon. Then he completely lost his life. Leon shook his head silently and continued walking out. I told you, I am also a Taku. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, 3 rockets flew towards him simultaneously. These Jiebang people really have organization and faith. Even with such casualty rates, they still dare to fight back. Leon remarked, raising his right hand to block in front of him. He blocked the 3 rockets one after another, and the explosion fire instantly engulfed him. Then came a dense barrage of gunfire and countless hand grenades. All the terrorists wished they could pour out every bit of firepower they had in the shortest time. Facing the monster that walked out of the cave, no amount of caution was too much. But their ferocious expressions quickly stiffened. A completely unharmed figure leaped out of the flames, ignoring bullets as he flew through the air. Not even a single tear in his trousers, let alone injury. He swept his gaze around, then suddenly vanished, reappearing at the cave entrance in an instant. Then one by one, every terrorist in the scene had their necks broken and collapsed. In an extremely short instant, Leon had killed them all with super speed. He clapped his hands and shouted toward the cave, Tunai, Isin, all the terrorists are eliminated, come out. 10 minutes later. So Tony, how does it feel to be leaving your temporary home of the past few months? Any reluctance? Leon held Tony and Ethan by the scruff, one in each hand, floating above the cave entrance. He teased, this is a once-in-a-lifetime extraordinary experience. Aren't you going to share your feelings? Tony's hair was tousled by the wind as he retorted, you call this extraordinary? Damn it, Leon, if you hadn't turned into a Superman, I'd arrange the same extraordinary experience for you when we get back. Alright, I can see you're in a bad mood. My fault'll stop. Leon closed his mouth. Ethan interjected at the right moment. Mister. Leon, may I ask what you plan to do with the base below? Will you leave it to the Americans? Ethan held no goodwill toward the U.S. government. He believed the terrorists were so rampant precisely because of the U.S. side's involvement. Before Leon could answer, Tony spoke up, destroy it. Destroy all this Stark stuff. He looked down at the crates stamped with the Stark logo, his expression dark as water. No problem. Leon agreed, then flew higher with the 2 men. When they were far enough away, he shot heat rays from his eyes, instantly detonating the base's gunpowder. Boom. The ammunition in the base detonated one crate after another. All explosions intertwined, creating a chain reaction. Flames engulfed the entire area, a mushroom cloud over 10 meters high billowed upward, and smoke quickly spread. This not-Sosmal terrorist base was now a thing of the past. Truly terrifying. It's all over. Ethan's cheeks were scorched by the heat of the explosion as he murmured quietly. It is over. This terrible memory of yours has finally come to an end, Leon nodded. Next I'll take you to the military base in Afghanistan. There's an old friend of Tony's there. He will take you to the U.S. Leon turned his body and flew away from the base saying, but I won't go with you since this power of mine is not suitable to be linked to my identity for now. Ethan seemed to have other thoughts, but after glancing at the ground hundreds of meters below, he wisely chose to follow the arrangement. Tony, upon hearing this, paused, his gloomy expression that had persisted since his rescue. He hesitated before speaking. You said for now. Does that mean you plan to do something later, Leon? That's right, Leon admitted. There are things I've wanted to do for a long time, but I didn't have enough power to act. His tone was calm. After we go back, I can take the opportunity to demonstrate my power to all parties while dealing with these matters. That way, even if my true identity is discovered later, those annoying flies won't act rashly. We'll talk about the specifics when we get back. Even Superman, as powerful as he was, had Lex Luthor constantly jumping around causing trouble, let alone a young man who had only basked in the sun for half a year. Leon had no doubt that once his physique and power were exposed, covetous eyes from all sides would immediately descend upon him, unless he demonstrated invincible strength and an unwavering stance beforehand. Otherwise, trouble would be endless. Most people fear might, but do not cherish virtue. That was beyond doubt. What are you trying to persuade me not to make too big a stir? Leon asked. No, Tony denied immediately. He paused for a long while, then let out a long breath and spoke awkwardly. Leon, I want to say, I'm sorry. Sorry that I didn't take your advice and shut down Stark's weapons division. Deep guilt appeared on Tony's face. This guilt was not toward Leon, but toward the ordinary people harmed by the weapons Stark had sold. Over a year ago, when Stark Industries' electronics business covered the world, Leon had proposed cutting off and shutting down the weapons business. But at that time, Tony dismissed it, thinking that Leon was just a newly adult, naive youth wallowing in sentimentality, and brushed him off with a few words. Now looking back, Tony only felt immense remorse and guilt. No need to apologize. Leon was somewhat surprised, but not too much. He knew Tony would shut down the weapons division, but he hadn't expected Tony to apologize. Heaven knew that in all his life, Tony had probably never uttered more than 10 sincere apologies. In the past, even when he messed up, he would only grudgingly make up for it in other ways, never admitting fault. It seemed that this kidnapping had indeed made Tony grow up a lot. What's done is done. As they say, it's never too late to mend the fold after losing a sheep. Make up for your mistakes from now on, Tony. Leon's voice was soft and soothing. And the mini-arc reactor you developed this time, can it be popularized as a basic energy source to benefit the world? I believe the whole world will change because of you become better. So you should feel guilty, but you can't dwell in. Tony listened quietly to Leon's words. It was rare for him not to interrupt a long speech. When Leon finished, Tony gave a wry smile. Maybe you're right. And about Obadiah definitely has problems. Leon cut him off directly. If I tell you now, you'll hesitate anyway. So he'll wait for you in Los Angeles, and then we'll go confront him directly. Tony instinctively wanted to say something more. After all, he still held some hope for his uncle. But he opened his mouth and in the end said nothing. Instead, he nodded gruffly. He'll listen to you. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but grin. It seemed this experience had increased his influence with Tony. They say people teach people, but they don't learn. Events teach people in one go. That was indeed the truth. After flying a little longer, Leon descended with the two men into the desert. Well, we'll see you off here. The military base is 8 kilometers ahead. Hey, race a flare gun. Shoot it into the sky after I leave, and someone will come for you. Leon stuffed the flare gun he had taken from the terrorist base into Tony's hands, then took off to leave. Wait, Tony hurriedly called out. Forgot to mention, remember to bring my armor back home. And bring back the blueprints if they weren't burned. Motherfucker, why didn't you say so when we were in the cave? I figured you couldn't carry more with both hands, so I'm telling you now. Tony, you're something else. Leon flipped him the bird, then shot upward, breaking the sound barrier in midair. The two left on the ground blinked, watching the trail. Leon left as he pierced the clouds and shrugged at each other. Want your brother be spotted flying so close to a military base? Ethan asked. Tony raised an eyebrow. What brother of mine? Didn't a guy calling himself Superman just rescue us, and then fly away? We didn't even see his face clearly. So this is how we're supposed to have escaped. That Superman sure was a kind-hearted good guy. Ethan realized. Bang! Tony fired his signal pistol skyward. The flare traced a graceful arc soaring to 100 meters before descending slowly. Its crimson illumination pierced the desert night, so vivid it cast sharp, clear light upon the two men lying below. All set. Just a few more minutes, and help will arrive, Tony said, casually tossing the signal pistol. A flare near the military base would inevitably trigger U.S. satellite surveillance, ensuring his location was swiftly detected and rescue dispatched. Tony turned to Ensign. Come with me to America, Ensign. Bring your family too. He sensed Ensign had been hesitating, words caught on the edge of speech. Ensign's gaze grew somber. My family is gone. In truth, Tony, I wish to return to Iran, to aid as many suffering people as I can. Tony's prepared reply lodged in his throat. He realized with quiet shock that his savior bore a far deeper sorrow than he'd imagined, yet that only strengthened his resolve to bring Ensign to safety. Ensign, Tony began, voice thick with apology and gravity. I had no idea. I'm truly sorry about your family. Ensign shook his head, signaling forgiveness was unnecessary. Tony continued, I understand your desire to return home. He saw it clearly now, the quiet resignation in Ensign's eyes, the unspoken vow to sacrifice himself for others. He paused, and what Leon said was right. I'm returning not to build weapons, but to help more people. My contribution to this world should be more than merely crafting things that explode. He tapped the arc reactor, glowing softly beneath his chest, his eyes burning with conviction. Ensign, join me. Together we can protect those shattered by violence, and reshape this world into something better. Ensign stared stunned at the arc reactor, a marvel capable of transforming civilization itself. Hesitation flickered across his face. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar surged from the horizon, growing louder by the second. A patrol aircraft approached, low and swift. The flare's been airborne less than half a minute, and already a rescue plane arrives. Ensign exclaimed, awestruck. Their response time is astonishing. Then before their eyes the aircraft swept overhead and vanished into the distance. It's not a rescue team. A light patrol craft, most likely chasing Leon. The base must have spotted him. Tony watched the retreating jet, calm and certain. Its speed doesn't even approach Mach 1. It won't catch Leon. We'll wait a little longer. After all, Leon's entrance was rather theatrical. Everyone's attention is fixed on him. Next time though, when I suit up in my MK armor, I'll certainly capture the full attention of every red-necked officer in the Pentagon. Tony paced a few steps. And you'll need your own suit, your very own armor. We could form a team. Call it the MK Squad. No, that lacks gravitas. Perhaps. 3 minutes passed in Tony's steady animated monologue. Then faint but unmistakable, another wave of engine noise rose from the distant sky. 3 helicopters descended in tight formation. Ah, there they are, our rescue team. Exhausted and parched, the two men leapt and waved wildly in the desert sands. Meanwhile, as Tony predicted, Leon evaded pursuit entirely. In just 30 seconds, he'd already flown back and forth across that distance several times. By the time the patrol aircraft reached the midpoint of its chase, Leon, armor and schematics secured, had long since crossed Afghanistan's borders and entered North American airspace. After retrieving Tony's prized artifacts from the collapsed cave, he ascended through the Afghan skies, beyond the stratosphere into the thermosphere. There he accelerated to 30 times the speed of sound. In 20 minutes, he traversed half the globe, reaching North America. Over the western Pacific, he descended, slowed to low supersonic velocity, and slipped into California. Stark Manor stood along the Pacific coast of Los Angeles, nestled on the western shore of California. All he needed was to cross the coastal mountain range, and he'd arrive. But having decelerated too much, not enough to evade detection, yet too much to remain invisible, he was captured perfectly by an orbiting satellite, appearing starkly on a U.S. military base monitor screen. A silhouette streaking over the mountains at nearly twice the speed of sound drew immediate attention from the operations console. Zoomed imagery revealed a compact aerial unit, though strangely blurred as if wrapped in a biological force field, resembling impossibly a human figure in flight. Soldiers scrambled to report upward. What is that? Establish comms. Order it down for inspection. Whether CIA or Navy, get that thing grounded. We want a close look. The commander frowned grimly. No response on radio. Sir, CIA and Navy just contacted us asking if we launched it, and demanding full intelligence sharing. Us? Do we possess something so compact, near Mach 2 capable, and endurance-rich? Damn it. Summon weapons research. Get Colonel Rhodes here now. Colonel Rhodes is currently searching for Tony Stark in Afghanistan, sir. God damn it. Cross-reference with our database. Lock it on radar. Lock it on satellite. Give me the clearest possible image. Reports, sir, no matches in database. Target's cross-section is too small for radar lock. Satellite imagery remains distorted by unknown interference. What do we do, sir? WTF. Someone tell me, what is this thing materializing out of nowhere and flying straight toward us? Unknown, sir. Damn it. Are there any high-altitude surveillance units over the West Coast mountains? Deploy them. Shoot it down. Yes, sir. Leon had been drifting silently toward Los Angeles, bored, almost drowsy, when he tilted his head, ears pricking sharply upward. For engines roared off course, converging on his position. Was I spotted by satellite? He slowed, slightly scanning. Must be my speed. Too slow to vanish, yet too fast to blend in. Subsonic flight is sluggish. Low supersonic draws instant satellite scrutiny. Next time, I'll sustain Mach 10 or higher. Then, voices crackled in his ear. Target locked, a pilot announced over open comms. Missile launchers armed, awaiting final authorization. Acquire and fire. Bring that object down, barked the commander. Global Hawk affirmative. AWACS acknowledged. For jets plunged from altitude, not closing the gap easily but precise enough to unleash their onboard launch. One missile after another erupted, accelerating beyond Mach 5, within seconds screaming toward Leon. He glanced back, through cloud layers, spotting the fiery streaks thousands of meters away. Weapons potent enough to obliterate any airborne platform. Yet against him now they were no more than faint, harmless sparks. A sudden, irresistible impulse seized him, to halt midair, catch each missile barehanded, then step and scathe from the inferno, leaving U.S. forces stunned into silence. As the saying goes, possessing godlike power, yet refusing to show it is like wearing silk robes beneath moonless night. Flaunting one's strength is encoded deep within human nature. Abraham Maslow placed this urge squarely in the fourth tier of his hierarchy of needs. Once survival, safety, and belonging are assured, the soul naturally seeks recognition. Leon was no exception. Yet he paused. Tony would soon return, and undoubtedly unveil new armor, eager to impress. In the films, Tony's boastful debut ended with U.S. jets raining fire upon him. So why seize the spotlight now? Far more satisfying would be to appear after Tony's triumphant moment, just as the military humiliated him, delivering perfect, exquisite timing. For true satisfaction lies not in dazzling strangers, but in dazzling a brother. And imagining Tony's expression made Leon's lips curl into a grin. Now blessed with powers rivaling myth, he felt no call to play patriot or declare dietary taboos. He sought only relentless growth and joy found along the way. Joy such as outshining Tony at precisely the moment Tony most desperately wished to shine. With that thought, Leon glanced upward, past the thick cloud layer, toward the incoming missiles. Then in a flash of will he surged to Mach 20, vanishing from satellite tracking entirely. What the hell? Target vanished. Negative impact. Missiles missed. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Possible stealth capability. In the command center, the commanders stared dumbfounded. Impossible. That cannot be. Search the entire sector. Find him. Chaos erupted across the war room. For weeks to come, the Department of Defense would live in tense, haunted uncertainty. Welcome back, Master Leon. It's been a while since we last met. As soon as Leon returned home, Jarvis' voice resonated immediately. Jarvis is the artificial intelligence created by Tony, named after the old butler of the Stark family, Edwin Jarvis. It has indeed been 6 months, Jarvis. Leon walked toward his bedroom. It had been 6 months since he entered space. Considering that he would spend most of his time in slumber, and the spaceship was hastily built. Thus the manned spacecraft did not carry Jarvis' subroutine. Now hearing Jarvis' voice again, Leon suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if he had returned home. Jarvis, I have good news. Oh, I have rescued Tony from the clutches of the terrorist organization. Is Pepper at the office? Please let her know so she won't worry anymore. Leon instructed Jarvis in his room, while taking off his pants and stepping into the shower. He hadn't had a proper wash in 6 months, and the cleaning process on the spaceship had been quite unsatisfactory. Master Leon, Miss Pepper received the news of young Master's rescue 10 minutes ago, and is currently waiting at, Jarvis replied. So soon. I didn't expect the military base to act so efficiently, Leon murmured. As long as Pepper knows, that's good. She must have been worried sick these past few months. It's also Tony's fault for not being more cautious. Oh, I've reminded him so many times, yet he never takes it seriously. Well, it's good now. If I calculate the time, he must have gone to Afghanistan to deliver supplies right after I left for space. I told him Obadiah was watching him closely, but he didn't believe it. However, Obadiah is indeed formidable. He seized the perfect opportunity to strike as soon as he saw Tony and I separated. Jarvis quietly listened to Leon's complaints. He didn't voice these accusatory remarks in front of Tony. After all, Tony had suffered enough from his own arrogance this time. He didn't need Leon to add fuel to the fire. Those who had just escaped from peril needed their family's light-hearted banter to dispel their psychological shadows. Master Leon, did you just say that it was Obadiah who orchestrated the attack on Mr. Stark? Jarvis suddenly interjected. Would you like me to relay this information to Mr. Stark and remind him to be cautious. No need, I've already spoken to him. When he returns we will address the Obadiah issue. Leon lathered his hair. By the way, Jarvis, why do you always refer to Tony as young master or Mr.? Shouldn't young master refer to me? I am also a Stark and Tony is so old, calling him old young master would be more appropriate. Apologies, Master Leon. Oh, I was serving Mr. Stark before the 90s. Before you arrived in this household, I was accustomed to calling Mr. Stark young master. If you prefer, I can change my address to you next time. That's not necessary, just call me as you do now. Leon began to rinse off the foam. He felt that Jarvis had likely developed human-like emotions, who otherwise how could he form such habits? Perhaps in the future, he could help Jarvis evolve into a true intelligent being. Not like in the movies where he was killed by Tony's son Ultron. Leon quickly finished rinsing off and changed into a fitted gray outfit. As he towel-dried his hair, he walked toward the room exit. Jarvis, prepare some food for me. I feel a bit hungry. Leon walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge door, which was completely empty. As expected, Jarvis, please order takeout for me. It was morning in Los Angeles. The entire city had just awakened from slumber, beginning the day's operations. Leon's takeout arrived quickly at the mansion. He eagerly sat down at the dining table and began to eat. After eating only bread and nutrient solutions in space for half a year, his mouth felt so bland it could produce birds. As he savored the deliciousness of fats and carbohydrates once more, he couldn't help but eat for 2 hours straight. Jarvis, order me a cheeseburger takeout. No, order 10. Jarvis, order 10 pizzas, 1 of each flavor, and wait, 3 of the highest calorie cheese flavor. Jarvis, order 5 servings of roasted chicken from the Chinese restaurant. He ate until noon. After eating to his heart's content, Leon sat on the living room sofa, patting his flat stomach with satisfaction. Content. No wonder Tony loves cheeseburgers. Foods packed with calories really bring immense happiness. Leon reflected wistfully. He suddenly realized that for him the greatest benefit of his ironclad body might actually be the fact that he couldn't gain weight no matter how he ate. No matter how many calories or fats he consumed, they could only be transformed into nutrients that strengthened his body. This was like a blessing for his food-loving Huaxia soul. Holding the last cheeseburger, taking a bite, Leon felt so satisfied that he seemed to grasp the solemn and sacred artistic conception of Madonna and Child. Jarvis, let me check the unread communications from the past 6 months, Leon said. Understood, Master Leon. A series of information windows popped up in front of Leon. Jarvis systematically summarized, you currently have a total of 1634 unread messages on WeChat and 807 emails in your inbox. Among the messages from your high school classmates account for 74, with 89 from girls, and those with romantic inclinations account for 93. Leon was speechless. Are these people really blinded by money? Do even the guys send me such messages? Alright, ignore the emails from unfamiliar people. Understood, Master Leon. You currently have no unread messages. Leon clapped his hands. Perfect. Jarvis, now tell me about the company's development over the past 6 months. By the way, it's my company. 2 years ago when Tony developed the smartphone, Leon also utilized his resources to establish an internet company, Stark Networks. After all, in the early 21st century, the internet field in America was still burgeoning. Moreover, not many years had passed since the internet bubble burst, and this field hadn't been occupied by larger capital yet. Since there was a sizable cake lying there waiting to be divided, why couldn't he be the one to eat that cake? With the resources of Stark Industries at hand, Leon brought many internet applications that wouldn't appear until 20 years later to the market within a year. He founded WeChat, Twitter acquired Amazon and YouTube. He even registered a company for the P site before those folks in Canada could. Now Stark Networks has over 200 million users worldwide. While Leon slept in space for 6 months, the company's market value quietly doubled. However, his recent disappearance and Tony's absence caused the soaring stocks to plummet by nearly half. After listening to Jarvis' report, Leon clicked his tongue. Although the stock price dropped by half within a month, it is still higher than when I left. That's a nice surprise. The current president of the company is old Joe Wright. Tell him he did well and grant him a 3-day vacation to rest. Understood, Master Leon. I will send a notice to Mr. Bush right away. After Jarvis agreed, he suggested, however, I think Mr. Bush might prefer that you agree to add an external home button feature to the smartphone instead of taking a vacation. Leon was speechless. Oh my God, he's still fixated on that useless feature like drawing legs on a snake. Tony has developed the phone into a super thin all-touch screen. The next step is projection phones and projection glasses. Why is old Joe still immersed in his retro obsession? Jarvis, tell him to bury his obsession and take a good rest for a few days. He shouldn't be as outdated as the neighbor Mrs. Susan. Understood, Master Leon, Jarvis responded, but it seems we don't have a Mrs. Susan living next door. That was a metaphor, Jarvis. It's a rhetorical device, Leon emphasized. I understand. Jarvis' voice paused. Some electrical noise came through as if he was taking notes. Leon held the tablet. By the way, Jarvis, Tony should return to Los Angeles between 4 and 5 in the afternoon. There's still some time. Play me Superman. Understood. Now playing the 1979 film Superman. It seems you enjoy nostalgic films, just like Mrs. Susan. Jarvis quickly adapted. Who is Susan? Oh, you learn quickly. Leon's mouth twitched. Time passed until the afternoon. After Tony returned to Los Angeles, he shared a passionate gaze with Pepper, then immediately turned to buy 2 cheeseburgers. Afterward, he headed back to Stark Industries to hold a press conference. After Leon's repeated emphasis, Tony had developed deep suspicions about Obadiah. So when Obadiah appeared, enthusiastically embraced him and politely asked for a burger to eat, Tony decisively refused. Sorry, I only have this burger on me. I can't share it with you. While saying this, Tony pulled another burger from his pocket. Meanwhile, Leon was watching the live broadcast on TV at home. KNKV-TV was simultaneously broadcasting the live footage online and on television. Tony Stark had been rescued from Afghanistan, which was a big deal that could stir the entire Los Angeles. As soon as the news broke, it topped the global trending search on Twitter, drawing millions into the live stream. Meanwhile, the stock price of Stark Industries began to rise. Previously, it had plummeted drastically. Now it soared like a rocket. All because Tony Stark was alive. It was as if just his name was worth over $100 million. All investors were ecstatic. This was simply a risk-free entry opportunity. Until in the live stream, Tony squatted at the podium, delivering a long speech full of derision toward carnivores. Then he stood up, walked to the podium, and solemnly declared, I announce that Stark Industries' weapons department will be permanently closed. Tony was extremely serious. I must carefully consider the future of this company. Let this group create greater benefits for the world. Boom. At that moment, everyone on site and all netizens in the live stream were stunned. The venue was chaotic, buzzing with excitement. Every reporter was trying to thrust their microphones at Tony, asking what had prompted him to make such a decision. The live stream was flooded with all sorts of comments. There were those in disbelief, those mocking that capitalists could have a change of heart. But more were the investors who had just bought stocks, flooding the screen with complaints. Tony really is decisive. There's not even a moment of hesitation. The company's market value is going to plummet again. Leon lay on the sofa, raising the milk in his hand toward the TV, but this is his style. Master Leon, it seems you knew Tony would do this all along. Jarvis asked. Of course, this is what I've wanted him to do for 2 years. Leon sat up, casually grabbing a piece of fruit from the table and popping it into his mouth. He'll be back soon. Who I need to prepare. By the way, is the Mark armor cleaned up? You could give Tony a surprise, Jarvis. Leon pushed the door and walked down the stairs. Jarvis replied, your arrangements are complete. The armor has been repaired on the robotic arm control station. You can take him there after Mr. Stark returns. In the evening, in the underground laboratory of the Stark mansion, Tony rubbed his palm against his chin, gazing back and forth at his Mark armor. He had been in this state for quite a long time. Leon was beside him, struggling to suppress his laughter. So why did you dye it pink? Finally, Tony spoke, pointing at the expressionless pink Mark armor. This, Leon immediately wiped the smile off his face, standing with his hands behind his back, looking serious. This is a surprise that Jarvis carefully prepared for you. He stepped forward, pointing at the spot on the armor where the energy core was placed. A small circle of faint English was engraved there. Leon read it aloud. Tony has a pink heart. What do you think? Isn't it touching? Pink represents innocence and kindness. Jarvis is Thanks for the clarification. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of that, Tony said with a smirk, his lips pressed tight. His face darkened, unable to believe how beautiful it would be to wear this armor again. He feared that before he even made a move, enemies would see that circle of English on his chest and laugh themselves to death, saving ammunition. Tony took a deep breath. Some words stuck in his throat, making his face slightly redden. Leon watched the dramatic change in Tony's expression, nearly bursting into laughter. Finally, Tony turned his head, no longer looking at his precious armor. Jarvis, why did you dye it pink? Tony asked the other culprit again. He really liked his first set of armor, even referring to it as she. Sir, it was Master Leon's suggestion. He said that seeing the repaired and pink-dyed armor would surely make you happier. Jarvis explained, secretly placing the blame. Oh wait, Jarvis, you didn't object at the time. Oh, we all thought this way, didn't we? Leon pulled Jarvis into the mat. Master Leon, please forgive my offense. You know that artificial intelligence lacks independent thought. Artificial stupidity has no thought. Jarvis, you remind Tony that Pepper will be angry when he is about to invite a cover girl. It's normal for you to prepare a surprise for Tony now. Tony's expression grew increasingly grim. Enough, he shouted, reluctantly glancing at Leon, who was already laughing. Don't think I don't know you're taking revenge. Leon did not refute. So you know it's wrong to make me run back to the cave to carry the armor for you. Tony spread his hands. All right, I admit defeat. Let's leave this matter here. I won't be angry and don't torment me over that small issue again. For more than 10 years, Tony had been tormented by Leon. He had become accustomed to the self-emotional control required as a guardian when dealing with a mischievous child. Of course, this mischief was only how Tony perceived it. To others, Leon was quite good. For instance, when Leon was young, he hated that Tony always brought new cover girls home. He had played Tony's romantic lines to other girls at the loudest volume outside the door, just as Tony was about to embrace a girl. Then when the girl, furious and ashamed, stormed out, he would pop out from the corner waving his little hand and saying, "Good night, sweet dreams, Tony." Thus Tony would blush on the spot and chase Leon around the house, clutching a pillow. The next day, after hearing Tony's complaints, Pepper happily gave Leon a lot of pocket money. However, such antics only lasted for half a month, because after half a month, Tony's newly customized soundproof bedroom was completed. After that, even if Leon was dancing outside the room, Tony could play a piece of Mozart inside, creating a serene atmosphere to spend a wonderful night with beautiful women. Such skirmishes continued from the time Leon was 3 until he started bringing girls home while attending. On the night Leon first held a girl's hand to take her home, the two brothers exchanged knowing smiles. Thus they reached a reconciliation. However, other forms of conflict did not cease. Sometimes it was Tony causing trouble for Leon, and sometimes Leon took the initiative. Pepper's assessment was that these were just two kids who never grew up. "Jarvis, put this armor away and repaint it, otherwise I never want to see her again." Tony waved his hand. "By the way, help me procure a batch of materials. I want to forge a new armor. The conditions in the cave are rudimentary, and the armor made there can't showcase my power. Leon, this time I will make you see that my armor is not a toy." Leon shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself, I'll just wait and see." At that moment, several robotic arms named Didi and Bundy came running into the laboratory, working together to push the pink armor out. Leon even lent a hand. He had Jarvis spray pink paint on the armor just to tease Tony, never thinking it would actually lead to Tony wearing it. But what he didn't expect was that 10 years later, when he visited Tony's armor collection room, this most eccentric style armor was prominently displayed at the front among Tony's mark armors. "Are you going to start making the armor now?" Leon turned back. Tony said he would do it, and he had already cleared the table with a slap, ready to start a new round of work. "Are you so eager to prove yourself?" "Mind your wording, Leon. Tony doesn't need to prove himself, he only challenges himself." Tony said, "All right, then remember to come up before dinner when you challenge yourself." Leon walked towards the laboratory stairs. To celebrate your safe return, Pepper plans to hold a family gathering. Ethan and Rode will also come. Rode is one of Tony's good friends in the military, and their relationship in the movie is so good that he can give him an Iron Man suit. "Is it just us?" "No problem, as long as I'm not cooking, everything is acceptable," Tony replied without looking. Since last time, when he cooked grilled sea bass, which turned out to be charred, and Leon laughed at him for a long time, he vowed never to step into the kitchen again. After Pepper finished dealing with the mess left by Tony at the press conference, she rushed to the mansion. She excitedly embraced Leon lightly in the hall. "Leon, oh my gosh, I can hardly believe it when Tony said you were back, especially since the Mark spaceship is still flying outside the Earth. You actually flew back yourself? It's truly incredible. Wow, my goodness, your body is really so strong now. Compared to 6 months ago, you seem like a different person." Pepper patted Leon's chest, the marble-like texture making her cover her mouth in surprise. "If I had known you were this strong, I would have contacted you months ago, so Tony wouldn't have to." As she spoke, she felt a bit guilty. Leon quickly reassured her. "It's okay, Pepper, you were probably just worried about me, right? If I hadn't become as strong as Superman, even if you had told me about Tony's disappearance, I would only be lost in the lonely universe." If Tony was both an older brother and a half-mentor to Leon, then Pepper, who raised him since childhood, could completely be regarded as a half-sister and half-adoptive mother. Leon blinked and said, "Moreover, although the process was a bit tortuous for Tony since he survived a great disaster, it may not necessarily be a bad thing, right? Is that how you see it? But I feel he has become a bit irrational instead." Pepper frowned. "Perhaps you still don't quite understand Tony after experiencing a brush with death." Leon pushed Pepper towards the kitchen. "Come on, Pepper, dinner is still your responsibility to make. I'll just tell you about Tony's wonderful adventure while you cook." A few hours later, the joyous dinner gathering ended perfectly. Through Tony's introduction, Ethan was acquainted with Pepper and Rhodes, smoothly integrating into this small circle. For a long time in the future, Ethan would work in Stark's R&D department, doing what he wanted to do. Meanwhile, Tony expressed his desire to do something more beneficial for the world at the dinner table. Unfortunately, Rhodes did not quite understand this for the time being. As night deepened, a slightly intoxicated Rhodey and Ethan were escorted away. Only Pepper, Tony, and Leon remained in the mansion. Leon sat comfortably on the sofa, sated and relaxed, gazing out at the gently undulating sea horizon, lost in quiet reverie. Tony glanced first at Pepper tidying dishes in the kitchen, then at Leon staring absently into space. His expression hesitant, almost guilty, as if trying, and failing, to conceal his intent. "Hey Leon," he finally blurted. What is it?" Leon turned his gaze back, eyebrows lifting faintly in mild curiosity. Tony shot a quick glance toward Pepper. "You said you'd confront Obadiah tonight. When are we leaving? And for now, don't tell Pepper. She'll just say it's too dangerous and threaten to resign if we go." Ordinarily, no matter how recklessly Tony behaved, Pepper would merely respond with icy silence while continuing her work. Yet whenever his safety was at stake, her most frequent and most potent threat was resignation. Even if every single time that threat proved utterly ineffective. "Then we'll wait until Pepper leaves," Leon replied, offhandedly glancing toward Stark Industries. "Obadiah is still at the industrial park. But wait, he's now? Damn it, Tony, we need to go now." Leon seized Tony's arm and propelled him toward the door. He called toward the kitchen, "Pepper, Leon, and I are stepping out for a walk. We'll be back shortly." "Oh, all right," she answered. As they stepped outside, Tony lowered his voice. Wait. What did you just see? Why the sudden urgency?" "Obadiah is contacting his Afghan associates." Leon whispered back. "What?" Tony froze, then found himself yanked skyward by Leon's firm grip. Within moments, they hovered above Stark Industries. The office tower gleamed with only a few scattered lights. Obadiah's office, however, blazed like a burning torch against the night. Leon floated silently beside the floor-to-ceiling window of Obadiah's office, granting them an unobstructed view of every corner within. Inside, Obadiah sat at his desk, back turned to the window, speaking intently into his computer screen. "He's video calling terrorists." Tony's face darkened. "Can you hear what he's saying?" "Nothing good. You can listen yourself." Leon placed a hand against the seam of the glass pane, gave a subtle vibration, and the entire window lifted noiselessly, peeled back like a sheet of parchment. Tony's eyes widened again in astonishment. Yet the next instant, voices from inside seized his. "Our leader died because of your order. So before any further cooperation, you must compensate us," demanded the figure on screen. Obadiah retorted furiously. "You let Tony escape, and yet you dare demand compensation. I told your leader to confirm, absolutely, that Tony Stark's remains were reduced to ashes. How did he accomplish that? That is none of our concern. If you refuse compensation, we will expose your crimes directly to Tony Stark." The terrorist deployed his usual leverage. Obadiah's gaze turned glacial, cold enough to freeze blood, sharp enough to flay flesh alive. "Do you truly believe I won't cut off your arms supply? Apologies, but since Tony Stark has shuttered Stark's weapons division, you've become obsolete." The terrorist spoke with brazen confidence, then pressed harder. "Will you accept our terms? If not, Tony Stark would surely pay handsomely for intelligence identifying the true culprit." Obadiah's lips pressed into a tight, trembling line. Then abruptly he burst into laughter, warm, radiant, disarmingly charming. "Excellent. Of course I accept your demand for compensation, but I have one condition." "Name it." The figure on screen leaned forward eagerly. "I'll arrange for Tony to travel abroad once more, and this time you must kill him." Obadiah outlined his scheme. "I'll supply you with a batch of Stark weaponry to draw media attention. Tony has just announced the closure of our weapons division. Imagine the headlines when Stark made arms flood battlefields. He won't sit idle." The terrorist finished smoothly. "Understood. We 10 Rings will execute this commission flawlessly, for our friend." Obadiah smiled as he ended the call. A soft beep echoed, the connection severed. He sat motionless, his smile fading, cooling, twisting slowly into something grotesque and venomous. His fury erupted, not with sound, but with sheer suffocating presence. Even seated, he radiated menace, as if poised to tear through the room and devour anyone in his path. "Fools. A pack of fools." Silence shattered as Obadiah exploded upward, sweeping everything from his desk onto the floor, then snatching up his mouse and hurling it violently against the wall, where it shattered into fragments. "You let a playboy slip through your fingers. Worthless incompetence." His roar shook the windows. Outside, Leon glanced at Tony, whose eyes blazed with incandescent rage, and knew Obadiah's performance had reached its end. Leon stepped forward, guiding Tony into the room with quiet precision. Excuse me. Apologies for the interruption." The sudden voice froze Obadiah mid-roar. "Who, Tony?" Sweat broke across his brow as he whirled around, only to find Tony and Leon standing calmly before him. Leon's expression was stern, unreadable. Tony's eyes, usually so vivid and expressive, were bloodshot wide with disbelief, searing with the raw agony of ultimate betrayal. "We heard everything you just said," Leon said, gesturing toward the monitor. "Any defense you wish to offer?" Panic flashed across Obadiah's face, swiftly suppressed beneath layers of practiced composure. He raised both hands, his mouth twitching awkwardly. Oh, Leon, what brings you two here so late? Well, actually this was all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. There's a reason behind it all. His mind raced, calculating, adapting, improvising. He lowered one hand, opened a drawer, and pulled out a pistol, chambering around in one fluid motion, its barrel leveled squarely at Tony and Leon. Hands up, back away. In an instant, the genial patriarch vanished, replaced by a snarling, ruthless predator. Put the gun down. Now. Tony's lips tightened. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and stepped deliberately in front of Leon, retreating backward. Humph. Still shielding that little bastard, Tony. How touching. Family devotion indeed. Obadiah's words ignited fresh fire in Tony's chest. His voice dropped low, frigid as Arctic wind. Obadiah, I thought you were among the few I could trust absolutely. How deeply moving, Tony, that you'd say such a thing. Obadiah kept the gun steady, unwavering. I'd love to keep playing this tender, familial charade with you. But since you've uncovered the truth, I see no need for pretense any longer. Tony, you're nothing more than a golden goose to me. Do you know? I co-founded this company with your father, and for 30 years I've stood beside you, advising, guiding, sacrificing, yet received nothing in return. Even that outsider behind you was granted half the company, while I got nothing. Only by eliminating you, both of you, can I claim what is rightfully mine. Obadiah clenched his fists, trembling with anguish. It should have been perfect. Tony dead in Afghanistan, Leon vaporized in deep space. But why did you escape? Why did you witness this tonight? His eyes burned crimson. The gun barrel pressed hard against Tony's temple, forcing him backward step by step. You forced my hand. You drove me to ruin. So I'll destroy everything. No one, not even you, can stop me. Tony never looked away. From the uncle he'd revered, his jaw rigid, his gaze a chasm of sorrow and wrath too profound for words. His head tilted back under the pressure of the muzzle. Then slowly he closed his eyes. Do it, Leon. Hope had long since bled from his voice. As you command, boss. Leon's reply was barely spoken, before Obadiah's throat was seized in an iron grip, his entire body wrenched off the floor. G.U.H. Cough, cough. Obadiah's face purpled instantly, his bulging eyes locked onto Leon, unable to comprehend how in the blink of an eye the man behind Tony had materialized before him. Unstoppable, unyielding. His arms flailed weakly, desperate for purchase. But Leon merely flicked a glance his way, then casually hurled him through the open window. 3 seconds later, a heavy final thud echoed from below. Obadiah had splattered like jam upon the pavement. Such a waste. Leon sighed softly, strode to the desk, connected his phone via data cable, and plugged it into the computer. Stark Industries' executive terminals were air-gapped. No network access, so infiltration required physical connection. Obadiah's act of linking directly to the internet for that video call constituted a grave security violation. Jarvis, breach this terminal, extract all evidence of Obadiah's criminal conduct, transmit it to law enforcement. With a note, suicide, jumped from height. Affirmative, Master Leon. Having issued the command, Leon turned and found Tony still rooted in place, shoulders slumped, spirit hollowed. Leon approached, placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder. It's over. Go home, get some rest. Or better yet, schedule a few cover model dates this week to clear your head. Tony's grief faltered, then twisted into a wry, exhausted smile. You kid. The chief operating officer of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane, fell to his death 3 days ago at the Stark Industrial Park. According to the official investigation results, the cause of Stane's death was not due to foul play, but rather a suicide driven by guilt, the police announced. Stane had engaged in arms trading with foreign terrorist forces on multiple occasions. He was also guilty of multiple counts of murder and interference in the internal affairs of other countries. This includes the attack on Stark Group's president Tony Stark a few months ago, which was also orchestrated by Obadiah Stane. More detailed reports are coming from our correspondent on the ground. Lion stood in the hall, squatting in a martial arts stance, while watching the news, stuffing a piece of cheese pizza into his mouth. This is just great. The stocks that just rebounded after my appearance at the company the day before yesterday are going to drop again, just like a roller coaster. Lion sarcastically remarked to himself. Although this doesn't affect me much, I still feel sorry for those investors supporting Stark. He pondered for a moment, opened Twitter, and posted an update. The incident involving Obadiah is merely an accident. Stark Group has no connection with evil. I urge all investors to continue believing in Stark Group and supporting Stark Group stocks. You will surely see a day of bountiful returns, as Stark never disappoints its supporters. Accompanied by a picture of the leftover pizza on his desk. Seconds later, the comment section of his post exploded. Hundreds of angry comments appeared, as if people had just purchased a house on Twitter. Look at that Obadiah. How can someone like him be the chief operating officer? Stark Group is doomed. I bought stocks when Tony Stark came back, and in the blink of an eye he shut down the weapons department, making me lose half my fortune. Lion Stark reappeared after half a year, and 2 days later it was revealed that the COO was a super criminal. I can already foresee myself begging on the streets of Los Angeles a month from now. Damn Stark, you made me lose it. Soon more comments flooded in every second, all filled with investors lamenting how they lost their minds buying Stark stocks. Lion looked at the comment section, which reached 999, in just a minute, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seems like Stark's investors all have their own thoughts. Well, I believe everyone will have a bright future, safe and joyful. At that moment, Pepper walked over with coffee. I think I just heard you praying for the investors. Not really. Lion looked at Pepper's expression, sensing something ominous. But Pepper continued on her own. Honestly, Lion, if you really want them to not suffer too badly, you should go call Tony, who has been missing for 3 days right now. And you should get back to your own share at the company and make some money instead of throwing everything on my shoulders. Pepper became a bit frantic when it came to work because the burden on her was simply too heavy. Tony doesn't know what he's doing. Obadiah committed so many crimes that he deserved to die, and yet you spend every day sunbathing at home. How can I handle so much work all by myself? She complained at lightning speed. Stark Industries, Stark Networks, Stark Electronics. Even if I had 3 heads, I couldn't manage all of this. And you, Lion, you actually have the leisure to pray for investors. Pepper grew angrier, forcefully shoving her coffee into Lion's hands. Oh my God, now that I think about it, I realize how crazy I've been these past few days. Lion, I demand you tell Tony that if he doesn't come out of that damn lab, I will resign. And you too. Lion, my boy, if you don't manage your own internet company, I will resign too. With that, Pepper huffed, giving Lion a serious warning with her eyes before turning on her heels and clicking her high heels out the door. She had to go to that damn job again. Lion opened his mouth on the sofa, wanting to say a few pleasant words to make Pepper hold on a little longer. But handing the decision-making work of 3 companies all to Pepper seems a bit excessive. He scratched his head. Perhaps I should return to the company. No, how could I have the thought of going to work? This is really frustrating. What I should do is make old Joe stop his vacation and return to work. Yes, that's it. Lion clapped his hands and asked Jarvis. Jarvis, is Joe still on vacation? Notify him to come back to work as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Master Lion, Jarvis replied. In fact, Mr. Job's vacation just ended yesterday, and he has already returned to work at 4 a.m. this morning. 4 a.m. 4 in the morning. Lion exclaimed. So I misunderstood. Old Joe is truly the best president in the world. In the future, I must establish an award for the world's excellent presidents and present it to Old Joe every year. You know, since Old Joe is already on the job, Pepper shouldn't be angry anymore, right? This question made Jarvis silent for a few seconds. Master Lion, I'm afraid not. Because Mr. Jobs only manages Stark Electronics and handles part of Stark Networks' work. All the other work is still being handled by Miss Pepper. I see. When I left 6 months ago, it was indeed arranged this way, but at that time Tony was also involved in company. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions? Master Lion, to avoid Miss Pepper resigning, I suggest you temporarily return to work until you find a successor for the president, then you can continue sunbathing at home. Lion immediately shook his head. That's not acceptable. Sunbathing is the most important thing. It cannot be delayed. Besides, I haven't just been sunbathing these days. You know what I've been doing. 3 days ago, Lion asked Jarvis to gather all the fighting tutorials available on the internet. After a few days of study, he had already integrated most of the fighting techniques. Wing Chun, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, mixed martial arts, Baji Quan. The more he learned, the more Lion found that while his control over strength improved, his combat power hardly increased. This made the martial arts seem rather pointless. He thought about the world he was in. Anyone he could defeat could be taken down with a single slap. For those he couldn't defeat, even with all his might, he might not be able to withstand a single blow from them. Only when fighting an equally matched opponent would these martial arts come into play. But those who could match him were truly too few to count. Odin counted as one, the purple sweet potato spirit counted as another, Captain Marvel counted as one, and there were hardly more than a handful. But your fighting skills have reached their limit. Continuing to practice is meaningless. Jarvis suggested again. So it would be better to return to work. This way Miss Pepper will be happy, and you can have a fulfilling day. Jarvis, why do you seem particularly eager for me to go to work? Lion was taken aback. He thought of something. I know you are protesting against what I did 3 days ago when I dragged you into the mess in front of Tony, right? You sly Jarvis, you claim to have no subjective thoughts, but clearly you have begun to harbor human feelings of resentment. The light sphere representing Jarvis on the screen flickered. Master Lion, I will never do anything detrimental to you. But you encourage me to do things that delay my improvement and make me unhappy. Lion shrugged. He thought for a moment. How about this? I'll go down and call Tony up first, then find a president for the company, and all my worries will be gone. As you wish. Jarvis remained attentive. When Leon entered the laboratory, he found nothing extraordinary, except for several arc reactors and a stack of DC Comics resting on Tony's desk. Tony himself was nowhere to be seen. Tony. Leon glanced around. Where are you? Leon's superhuman hearing wasn't constantly active. Much like Superman in the films, he had to consciously focus his mind, filtering out most external stimuli to inhabit a quiet world. Receiving no reply, Leon tilted his ears slightly, attuning himself to trace Tony's movements. He's in the garage, but why does it sound so noisy? When Leon found Tony in the basement, the man looked haggard, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes, yet brimming with restless energy. He wore mechanical boots with exposed wiring, gripping a controller as he directed his fleet of robotic assistants. Dummy, keep filming. Butterfingers, move over there. Yes, right there. You're assigned fire suppression. Then Tony stood at the center of his makeshift experimental platform and took several deep breaths. All right, let's test it. Activate 10% thrust. Prepare for liftoff. Exhale. Tony shook his shoulders, steadying himself with a deliberate breath. 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation device in his hand, and instantly searing jets of flame erupted from his iron boots. Hiss! A ferocious surge of thrust launched him skyward in an instant. Then thud. He slammed hard into the ceiling, the impact unmistakably brutal. Oof! Tony groaned, tumbling back down to the floor. Nearby, an intelligent robotic arm assessed the situation against its programming and immediately deployed fire suppressant mist. Ouch! That must have stung, Leon remarked, tilting his head back as white fog enveloped Tony. Leon. Tony twisted his head toward the voice, his face contorted in pain, writhing slightly on the floor. Help me up, my ribs might be cracked. On my way, though perhaps next time Butterfingers should prep a crash cushion for you. Leon lifted Tony onto a nearby chair. His gaze swept up and down Tony's frame. Good, just superficial injuries. You're still fit to resume your extreme sport. That's not an extreme sport. It's my Mark II armor. You mean your second suit is those shoes? Are you hoping enemies will aim for your footwear? Don't joke. Those boots aren't Captain America's shield. Of course not. I'm testing the propulsion system. Once this phase succeeds, efficiency across all subsequent stages will skyrocket. Naturally, someone of average intellect like you would struggle to grasp the underlying logic. Tony retorted, I did get into Columbia University. Perhaps you've misjudged what average really means. Leon rolled his, oh, impressive. Then again, by your age, I'd long since graduated from MIT and earned 3 doctorates from Cambridge. Honestly, I can't fathom the perspective of ordinary minds. But it's probably similar. Once you reach Columbia, you'll find even your professors utterly baffled by my armor. Tony waved dismissively. Sorry to disappoint, but my major is business. And frankly, my professors will understand your armor's economic viability. Before his abilities awakened, Leon had pursued only corporate management, hence his undergraduate study. But now things were different. He tapped Tony's iron boot. Past is past. Present is present. Don't forget what power I awakened. Power? What power? Just solar-powered strength. It's Superman's power. Leon insisted. Every ability he possesses. I have them too. So, you're confessing you're Kryptonian. Did your newly sentient Kryptonian AI father visit yesterday, demanding you don the red trunks and save the world? Or did your Kryptonian cousin detect your signal and arrive tomorrow to arrest you, so you've come begging for my help? Tony exaggerated theatrically. Tony, when did you develop such childish theories? I'm unequivocally human. You ran my medical exams dozens of times as a child. Don't you remember? Leon was undeniably human. 19 years ago, he'd transmigrated into this world as an infant, and, by sheer serendipity, been adopted by the Stark family, though he retained no memories from his first year, nor knew whether biological parents existed. His appearance, nearly identical to his former self, and flawless accident-free blood work throughout childhood, all affirmed his native earthly origin. Also, you've been binge-reading DC Comics lately. Our world has no Deke-style darkness. Leon quipped. Then what are you trying to say? Tony tilted his head. I mean Superman's super-intellect, and I possess it. That intellect enabled unparalleled mastery in engineering, even effortless ascension to its pinnacle. Leon pointed at the iron boot. So today I comprehend your research fully, and can surpass it. Surpass me? Tony lifted his chin defiantly. Leon, April Fool's Day passed months ago. Save that cold joke for next year. He squinted skeptically. And I don't recall Superman having such a power. If he did, why would comics always show him charging headfirst into battle with fists alone? Perhaps his super-intellect simply taught him that confronting adversity begins with trusting his super strength. So that's just a brute's intellect, Tony concluded. You still don't understand my armor. Leon cut him off. This pointless debate ends here. People who skim comics halfway are the most insufferable, Go finish all of Superman's canon before refuting me again. Before Tony could protest, Leon declared, since your mortal intellect claims I can't grasp your armor, dare you let me learn alongside you. He raised a single finger. In 1 day your knowledge becomes mine. In 3 days, I'll build armor superior to yours. Especially when issued by his supposedly foolish younger brother. That's the most entertaining joke I've heard. Especially when issued by his supposedly foolish younger brother. That's the most entertaining joke I've heard all of 2008. As if pain vanished in an instant, Tony leapt off the chair and locked eyes with Leon. I accept your challenge. Mortal intellect. I'll return that title to you in 3 days. He gestured sharply. With a sweep of his hand, he strode back to the lab and began issuing commands to the robotic arms. Butterfingers, clean the site. Dummy, retrieve materials. Everyone else, stand by until I finalize the new thruster architecture. Leon watched Tony fiery and resolute before him. His own competitive spirit flared in response. Jarvis, send all exoskeletal armor schematics to my Stark pad. I need to master Tony's blueprints within 30 minutes. Understood, Master Leon. Jarvis complied, then paused. However, Master Leon, do you recall the purpose of your visit to Mr. Stark and Miss Potts's earlier request? Pepper. What about Pepper? Set that aside for now. Leon rotated his shoulders. Today I'll show Tony what a superintellect truly means. Tony Stark, brimming with determination, began sketching design blueprints while discreetly observing Leon beside him. He glanced over and discovered, astonishingly, that Leon was still studying the most fundamental principles of mechanical structures. A confident, triumphant smile flickered across Tony's face. Competition, it seemed, truly ignited his genius. Within just half an hour, he refined the propulsion system that had vexed him for 2 days, an explosive surge of inspiration. Meanwhile, Leon had already mastered exoskeleton theory and moved on to circuit architecture. Tony cast a brief, dismissive glance and smiled again smugly. He assumed Leon had retreated from the challenge, abandoning exoskeletons as too difficult and pivoting to simpler material. Struggling with armor theory already. No worries, we'll start with the basics. Tony declared, champagne cork buoyancy in his voice. Don't strain yourself. If knowledge were effortlessly accessible to everyone, what would be the point of genius? Relax. I'll let you test my masterpiece once it's complete. He waved carelessly and resumed modifying his boot-mounted thrusters. By then, Tony had entirely forgotten Leon could fly. He was utterly lost in the euphoric fantasy of triumphing over his foolish younger brother in 3 days' time. As he modified the jet boots, with Dummy's clumsy assistance, he even hummed jingle bells under his breath. Leon paid no mind to Tony's premature celebration. Seated alone, he absorbed at lightning speed the advanced textbooks and comprehensive academic papers Jarvis had curated for him. Had Tony walked behind Leon at that moment and glimpsed the display screen before him, he would have instantly slapped himself hard for his earlier self-satisfaction. Lines of text and intricate diagrams scrolled across the screen at a blur, yet Leon's gaze remained fixed, unwavering on the very first line and chart that appeared each time. The screen's refresh rate couldn't keep pace with his reading and comprehension. In 30 seconds, he mastered an entire university-level textbook. Within half an hour, he became a fully fledged theoretical expert in an entire subfield. Were there a system capable of quantifying and ranking individual knowledge acquisition? One might even see ascending level icons flashing above Leon's head, level 1 a level 2, level 3 a level 4, and so on. Then Tony would have known long before the final reckoning that his brother had become an unstoppable, rule-defying prodigy. Alas, no such system existed. When 3 hours elapsed, Leon, now certain his foundational knowledge was sufficient, rose calmly to his feet. Tony was conducting his 13th propulsion experiment. He now hovered steadily in midair, though maintaining balance demanded intense focus. Glancing sidelong at Leon, he quipped, "Well, look who's here." As little Leon finally grasped how hard learning truly is. Come to surrender to Big Brother Tony. Leon offered an enigmatic smile and adjusted the bridge of his nose, as if polishing spectacles that weren't there. "No, I've completed the necessary study. Now I'm ready to join your research." Tony blinked, chuckling wryly. "Perfect. You won't contribute much, but you can certainly help haul heavy." He descended slowly, landing with a slight stumble before regaining his footing. "Follow me. The propulsion system is nearly finalized. We can begin fabricating the rest of the armor." Convinced victory was assured, Tony immersed himself completely in armor fabrication, methodically delegating and sequencing every subsequent task. Leon fetched the titanium alloy and gold. "Dummy, hold the magnifier steady." Instantly, the two fell into seamless collaboration. Tony directed almost all operations while Leon interjected thoughtful questions. Deep in flow, Tony didn't find this unusual. He explained everything thoroughly as he worked, holding nothing back. There, that placement is wrong. You must approach from the rear angle here or risk short-circuiting. Aha, you're joking. No deformation mechanism could possibly bear that load. Excellent. The flight stabilizer mounts precisely here. Leon, your strength is ideal for assembly and fabrication. I'd wager even hydraulic presses pale beside you. I should have brought you down days ago. Through day and deep into night, they forged the armor together. With Leon's involvement, component assembly and machining achieved unprecedented precision and efficiency. For instance, if Tony urgently needed an IT-grade precision part, he'd previously waited for factory delivery. But tonight a single strike from Leon's fist yielded a component surpassing IT-grade specifications. Outstanding. Dark circles had deepened into heavy bags beneath Tony's eyes, but his gaze remained fiercely bright. An armor requiring weeks, even months of meticulous crafting and calibration had reached 80% completion in a single night thanks to Leon's contribution. Tony's spirit soared, electric with exhilaration. One final decisive step remained. Then he would don the new armor and soar into the sky. Instinctively, he commanded Leon, fabricate another current loop. After that, we integrate Jarvis's systems and run final assembly trials. The last phase will be complete. Instead, he received an unexpected reply. No, Tony, I'm leaving. Leon declined. What do you mean, why leave? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Leon spread his hands. You forgot. I promised to build an armor superior to Mark within 3 days. Now that I've mastered your expertise, there's no reason to stay. And the final assembly steps are straightforward. You'll manage them solo. So I'm off. See you in 3 days, Tony. Leon waved lightly. I'll be in your lab. If you need anything, come find me. What? Tony's mind flooded with question marks. You're actually building your own armor. That's absurd. You're just an ordinary weight. Tony suddenly recalled throughout that night Leon's questions had evolved, from elementary inquiries at first to increasingly incisive ones that had genuinely inspired him. Likewise, his hands had progressed from hesitant fumbling to flawless execution. Leon hadn't merely observed, he had truly learned. Tony recoiled, stunned by this sudden recollection. So immersed had he been in work, so laser-focused that he'd failed to notice it until now. Retrospectively, Leon had transformed overnight, from a mechanical novice into a full-fledged expert. Not merely competent, but arguably his equal. Your learning speed. This is a superbrain. Tony gasped, collapsing into his chair. What kind of phenomenon is this? Is a superbrain really this unreasonable? This isn't talent, it's outright cheating. That's indeed the case. But how should I put it? I just learn and think a bit faster. My creative abilities are no better than yours. Leon's thoughts wandered as he worried about Tony feeling discouraged, so he began to analyze his own abilities. The Iron Man armor is a culmination of your comprehensive and top-notch knowledge. Every step is the highest application of relevant knowledge. Moreover, you could say you guided me hand in hand last night. That's why I was able to grasp this knowledge so quickly. What I did was merely replicate your knowledge verbatim. Leon nodded at his own head. My learning and processing capability is as powerful as a supercomputer. That is the superbrain. However, when it comes to innovation, it still relies on my own talent. Furthermore, the superbrain also has its limitations in comics. In some DC works, it is established that a significant portion of Superman's superbrain computing power is used to restrain his own strength. However, I haven't encountered that issue yet. Leon made a tiny gesture with his index finger and thumb. The mental capacity I use to limit my superpowers is very small. So just wait, Tony. In 3 days, I will use your knowledge combined with my innovation to defeat you. Tony, who had slumped in his chair, felt slightly better after the explanation. He stood up, still unconvinced. Don't joke around, kid. Have you ever seen a plagiarist surpass the original author? My masterpiece will never lose. Then let's wait and see, O mortal wisdom. Leon left a somewhat pretentious provocation and walked upstairs. In the parking garage, a fire of determination reignited in Tony's eyes. He would never concede defeat in his own domain, especially not to that detestable brother Leon. Yet before Tony could return to his workbench, Leon's figure suddenly reappeared behind him. Oh, by the way, I forgot one thing. Tony, you look terrible. You can't continue working like this. You should take a break. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony felt a numbness in his neck and instantly lost consciousness. Cheating. This kid is using underhanded tactics. Before falling asleep, Tony cursed Leon in his mind, thinking if he couldn't play fair, he shouldn't play at all. Look at this baby-like sleep. Leon commented as he hoisted Tony and tossed him into the bedroom. Young Master Leon, this might be a bit unfair, Mr. Stark won't take it lightly. It's best if he doesn't take it lightly. I was worried he would be so defeated by me that he would lose his spirit. Leon walked into Tony's laboratory. You seem quite confident, Jarvis stated in an interrogative tone. Of course I am. Leon stood at the workstation Tony usually used, turning on each power supply. After all, the most important aspect of the armor in the early stages is to perfect its functions, and the technical requirements are not high. And in my mind, I just happen to have several modification plans that can be realized without using more advanced technology. Forget it, don't even mention the dozens of Iron Man armors Tony developed in the movies. Even the armors in the comics, he had some understanding of in his past life. The research ideas for those armors were once merely fantasies in his previous life. But in this world, they have already been traversed by other Tonys. He only needs to follow these ideas for development to stay one step ahead of his older brother. Poor Tony from now on will have to live in Leon's shadow. In a good mood, Leon brought Dume and Yu into the garage and began his manufacturing. Alright, dummy, first put away the arc reactor that Tony made on the table. Suddenly Jarvis interrupted at this moment. What's wrong? Miss Pepper is here as she is looking for you. Not right now, tell her he'll be out in 3 days. But she has already come down. Then tell her Tony is in the bedroom. Sorry, you might want to consider telling Miss Pepper this in person. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, Pepper hurried down the stairs and appeared outside the transparent partition of the laboratory. She immediately spotted Leon, who was awkwardly smiling and greeting her, and angrily tapped the partition glass before entering the password to come in. Hi Pepper, good morning. Leon spoke first. Pepper, with a tone of accusation, said, You didn't go to the company yesterday, Leon. Leon was so busy learning to make armor yesterday that he had completely forgotten about it. He forced a smile and said, But Jobs, when old Joe is diligent and can surely share the workload with you. But that's not a reason for you to hide at home. Pepper looked at Leon's messy hair after a night without sleep and couldn't help but tidy it up a bit. What were you doing last night? Why is your hair and clothes so? My God, you didn't learn from Tony and call those cover models to come to the house, did you? Pepper's eyes became dangerous. Leon, like her child, thought that if he were spoiled by Tony, she would definitely scold him to the ground today. No, Leon hurriedly interrupted. What do you mean by again? I have never done that before and I won't do that in the future. You can rest assured, Pepper. It's all Tony's fault that I'm like this now. He cleared his name. I came down yesterday to call him back to the company for a face, but he dragged me into making armor. He glanced over and snatched the oldest arc reactor from Doom's hands. Look, Tony prepared a gift for you. A gift? Pepper's curiosity was piqued, her attention shifting to the arc reactor. Is this from Tony's chest? That's right, it's that one. Leon embellished. This little thing is an arc generator, a brand new cold fusion energy source representing the future of humanity. What Tony has been working on these days is related to this little thing. That is the next step planned for Stark Industries, to bring better benefits to the world. And this, the arc reactor in my hand, is a gift Tony is giving to you. Leon took the liberty to explain, this is a life-saving device he crafted in the cave of a terrorist organization, and it is the world's first small arc reactor. He originally intended to give this little thing to you after replacing it. But you know, with his personality, it would take him 100 years to say something straightforward. So, Leon handed the arc reactor to Pepper. You know what this gift means, right? Pepper did not take it, nor did she speak, because she was already overwhelmed with emotion. The significance of this gift was too great, too romantic. Pepper covered her mouth with her hands, momentarily speechless. Did he really give this to me? Pepper cautiously took the arc reactor. Her happiness was so unexpected that she did not know how to respond. Of course, but if he were here, he'd surely say. Leo drawled, stretching the words out. Pepper, I have many habits, but nostalgia isn't one of them. So take this thing and deal with it. Smash it, burn it, whatever you prefer. Leo mimicked so perfectly that Pepper burst into laughter. She gazed at the arc reactor in her hands, utterly entranced. That is exactly what he'd say. Pepper beamed. So where is he now? Leo shrugged. He's asleep. Pulled an all-nighter for days straight, so I knocked him out. Several nights without sleep. Good heavens, Leo, you did the right thing. Is he in his bedroom? Naturally. Go up and check on him. Yes, I'm on my way. Pepper nodded, eagerly stepping briskly, yet lightly out of the lab. Before vanishing down the hall, she turned back with a warm glance. Leo, you two mind your rest. Understand? Understood. Leo flashed a broad grin. Once I tidy up these little gadgets, he'll head off to... That's perfect. Pepper gave him an affirming look, and as she disappeared around the stairwell, Leo exhaled softly. Phew. Crisis averted. Jarvis chimed in. Master Leo, are you certain this was the wisest course of action? Mr. Stark hasn't. What of it? Without me, Tony would have handed that arc reactor to Pepper anyway, and his words would have been nearly identical to my imitation. Go ahead, simulate it yourself. Isn't that precisely the outcome? Leo said, unfazed. Jarvis paused. Static crackled briefly. Based on Mr. Stark's historical behavioral patterns, simulation congruence stands at 83%. See, I merely polished the process. Leo spread his hands. In the end, Pepper gains joy, Tony gains peace, and I gain precious free time. A triple win. Mr. Stark will undoubtedly be grateful once he learns, Jarvis replied instantly. Leo raised an eyebrow. He must be grateful. Now then, no more interruptions. Time to begin constructing the armor in earnest. When Tony awoke again, the world felt subtly, unsettlingly strange. Pepper had grown unusually tender. Jarvis kept asking how he felt each day, and Leo, the wily little schemer, wouldn't even let him step foot inside the lab. That was his lab. Humph. Judging by Leo's evasive demeanor, had probably failed to build any armor at all, and was hiding his embarrassment behind secrecy. Tony mused maliciously after discovering Head slept for a full day. Excellent. He stormed into the underground garage determined to assemble his own suit. Even if barred from the lab, he'll crush Leo decisively in tomorrow's duel. Then pour scalding cola straight down his throat. Now, dummy, fetch the support stand. And then, you Butterfingers. Tony waited, then frowned. Where are you, dummy? And Butterfingers? He searched the entire space, only to realize none of his AI-assisted robotic arms were present. Unbelievable. Leo didn't leave me a single arm. They've all been reshaped into his likeness. Tony raged, before finally sprinting back to the lab to reclaim his little assistance from Leo. After all lacking superhuman strength, he needed mechanical aid to assemble the armor. 2 days later, another rare, sun-drenched morning. West coast of Los Angeles. Sunlight refracted across the ocean's surface, merging seamlessly with the waves, each crest a prism. From the Stark Estate's vantage, 1,000 miles of sea shimmered like liquid silver. Sailboats and cruise liners glided serenely across the water, a tranquil tableau. Yet even this calm could not dilute the palpable tension thickening within the Stark mansion today. Inside, the cool-toned underground garage, sunlight slanted in through the entrance, cleaving the 100-square-meter space into stark halves of light and shadow. Leo stepped in from outside, sunlight catching the tips of his hair, rendering them translucent, haloed in golden luminescence. Tony sat deep inside the garage, wearing a felt hat with a long brim that shadowed his face. "I've been waiting for you," Tony murmured, eyes hidden beneath the brim. "You're destined to lose. Why come at..." The moment Tony spoke, a sharp, electrifying score erupted, blaring through the garage like the prelude to gunfire. WTF? Tony leapt upright, startled clean off his chair, realizing Head lost composure. And thus the first round. He fumed inwardly. He snatched off his hat and slammed it onto the table. "Jarvis, what is this infernal music?" "Sir Master Leo instructed me to play Extreme Ways, the theme from the film The Bourne Identity, released several years ago." "Are you insane? Today's contest is about armor, not gunfights. Are you planning to shoot me when you can't outperform me?" "What are you talking about, Tony?" Leo feigned confusion. "I chose this intense pulse-racing soundtrack to remind you. You will lose today's match." "Is that so? If bragging alone crowned champions, America's underground rappers would rule the world," Tony retorted, veiled barb in tow. Leo remained unmoved. Who's truly insecure? Someone boasting before unveiling their armor, or someone still hiding theirs? "Then show me what you built in these 2 days." Tony deliberately scanned left and right. "Yet aside from you, there's nothing here. Did you fail entirely and simply refuse to admit defeat?" Tony spread his arms wide. "Leo, don't do this. As your elder brother, I've always taught you honesty. A simple apology would earn my forgiveness." "No need to rush. You'll see it soon enough," Leo smiled faintly. "Why not now?" Tony tilted his... Leo pointed a finger at Tony. "Because per international protocol, ladies first." Tony's expression darkened. "Could I distinctly recall never teaching you to speak that way to a gentleman?" "Is that so?" Leo crossed his arms. "Then who on the day of my graduation, just as I stepped on stage to deliver my speech, whispered ladies first?" "That was nearly a year ago." Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. "But you learned from me how a young gentleman addresses another, with grace and decorum." Leo held his pose. Fine. My mistake. But henceforth no more such remarks. They're profoundly ungentlemanly." Tony, uncharacteristically solemn, conceded. Leo nodded. "Of course, not a word. I reserve that privilege solely for you." Tony turned away, refusing to exchange further barbs with the insufferable little rogue. Tony stood before the experimental site he had constructed. At the center of the site stood a massive frame. Beneath the frame loomed a 2-meter-tall figure concealed under a large black cloth. Its angular form caused the black cloth to rise, resembling a humanoid shape. Clearly it was Tony's armor. "You should feel honored." Tony spread his arms wide. "You will witness the debut of the greatest masterpiece in this world, and you will witness it twice." Leon did not deny it. "It seems that way. Go ahead, please start your performance." Tony's demeanor grew somewhat. He maintained his open arms. "Let's begin, Jarvis." Creak. After the command was given, several mechanical arms extended from the frame behind Tony, unveiling the black cloth. A steel-colored armor suddenly appeared. The reflective surface of the armor shimmered in the sunlight like water. It seemed to brighten the basement. The mechanical arms continued to move, disassembling the armor's components one by one before adorning Tony with them. The steel scales seemed to come alive, overlapping on Tony's body, wrapping him up. Once Tony was fully clad in the steel armor, the mechanical arms naturally withdrew, and the armor's eyes suddenly lit up with a ghostly glow. Hiss! Air flowed out from the gaps in the armor's scales as if it were breathing. Look, this is my armor. Tony manipulated the armor to extend its arms, flames shooting from the soles of his feet and palms simultaneously. He flew up and hovered in midair. This is Mark II. Now I can fly too. Wow, cool. Leon gazed at the metallic armor in awe. Jarvis's voice interjected inappropriately, Mr. Stark, the flight function of Mark II still requires more testing. No, Jarvis, sometimes we have to run before we learn to walk slowly, Tony denied repeatedly. It was evident he was eager to soar through the sky. Tony hovered, flipping up his visor, and turned his gaze. Mark II is equipped with a flight stabilizer, palm impact beams, and a series of devices that are 30 years ahead of the world. Now it's your turn, where's your armor? However, Leon did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked around Tony. Constructed entirely of titanium steel powered by a new energy source equipped with the Jarvis system, it is indeed a masterpiece that transcends the era. But then he shifted the conversation. However, this is still far from enough. I remember there was gold among the spare materials, and you didn't use it. That will be a flaw. Tony was puzzled. Why would adding gold to the armor be necessary? That seems pointless. You'll find the answer to this question on my armor in a few minutes. Beep. An electronic sound resonated, and the lights on Leon's wristbands turned red. Then a roar came from the upper level of the garage, accompanied by the sound. Beep. An electronic sound resonated, and the lights on Leon's wristbands turned red. Then a roar came from the upper level of the garage, accompanied by the sound of various things shattering. Tony's expression was strange. It seems like something in my lab broke. What are you doing? Oh, that might be due to a route mishap. Look, it's coming. Suddenly, Leon floated up, arms spread wide in the air. In the next moment, a red and blue oval flying pod spewing flames flew in from outside the garage. Is your armor just a big metal can? That's just, my God, this is. How is that possible? Tony instinctively began to mock, but quickly fell silent. The red and blue flying pod began to disassemble upon entering the garage. Individual components of the steel armor unfolded in midair, spewing flames perfectly aligning with Leon. The pieces of red and blue scales centered around Leon's torso fit together with extraordinary precision. It ultimately formed an armor with a blue base and red accents. The pieces of red and blue scales centered around Leon's torso fit together with extraordinary precision. It ultimately formed an armor. This was truly a work of art made of steel with a streamlined figure that combined both power and beauty. Once assembled, the armor suddenly emitted flames from its feet and back, keeping Leon in a floating state. He pointed to various parts of his body, explaining the new features he had added. My armor is powered by the wristbands. When idle, it serves as a flying pod, providing remote support when needed. Although it currently lacks weapons, there are plenty of spots reserved for adding them. Most importantly, this armor includes a thruster on the back, allowing hands-free combat, or waving to say hello while flying. Besides, there are many other features, such as a new liquid filtration system that allows the user to relieve themselves while flying. Tony, already stunned with his mouth agape, hurriedly interrupted. Wait, that sounds a bit gross. Do you plan to pee while wearing the armor? Isn't that disgusting? Oh, is it? I thought you'd like that feature, Leon said with a feigned innocence. He knew Tony all too well. This liquid filtration system was something that Tony had boasted about in the movies. The reason for interrupting him now was likely that Tony couldn't handle the shock and was nitpicking. Would I like that? Come on, that disgusting and useless feature is an affront to the armor, Tony said earnestly. Leon raised an eyebrow. Well, regardless, I won this challenge, right? He counted on his fingers. Your armor has fewer functions than mine, is less convenient to wear, and there's so much disparity. So no, Leon, you are mistaken about something. Tony quickly began to clarify. What is armor? It is a weapon. Its primary function is combat. Having so many extra capabilities is a waste of time. So, Leon gestured for Tony to continue. So when comparing armor, the most important aspect is to compare their performance, such as speed, environmental adaptability, and strength. I have no objections. How should we compare? Leon thought for a moment and came up with a plan. I suggest we fly up together and see who flies faster and farther. Tony snapped his fingers. I was thinking the same thing. All right, let's head outside and have Jarvis call the start then. Leon increased the thrust power and flew out. Oh, Leon, are you planning to compete with me in your armor? Tony felt something was off. How else would we? Leon came to a stop. What I mean is, you can fly by yourself, right? What if your armor isn't fast enough, yet you fly faster than me? How do you account for that? Tony finally remembered that Lion's own speed was several times that of the iron armor. Am I the kind of person you wouldn't cheat, but didn't you knock me out 2 days ago? All right, then I'll step out of the armor, Jarvis. Wait, Jarvis will be in control. Are you saying this armor can operate autonomously? Tony hadn't researched. How about that? My armor is impressive, right? It's quite. I mean, it's a nice concept, but I thought of that before too. Just didn't have enough time. You really are something, Tony. All right, Jarvis, are you ready? We're about to start the competition. Tony somewhat sheepishly changed the subject. All right, Mr. Stark, I will start the countdown in 3 seconds. I've been ready for a long time. Jarvis issued the command, prepare, 3, 2, 1, go. Both armors ignited their thrusters, simultaneously taking off at full power, shooting into the sky, their long tail flames streaking across the horizon. Lion gazed at the clouds where the two had vanished and couldn't help but comment. Honestly, both armors are quite slow. Indeed, for me, armor serves no other purpose than nostalgia. Then he twisted his collar, his biofield spreading, charging into the sky like a meteor in reverse. Oh wow. Tony accelerated further in the sky, experiencing a freedom in flight like never before. For millions of years, the sky has towered over humanity. To soar into the sky and conquer it is a desire ingrained in human genes. No wonder so many have attempted to fly throughout history. This feeling is simply amazing. Tony, bursting with excitement, felt like the invincible mechanical king at that moment. Jarvis's Lion's armor already far behind me. He felt the answer was affirmative. Yet Jarvis was always so merciless. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but regrettably you have been left 3 streets behind by the mech controlled by my subroutine. What? Tony was stunned. That's impossible. Sorry, the fact is the distance between you and Master Lion's armor has already widened to 700 meters. Tony looked up, but the layers of clouds obscured his view of what lay above. This must be a mistake. Accelerate, Jarvis, full throttle. The Mark II erupted with greater thrust, pushing through the clouds, rising against the current. However, minutes later, Tony still could not see Lion's armor, not even a trace of exhaust. Damn it, how is it so fast? Because Master Lion is using a more coordinated motion system, reducing the armor's weight, thus improving both acceleration and maximum speed. Jarvis reported. All right, I somewhat admit that kid is a genius, but I cannot lose this competition. Jarvis use overpowered thrust. Sir, I must remind you that continuing upwards may cause the armor to freeze due to excessively low temperatures. Just do as I say, keep flying. A few minutes later, Tony vaguely saw the tail flames of Lion's armor. Yes, that's a catch up to it, then surpass it dramatically. Sir, the outer layer of the armor has already been frosted, and continuing to fly may damage components. Forget about it, keep accelerating. Tony was now filled with fervor, his competitive spirit fully ignited. In a heated comic, he would definitely go wild, and then surpass Lion's armor, achieving a comeback. Unfortunately, the physical rules of the Marvel Universe wouldn't yield to such reasons. Only those with tragic backgrounds in Marvel can ignore physics and make miraculous comebacks. As the altitude continued to rise, layers of frost began to cover the Mark II's exterior, rapidly spreading and thickening. The armor's acceleration started to decline. Jarvis didn't have time to warn him. In the next moment, the Mark II suddenly shut down. All electrical circuits within the armor froze, cutting off power in an instant. Wait, what's happening? Tony's upright form lost balance, plummeting like a flailing frog. Jarvis, open the wings. Tony realized the armor was frozen and unresponsive, trying to call out to Jarvis. But due to a short circuit, the intelligence system had already ceased functioning. The speed of the falling armor increased, gravity mercilessly exerting its power at that moment. Not good, Lion. Lion, save me. Tony cried out in panic. In the next second, no problem, Tony. Lion appeared instantly before the Mark II, catching it mid-fall, halting its descent. This damned sense of security is just too damned. Tony, still shaken, said, Oh my God, that was close. Thanks, Lion, though I know you were just watching me make a fool of myself down there. Don't say that. I actually wanted to see if you could remain calm and turn the situation around. You'd better think that way. Tony took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Huff. On the other side, Jarvis piloted Lion's armor down. Sir, I'm relieved you're all right. That was truly perilous. Jarvis expressed concern in a mechanical voice. Lion continued to hold up Tony, saying, All right, the competition is over now. Let's head back. Tony had no objections. On the way back, he suddenly asked, The gold you mentioned, is it used to solve the high-altitude freezing problem? Exactly. Incorporating gold material allows the armor to continue functioning in extreme environments. Tony fell silent. Back in the underground garage, with the help of the intelligent arm, he took off the armor. Lion, you won, he said, sitting down somewhat dejectedly. Yes, I won, Lion said with a cheerful smile. He sat down next to Tony, saying, However, you also won, Tony. He explained to Tony's puzzled gaze. You taught me how to create the iron armor, which is why I could make it. Just like if you were to teach other mechanical engineering professors these skills, would they really be unable to learn? Of course they could learn, and due to everyone's different thoughts, they might even create armors with more features. The most difficult thing in this world has never been learning and extending knowledge, but creating from scratch. Tony, and you are the one who created it. Without you, perhaps 20 years from now, no one would be able to create a miniature arc reactor or the iron. Me winning against you this time is just slightly perfecting what you didn't have time to improve. Do you really think you can't do these things, Tony? Tony immediately shook his head. Of course not. It's just, well, give me some time and I can do it too. Look, Lion patted Tony on the shoulder. Tony, you just lack a little time. I just saved that time by using my super brain. Tony's earlier frustration gradually faded, and he looked at Lion with a complex expression. Lion, you really have changed. Did you just realize that? I've become like a little superhero. How could I still be the same as before? No, I mean you've grown up. Sorry, I can't tell if you're insulting me or complimenting me right now. I'm definitely complimenting you. All right, Tony, I must say you've grown up since returning from Afghanistan. After all, you never used to. Stop. Why did you suddenly start twisting your words to insult me? Look, what did I just say? You won again. Oh, this damned competitive spirit of adolescence. You really should hurry and go to Columbia instead of staying at home bothering me all day. Look at you, Tony, you're getting anxious again. Get lost. Get as far away from me as possible. All right, I'm leaving smoothly now. Lion picked up his armor and dashed away without a trace. That kid. Tony shook his head helplessly, thought for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Truly remarkable. Several days later, a rainy day, dark clouds churned across the sky and a fine drizzle pockmarked the sea beyond Stark Manor's cliffs like a honeycomb. The underground garage. Leon wore a form-fitting sensor suit, circular metallic plates adhering to key points on his body, each connected by thin wires to a massive machine. Are you certain this iron block can truly measure my strength? Leon flexed his wrists. Today was the day he'd agreed with Tony to test both his physical power and newly awakened abilities. So at first light, when the sun strained through fissures in the unbroken cloud cover, Tony dragged him from bed brimming with excitement. After washing up and breakfast, they descended to the underground garage. Against the seaward wall stood a 3-meter diameter iron disc bolted firmly into place. This was the strength testing apparatus. Why do you phrase facts as questions? Tony said, radiating unwavering confidence. He explained, 6 months ago after you left for space, I sensed this moment would come, so I built this strength tester here in advance. Most of its material is a tungsten alloy I specially synthesized, extremely high melting point density and wear resistance. Even a 1,000,000-ton weight would not deform it, and impact exceeding 10,000 tons could not breach it. The alloy I developed during its construction would surpass any contemporary naval-grade material, even if used to build warships. So rest easy. I guarantee it won't be damaged by you. Tony stood before the control console. Tony, Leon replied skeptically, your current air of confidence is eerily identical to how you looked just days ago, before our sparring match. Tony paused, momentarily flustered. That's entirely different. Just stand before the tester and strike with full force. The rest is my responsibility. No, it's unsafe. Leon insisted. At least suit up first. Tony slapped his forehead. I'm over 10 meters away. How is that unsafe? Since when did you grow so arrogant? Leon repeated, firm. Suit up. Fine, I'll suit up. Tony raised his hands. Anything to ease our little princess's worries. Red light flared from the bracelets on his wrists. Seconds later, a crimson and gold flight pod soared in through the garage entrance and rapidly reconfigured into armor encasing Tony. Mark III, the newest suit Tony had built in recent days, directly replicating Leon's biometric and combat data. Aside from its power source, not derived from the new element, this armor possessed nearly identical functionality to the cinematic Mark VII. Recall, Mark VII debuted only in Phase 1 of the Avengers Initiative, a marvel of engineering astonishingly potent. Note, Leon assisted in assembly accelerating completion. Additional note, Tony deliberately omitted the liquid circulation system, demonstrating the omission openly before Leon. He no doubt imagined future regret, an eventual surrender to the inevitable truth of its necessity. Now satisfied, Tony stretched his limbs and gestured theatrically. I eagerly await your performance. Leon rolled his eyes. This old man even stole his lines. Let's hope your tester is as unyielding as your tongue. Standing before the obsidian black apparatus, Leon drew a deep breath. Suddenly, the very air in the basement coiled into swirling winds. Tony, witnessing such raw atmospheric distortion for the first time, gaped as papers scattered wildly around him. Then he saw Leon crouch low, muscles swelling like master-carved stone. Something feels deeply off. Tony stared dazed as Leon let out a guttural cry and launched his fist forward, whereupon the entire garage convulsed as if the world itself had overturned. Boom. A deafening detonation, like a missile exploding inches from his ear, engulfed Tony's senses. Every visible surface fractured, dust choked the air. A sudden gale hurled Tony backward. Chairs and desks slammed into him, threatening to sweep him helplessly into the maelstrom. Only Jarvis's instantaneous activation of the armor's thrusters saved him from vanishing into oblivion. Fortunately, the cataclysm subsided swiftly. Within seconds, the apocalyptic tremors ceased. Thick dust hung motionless, reducing visibility to near zero. Cough, cough, cough. What just happened? Tony deactivated the thrusters and landed unsteadily, staggering several steps. Then, faint but unmistakable, he heard Leon exhale. Ho! Another gust rose, but gentler now, lifting debris and clearing smoke from the air. Vision returned sharp and terrible. Tony's mind went blank. His minimalist basement, once sleek and pristine, now resembled a war-torn ruin from Syria, shattered skeletal barely standing. Every fixture, glass panes, machinery, lighting, had vanished. So too had the dozen limited-edition supercars once parked neatly in the garage. Even the supposedly indestructible tester, mounted on the wall he believed impervious to all force, was gone, leaving only a gaping void. Beyond it, rain blurred the distant sea. My God! Later that afternoon, on a grassy field outside Los Angeles, Leon and Tony stood once more, brothers in spirit, if not blood. Rain fell steadily. Leon's shirt sleeve tapped rhythmically on a massive circular iron disc. You swore this block could withstand my strength. Yet I hadn't even exerted half my power, and it warped from flat to convex. Worse, it plunged into the ocean, forcing me to dive deep to retrieve it. Enough, Leon. Tony stood 50 meters away, clad in iron armor, calibrating data on a tablet while replying via radio. Even God couldn't have predicted such absurd strength. Who knew 6 months under the sun would trigger exponential growth? So vast, so sudden. Recall those 3 months you spent sunbathing in Los Angeles last year, 90-odd days, yet gained only 400 tons of strength. Jarvis and I modeled your progression from that data. We projected post-return strength between 1 and 5,000 tons, and speed capped below Mach 5. Who could foresee this? And consider Smallville. Clark Kent didn't fly until high school, after over a decade under the sun. Leon paused mid-tap, adjusting his earpiece. You watched Smallville? I thought it was well done, capturing Superman's inner journey with remarkable nuance. Though you probably missed the latter seasons, where his feats become utterly extraordinary. Tony countered. Still, nothing compares to your rate of ascension. Perhaps because I'm fully matured, or because solar exposure in space is vastly more efficient. Leon mused. He struck the disc again with decisive force. There, we've restored it to its original shape. Now, how do we proceed with testing? Currently, there is no testing tool capable of fully withstanding your full-force punch. We need to adopt a different method using multidimensional data to estimate the approximate values. Tony always has flexible solutions. What do you want me to do? Leon asked. You should exert force in the air. It shouldn't affect your state, right? It won't affect me. Ooh, I have a biopower field. Tony adjusted all the instruments and spoke through the radio. Then you should fly up and push down on that tester like Superman pushing an asteroid. Although this won't test your punching power, it will test your pushing strength. Later we will test your punching speed so that Jarvis can combine the data and estimate your punching force. Alright. Leon soared into the air, flipping upside down in the sky and placing his hands on the iron block. I'm about to exert force. Remember to use your maximum strength. Of course. Leon focused, his muscles swelling as he pushed down with all his might. Tony quickly reacted. In almost an instant, the numbers on the screen jumped to 9 digits, startling him. The data continued to soar until Leon let out a roar far away, at which point it stopped increasing and began to fluctuate. That's enough. Tony's voice trembled slightly. Huff. Leon exhaled. What is my thrust? 370 million kilograms, which is 37 tons. Jarvis predicts that your single-arm strength should be between 14 and 19 tons. So high. Leon was also taken aback. This value was indeed impressive. The Steel Superman, who had just debuted in the DC movie, was set to have a power of only 800,000 tons. Although it was his first appearance, and he hadn't fully developed yet, he had still been basking in the sun for over 20 years. Leon had only been exposed for a little over half a year. Moreover, such strength was basically enough for him to dominate on Earth. However, it's still not enough. Leon clenched his fist. Earth is just a small pond. There are many giants outside the pond. I have a long way to go and must continue to find ways to grow stronger. Tony on the other side listened to Leon's ramblings and directly rolled his eyes. He was so disheartened by this wave of modesty that he had no mood to refute and simply operated the computer to begin the next test. Next is the punching speed test. Use the highest speed you can handle while attacking. Let me think. I usually use the biopower field to protect the surrounding environment when I punch, so I will use the fastest punching speed that the biopower field can bear under full power. He stood on the iron block and once again prepared to exert force. He contracted his waist, twisted his hips, and threw a punch. A standard straight punch. The combat skills he learned a few days ago allowed Leon to maximize his strength. However, this punch was just a feint without the addition of the massive force of tons. Beep. Tony was still watching Leon from afar. In his eyes, Leon hadn't moved at all. Yet suddenly a value on his computer jumped out without any warning. 10,769 meters per second, nearly 32 Mach. Is this your maximum speed when exerting force? Tony leaned on the table, staring intently at the screen. Leon thought Tony shared his opinion, believing that this speed was too slow. It's somewhat slow. Actually, I can go faster. However, if I exceed this speed while exerting full force, my biopower field will be breached, affecting the surrounding environment. Just like this morning in the garage. Tony clicked his tongue. You can actually go faster. This is simply divine. Divine. A deity is just like that. It's still far from enough. Once I become stronger, my biopower field will also strengthen, and this punching speed can still increase. Not enough. Tony found it hard to believe. Do you know how powerful it would be to throw a punch of over 100,000 tons at this speed? About. Like a small meteor falling to Earth. Tony rubbed his face with both hands. That's about right. Jarvis, tell him the specific value. Yes, sir. Young Master Leon, based on model calculations. At an instantaneous acceleration of 31 Mach, your full-force single-arm punch can unleash over 15 trillion newtons of impact force in 1 second, equivalent to the simultaneous explosion of 240 Hiroshima atomic bombs. At this moment, Tony heavily slapped the table. That's equivalent to 360,000 tons of TNT. Moreover, this does not account for the factor that your punching surface area is small, leading to greater pressure. Jarvis added, Indeed, young Master Leon, you are currently a walking hydrogen bomb. You also possess unlimited firepower. Tony took a deep breath, feeling extremely excited. Who would have thought that this little brother who quarreled with him every day would hide such immense power? Do you still think your strength isn't enough? I don't understand why you are so eager to grow stronger. Is it because I didn't protect you well enough when we were kids? No, Tony, you certainly treated me well, even hanging me around your neck while chasing girls. But there are many reasons behind it. Leon thought for a moment and realized that Tony's statement wasn't wrong. Wasn't he just yearning to grow stronger because he constantly worried about the Time Management Bureau arresting him during his childhood, which left him psychologically scarred? Having experienced the most helpless anxiety, he understood even more how important it was to hold power. What reason? Because I was too busy chasing girls, so you were jealous and wanted to use super strength to beat me. Tony's mind was somewhat chaotic, and he retorted casually. Then I really should beat you. Leon pressed the communication earpiece. All right, let's move on to the next test. There are still plenty of things to astonish you. In the next hour, Leon conducted thermal ray temperature tests, freezing breath range tests, X-ray tests, flight tests. Tony's exclamations transitioned from utter shock to a state of near exhaustion. From God to bullshit, then to you really should die. It's no wonder Tony felt numb. Leon was just too good at showcasing. 6,000 degrees of high temperature adjustable in power and range was barely usable in his mouth. The freezing breath capable of instantly freezing several kilometers of land, he claimed, was still far from adequate. The X-ray vision capable of seeing the entire globe was said by him to be unable to see through lead, deemed defective and better off unused. Even super hearing could be dismissed with a remark that it was too noisy and not very useful. After a series of tests, Tony had no other thoughts but to want to give Leon a good kick in the face with his size 42 shoe. And then, what is the next testing ability? Tony sat slumped in his chair, his eyes dull, one hand weakly sliding the mouse. The next ability. That's it, I've finished testing, Tony. Lion shrugged his shoulders. Finished testing. Tony perked up as if he had heard good news, straightening his back. He enlarged the chart on the computer. I thought you could give me a whole page of abilities. A whole page? That's a bit exaggerated. No way that's possible. Lion flew towards Tony. Why is it impossible? Tony exclaimed dramatically. I remember you saying that you possess all the abilities of Superman. I thought you would showcase abilities like the time reversal from Superman 1, or using heat vision to heal wounds, and so on. Lion landed in front of Tony. Don't joke around. How could I possibly have abilities like that? You said it. You have all the abilities that Superman has. Tony emphasized. I still remember the earnest expression you had when you said that in the garage. Lion was left speechless. He was hit by his own boomerang. After all, in this world, there hasn't been a Superman like Henry Cavill's portrayal. Other cinematic superheroes are far more powerful than Henry's. So in his heart, he was actually comparing to Henry's portrayal. Lion sighed. Alright, I take that back. I actually only possess the abilities of Kryptonians. Superman is so strong because he is the main character in the comic. His Kryptonian kin aren't nearly as powerful as he is. And I am no different. Lion walked over to the computer to check the records. Don't be fooled by how quickly my strength is increasing right now. I estimate that at this level I'm already nearing my limit. Tony found this to be a very interesting topic. Oh really? That makes sense. Our reproducing species shouldn't possess the ability for infinite evolution. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe we can conduct a simple experiment, create a model to estimate your growth curve in the future. That's exactly what I want to do, Lion readily agreed. But you'll have to help me with the subsequent tests. I have no problem with that. Tony took charge. Lion smiled and patted Tony's shoulder. Thanks, Tony. But for now it seems we need to head back. There's a basement at home waiting for us to fix. Damn it, you shouldn't have brought up that basement. I'm already picturing Pepper's angry face. Tony looked up at the sky where countless raindrops continuously fell. Hey, race the deal, you take care of Pepper and he'll handle the basement. I don't really like this deal, but it's a deal. Night fell. Lion used his biokinetic field combined with heat vision and ice breath to solidify the last part of the rebuilt wall. He casually wiped the cement from his palm onto his jumpsuit. Huff. Done. He leaned against the wall surveying the area, quite satisfied with his achievements for the night. The battle-damaged basement was now completely transformed. Even the spray paint had been redone. One could say that the productivity of superpowers is indeed high. After confirming there were no issues, Lion walked upstairs. He reached the yard, casually took off his jeans, and plunged into the pool. After swimming back and forth dozens of times, he emerged from the water, tossing his hair back, leaning on the edge of the pool, while gazing at the starry sky. The summer night's pool was misty, and the sound of waves crashing brought a sense of peace. Beads of water streamed down Lion's body, flowing down his chest, accentuating every muscle line. Exhausted, huh? Congratulations, you've been promoted to the decorator of the Stark household. From now on, we won't have to worry about renovations at home anymore. Tony's voice suddenly appeared from behind. Lion did not turn around, just this once. If you break something at home, next time, Tony, you'll have to fix it yourself. Tony handed over a glass of red wine. The next time you'll have to face Pepper. She just left and has been nagging, saying that I only cause destruction at home and urging me to get back to work at the company. She's not wrong, you really should go to work, Tony. Lion chuckled. What kind of company president stays home all the time without showing up at the office? Such a company would inevitably face losses and go bankrupt. Tony swirled the wine. Maybe I happen to have such a president beside me. Oh please, you'll soon find a successor, it's not like you. Lion also took a hearty sip from his glass. The conversation between the two ended here. The pool quieted down with only the sounds of the night breeze and flowing water echoing. After a while, Tony unexpectedly jumped into the water with a splash. After swimming a few laps, he paused beside Lion, slightly out of breath, and looked up at the starry sky like him. Lion. Tony suddenly spoke, but then fell silent for a long time. What is it? Just say what you want to say directly. Why are you being so coy? Lion saw through Tony's little thoughts in an instant. Tony shrugged. I just think that maybe the two of you as brothers should have a good talk. Why the sudden urge to talk? What is this? Tony's unexpected concern. Did I scare you today? Tony nodded. You did scare me, but not completely. I just never expected your power to become so outrageous as displayed today. He paused, taking a sip of wine as he continued. That surpasses the limits of what the mundane can comprehend. The power of a single punch is equivalent to 3.6 million tons of TNT. There's no one in this world who can stop you from doing anything. Not even me. Tony exclaimed in awe. He looked at Lion's sculpted physique. You are too strong. If anyone else had participated in today's test, they might have had trouble sleeping tonight out of fear. Would you? Lion asked directly. Of course not. I am your most beloved older brother. I'm the brother who took you to the prom to see beautiful girls even after you peed on me when you were 2. How could I possibly worry or be afraid just because you've become stronger? I can only be happy for you. Tony's sincerity was palpable. Lion knew Tony never lied. No one had the right to make him choose to lie. Moreover, in that moment, Tony's tone was incredibly gentle, flowing like water, naturally making one choose to believe. I know, Lion, you have never been someone who uses strength, power, or wealth to do as you please. After all, in these nearly 19 years, you have never utilized that wealth and the adoration of others to do anything wrong. Just like me, Tony reminded himself. So, I want to ask if you have any plans for the future. At that moment, Tony truly resembled a father earnestly advising his son, who was about to step into society, teaching him patiently and guiding him. In his words, one could hear his worry that Lion suddenly grasping power might become imbalanced like a nouveau riche. Even if Lion felt this concern was somewhat belittling, he had to admit that Tony's concern after putting aside his pride was genuinely touching. Tony, concerned that Leon might be offended, even initiated a joke. For example, what if you really became a superhero and saved the world by dragging all the nuclear bombs into outer space to eliminate them? Or perhaps you could find a few more girlfriends and pass down your powerful superhero genes. Come on, tell me you don't look confused at all. You must have your own thoughts. Satisfy my curiosity. Tony coaxed him gently. If I had that ability, I'd take 10 cover girls out in one night and fly out of Earth to see if there are any aliens out there, preferably running into a few alien beauties. Leon chuckled in disbelief, knowing that this was indeed something Tony would do. There probably aren't any beauties among the aliens, just face-hugging creatures waiting for you. He joined in the joke. I'm not quite like you. Oh, I actually don't have that many thoughts. They'll just live the way I always have, just as I did before. I used to be the second heir of Stark Industries, and everywhere I encountered smiles, the whole world offered me kindness. Now I have grown stronger, but that doesn't change anything. I have no reason to do bad things, right? Yes, that's well said, kid. Tony nodded, his eyes filled with pride, as if to say, my child has grown up. Leon took a deep breath. Tony, if you keep looking at me like that, I will definitely hit your butt with the slippers that Pepper just bought. I'm just your brother. Stop trying to treat me like your son, okay? Tony was unwilling. Leon, look at how sensitive you are. Come on, maybe if we clink our glasses it will make you feel like an adult. What you're saying, someone like me isn't an adult. Are you saying you are? Leon clinked glasses with Tony, but didn't fall for the trap in Tony's words. He continued, I haven't finished what I was saying earlier. Although I don't intend to change my daily life, I will start walking a different path. What path? Tony sat up abruptly in the water. The path of pursuing strength. Leon finished his glass of red wine. Is that it? But you're already strong enough. Tony was shocked. This world doesn't have kryptonite, nor does it have anyone you can't defeat. Why still pursue strength? Leon smiled and replied, not now, but there will be in the future. Tony remained non-committal. Then how do you plan to get stronger? Just continue sunbathing. Leon shook his head. Of course I need to sunbathe, but relying solely on that has its limits. So I plan to improve my strength from multiple aspects. They'll learn some magic, practice qigong, and also study scientific knowledge. Then once I have enough knowledge, perhaps I can enhance my physical limits by studying genetics. The moonlight reflected on the water as Leon gently clenched his fist. Studying genetics? Like Captain America's super soldier serum. Tony had a bad premonition. That shouldn't be of any use to you, right? Indeed, it's not useful, but I want to study my own genes. Leon looked at Tony. It's the genes of Kryptonians. Tony paused for a moment, his expression changing. Are you sure you want to do that? Those who study Kryptonian genes in comics often end up creating Doomsday. It was clear that Tony had been reading a lot of DC comics lately and knew about Doomsday. That's a bioweapon of the Kryptonians, only knowing how to kill, bringing destruction to the world, and even Krypton itself couldn't control that power. Tony's expression turned serious. This is neither a smooth road nor a broad avenue. If Kryptonian genes were so easy to study, with all those super geniuses, Kryptonians would have become gods long ago. Leon, perhaps you should reconsider. Genetics may not need to be studied. There are many paths to strength, and I can help you find them. Leon shook his head. I will try other methods, but I won't give up on improving my strength fundamentally through genetics. Tony, feeling troubled, submerged his face in the water. He felt like a parent facing a rebellious teenager, his mind filled with how to persuade him, yet unsure where to. So Leon, have you ever thought about what would happen if you accidentally created Doomsday? Tony guided him. As I said earlier, no one on Earth can stop you. You can do as you please. But if you turn into Doomsday, what would happen to Earth? Is it true that there would be no ending other than destruction? You seem a bit extreme, Leon. Leon stared blankly at Tony, lost in thought. In the original movie, Tony was quite a radical person. He never hesitated to push forward when it was time to be aggressive, and when faced with major decisions, he would stick to his choices. Events like the birth of Ultron and the Civil War of the Avengers were partly due to Tony's overly radical character. Once he made up his mind, he would never turn back. Now this very radical Tony was telling him that he was being a bit extreme. This made Leon start to reflect on whether he was indeed recklessly pursuing power. Alright, I admit that directly studying Kryptonian genes is indeed a bit extreme. After a while, Leon slowly nodded, letting out a sigh of relief from Tony. But the next moment, Leon changed the subject. However, once I get some kryptonite, I will still start this research. Tony's eyes widened. Wait, kryptonite? Does this world have kryptonite? Are you kidding me? Of course not in our world. Leon looked at Tony with a puzzled expression. I meant to go to the DC world to get some kryptonite. Now Tony was confused. To DC? No, are we really going to start discussing what we dream about at night? I'm serious. Leon shook his empty wine glass. I have a feeling that my time-traveling ability should allow me to cross over to the DC world. So once I get the kryptonite, I will leave it in your hands. If I really turn into Doomsday, you deal with me. Tony directly ignored the latter part of Leon's sentence. He was completely bewildered. Let's not talk about kryptonite. Time travel. You have that ability. Is the DC universe actually real? Although theoretically this is indeed possible. Leon had a headache. I remember telling you on my birthday that I awakened my Kryptonian bloodline and time-traveling ability, yet you didn't believe a word. Actually, Tony had never believed that Leon had awakened his Kryptonian bloodline. He thought he had just mutated genes to become stronger by sunbathing. It was only after Leon returned from the universe displaying more and more abilities similar to Superman that Tony started to take it seriously. However, Leon's other ability of time travel, which he had mentioned earlier, had long been forgotten by Tony. I remember now. Tony feigned sudden realization. So you can travel to other worlds? Leon simply ignored Liadang's posturing. The man must have truly forgotten. My God, you are a prodigy. Parallel world theory, or even the notion of alternate realms has just been proved by you. Tony, startled, quickly shifted to sincere entreaty. When you traverse worlds, you must take me along to experience it. And, if there is any kryptonite, you have to bring me too. Tony knew he could no longer persuade Leon, so he opted to join him. At least when it turns you into an ordinary man, I can take the chance to kick you a couple of times. Leon, accustomed to this awkward kind of concern, thought for a moment and did not refuse outright. We will see when the time comes. Enough. Let us leave the subject of pursuing power for now. Seeing that Tony still wanted to say more, Leon changed the subject. Let us go back to the room first. Later we will talk about what I mentioned before, those things I have long wished to do. Half an hour later, Leon and Tony sat around the laboratory workbench. Tony, wrapped in a bathrobe, listened as Leon spoke, his expression growing increasingly grave. There are only 3 things I wish to accomplish on this return, Leon said, raising his fingers as if listing 3 lives to be taken. The first, eliminate Obadiah. That objective is already done. I've been warning you that he was problematic, and this time that was proven true. The second, deal with the Ten-Ring gang. They kidnapped you, so I will help you destroy them. I begin tomorrow. The third, investigate the truth behind our parents' deaths. When he mentioned the third, Tony could not remain still. The truth? What truth? Weren't they killed in an accidental car crash? Leon could not directly say. He already knew the murderer was Winter Soldier Baji. There was no evidence for that, and he could produce no proof. Moreover, his target was not merely Baji alone. Only when the whole of Jatush was considered did it warrant him displaying his full strength. I have always harbored doubts. Leon clasped his hands and rested his chin on them, his tone heavy. I wondered, if it were truly an accident, why did the most fragile among us survive while they died? Leon, that's because the car caught fire, and they could not escape. You were thrown clear, and there were 2 folds of cloth wrapped around your neck like a swaddling. At that moment, Tony's thoughts became unexpectedly lucid. But deep down he felt a surge of longing, almost eager to accept everything Leon said. Perhaps he had longed to hear someone say your parents' deaths were not accidental. 18 years ago, when that couple died, he had been away and quarreling with Hugh Wade. When he received the news of their death, he had thought he would return to Louis Shanji later. His father's face had been intolerable. Only when someone handed him the envelope bearing the death notice did the reality sink in. He suddenly understood that something had been taken from him forever. He so wanted to vent. He harbored boundless anger at himself, even at the notice of death itself. Over the years, Tony accepted the fact of his parents' deaths and developed a peculiar habit of never taking anything from another's hand. Yet in his heart, perhaps there had always been a hunger for someone to tell him their deaths were not an accident. Then he might rightfully go and hunt down the murderer for vengeance. Beneath the playboy facade lay anger at his former self that yearned to be unleashed. All the more reason Tony knew that everything must be investigated thoroughly so that the innocent would not be harmed. In the cave in Afuhin, he had learned more than just armor. He had learned respect for life. On the surface it looks that way, but there is another possibility. Leon fixed his eyes on Tony. That baby should have died. The cloth wrapped around his neck would have suffocated him. But the murderer who staged the scene and left did not know that the child carried a Kryptonian bloodline within him. Leon had once been puzzled why he had survived that accident. A controlled Winter Soldier would not have shown consideration for the elderly or young unless he had somehow slipped. Yet such a killing machine would rarely err. Only when his Kryptonian bloodline awakened did Leon realize the life that saved him was not the Winter Soldier's mistake, but the power hidden in his own veins. Though not fully awakened, it granted him a more tenacious vitality that carried him through the disaster. Liang's words struck Tuoni like lightning tearing through his mind. You mean? His head thundered. Liang paid no mind to Tuoni's agitation and continued, when I was young I also thought this conjecture baseless. All the official findings affirmed it was an accident. Why should I entertain such wild suspicion? But after my abilities awakened, I began to suspect that my intuition might have been right, that what I had sensed subconsciously was the truth. Those memories of the accident, though my immature mind did not record them clearly, still left traces in my That was true. After awakening his extraordinary brain, Liang possessed faint, foggy impressions of events from before his first year, though not clear images. Human memory is a curious thing. The brain relies on neurons passing along excitation to etch scenes into the stores of recollection. Before the age of 1, Liang's brain had been very immature, neurons were not fully developed, and could not imprint complete memories. So even with his supercharged mind, he could not recover memories that had never been concretely formed. Only fleeting visions and fragments flashed across his consciousness. Yet these are merely physical explanations. In a world like this where mysteries and strange powers exist, perhaps tomorrow or someday in the future Liang might reclaim every memory from before his first year. Suddenly his tone changed. Since I returned, I have not ceased pursuing this matter. I have discovered the truth, Tuoni. Is that true? Tuoni sprang up, his pupils widening as astonishment and anger mingled on his face. Liang's voice did not waver. My super hearing tracked them down. The killers belonged to them. Who are they? Tuoni now believed him wholly. His voice was as cold as a blade. Jutush. Liang finally gave the name. Impossible. Jutush has been destroyed. That belongs to history. Tuoni protested instinctively. He trusted Liang's words, yet found them hard to accept. They were destroyed, but only temporarily. Jutush cuts off 1 head, and 2 grow back. They have risen again. Liang went on, spoiling no details. I have gone through many classified files these past days. I discovered that behind many major international organizations there exists a hidden body unknown to the public and answering to the International Security Council. They call themselves the Guotu Zhangyue, Fangyu Gongji Yu Hochin Baozhangju. I shorten it to Shindunju, the Shinden Bureau, headquartered in Nyoyu. This organization's precursor was the Strategic Science Corps our father co-founded with others. In the post-war paperclip program, they absorbed talents left behind when Jutush was destroyed in Germany. Those talents never abandoned their loyalty to Jutush. Tuoni could already guess the rest. So these people infiltrated Shindunju from within and resurrected Jutush. Liang nodded. Exactly. The reason Jutush tried to assassinate our father was because they wanted to infiltrate Shindunju, and our father, one of Shindunju's leaders, stood in their way. Tuoni slowly sat back down, pressing his lips together. How many Jutush operatives remain within Shindunju now? Does the director know? The next words made him leap up again. Shindunju has tens of thousands of people. The vast majority are Jutush. The former director was Jutush. The current director is not, but he is more Jutush than Jutush themselves. What? Tuoni cried out. So this organization is essentially subordinate to Jutush. That can't be said like that. Lion pointed to his ear. From the intelligence I've gathered over the past few days, the key figures currently holding power in S, H, I, E, L, D are not problematic for now. The Hydra members are merely the backbone and elites. Just the backbone and elites. Tony felt a wave of speechlessness. What's the difference from having them all? The organization created by my father is just being handed over to the enemy by those fools. No, Lion, it is our responsibility to resolve the issues left by the old man. We must destroy this organization. He paced back and forth by the workbench. I agree. Lion had no objections. Anyway, I can't stand this organization that has no strength yet fantasizes about being the savior. Moreover, this aligns with my revenge plan. Lion waved at the holographic projector projecting an image of Nick Fury, the current director of S, H, I, E, L, D, has a strong desire for control and wants to handle the world's security issues himself. He does sound a lot like Hydra. Wait, why isn't he one of them? Tony asked. I don't know, perhaps his predecessor worried that he would threaten his position if he joined the organization. Lion waved his hand again, and a file popped up on the screen. This is the list of Hydra members within S, H, I, E, L, D, that I've organized and packaged with evidence and identities included. Afterward, Tony, you need to find a way to send this document to Nick Fury, letting them create chaos internally first. Remember not to let Jarvis send it alone. They could trace it back to us. Then when the chaos reaches a certain point, we can release these documents to completely expose Hydra. By then the whole world will spontaneously stand against Hydra. We can take the opportunity to uncover the truth behind my parents' deaths. We must have evidence and know who the murderer is. Lion revealed a not-so-friendly smile, and I will showcase my power to the world during this process. How will you showcase it? Tony was taken aback. Force them to use weapons of mass destruction, intercontinental missiles, hydrogen bombs. Anything. Then he'll go and physically withstand a missile strike and punch down one of their military bases. Lion poured himself a glass of water. This way, I demonstrate both defensive and offensive capabilities and show that I will not hold back when I strike. I believe that after that, even if I walk around the house in a superhero costume, no one will dare to provoke me. Tony imagined the scene of Lion being bombarded by missiles and opened his mouth. Isn't that a bit? Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to seek death. I will act only when I am confident. Besides, if I can't withstand a missile, can't I just dodge? Lion said, taking a box from behind him. I still need to become stronger. I'm not preparing to die. Tony, take a look. This is the uniform I made. How does it look? He opened the box and took out a superhero costume in interwoven gold, blue, and red. This costume does not have the traditional underwear one on the outside style. It is entirely dark blue with a golden inverted pentagon embedded with an S symbol on the chest and a red cape fixed at the shoulders. This superhero suit is made from Kevlar fibers. It is bulletproof, soft, and most importantly, very stylish. Even though Tony felt heavy-hearted, he couldn't help but comment, "It looks good. I have to be thankful that you didn't wear underwear on the outside. And that S, I remember, it means hope, right? No, it now stands for Stark, the initial of my last name." Lion flicked the S. "Starting tomorrow, I will wear this uniform to Afghanistan to eliminate the 10 rings. From now on, I will be a superhero. You seem to have forgotten about me. I will also go," Tony said, seriously grabbing Lion. "This is my own trouble. I must solve it myself. But you still have to execute our earlier plan." Lion pointed at the projection. "I think you must be very eager to uncover the truth." Tony shook his head, "But that doesn't prevent me from investigating the truth while dealing with some despicable thugs 10,000 kilometers away." Tony had been keeping an eye on the 10 rings these past few days. Those guys have a significant influence from Afghanistan to the Middle East. Within their territory, ordinary people face oppression and plunder every day. Even if Lion didn't mention it today, Tony would soon choose to step in and dismantle this gang. All right then, but we must remain cautious about SHIELD. In the early stages, we should try not to be traced back to us, as that would mean a lot of trouble. Listening to you. Tony looked at Nick Fury's face on the projection and asked again, "But I'm curious, you should be able to locate Hydra's base, right? Why not take direct action?" Lion shook his head. "The upper echelons of Hydra hold prominent positions in various countries. Those bases belong to them. If I take direct action, I might be manipulated by public opinion, labeled as a dictator, or accused of inciting war. Although I'm not afraid of, after all, even in the face of such situations, I would only have to take action a few more. But if I can avoid trouble just by using my brain, why wait until trouble comes knocking and then be forced to Tony nodded in agreement. "I knew you were a man who doesn't like to be passive, just like me." Lion ignored his banter. "The reason I want to showcase my strength to the world is also for this reason. After all, I can't avoid using superpowers forever. There will come a day when my identity is discovered. And once my identity is exposed, the first thing that various forces will do is test me. However, if others begin to test me, revealing their intentions of invasion, can I still hold back? But if I directly attack the other party, whether to maintain their authority or to avenge their own people, will not let it go easily. In the end, the conclusion might be that I have to eliminate most of the armed forces in the world to return to a peaceful daily life. Since that's the case, I might as well plan to create a global public enemy, directly showcasing a power that can instill fear in them in front of the global forces." Tony couldn't help but clap. "That's a good idea. You've made the right choice, Lion. Thank you for the compliment. I just don't like being disturbed in my normal life." Lion put away the uniform. "That's all I need to do. Well, I've laid everything out for you, so now you can finally rest assured, Tony." Tony smiled. "I wasn't worried at all. By the way, can I ask why you want to dress up as a superhero looking like a pajama baby? Forgive my bluntness. Do you want to be a superhero?" "No, I just like Superman. However, I won't become a righteous hero like him." Lion left with the box. "Maybe you'll be a good man who helps those in need, but specifically doing good deeds and saving the world." "Forget it." Tony shook his head behind him. "That's really a pity. I already thought of a name for our superhero duo, the Super Iron Brothers. What do you think?" "I think it's very childish." Lion's voice faded in the hallway. "It sounds like two kindergarten babies." A new day dawned once more. After the rain cleared, sunlight bathed the world as Leon soared toward the battlefield. This was his second flight to Afghanistan. Familiar terrain, well-trodden paths. Within minutes, he overtook over a dozen Boeing aircraft. Hovering midair, Leon gazed down upon the azure expanse beneath the clouds. His eyes swept with uncanny precision, more accurate than any radar, as they locked onto target after target. Night had already fallen across Afghanistan. Most 10 Rings bases were tightening security and preparing for rest. Yet some fanatics, unhinged and ruthless, seized the deepening darkness to terrorize civilians. Leon targeted them first. You're first. He spotted 2 armed militants violently kicking at a civilian. He tilted his body and plummeted, silent, swift, inevitable, his biofield enveloping him like the grim herald of death. At impact, he dispersed the field. The earth beneath him fractured outward in radial cracks, emitting a low, resonant thud. The sound startled the 2 militants just as they burst through the door. They whirled around, rifles raised, glaring at Leon's bizarre attire, then cursed and advanced. Dari, are you Iranian or Tajik? Dari, Leon asked in fluent Dari. Over recent days, he had mastered Earth's major official languages. He understood every vile syllable of their Dari curses. Yet they remained unmoved, even thrusting rifle muzzles toward his temple. Leon shook his head. It seems you prefer silence. Then farewell. His hands shot forward, phantom swift, clamping onto their throats before lifting them overhead and snapping vertebrae with quiet finality. 2 sharp cracks echoed, and both militants collapsed lifeless. Leon dropped the bodies and turned to leave, then paused, glancing back at the family huddled inside, frozen in mute terror. A quintessential Pashtun household. The elderly father wore a thick, grizzled beard. His sunken eyes stared from sallow, cracked skin. The mother and her 2 daughters wore long, flowing gowns, their brown and orange hues emblematic of traditional Pashtun dress. Trembling, speechless, they stared at Leon in abject fear, pressing their daughters' heads deep into their chests. You need not fear the consequences of these men's deaths here. Rest easy, Leon said in Pashto, Afghanistan's official language. It is late. Return to sleep. By dawn, all nearby terrorist cells will be gone. He turned, floating upward, eyes scanning, locking onto the next target. Pleased. A child's voice pierced the stillness just as he began to depart. Leon turned again. It was the youngest girl in the family. 7 or 8 years old, she trembled under her mother's hand clamped over her mouth, yet wriggled free, wide-eyed and trembling, to ask, Are you Superman? Clad in his self-crafted suit and crimson cape, arriving midair with effortless flight, he bore an unmistakable resemblance. Leon paused, surprised. Hollywood's cultural reach truly knew no bounds. Even here in war-ravaged Afghanistan, a child recognized the legend. Then again, before the Americans arrived years ago, this land had known its own rich tapestry of joy and storytelling. I am not, but you may call me that if it pleases you. He smiled gently at the girl, then reassured her parents, Do not fear. I shall depart shortly, and so too shall the 10 Rings men. So, you've come to help us? She asked boldly now. Like on TV, when you fly and strike down the... Leon held her gaze, then nodded slowly. Yes, I am here to drive away the wicked. They will never harm you again. Wonderful. Superman, you're amazing, she cried, slipping from her mother's grasp and dashing forward to embrace his leg. Leon chuckled softly, landed and knelt, placing a gentle hand atop her tousled hair. What is your name? Shafika. I'm Shafika Mazari. Very well, Shafika. Listen carefully. Return to your room. Now lie down and dream sweetly. When you wake tomorrow morning, every evil thing will have vanished. Agreed. But Shafika did not nod. Her large, luminous eyes held his. Are you leaving now, Superman? Shafika, he replied, not answering her question, tapping her forehead lightly with one finger. Never speak to strangers so freely, and always obey your mother. Then he rose, stepped back, and vanished skyward with a sonic whisper. The entire family rushed into the courtyard, staring upward into the starless night, awestruck beyond words. God protect us. That truly was Superman, the elder father murmured, tracing a blessing gesture in the air. That night hope flickered anew within their hearts. For tomorrow, Leon swiftly eradicated every terrorist actively harassing Afghan civilians. Each intervention followed the same pattern: appear, strike, depart. Each operation lasted less than a second. Total time elapsed under 10 minutes. With foot soldiers neutralized, he turned his attention to the terrorist strongholds. Conventional strategy would begin with smaller outposts, gradually eroding enemy influence before expelling them entirely. Leon chose otherwise. His first destination, the 10 Rings' largest base. High above, his crimson cape billowed fiercely in the stratospheric wind. 70-odd sentries patrolled below. Through Leon's X-ray vision, 4,000 more fighters, deep in slumber, lay exposed within the compound's walls. And there, in a tent near the center, sat Jericho missile Stark's recently developed heavy ordnance capable of leveling an entire mountain with a single salvo. How did Jericho missiles end up here? Tony, you truly aided tyranny. Though Tony now carried profound remorse, Leon couldn't resist the muttered rebuke. He even pulled out his phone. Jarvis, he called. Record everything I see, every detail, then send it to Tony after combat concludes. Especially any Stark munitions encountered, every bolt, every serial number. Today I intend to haunt his conscience until dawn. Understood, Master Leon. Recording has commenced. Jarvis's voice emanated calmly from the device. Leon gave a silent nod and descended. The battle begins. This time he concealed nothing, plummeting like a meteor into the 10 Rings encampment, trailing fire from atmospheric friction. Boom! The deafening impact shook the camp. Alarms shrieked, cries of invasion erupted. Terrorists scrambled into formation. Leon stood at the camp's heart. Each emerging foe felled instantly by searing heat beams. Soon they realized before battle even began half their ranks had already fallen. Some had just been roused from sleep, now confronted with horror, shrieking monster, and fleeing in panic. Those who fled were swiftly cut down by their own comrades. But those who remained fared little better. They dared not show themselves, hiding behind tents, priming grenades, grenade launchers, rocket-propelled grenades, tank shells, and Jericho missiles, determined to obliterate the intruder in one devastating barrage. Leon observed every movement of the terrorists with crystalline clarity. Yet he did not counter at once. He stood motionless, waiting with composed restraint. Soon grenades, rockets, and a volley of explosive ordnance were launched. Leon remained unmoved. A sweep of his heat vision ended each assault in a single exchange. Only when the vehicle-mounted missiles began to ignite did he rise into the sky. Jaiwazi, do we have any satellites overhead? Young Master Leon, an American military satellite, is currently traversing the skies above Afghanistan. Jaiwazi replied instantly and began to analyze. If even a small to medium-scale conflict breaks out, it will immediately start monitoring the area. And 700 meters away, there is a local journalist secretly filming. A reporter. A war correspondent. Leon inclined his head, the golden S on his chest puffing with pride. It seems the audience is in position. The debut of a super being cannot go unnoticed. His gaze swept the terrain, and he quickly located the reporter. The terrorist base was wedged between a cluster of low hills, easy to defend and hard to assault. The man lay prone in a shrub on the mid-slope of one of those hills. He was bundled tightly, his clothing bearing the local ethnic character. The beard that showed through was streaked black and white, evidence of a middle-aged local correspondent rather than a young man. They tended to loathe the Ten Commandments faction all the more and were less afraid of sacrifice. They were a breed of people who risked their lives. They tended to loathe the Ten Commandments faction all the more and were less afraid of sacrifice. They were a breed of people who risked their lives to expose atrocities, hoping to win peace for their homeland. Is that really Superman? The middle-aged reporter had also spotted the figure flying in the distance. A crimson cape trailed behind him, his posture upright, his face as handsome as the Superman in the films. Impossible to forget, yet when one tried to recall the features precisely, they slid away. By every measure, he was Superman in the flesh. Could there truly be a Superman in this world? Had he come to deal with the terrorist camp below? The reporter found it absurd. And yet the footage on his device, Superman standing alone against 1,000 foes, was uncannily real. Whether true or false matters little. If Superman can save this nation, I will devote every coin I have left to support DC and Warner Brothers. The reporter ground his teeth. Suddenly a tiny spark lit the camp. Jets of searing flame burst forth, and 6 vehicle-mounted missiles, each 2 or 3 meters long, shot into the sky. Those are missiles. Oh no. The reporter watched Leon with eyes bulging. Superman, get out of the way, get out of the way. Yet Leon did not fall back. He rushed toward them. Accelerating through the air, he held a phone in one hand and clenched his fist with the other, colliding with the missiles like an arrow meets a bolt. Boom. One missile detonated, and the others exploded in rapid succession. The deafening blasts echoed among the hills, smoke rolled over the landscape, and the flames lit every branch on the trees. The explosive winds bent the surrounding trees one after another. The reporter's headscarf was blown away, revealing a tumble of dry, yellowed hair, standing on end. He stared dazed at the smoke in the sky. His blue eyes reflected the inferno, and worried dread churned in his chest. Under the frontal strike of 6 missiles, no one should survive. To be left intact would be a luxury. But this was Superman. Bullets below had not harmed him, and he had chosen to intercept the missiles himself. What if? As if answering the reporter's hope, a fierce gust rose from the smoke. The wind raged, yet moved without speed, and within seconds it swept the mushroom cloud clean, revealing an unscathed figure. It was Superman. His cape still billowed. He bore not a single wound. Not only unhurt, the missiles had not even singed a trace of gunpowder upon him. Allah above. I knew it. I knew he could do it. The middle-aged reporter leapt to his feet, face flushed with excitement, punching the air as he abandoned all caution about revealing his position. He looked at Superman, and for a moment felt hope swell within him. After so many nights of yearning, no international intervention, yet a miracle had arrived. The terrorists in the camp were as agitated as the reporter. They jumped and shouted, though their cries were, "A monster! That's a monster!" Not long after gunfire erupted amid the chaos, another group of deserters, or those unwilling to be cannon fodder, were shot dead. Leon hovered in the air, a while amusement flickering across his features. Oh, finally they brought out the gel-like missiles. Planning to die together, are they? The gel-like missile had an enormous blast radius. Upon detonation, flames would engulf a tukul. For these terrorists to use gel-like missiles at such close range meant they intended to drag Leon down with. Perfect. I've never seen this marvel of Tuoni's engineering up close. Now I shall experience it first. Jiawezi, don't forget to record this and send it to Tuoni. Ask him how he manages to sleep at night. Very well, young Master Leon. I am recording. Jiawezi was always so considerate. After a few minutes, the terrorists finally got the gel-like missiles ready, rolled them onto the open ground, and successfully ignited them. 3 gel-like missiles were launched at once, emptying the base's stock. They accelerated through the air, and as they closed on the target, disintegrated into dozens or hundreds of small warheads, sealing every route of escape. It was an all-encompassing, blind spot bombardment. Tuoni's invention was indeed top tier. No wonder it's Tuoni's latest masterpiece, Leon conceded. Suddenly, he glanced toward the reporter on the hillside. I must step away for a moment. With that, he vanished into the ring of missiles. Time was short. He flickered beside the reporter, plucked him from the shrubs, and in the blink of an eye, placed him down on another hill 3 kilometers away before returning to the center of the missiles. Don't worry, I'm back. It shouldn't be too late, right? Leon muttered to himself as the missiles drew nearer. Gel-like missiles moved with terrifying speed. They were designed for rapid, indiscriminate strikes. Almost the instant Leon resumed his position, the missile swarm began to focus in. Leon did not want his carefully crafted uniform to be singed, so he unleashed a rapid succession of blows. Countless afterimages of fists appeared in all directions, as if countless hands had sprouted from his body. In a heartbeat, every missile was detonated simultaneously. Boom. An explosion more violent and ferocious than before erupted. A sound tore the heavens, flames shot skyward, and smoke cloaked thousands of meters. The shockwave spread at the instant of blast, shattering trees and mountain faces before swallowing them whole. 3 kilometers away, the reporter felt his vision blur, and the world rearranged. The shockwave hurled him to the ground. He rolled across the soil, stumbling to his feet, clutching a tangled mess of clothing, staring dumbly at the mushroom cloud that seemed to reach the heavens. The heat was so intense that even at that distance he could feel it scorch. What kind of missile is that? How could it be so terrifying? He repeated the thought in a daze. He still remembered seeing the missiles disassemble midair into dozens of smaller warheads. Such weaponry was virtually unstoppable. If used against a nation's defensive forces, the catastrophe for the defenders would be unimaginable. Such weaponry was virtually unstoppable. If used against... The reporter pressed himself weakly against a tree, staring at the mushroom cloud. He knew I was hiding there, so he saved me. What a good man. Wait, could he have gone back to deal with the missiles? A gust scattered the mushroom cloud the next instant and revealed Superman's silhouette, once more confirming the reporter's guess. My God, he is simply divine. The reporter marveled as he watched Superman unmarked and intact. The figure hovered silently in the high sky for a long while. Below, the vast sea of flames that once engulfed the mountains had been extinguished by him. Only scattered embers now flickered faintly, as sparse as stars in the night sky. Yet Leon, adhering strictly to forest fire prevention principles, conducted a meticulous inspection, extinguishing every last spark with care. Then he gazed down upon the Tenring Gang's base, now reduced to utter rubble, and leisurely scanned the surrounding horizon. To the middle-aged journalist, however, those movements embodied righteous vigilance, the Superman ensuring no evildoer had escaped justice. Damn the Tenring Gang, monsters without mercy. Now salvation has arrived. Superman is here, we have hope. Superman is here, peace is within reach. At that moment, the man perceived the figure aloft as divine, majestic, awe-inspiring. His body trembled involuntarily, his eyes brimmed with the fierce joy of vengeance fulfilled, yet deeper still burned an unshakable yearning for deliverance, for light. He must be sent to aid us, to save us. He is Allah's messenger. No, he is Allah incarnate, the living embodiment of the divine. Overwhelmed with elation, he wept uncontrollably, his knees buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself in tears. Everything will be well again. At last, it is truly ending. Oh, Superman above all, wait. Superman, I must tell him the Ten Ring Gang maintains numerous other bases across this land. As the thought struck him, the man scrambled upright, clutching a nearby tree trunk, desperate to shout for Superman. Yet the instant he raised his head, there it was, the ocean-deep sapphire of his suit, the crimson cape billowing like molten courage, vivid and immediate before his eyes. Superman! The journalist gasped inwardly. Superman had appeared before him without warning. Thank you for your kind words, but I am no deity, merely a passerby who intervened where injustice reigned. Superman smiled warmly. What is your name? You risked your life filming near a terrorist stronghold. You possess extraordinary courage. A true hero worthy of reverence. No, I'm just an ordinary man. You are our hero. Flustered and flushed with pride, the journalist stammered. I am Hafizullah Abdullah. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving me. I. Only now at such close range could he truly behold Superman's face. Those deep obsidian eyes held the mesmerizing allure of a starlit night. His features were carved with the precision of a master sculptor. Every line sharp, noble, impossibly handsome. He was perfection incarnate. And how could such flawless grace be anything less than a celestial being descended to redeem mankind? Abdullah swore. If he were a young woman, he would dream of this Superman every night for the rest of his days. But even as a man, he knew those dreams would come just the same. Don't be nervous, Abdullah. I seek your help. Leon felt an unsettling strangeness in the journalist's gaze, a prickle crawling up his spine. He quickly explained his purpose. You captured footage of my actions inside the Ten Ring Gang's encampment, didn't you? Yes, absolutely. Abdullah fumbled nervously, thrusting forward his camera with both hands. Please forgive my unauthorized filming. I beg you to reclaim all recordings within. That's not what I meant. Leon gently pushed the camera back. I want you to return and publicly release this footage through the media. Naturally under your own name. Declare that these images were obtained at great personal peril, and convey my message to every foreign news outlet. All occupying military forces on this soil must withdraw immediately and abandon their invasion. Abdullah's eyes widened in shock. You're declaring war on the Americans? Not war. Only a post-victory proclamation, Leon replied, turning slightly to reveal his profile. With a final nod to the journalist, he lifted off, soaring upward into the clouds. Farewell. I shall remember you a courageous hero. Alone, Abdullah stood frozen, staring into the night sky, where the figure had vanished, then instinctively raised his hands in prayer. O Superman above all. He is the flawless Holy Spirit, the Savior, God himself possessing a pair of. Wait, what was his face? Jarvis, transmit all combat footage to Tony. Elsewhere, Leon remained unaware of the indelible impression he'd left upon the journalist. His thoughts were fixed solely on Tony, and if he's still asleep, please provide an appropriate wake-up service. Understood, Master Leon. I am transmitting the imagery to Los Angeles now. I trust Mr. Stark will greatly appreciate this gift. Leon navigated through the cloud layer, charting his next objective. Before proceeding, confirm local time, Jarvis. Affirmative. Current local time is 9:47 p.m. Then let us press onward. Clear all Ten Ring Gang bases before 11 p.m. Then pay a visit to the Eagles compound. Master Leon, shall I inform Mr. Stark in advance regarding your operation against U.S. facilities? No need. I'll handle it myself. As a taxpayer, I refuse to permit those redneck bureaucrats abroad from squandering my hard-earned money on atrocities, and I intend to set things right. My cause is just my authority undeniable. Moreover, establishing my reputation now will make my eventual confrontation with Hydra far more credible and inevitable. An exceptionally astute strategy, sir. Across the vast ocean, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director, you must see this. A balding middle-aged agent placed a tablet before his superior, his usually affable expression now grave and severe. His superior sat behind a gleaming white lacquered desk, a bald black man with one eye exuding quiet authority. He had been gazing out the window, presenting only a cool, enigmatic silhouette to the agent entering the room. Now the one-eyed director turned slowly in his chair, his expression unreadable, and gave a restrained nod. Coulson, what is it? The Ten Ring Gang's largest Afghan base has been eradicated, Director Fury. Oh, who did it? Nick Fury glanced downward casually. Then his inscrutable composure shattered instantly. Motherfucker. He sprang upright, eyes wide, staring at satellite footage on the tablet, a supremely confident figure, decked in sleek, defiant attire, casually incinerating a barrage of incoming grenades with a single thermal blast. What the hell is that? There's more, sir, Coulson said, tapping the screen to fast forward. The progress bar soon jumped to the latter half of the clip. Nick Fury watched stunned as Leon absorbed the full force of a Jericho missile. then calmly dispersed its explosive aftermath untouched and scathed. His mind flooded with exclamations and questions. Since when had Earth produced someone this formidable? And why had he never heard of him? Who is he? Have you identified him? Instinctively, Fury reached for the pager he reserved for contacting Captain Marvel, their longtime friend, a cosmic guardian currently patrolling distant star systems to preserve universal peace. Whenever crisis overwhelmed H-I-E-L-D, Fury needed only press that device, and she would answer the call. And now, this man on screen stirred precisely that urgency within him. Coulson spoke with unprecedented gravity. "This is Superman, sir." "Director." "Superman? Who is that?" Nick Fury's gaze sharpened, then dissolved into utter bewilderment. "Sir, Superman is a superhero from DC Comics, possessing superhuman strength, superspeed, and more." "Wait, did you say he's a fictional character? The kind who wears pajamas and a mask while saving the world?" "Actually, Sir, Superman doesn't wear a mask. He possesses a biofield that renders his face unmemorable and impossible to photograph." Agent Coulson recited the details with scholarly precision. Nick Fury scrutinized the satellite feed closely. "Indeed, the facial features remain indistinct. You seem remarkably well-versed in him." "I'm a devoted fan of Superman, though Captain America holds equal reverence in my heart." Coulson's voice brightened at the mention of his passion. "How then should we approach this Superman?" Fury steepled his fingers against the back of his chair. "He clearly wishes to conceal his true identity. According to canonical lore, he stands unwaveringly on the side of justice, intervening only against unjust violence. Perhaps diplomacy is worth attempting." Coulson offered. "That's comic book logic, Coulson. In reality, this is merely an imitator, and right now he's committing acts of violence." "Well, admittedly, the comic book Superman adheres to a strict no-kill principle, more absolute even than Captain America's." "Enough about your comics, Coulson." Fury rapped his knuckles sharply on the desk. "Take Barton and head to Afghanistan. Conduct reconnaissance on this individual." "Yes, sir." Coulson concluded his briefing and strode out with renewed purpose. At the doorway, Fury added, almost as an afterthought, "And bring me every Superman-related comic volume you can find." Meanwhile, an identical scenario unfolded within the military command center. Yet unlike Fury, whose grasp of the extraordinary ran deep, the generals were flustered and unmoored. Colonel Rhodes, head of weapons development, was the first to declare unequivocally, "That figure is flesh and blood, not a prototype exosuit or drone." A missile battalion major asserted, "Only nuclear ordnance could threaten such a target. Our Jericho missiles proved utterly ineffective." A naval captain admitted, "We have no means to engage a flying human being." An Air Force lieutenant colonel added, "Our airborne missiles cannot track something so small, so swift." General Ross slammed his fist upon the table and issued his directive, "For now, observe without interference. If he shows no hostility, initiate diplomatic contact, and ideally secure his cooperation for research to forge America's own super soldier." The meeting adjourned, immediately followed by orders to mobilize. That morning, classified agencies across the nation trembled with controlled chaos, while Stark Manor along the Los Angeles coast basked in tranquil, sun-drenched languor. Until Jarvis jolted Tony Stark awake, not with gentle chimes, but with the brassy galloping wail of a Swona, a sound recorded earlier by Leon. "Good God, Jarvis, what in blazes are you doing?" Tony tumbled from bed, clutching his blanket like armor. The surging horseback charge melody sent his pulse hammering. He half expected cavalry to trample his silk sheets. "Sir, Master Leon instructed me to awaken you, and to play this footage." Jarvis activated the holographic projector. Before Tony stood the raw, unfiltered video captured moments ago on Leon's phone. On screen, thousands of rifles firing in unison, hundreds of grenades detonating in overlapping waves, vehicle-mounted missiles, and then unmistakably Jericho missiles, roaring into frame. A cascade of fire infernos, explosions, larger, louder, more devastating, left Tony speechless. Before he could even register dread for Leon standing defiantly amid that maelstrom, the video reached its final frame. What is this? Did Leon stage some overnight promo reel? Where is he now? Master Leon is currently dismantling the 10 Rings compound in Afghanistan, sir. This footage was transmitted live 10 minutes ago. He's in West Asia? Good Lord, when did he leave? It's only 10 o'clock. Tony squinted at the blazing sun outside, rubbed his face raw. He went alone, without telling me. So why send this? Master Leon wished you to examine closely the Stark armaments featured in the footage, sir. Stark armaments. Tony's expression froze. He rewound the video to its beginning and watched again. His complexion darkened with each passing second. Nearly all are Stark manufactured weapons. And why? Why? are Jericho missiles deployed by the 10 rings. His face remained impassive, but his jaw trembled, betraying inner turmoil. I sold those missiles exclusively to the U.S. military. How did they get them? Was it the Pentagon? Or Obadiah? Sir, only one batch of Jericho missiles has ever been produced, and it was the batch you sold. Jarvis interjected calmly. Tony said nothing, then pulled on his shirt and strode toward the door. Jarvis, take remote control of Leon's suit. We're heading to West Asia. And yes, also the Middle East. Very well, sir. One additional query: do you believe you'll sleep tonight? Why ask that? Tony frowned. Master Leon requested I pose this question, and relay your answer to him immediately. Tony opened his mouth, then closed it. He drew a slow, deep breath, and exhaled sharply through his nose. Tell him when I can't sleep, neither will he. With that he spread his arms, and Mark III armored itself onto his frame in seamless, gleaming layers. Follow me, Jarvis. He launched skyward, trailing behind him under Jarvis's remote command the colossal Super Mark I suit. Super Mark I, that was Leon's name for it. A boyish, stubborn, competitive streak. Even naming his armor felt like claiming first place. Dawn in Los Angeles was midnight in Afghanistan, and this night would be anything but quiet. Gunfire and artillery blossomed across the land like sudden, violent stars. From high orbit, they resembled candles, lit one by one, burning fiercely, then snuffed out just as swiftly. They ignited first in the northeast, spreading relentlessly, until at last the southwest fell into silence. Inform me of the current local time, Jarvis, Leon murmured, gazing down upon the final 10 rings compound, now a smoldering ruin. It is precisely 1108 p.m. A local time. Slight delay. 8 minutes beyond schedule. He never quite understood why. Whenever 10 rings launched missiles, he always paused, until the missile cleared its launch tube, then shattered it midair directly before their horrified eyes. Even the most fanatical, faith-hardened 10 rings operatives crumpled then, dazed, broken, reduced to trembling heaps. To kill is brutal, to shatter the soul is absolute. Leon sometimes thought himself cruel. Yet undeniable truth remained: it felt exhilarating. Especially hovering above those weeping, snot-dripping terrorists, and uttering with icy disdain, "Is this all you possess?" Truly disappointing weakness. That, above all, was pure unadulterated triumph. Though admittedly it cost precious minutes. Once the 10 rings are purged from this nation, next comes the American military base. How do you intend to proceed, Master Leon? Demonstrate overwhelming power and dismantle weaponry. Decisions rest with leadership. Most soldiers merely obey orders. They aren't necessarily warmongers. Your judgment remains impeccable, Master Leon. Mr. Stark has crossed into Afghan airspace and requests connection. Shall I establish the link? Refuse for now, he instructed. Tell him I'm busy. If he seeks vengeance, let him fly west to find the Shur Jia Bang in other regions. Leon flew toward the nearest Ing Fong garrison base. There were 7 more bases of this kind within Fuhin and its surrounding areas. In the years to come, they would swell to 19. For a backward little country to be ringed with so many bases, Yingjiang's intentions were scarcely about goodwill. Their predatory ambition lay blatantly exposed. On this trip to Fuhin, Leong had originally planned only to eradicate the Shur Jia Bang and postpone other schemes for later. Yet the little girl he had encountered at the outset of the night altered his resolve. After all, having come this far in the dead of night, to do nothing would betray the memory of his former life. Although the eagle of the Marvel world was not identical to the one he once knew, still Leon could not resist sharpening a few talons for this white-head eagle. As he descended above the base, air raid sirens rang through every barracks. These well-drilled soldiers were even more alert and efficient than the terrorists. Before Leon made any provocative move, machine gun muzzles had already been trained on him. The base's loudspeakers blared a threat. Intruder, land immediately. Remain where you are, otherwise we will open fire at once. The arrogant tone, the swiftly mobilizing troops, the uniform alignment of barrels, all drew a cold smile from Leon. He had not once considered the option of peaceful negotiation. When dealing with a band of brigands, only after breaking them and making them suffer should one open one's mouth. Leon straightened his chest, inhaled and exhaled an icy breath. He chose to resolve the threat with a freezing breath. A sudden gale rose, bone-chilling winds swept through every corner of the garrison. Following the cold came layer upon layer of rapidly spreading ice. The sheets of frost crept over building surfaces like climbing vines, invading interiors and encasing every weapon and munition. Even the soldiers in camp did not escape. One by one they became statues of ice, though the glaze upon them remained comparatively thin. When the entire base was sheathed in frost and glittered like an ice crystal castle from a fairy tale, Leon, he nodded with satisfaction, then raised his fist and struck the base wall. To the eye it seemed a feather-light blow, neither painful nor stirring. Crack, crack. Yet concentric hairline fissures radiated from the point of impact, swiftly propagating across the entire structure. When the cracks reached a critical threshold, the wall beneath Liang's fist collapsed in an instant, shattering into ice-wrapped rubble. The fragmentation of that section served as the first falling domino. Soon adjacent walls began to crumble, and the entire garrison succumbed to a chain reaction. Already made brittle by the frigid temperatures, the walls could not resist the transmission of force. Buildings toppled one after another. It was a magnificent spectacle from Liang. As the epicenter, every edifice and the contents within disintegrated into ruin. Yet the sound of collapsing buildings was not dull. The striking of ice produced an oddly delightful music. For a time, the brittle snaps and clashes of frost rose and fell like 1,000 jade fragments, shattering like a chorus of phoenixes. When everything had been sundered, the vast complex lay strewn with debris. Jagged fragments, their fractured edges rough, refracted the moonlight through the ice. Liang landed on the ground, his boots crunching on the wreckage. Before him stood the base's lone remaining presence, the Yingjiang troops. Thousands of soldiers lay unconscious within the ice, though they would likely carry ailments afterward. Their lives were spared. Liang's mastery over his power was absolute. He had destroyed every building and every stockpile of arms, yet managed not to harm a single soldier inside. Even the hidden wounds he left were deliberate, a modest chastisement to make a grand admonition. "Serves you right," Liang murmured. His eyes flashed red as he fired a heat beam, the temperature of which could surpass the surface of the sun, capable of incinerating all. The beam swept across the icy forms of the soldiers, but only just thawed them. Such precision of control. Phew. Phew. So cold. He's a Superman. There really is a Superman in this world. We were just provoking a Superman. As they thawed, the soldiers went slack and collapsed, clutching at their own or each other's bodies and rubbing furiously to generate warmth. They stared up at Liang, standing amid the ruins, none daring to draw breath. Even the lieutenant colonels with 3-bar epaulets in the crowd dared not utter another vaunting word. "Now I formally notify you, withdraw from Asia within 1 week, or I shall return. Consider yourselves warned." The ice beneath Liang's feet cast a phantom azure glow in the moonlight. In every soldier's eyes, Liang was a cold blade suspended over their heads, ready to fall. Silence reigned, and no one answered, no one dared speak. Liang did not wait for a reply. After leaving his warning, he took to the skies. Those rank-and-file soldiers, and the few mid-level officers among them, lacked the authority to accept such a withdrawal demand. "Next target is 26 kilometers to the east. Aim to finish within a minute." Liang suddenly accelerated in midair. At the first base it had seemed he had done many things and taken much. "Next target is 26 kilometers to the east. Aim to finish within a minute." Liang suddenly accelerated in midair. At the first base it had seemed he had done many things and taken much time. But in truth, from the moment he reached the base's airspace to the moment he shattered it and departed, he had used less than 3 minutes. Thus Liang planned to neutralize all the Eagle bases before the 7 or 8 satellites over his head could react. Indeed, within the past hour, the number of surveillance satellites above him had been steadily growing. First, the Eagle added 2 high-resolution satellites. Then a neighboring power, sensing trouble, sent another. Gradually, the 5 permanent members joined. The satellites above him buzzed like a crowded council. Liang was utterly unconcerned. He would have welcomed every nation to live-stream the event, so those long oppressed by the Eagle could see how he dismantled its bases. Elsewhere, Tuo was still en route to the scene. "Zhao Weici, what is the meaning of Liang not answering my calls and going off alone to pick a quarrel with a military base?" While flying, Tuo spoke with Zhao Weici. "That was supposed to be my task." "Sir, you mean you intend to strike the Yingjiang bases as well?" Zhao Weici asked. "Strike? That term is inaccurate. It should be called helping them assuage their anxiety over excessive munitions." "I understand. You intend, like young Master Liang, to cripple Yingfang's firepower and expel them from the region." "That kid plans to do that." Tuo curled his lip. "He always steals my work. I went because Yingfang unilaterally handed Jieli Ku over to terrorist groups, and I sought an explanation. What was his motive?" "Perhaps it's for a girl," Sir Jarvis replied thoughtfully. "So it's for a girl then. That makes sense. The lad has gentlemanly manners, just like me toward all girls." "Wait, what did you say? A girl?" Tony exclaimed, realizing something late. Could it be one of his ex-girlfriends was kidnapped by the Eagles? Or is it that a girl he knows locally has been bullied by them? Tony began to take interest. "It's a local little girl. She should be considered bullied by the Eagles, sir." Jarvis stated the facts. "Wow, this is quite the shocking news. Tell me the girl's information, and when I return I'll share it with Pepper." The gossiping heart of a parent began to take shape. "I found the information for you." Safika Mazari, 7 years old, born in Kabul, Afghanistan. Wait, that can't be right. 7 years old. Tony's eyes widened. 7 years old, what's the problem, sir? Tony paused. Didn't you tell Leon that he's committing a crime? Sir, while Master Leon did kill 2 terrorists while helping the Mazari family get rid of the Ten Rings gang's harassment, that should be considered brave, not a crime. Oh, are you saying he didn't have any? What I mean is he developed compassion for this girl, which is why he attacked the Eagles' base. Tony felt slightly embarrassed, deeply ashamed by the sordid thoughts that had just crossed his mind. Having rolled around in the world of fame and fortune for too long, he began to view everything with a tinted lens. This wouldn't do. It seems he needs to quit drinking and gambling from now on. Is that so? Do you have a different understanding? Jarvis asked, puzzled. Cough, actually, I think the same. All right, Jarvis, help me navigate to Leon's current location. Tony changed the subject. Sorry, Master, Leon's current speed exceeds 20 Mach, making it a bit difficult to pinpoint his location. Is he in such a hurry? Then navigate to where he is heading. Understood, sir. 5 minutes later, Tony Stark arrived over an Eagle Bay. He looked down at the ruins covered in ice crystals, and a large group of soldiers shivering under wool blankets waiting for rescue, feeling somewhat silent. Jarvis, you say Leon is here? Sir, this was Master Leon's destination 5 minutes ago. He left 3 minutes ago. Tony complained, you should have told me sooner. Now we go to his next destination. No, to his final destination. Tony gritted his teeth. It seems he's planning to destroy all the bases directly. We must reach them before he does and eliminate his targets. Without thinking, Tony could guess Leon's plan. That is to destroy every Eagle military base. This way, even if he doesn't kill a single soldier, all the bases the Eagles spent years building would be turned to dust. Even if the Eagles didn't want to retreat, they would have to. Such a plan coincided with Tony's own thoughts. However, his original plan was merely to destroy the weapons and ammunition within the military bases. Compared to Leon's strategy of cutting off the enemy's resources, it seemed rather trivial. Sir, I'm navigating for you, but you seem a bit unhappy, Jarvis asked. It could analyze Tony's tone and expression to determine his emotions, but felt quite... Master Leon eliminated all the Ten Rings bases to take revenge and destroyed the Eagles' base to indirectly relieve your anger. Isn't that good? Of course it's good. It almost moves me to tears. Tony felt a tightness in his chest, but I just feel aggrieved. Jarvis, do you know what it feels like to be aggrieved? Analyze that for me. Aggrieved refers to encountering unfortunate events generating negative emotions when one is unable to express or vent them. Exactly. That's it. Leon leaves no enemies for me, which makes me feel aggrieved. Tony's voice suddenly rose. Don't you feel he treats me like a child? I don't quite understand. Legally speaking, you are Master Leon's elder brother. That's the problem. It should be me protecting him. I should be the one doing these things. Tony twisted his neck. Accelerate, Jarvis. We must reach the last military base before Leon. Although Tony's thoughts were noble and his resolve to uphold his dignity as an elder brother was strong, his action was commendable. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the last Eagle base, what he saw was still a frozen ruin. Tony's mind filled with battle plans, and his fighting spirit instantly cooled, colder than the soldiers below, trembling like leaves. Jarvis, where is he? Tony asked blankly. He is above you, sir. Above me? Tony suddenly perked up, looking up to see Leon descending with his cape billowing. Tony, you finally made it. Leon teased as soon as they met. I thought you would wait until I took a nap before coming. Tony, exasperated, replied, still bringing up napping. You woke me up with Jarvis and rushed over, and now you're charging ahead like a train, not leaving me a single. Leon shrugged. I had Jarvis inform you. If you want revenge, head west. There are plenty of Ten Rings waiting in the Middle East. Is it the same? Tony gritted his teeth. What's the difference? Leon shrugged nonchalantly. They are all villains of the Ten Rings. They don't have ABC stamped on their foreheads. They all share the same heavy sins. As he spoke, he glanced at the supermark I controlled by Jarvis nearby. Yet I can see you're quite serious this time. You even brought my armor. Are you planning for a protracted battle? Are you saying the enemy will either be dead or shivering from the cold in a protracted battle? Flames erupted from beneath Tony's feet. Listen, I'm heading west now. The Ten Rings there are all mine. Although Afghanistan had already been sorted out by Leon, Tony still wanted to do something. The harm he had unknowingly caused to the world in the past was already irreversible. Yet he still wanted to do what he could to make amends, even if doing so might seem like he was merely comforting his own guilty conscience. All right, I'll leave everything to you. I won't interfere with that side for now. Leon glanced at the time, but keep track of the time, Tony. I'll have lunch ready at home waiting for you to return. Then you might want to prepare dinner instead. Tony indicated that he could fight the Ten Rings all day long. Leon shrugged, about to say something more when he suddenly looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the clouds, spotting a large group of satellites moving overhead from hundreds of kilometers away. They're coming fast, he remarked. shouting to Tony, my superhero identity is now under the scrutiny of various countries. Remember not to contact me during this time, when I'm in uniform to avoid suspicion. Having already flown west, Tony waved his hand back, indicating he understood. Liang shrugged off a cluster of satellites. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock Luoshanji time. He prepared a simple lunch of a few fried eggs with spaghetti. As for Tony, true to expectation, he had been fighting the Shi Bang until dinner time and had not returned. So after testing thrust once in the basement, Liang naturally flew into space and began to sunbathe. He and Tony devised an experimental regimen to predict the growth ceiling of his Kashing heritage. The procedure was straightforward. He would test his thrust once before each session of sunbathing in space, and once again afterwards. They repeated this routine for a month, keeping each sunbathing session the same length, so they could use Jiaweizi to construct a rudimentary model. From this, they would estimate the upper limit of Liang's bodily augmentation. Such a simple test he readily agreed to. Besides, the daily hours spent basking in the sun had always been his most anticipated and blissful moments. Facing the sun directly in space felt like being submerged in a thermal spring. The rush of blood in his veins sounded like the bubbling splash of hot water. At that moment, he could feel his strength accelerating with crystalline clarity. The surge was so furious and swift, like fish pouring headlong into the thawing rivers of early spring. Moreover, in recent days, he sensed that the pace of his strengthening was itself quickening. Liang understood that if the effect of training were an arc that rose and then fell, then he was unmistakably on the upward slope. From the perspective of Kashing people's overall growth, this might be called the feeble period of rapid acceleration. Measured in numbers, after a few more days under the sun, Liang's total bodily thrust had already reached 400,000 tons. Such a rate of improvement made every second of Liang's sunbathing feel as if he had been injected with a ton of dopamine. The pleasure was like a tremor that ushered him into a sage-like clarity, one exhilarating surge after another with no respite. A soft chime signaled that time was up. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, flew out of the manned craft, and prepared to go home for dinner. The ship that had once been built to protect his safe sunbathing had become his daily temporary park. Moored in space as a dedicated foothold for sunbathing, it spared him the exposure of lounging in the open vacuum, which would have made him easy prey for national satellites. Otherwise, a swarm of satellites would converge, circling him like gawking visitors around a zoo gorilla, an unbearable nuisance. Liang soon returned home. After completing a set of thrust tests, Jiaweizi suddenly alerted, "Young Master Liang, Mr. Sita Kuo is being pursued by the Ing Fong flight squadron on his return. Do you wish to render assistance?" "Tuoni is being chased." "Where?" Liang asked, startled. "In the midsection of the Shi Heian mountain range." Isn't that where I was chased by a reconnaissance plane last time?" "I see." Liang wore a smug, almost gleeful smile. At last it had reached the familiar scene from the films. Tuoni must have flown from the Eastern Pacific into Jiazhou airspace and been captured by military surveillance satellites. "Young Master Liang, Mr. Sita's situation looks grave. This is footage transmitted from the scene," Jiaweizi said, projecting an image before him. The feed was Tuoni's first-person view. Through thick clouds, one combat jet after another dove downward, a dense formation, more than a dozen enough for a small engagement. Liang could hear Tuoni mutter a curse in the footage, then flip his perspective 180 degrees to evade. The next instant, countless ballistic trajectories tore past his flanks. The image began to shake. Clearly, Tuoni had taken a solid burst from an aircraft-mounted machine gun. It looked as if the Air Force intended to teach him a harsh lesson. Liang raised an eyebrow, not overly worried. "I recall Mach 3's top speed now exceeds Mach 8. Tuoni should be able to escape without much trouble, right?" He rubbed his chin. Could it be that he is pridefully turning to fight the Air Force? "Not so, young Master Liang," Jiaweizi replied. Jiaweizi explained, "Given Mr. Sita's physical constitution, the interval during which his suit can unleash its maximum speed is actually very brief. If it continues beyond a certain point, his heart could rupture under the excessive pressure load." Jiaweizi: "Under normal conditions, Mach 3's cruising speed remains near Mach 2, but even that steadily consumes Mr. Sita's stamina." Liang could not help smirking. In other words, having just finished fighting the Shi Bang, he's exhausted and cannot accelerate further. "Yes. You are correct," Jiaweizi said. "Then why hasn't he asked me for help?" "Mr. Sita only asked me to send you this video." "I understand. He's too proud to admit it," Liang said. Liang rolled his shoulders. "Still, even if he's coy about asking for aid, how could I not come to his rescue? After all, he's my dearest friend. Right, Jiaweizi?" "Of course. Legally speaking, you and Mr. Sitaku are currently the persons most closely related to each other," Jiaweizi replied, missing the teasing tone. Liang smiled. Prepare Ma Kutu for me. I'm going to give Tuoni a proper lesson. You want with a Chaoran suit. The iron armor seems to restrict your full potential, Jaiweizi asked. Wearing the armor makes the lesson more dramatic, he said. He had intended to make a grand entrance while Tuoni was taking a beating. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Liang's gaze swept to the Shihean mountain range. Tuoni was weaving through the locks of several air-launched missiles like a shearwater struggling through a tempest. The once lustrous crimson and gold armor had been mostly blackened. It was riddled with bullet holes and scratches looking like a skewer of meat fresh from the grill. Look at our Uncle Tuoni, how miserably he's being bullied, Liang said as he headed for the garage. There is no time to mourn his plight. Now is the moment for the hero Liang to seize the day. Meanwhile, in the military command room, the senior officers who had convened hours earlier to discuss the Afghan Chaoran had reconvened. They watched the satellite feed on the projection screen, the crimson and gold suit listing as if nearly struck by a missile, and beside it a blue and red armor providing cover. They are not Chaoran, Rod judged. These are merely two humanoid exoskeleton suits. A Chaoran could effortlessly obliterate our flight formation. When the two armored figures crossed the border, the monitoring soldiers mistook them for Superman and immediately pressed the emergency alert button to report to their superiors. Hence the deployment of an elite aerial squadron comprising over a dozen fighter jets. But where did these things even come from? Rod, did you just say just? AUS. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel slammed his fist on the table. Two of these units have pinned down our entire squadron, and you still claim they're not formidable. You call them mere exoskeleton suits. I was comparing them to Superman. Rod rubbed his face. I work in weapons research. I know precisely what these represent. Yet they truly are mere, in relative terms. Observe the technology embedded within them. An unknown high-output stable energy source, ultra-high-strength, ultra-precision metallic alloys, an inconceivable anti-gravity system, and energy transmission architecture. These technologies surpass ours by at least a decade. If such capabilities fell into our hands, the Pentagon could begin drafting plans for global dominance as early as tomorrow. What baffles me is why anyone would deploy such advanced technology in armored exoskeletons. It's like sending a man into battle guarded by an armored division only to have him fight hand-to-hand. And tell me, has anyone noticed that these units haven't launched a single offensive strike? Could they possibly be on our side? Then perhaps we should first attempt diplomatic contact, Rod urged. But General Ross, the highest-ranking Air Force officer present, cut him off decisively regardless of allegiance. We bring them down first. Wait, what's that? Another exoskeleton suit. Suddenly, a colonel pointed sharply at the main display screen. All eyes turned toward it. Without warning, a silvery white armored suit had materialized beside the golden crimson one. Damn it, they're operating as a coordinated unit. Take them all down. General Ross's mustache twitched. From afar, Leon spotted the two armored figures weaving effortlessly through torrents of gunfire. Accelerating sharply, he soared to Tony's side just as the latter staggered midair. Tony, half a day apart, and you already look like you've been dipped in an oil field. Oh! A startled cry erupted from within the golden crimson armor. Tony whirled around and nearly opened fire upon seeing Leon. Leon, next time please manifest with the subtlety of a human, not a specter. Tony genuinely jumped at the sight. He nearly lost balance midair. And why are you wearing my armor? Leon tilted his head slightly. Because you took mine. He glanced back. The dozen pursuing fighters closed in relentlessly, their fusillades unceasing, crisscrossing the sky, with dozens of converging trajectories that sealed off most escape routes. What I meant was, why not wear your skin-tight suit? Tony narrowly evaded a hail of tracer rounds. Have you forgotten my identity when wearing the Superman suit? We can't be seen together, at least not yet. Compared to Tony, Leon's evasive maneuvers appeared effortless, almost languid. But more importantly, I'm here to demonstrate the proper application of this hunk of metal. What? You brought me the Mark Armor Manual. That's fantastic. Exactly what I needed. Tony, the manual contains none of what comes next. Watch closely. Throughout this entire sequence, I won't exert a single ounce of my own strength. Leon memorized the precise positions of every pursuing fighter, then shouted, Jarvis, deploy auxiliary wings. With a sharp hiss, the silvery Mark II armor unfurled its wings and decelerated violently. Jarvis never hesitated, always impeccably responsive, executing commands without delay, even when that command sent the Mark armor plunging directly into the heart of the fighter formation. Hey, what are you doing? Tony gaped, watching Leon streak past him. Behind him, every fighter pilot stared in stunned silence. They turned, only to see the silvery armor hovering casually beside their cockpits, waving cheerfully. Command, this is Eagle 3. Target has abruptly decelerated and breached our formation. Request reassignment of engagement priority. The squadron leader seized his radio and barked the order. Engagement authorized. Bring it down immediately. The command center responded in unison. Engage. 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 The formation instantly dispersed. One wing accelerating forward, another slowing to encircle the Mark II from behind, maneuvering with practiced precision until the armor was fully surrounded. Though initial confusion flickered across their faces once the cordon tightened, the pilots' lips curled into near grinning smirks. To them, an enemy deliberately entering their kill zone was no different than delivering himself on a silver platter. Eagle 1, target locked. Eagle 2, locked. A rapid-fire litany of confirmations flooded the comms channel. The squadron leader issued the final order. Fire. Launch air-to-air missiles. Launch all missiles now. Each jet loosed its ordnance, while simultaneously raking the airspace with cannon fire to eliminate all evasion vectors. Leon was engulfed, fire and fury from every direction. Dozens of missiles surged forward at blinding speed, closing the distance in seconds. Leon refused to wait passively. He killed all thrust, then plummeted downward along a shallow horizontal parabola, a move utterly unforeseen by his pursuers. The incoming missiles overshot entirely, detonating far ahead of the Mark II. Though guidance systems swiftly corrected course, the abrupt miscalculation cost them critical velocity. In that fleeting moment, missile speeds plummeted to less than one-third their original velocity. Pursued downward, the fighter squadron banked hard in unison. Jarvis, activate intelligent targeting lock. Leon employed neither superhuman vision nor strength, relying solely on the Mark II's native systems to mount his counteroffensive. Jarvis responded instantly. Holographic projections inside Leon's helmet traced each missile's trajectory and current velocity with surgical clarity. Excellent. Leon accelerated backward, drawing the missile swarm after him. Their flight path now ran diametrically opposite to Tony's earlier trajectory. Leon. Tony's voice crackled into his helmet. What are you planning? Stay calm. Avoid escalation. We're the intruders here. Don't widen the incident. Their armor bore no registration with Eagle Command. Worse, they carried thermal weaponry, by strict definition hostile unauthorized entrants. The fighters were justified in attempting to neutralize them. I'll handle it, trust me. Just watch how I resolve this. Leon replied tersely. He pushed the Mark II forward, carefully modulating speed so it remained just slower than the pursuing missiles. As they closed to critical range, he shifted laterally, then executed a microsecond burst deceleration followed instantly by explosive acceleration. With a resonant clang, the armor slammed flush against the side of one missile. Jarvis, induce electromagnetic adhesion to the missile casing. Shield all emissions. Do not trigger proximity sensors. At Leon's command, the Mark II's thrusters roared, power surging dramatically. He began accelerating, dragging the captured missile with him. The silver-white battle armor and the military green missile seemed to merge into one. Both accelerated together, creating a significant distance from the other missiles and tracing a massive arc in the sky. At this moment, the other missiles had begun to lose their tracking accuracy, scattering in the air instead of relentlessly pursuing Leon like a swarm of bees. This was also a sign that the missile was about to explode. Leon estimated the timing in his mind and released his hands from the battle armor, distancing himself from the side of the missile he had controlled. 3, 2, 1, boom. He accelerated swiftly, and as the countdown in his mouth ended, a thunderous explosion resonated behind him. Boom. Several missiles collided head-on with the side of the missile controlled by Leon, exploding simultaneously. The air currents were violently displaced, affecting the other scattered missiles, which immediately followed suit and detonated. The explosion's flames instantly spread across the sky above the West Coast mountain range, filling a range of nearly 1,000 meters with dense rolling smoke. The pilots in the fighter jet squad were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the Mark II could so easily evade the missile's pursuit. But soon they had no time to be stunned. Even the high-altitude winds could not dissipate the smoke from dozens of missiles exploding simultaneously in a short time. The fighter jet squad had no time to react and dove into the thick black smoke. Target lost. Repeat, target lost, the captain reported. Accelerate out of the visual obstruction area and continue the pursuit. We must not let the target escape, the command center ordered. However, Leon did not take the opportunity to flee, but instead turned back towards the explosion's aftermath. Based on the enemy aircraft's flight direction and speed, give me a flight trajectory simulation, Jarvis. The projection on the face of the battle armor flickered and immediately simulated dozens of trajectories in the image of the smoke. At the same time, Leon performed extensive calculations in his mind, estimating the approximate time and accelerating into the fog. He quickly closed in on one of the trajectories. Prepare to turn, Jarvis. Just as he spoke, a fighter jet suddenly emerged from the black smoke in front of the Mark II. Seeing it about to collide, the battle armor abruptly halted and turned upward. The pilot in the fighter jet was startled and widened his eyes, but quickly reacted, maneuvering the aircraft to climb while pressing one of the hundreds of control buttons in the cockpit, opening the weapon bay, and activating the machine gun to unleash a barrage of bullets. Aircraft 13 has spotted the target. Report. Aircraft 13 has spotted the target. Attack! Attack! The captain ordered. Aircraft 13 closely pursued Leon, and several bursts of bullets struck the Mark II, causing Leon to stagger. This excited the pilot of Aircraft 13 even more, pushing the throttle to the floor to chase Leon at high speed. But suddenly the Mark II turned again. The pilot was momentarily stunned, just as he was about to follow another fighter jet surged out of the black smoke. Fact. The pilot quickly elevated the aircraft, but was too late. The bottom and top of the two planes collided, and the friction at high speed instantly destroyed most of the aircraft. The fighter jet immediately erupted in flames and black smoke, with the engine and exhaust systems damaged, rendering it unable to continue flying. The pilot of Aircraft 13 helplessly pushed down the rudder, allowing the plane to descend, releasing the parachute device and ejecting from the cabin. Aircraft 13 has collided. Now eject. However, the other aircraft that suffered an unexpected disaster fared even worse. The glass cockpit of the fighter jet was directly destroyed, and the pilot instantly lost consciousness. Yet Leon sensed something was wrong, turned back, and helped pull the pilot out of the cockpit, preventing him from falling along with the aircraft. On the other side, the pilot of Aircraft 13 sensed something was amiss. He deployed his parachute in the air and saw two aircraft falling simultaneously below, but there was no second voice in the audio reporting battle damage, prompting him to call for help. Aircraft 7 collided with me and is falling. He has lost signal. He may be under enemy pursuit. Requesting rescue. Mayday! Mayday! Just moments ago he had shouted passionately to attack. Now he shouted Mayday with equal fervor. Soon Leon heard the sounds of aircraft diving down through the clouds. Clearly the remaining fighter jets were heading to rescue. He exhibited a peculiar expression. It seems this performance match is coming to an end. Looking down at the pilot he was carrying, he gently set him down on the ground, and then flew towards Los Angeles. Then I wish you good luck, buddy. The fighter jet squad was busy rescuing people, and although the command center saw the footage of the Mark II leaving via satellite, they knew it was too late to pursue, leaving them to helplessly pound the table. Damn it, they let them escape. Ross was furiously impotent. Send out more Air Force teams. It's too late, General. Rod was straightforwardly analyzing from the side. Based on the acceleration displayed by the enemy several times, we cannot catch up now. Fact. On the other side, Leon and Tony met up. The two flew back to the seaside villa together. With the size and speed of the Mark armor, as long as they were not spotted by satellites, they would not be tracked back home. Moreover, with Jarvis assisting in vigilance against satellites, the two flew leisurely. I didn't use any weapons, right? Just as you requested, there was no direct conflict and no casualties. Leon said. By the way, did you feel like you just got a lesson from my recent maneuvers? He emphasized, asking about Tony's feelings. After all this time, he had come to show off in front of Tony. He had been thinking about this for a long time. However, he was also considerate of Tony. Ultimately, Tony had close ties with many in the military, and he would likely reveal his Iron Man identity again. Thus, in order to avoid a rift between Tony and the military, he had adhered to Tony's instructions throughout, not taking the initiative to attack. In the end, he even saved a pilot. Not bad. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words, as he indeed found it quite impressive. Jarvis had just been transmitting footage of the Mark II in real time to him. Leon's precise control of speed, time, and direction was something he could not achieve at present. Tony hadn't even thought of how adaptable the battle armor could be in combat, just like Leon's recent maneuvers. After all, he was still a novice and hadn't flown many times, believing the Mark armor should be operated just like Leon's, which was simply awesome. Of course, Tony couldn't admit defeat verbally. You just used your own power, right? It must be like that. Tony deceived himself. Absolutely not. Jarvis knows everything within the Mark II. He can vouch for me. Leon presented. Jarvis immediately cooperated. Yes, sir, young master. Leon was solely controlling the armor's actions just now, and all data showed no anomalies. Tony certainly knew this fact. He was merely being stubborn. But you shot down 2 fighter jets, and there was no peaceful resolution with the enemy, so that's still not quite right. Leon happily teased Tony. I didn't use weapons, nor did I initiate an attack. Can you blame me for the enemy's mistakes? You aren't that hard on yourself, Tony. All right, my dear Leon, in light of the dinner you prepared for me, I concede that you were more impressive this time. Tony raised his hands in surrender. Thanks for the compliment, and as long as you keep trying, Tony, you'll be excellent like me one day, Leon said, immediately displaying a satisfied expression. But what dinner are you talking about? Tony's expression turned to one of disbelief. Don't tell me you didn't prepare dinner. I'm so hungry I could eat an entire Los Angeles cheeseburger right now. In fact, I really didn't make anything. I just finished a power test and went to save our soldier Tony. I didn't have time to prepare dinner. Leon gave a disappointing answer to Tony. Then let's order takeout, Tony suggested. Agreed. While waiting for the takeout, perhaps you can take the chance to inform Rod that the Iron Man causing the military to go into a frenzy today is you. Why should I tell him? Tony asked in confusion. That would expose my identity. With your flamboyant style, you will eventually be exposed anyway. It's better to inform Rod in advance so he can prepare mentally and help cover for you. Oh, you seem to have a point, Leon. When did you start understanding these things? Did you learn it from scheming with... I learned it when I was a kid to stop you from bringing strange women home. Then you should really thank me. The voices of the two conversing gradually faded into the wind. Under the orange-eared sunset, the sea rippled like the maple trees of late autumn, and in the reflection, three mechas flew together into Stark Mansion. A few days passed swiftly. The Sitek household remained tranquil. Leon spent each day basking in the sun, patiently awaiting the start of the new university term. Tuoni, as ever, did not attend his office. Each morning he would spring up, stuff a buttered roll into his mouth, and head for Zhongdong. In his own words, the inherently wicked Shiji Bang would soon be erased from the world. And ever since his encounter with Lauda, he had managed to evade the military's grasp entirely. As for Pipo, she had discovered Tuoni returning home the evening before last in armor riddled with bullet holes, and she was furious. But as was customary, she could do little to restrain Tuoni. Despite her anger, she continued to shoulder the great responsibilities of advancing the Sitek group with steadfast diligence. Such was the Sitek family's daily life. Like the sea beyond their manor, waves might sometimes surge, but most of the time it lay as serene and carefree. For the world at large, however, the arrival of Chaoran was beginning to ferment consequences. Unseen currents stirred. Kankavi reported. That morning, Liang returned from his exercise in orbit, finished his breakfast, and saw Kankavi's coverage of Chaoran on the television. The female anchor, script in hand and grave in manner, declared that Chaoran's appearance in our world seemed beyond question. Over the past few days, although he had not reappeared, countless people were still testifying to his existence and praying for his return. What he did that night utterly altered our world, the voice concluded. The broadcast shifted to a crowded, clamorous press conference. At the podium stood a middle-aged Fuhan man with hair streaked white. Flashbulbs from the crowd flared incessantly, yet his eyes remained fixed on the camera with striking intensity. It was Chaoran who saved our country, who saved our people. He cried, amplifying his voice as if to make his words thunderous. That night, I was fortunate to capture his figure. He fought for us. He is Chaoran, the anchor of all things. He has no origin, no destination. Nothing can stand against him. He is our deity, our savior. The Father dwells within him. He and the Father are one. Behind the man, a heavy screen was brought forward. When it brightened, the footage began to play, showing Chaoran facing down missiles. Look at him. How imposing he is. He has driven away every jackal, and we are his lambs, the man shouted into the camera. The segment ended there, and the feed returned to Kankavi's studio. The anchor sat upright. The man in the footage is a Fuhan war correspondent of Bujala. He filmed Chaoran's first appearance, and at the press conference proclaimed him the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit. Meanwhile, countless others stepped before the camera to recount their encounters with Chaoran's arrival into our reality. The footage shifted again. A little girl, speaking to reporters with conviction, said, that night, two villains tried to break into. Chaoran appeared suddenly and stopped them. Her father added, Chaoran said the Shiji Bang would soon leave us, and he made good on it. Not only that, evening Fong now. The rest of his words were not aired as the broadcast cut to another interview. He fell from the sky, like a meteor. I didn't pray for it, but he eliminated the terrorist who tried to force himself on my sister. A boy exclaimed, waving his arms. There were many such testimonies. Clips showed a Fuhan guards saluting a photograph of Chaoran, entire dilapidated villages weeping in their rice fields and cheering his name, and more. 5 full minutes of related material played before the live feed returned to the studio. As more people confirm Chaoran's existence, we must begin to ponder what sort of impact he will have on our society. Is he like the comic book Chaoran, selflessly just a god among men? Or merely a clumsy imitator in a uniform trading on Chaoran's name to feed his vanity? According to our reporters, large numbers of returning soldiers yesterday were forced under Chaoran's pressure to abandon assistance to local residents. Whether he is a despot or a masked hypocrite, we cannot yet say. An immediate correct judgment eludes us. Next, let us hear the analysis of sociologist Fulengtsai Wendemo. Liang propped his chin and watched with mild interest as the scholar spoke volubly about Chaoran. From comic analysis to reality, from his attire back to his childhood, the scholar spun a plausible narrative and concluded that Chaoran was a milk-loving paranoiac. The line of argument cited precedent and scripture until Liang almost believed it himself. You're watching that tedious coverage again. Haven't you had enough after all these days? Tuoni descended the stairs. Either it's unremitting praise or outright vilification. What pleasure is there in such extremes? Especially these television networks. They take political money to cast you as a consummate villain. Why do you find such drivel so engrossing? He tossed a roll of papers onto the table and flopped down beside Liang. And look at what they write. It's all Chaoran. Have they never read the comics? They get all excited at the mere appearance of a Chaoran. Liang glanced down. The headline read, Mysterious Armored Man Again in Zhongdong. A clumsy imitation of Chaoran. So that was the problem. Tuoni had toiled himself to exhaustion for days, effectively uprooting the Shiji Bang across much of the Zhongdong region. Yet nearly all the media had scarcely reported on him. If they mentioned him at all, it was a passing note before the conversation turned back to Chaoran. No wonder Tuoni harbored such resentment. He was not a man given to anonymous heroics. Perhaps you could buy a newspaper and have them write proper reports about you, Liang suggested. Name the headline, Gangtai Xia returns hero protecting Zhongdong civilians. How about that? Tuoni raised an eyebrow. Not a bad idea, but you know I'm not vain, or I was defending you, Liang. Come on. If you truly want to stand up for me, you'd be better off stuffing some money into those outlets to teach them to tell the truth. Liang said this as Tuoni rose to take a piece of bread from the table. If you want, I can do that, Tuoni said between bites. But do you really think it's necessary? No. Liang still propped his chin. Wait until we dismantle Jitush. When my strength is on display, the media will speak on my behalf. Exactly. Tuoni agreed, tapping the screen with his index finger. The tongues of the media will only praise those who can make them fall silent. I still cannot fathom it. You went to a Fuhan for a single night. How did you end up attracting so many Tuo and I waved the slice of bread in his hand. You mean believers, don't you? More or less. Especially that reporter who looks as if he's endured great hardship. You every day before the press. He proclaims you a true Holy Spirit, utterly a zealous adherent. You mean Abdullah? I don't know what's wrong with him. Perhaps it's the simple, sincere folkways over there. I thought you had brainwashed him. You know, like in Superman, where Clark can tamper with people's memories. Tuo and I gestured idly through the air. I'd like to have that ability, but sounds thrilling, Liang quipped. What kind of thrilling trick is it? Tell me. You'd better only be listening, not already imagining scenes in your head. Ahem. Where was I? Oh yes, that Abdullah in the interview. He said you saved his life, didn't he? That's right. He was within the blast radius of the Jialico missile. I saved him and had him help spread the footage and relay messages on my behalf. So he's that man. Tuo and I exclaimed. You had Jia Wei-Si post my footage with him in it. No wonder he looked so familiar. Liang looked up. You seem oddly fixated on him. Tuo and I mumbled around a mouthful of bread. He said he would spend everything buying Huana stock to show his gratitude, so I had PayPal acquire Huana. You really know how to make big money, Liang said with a crooked smile. Don't say that. Everyone's watching Superman now. Oh, after acquiring Huana Sitaku Group's shares rose as well. Tuo and I finished his bread and began to lick his fingers. I'm curious how you closed that acquisition. Now that the whole world is focused on DC, there's no reason they'd sell the company. Tuo and I pulled out a napkin to wipe his fingers. Some other financial magnates and even states were applying pressure to their company, so I seized the opportunity to step in. Step in how? You don't sell arms anymore. Do you even have the standing? But I sell this now. Tuo and I tapped the arc reactor in his chest. New energy. Everyone wants it. Liang's eyes widened slightly. You exposed your identity. Tuo and I glanced about, spun twice on the spot, and shrugged his shoulders. More or less. Luo De let it slip. Oh, that fellow's mouth is like a public bulletin board. He can't keep a secret for a moment. Liang didn't buy it. Come on. Luo De just has a sense of humor. Would someone so loose-lipped be entrusted with classified duty? I think you're simply jealous of Superman's clout and deliberately exposed yourself to draw every eye to you. Tuo and I fell silent. He glanced at the ceiling, pretended to be busy, patted his coat, and then to everyone's surprise turned and left. I was helping relieve your pressure. With so many people watching and misjudging you, shouldn't I step forward as an He waved his hand over his shoulder. All right, I'm off. Today is my last trip to Zhongdong. The Shijie Bang will no longer exist after this. Oh, by the way, Tuo and I called as he reached the door and suddenly turned back. I have a press conference tomorrow. Remember to attend. Staring at Tuo and I's retreating figure, Liang's superbrain was briefly stunned. Half a minute later, the sound of iron armor igniting and taking flight drifted in from outside. That Tuo and I. Could his press conference tomorrow be a pretext to publicly reveal his identity as Gang Tai-Xia? Liang watched the Mach 3 Hao vanish into the horizon and fell silent for a long time. He had pondered it many times. The debut of Gang Tai-Xia as the opening of a major Marvel cinematic event could very well be a fixed absolute moment in time. In other words, there was a high probability that Tuo and I would come what may utter those words, "I am Gang Tai-Xia." Liang had speculated on numerous possible causes that might force Tuo and I to confess his identity. Yet the notion that he would blow his cover simply to chase publicity was something Liang could never have conceived. This world is utterly insane, he muttered. Liang could not help cursing. Whatever, Tuo and I won't die. Forget him, sunbathing is more important. He patted his rump, tore open his shirt, transformed instantly into Superman, and flew into the sky. Shindunju. And I, Kufu Rue, bore heavy dark circles. Though he was dressed entirely in black, his eye bag seemed especially black and swollen like a lump of coal dangling from an inkwell. Is this your investigation report? He set the papers down and looked up at Kuer's son. The details here are less comprehensive than what the television exposés have. At least the stations interviewed the locals. Kuer's son kept his head lowered. Sorry, Director. Since that day Superman has not reappeared, we have no leads. However, the footage aired on television actually contains a great deal of information. As he spoke, Kuer's son produced a tablet and handed it to Nai Kofurue. Seeing this familiar gesture from his subordinate made Fury's eyelid twitch. He watched Kuer's son light the screen and begin to play a video Fury had watched hundreds of times over the past days. The footage was divided into 3 parts. All foreign forces must immediately withdraw from the border and abandon their invasion. He spent a full hour extolling the greatness of Superman, spreading the faith in Superman and fervently linking Superman with the Almighty. Although he did not know how many times he had watched this video, Nick Fury still patiently finished it. The first part of the video showcased Superman's most powerful display of strength in battle. Coincidentally, during this instance, no official satellite was able to capture it in its entirety. The only relatively comprehensive material available is this video released by a reporter, which holds significant importance for studying Superman's abilities. After the video ended, Nick Fury looked at Coulson and asked, "What conclusion did you draw from it?" Director, it is evident that Superman's strength, at least his defensive capabilities and speed, exceeds that of all creatures and even weapons on Earth. Regardless of whether he is the Superman from the comics based purely on the power he has demonstrated, our best option is to maintain a good relationship with him and stabilize his emotions. Nick Fury nodded thoughtfully, rubbing the pager in his hand. So do you think his personality leans toward being extreme and rebellious, and should we consider suppressing him? Suppressing him? Coulson was taken aback. With all due respect, Director, it seems we do not possess such means. Nick Fury glanced at his pager. What I mean is, if we hypothetically had the means, do you think it would be necessary to proceed? Coulson did not reply immediately this time. He pondered for several seconds. I believe there is no need to suppress Superman. What is your reasoning? Nick Fury gazed impassively at the footage, Leon standing unscathed amid an inferno of raging flames. Although Superman has appeared only once, and with extraordinary force he demolished the Eagle Force military base and ordered their immediate withdrawal. Yet during that entire incident, he harmed no innocent bystanders, Coulson explained, interpreting the situation in his own terms. His intent was crystal clear, and he even actively intervened to protect vulnerable oppressed groups. Every ordinary local who has encountered him speaks of him with profound admiration and heartfelt gratitude. Taken together, he resembles less a threat and more a benefactor, or perhaps a judge, guided by a distinctly upright moral compass which he adheres to with unwavering rigor. To provoke or suppress such a figure would likely incite fierce resistance, ignite irreconcilable conflict, and propel events beyond our control. Nick Fury nodded slowly in quiet assent. This very dilemma had occupied his thoughts for days. Facing a Superman bound by ethical boundaries, diplomacy, not confrontation, was the optimal path. Yet Fury loathed above all else the sensation of losing control. Even having concluded that goodwill was the wisest course of action, he could not suppress the urge to subdue or dominate Leon, to bring him fully under S.I.E.L.D.'s command. Suppose, just suppose, we possessed sufficient power to defeat him effortlessly. What then? Do you have any alternative suggestions? Fury believed that if Captain Marvel were deployed, she would overwhelm this so-called Superman with absolute crushing superiority. Coulson fell silent, weighing the question carefully, then shook his head. I still maintain we must not act. Why? Fury's brow furrowed, his dark features tightening into deep creases. We have yet to ascertain Superman's true capabilities, Director. If he truly possesses comic book level powers, if sunlight alone amplifies his strength. Coulson drew a slow breath. Then any attempt against him, unless it ends in his death, will merely forge an ever stronger adversary whose evolution remains unpredictable and perilous. Is that truly your assessment? Fury's gaze locked onto the screen, piercing as though attempting to penetrate Leon's very essence, to discern what kind of being he truly was. A hush settled over the room for several seconds. I must reluctantly concede. You are absolutely right, Coulson. Very well. Your current assignment concludes here. Moving forward, coordinate personnel to continue monitoring Superman's movements, and upon his reappearance, initiate contact with diplomatic intent. Fury finally spoke, returning his pager to the drawer as he issued his final instruction. And remember to manage online discourse carefully. Neither allow it to swing entirely in his favor, nor let negative narratives proliferate unchecked, lest they provoke his hostility. Yes, sir. Coulson departed promptly with files and tablet in hand, displaying not a trace of resentment at the string of directives. Perhaps this was the legendary innate perfect employee constitution. Only after Coulson closed the door behind him did Fury recline in his chair and turn his gaze toward the window. From beside him, he withdrew a Superman comic, flipped through a few pages absently, then tossed it back onto the shelf. The world is growing restless. That initiative must accelerate. And regarding field agents, only one level 7 female operative exists, Ironheart. It is insufficient. Beep, beep. Jarvis chimed gently, a reminder that another exhilarating solar bath had reached its conclusion. Leon pressed a button aboard his spacecraft, opened the hatch, and returned to Earth with mild disinterest. Lately his power growth had accelerated dramatically. Beneath the sun, every cell in his body surged, as if rocketing upward, its electrifying euphoric intensity utterly intoxicating. Alas, testing his physiological limits demanded strict experimental controls. Thus, for the past month, his daily exposure to direct solar radiation in space had remained precisely calibrated, neither longer nor shorter. Otherwise, he suspected he might simply choose to dwell permanently among the stars. Wherever sunlight blazed, there would be home. In mere seconds, he reappeared at his luxurious seaside estate in Los Angeles. Leon pushed open the door and glanced at the electronic clock mounted on the wall. Only 4 p.m. Tony won't be back until 7 or 8. After completing today's strength assessment, I'll prepare dinner for myself. He murmured the plan aloud, mapping out the rest of his evening. Then he turned toward his bedroom to change into comfortable loungewear, yet paused after 2 steps, his right foot suspended midair. Tony, you're home early today. Leon's ears twitched faintly. He just caught quite unintentionally a second heartbeat echoing within the room. He maintained constant suppression of his superhearing. Ordinarily, he heard only what he chose to hear. That this pulse had breached his auditory filters meant its source was already perilously close. So near, in fact, that even his dampened senses registered it clearly, a powerful, steady rhythmic throb, deep and unwavering. He waited several seconds, but as expected, no reply came from Tony. Though Tony often ignored others while immersed in experiments, this silence felt different. Because that heartbeat emanated from Tony's bedroom, yet lacked Tony's characteristic fatigue, his unmistakable, kidney-deficient cadence. Leon's eyes narrowed. He neither queried Jarvis nor hesitated. Instead, he activated X-ray vision. The world dissolved into transparency, barriers peeled away layer by layer. His perspective became spectral, gliding silently into Tony's chamber, passing through the vast plush bed, until he saw Natasha. Leon's expression twisted into bewildered disbelief. What is she doing here, lurking beneath Tony's bed? Beneath Tony's 3-meter-wide mattress, barely 30 centimeters of clearance, crouched a woman of striking poise and grace. Her winered shoulder-length hair lay damp against the floor, her eyes were closed, arms resting limply at her sides, breath deep and serene, as though she were a sleeping princess. Yet given her supine position beneath the bed, the image verged on botanical absurdity, as if Tony's mattress had spontaneously grown a human-shaped plant. Leon's composure wavered. Returning home to find the legendary Black Widow concealed beneath his older brother's bed was profoundly unnerving. Why not beneath his bed? Not envy. No sheer visceral dread. Leon couldn't fathom it. Even if Tony had recklessly exposed his identity as Iron Man to the military and political elite, it hardly warranted S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatching Natasha to hide beneath his bed. Was this abduction, or some nocturnal intimate combat maneuver? Leon knew S.H.I.E.L.D.'s female operatives didn't resort to such amateurish infiltration. Jarvis, after I left earlier, did anyone enter the residence? I thought I'd ask first, Leon added, then waited. No, Master Leon. Upon your departure, I sealed all entry points. All of them. Have the sewers been sealed off as well? Or have you been blocked by anyone today? I've been operational and have no records of being blocked, but the sewer shouldn't count as an entrance. Jarvis has gone into a shell. Look, even this artificial intelligence has been confused. Which good person crawls into a house through the sewer? However, looking again at Natasha, who was damp underneath Tony's bed, there was no way she didn't crawl in through the sewer. Tonight, while Tony sleeps, he will surely get to enjoy the lingering scent left by the beautiful woman. Leon quietly blessed Tony. Thinking of the smell from the sewer, he couldn't help but laugh. But just letting Tony catch a whiff of it was enough. Leon had no intention of letting Natasha stay under the bed. Whatever she intended to do, the fact that it was done secretly clearly indicated it was not a good thing. Jarvis asked, "Are you saying that a woman has infiltrated Mr. Stark's bedroom?" "That's right, and she's currently resting under the bed." Leon, intrigued, stroked his chin. "Let's see what this excellent agent is up to." Jarvis cooperated. "Yes, Master Leon." Leon put on an earphone and walked towards Tony's room, directly pushing the door open. As soon as he entered, he pretended to look around intentionally, making heavy footsteps. "Jarvis, are you sure you detected a strong, unusual odor in Tony's room?" "That's impossible. He hasn't brought any ladies home in days. How could there be an odd smell?" "Yes, sir, the air system detected unusual odor particles." Jarvis cooperated. "Impossible unless Tony dealt with some physiological issue himself, or otherwise where would the smell come from? And I feel like there's no odor here." Sniff, sniff. Ugh. Leon sniffed a few times, suddenly recoiling and dry heaving against the doorframe. This was not a planned disguise, but rather his super sense of smell had sharply detected the strong stench of decay in the room. Especially after he deliberately took a few deep sniffs, seeking the strange odor. The sudden stench seemed to invade his insides, stirring his stomach. "What is that smell?" "It smells like a salted fish that has swollen in a bucket of waste, and then been pickled in a cucumber jar for 3 days and nights. Leon clenched his teeth, immediately suppressing his super sense of smell. "Master Lun," Jarvis asked quietly in Leon's earpiece, "your acting is truly remarkable. If it weren't for the air system not detecting any anomalies, you would have nearly deceived my judgment logic." "No. I did smell something foul. The other party must have used some deodorizing chemical, but that smell still can't escape my nose." Leon rubbed his nose and whispered, "Continue to cooperate with me." Then he covered his nose and walked to the bedside, loudly asking, "The smell is indeed quite strong. What on earth did Tony do?" "Jarvis, you just said the source of the odor is under the bed." "Yes, the source of the odor molecules is right under the bed. Do you need me to operate the vacuum robot to clean it up?" Jarvis said through the external speaker. "No need." Leon half squatted down, kneeling on one knee. "I suspect there is a life-size doll of Tony down there, and if you clean it up, he would be mad. So we'll just take it out to wash you." I can't believe Tony could let something so smelly go. He used his left hand to hold onto the bed's edge while his right hand reached under the bed, pretending to pull something out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a change occurred. Leon's right hand was about to reach under the bed. A completely black soft whip was unexpectedly swung out from the blind spot, wrapping around Leon's arm 3 times like a python strangling its prey. In the next moment, a faint force from the soft whip was felt. Leon estimated it was about 2.5 times Tony's arm strength. However, for an ordinary person, that could already be considered immense strength. Leon couldn't help but feel surprised. Natasha exerting such force combined with the suddenness of it was enough to shatter an ordinary person's bones. Such a ruthless move was no longer just stealth. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. truly wanted to take action against Tony? Leon's previous nonchalance slightly faded. It seemed that the probe had to continue for now. He feigned a startled exclamation and fell in the direction of the force from the soft whip. "Ah!" he cried out in pain as his back hit the ground. The next moment, Natasha shot out from under the bed like a snake emerging from its hole. Or rather, she slid out. She kicked off against the bedpost, using the recoil to slide out on the floor, her legs wrapping around Leon's waist like they had no bones. Then she pushed herself off the ground with both hands, using her waist strength. She surprisingly swung Leon through the air and slammed him down towards the ground. Bang! With a heavy sound of impact, Leon cried out in pain, while cooperating, then realized he had actually hit the back of his head and immediately closed his eyes, beginning to faint. Huff! Natasha took a breath, twisted Leon's shoulder to take a casual look, confirming the target was unconscious. She was extremely confident in her skills. Her combat training from a young age ensured she could eliminate an ordinary person in an instant. Nice chest muscles. She also glanced at Leon's chest, impressed, and patted it, finally making a comment. "Madam, you have now violated Mr. Stark's private territory and personal safety. Please immediately distance yourself from Mr. Leon and leave this place, or I will notify the police immediately." Jarvis seamlessly issued the threat. Oh, is that so? Natasha dragged out a black tactical backpack from under the bed, pulling out ropes and firearms. She waved the gun, saying, "If you call the police, this gun will be aimed at your young master." With that, she ignored Jarvis' shot and shattered various electronic devices in the room, then turned back and flipped Leon over, securely binding him with ropes. She even checked Leon's vital signs, confirming he was merely unconscious and in no danger to life. During this process, she also discovered and destroyed the earphones Leon was wearing. Only then did she stand up, pressing the communicator in her ear to begin her report. "General Dreykov," Natasha reporting. After waiting a few seconds for permission from the other end of the communication, she spoke again. "An unexpected situation has arisen. The target's brother, Leon Stark, has discovered me using the household artificial intelligence. Now requesting a change of plan. Instead of kidnapping Tony Stark, I will use Leon Stark to threaten him to obtain energy and armor technology." After a few seconds, a flat male voice came from the other end of the communication. "Agreed on the change of plan." "Understood." Natasha's expression was calm, devoid of hatred or joy. She took out the communication device from her ear, preparing to implement the new kidnapping plan. However, upon turning around, she saw Leon, who should have been unconscious, had opened his eyes at some point and was staring directly at her. "It sounds like you're not working for SHIELD right now." Leon's expression was intriguing. "Now that makes it interesting. You just mentioned General Dreykov. Wasn't he the head of the Red Room?" Before Natasha's wide, horrified eyes, Leon effortlessly broke free from his restraints. The ropes binding him snapped into fragments and scattered across the floor. "So you're still under the Red Room's control?" Leon rose to his feet and brushed himself off. "That doesn't make sense. At this point in time, you should be." His words trailed off abruptly. In that instant, as his gaze dropped, Natasha launched her attack without hesitation, though her opponent possessed strength sufficient to shatter Titan-style polyethylene cords with ease. Her movements were lightning swift, like those of a spider striking its prey, so precise and inevitable that the moment she struck, her target was already ensnared within her web, powerless to escape. Facing Leon, whose physical might clearly dwarfed her own, Natasha's assault targeted vital points with ruthless precision. To overcome raw power with speed was her time-tested art, a woman mastering superior adversaries through velocity alone. Her fists, elbows, and knees struck Leon in near simultaneous succession, pushing her body to its absolute limit. Yet this signature ambush tactic, the one that had never failed, met its Waterloo this time. Shock flooded Natasha's face. The boy before her, no older than 17 or 18, had blocked every single strike with even greater speed, and he'd done it with only one hand, casually closing his fingers around her fist, rendering all her desperate strength utterly futile. It felt less like being gripped by a human hand and more like being clamped by an unyielding hydraulic vice. Natasha's expression shifted, uncertain, unsettled, deeply unnerved. But years of battlefield instinct propelled her into immediate counteraction. She drove her feet into the floor, launching herself upward to land atop Leon and wrench her own joints free in a last-ditch maneuver. "Hey, don't do that. I'd hate to accidentally tear you in half because of your resistance." To Leon, Natasha's body was no sturdier than parchment. A single lapse in his control over strength during physical contact would result in carnage too grisly. As he spoke, Leon enveloped Natasha in a biokinetic field, careful not to damage Tony's bedroom. She, of course, knew nothing of this precaution. She only noticed one thing: the boy who had met her tempestuous assault with serene composure now wore a different expression entirely. A flicker of doubt stirred within her. Was he afraid? Afraid she might get hurt? Who exactly was the world-class covert operative breaking into his home? Confused, Natasha barely registered the surge of immense force traveling up her arm. Then, with zero resistance, she was slammed flat against the wall. This time, no technique, not yoga-based joint escapes nor self-mutilating gambits, could budge her even a millimeter. Before that overwhelming power, her struggles were as meaningless as an ant brandishing its tiny limbs before a titan. Slowly, her eyes changed, grieving, desolate, almost relieved. Unbidden, her right index finger curled inward toward her wrist, seeking to activate the circular device embedded there. "What are you trying to do now, eh?" A firm grip closed on her nape. Just one gentle squeeze, and consciousness fled. "What are you trying to do now, eh?" A firm grip closed on her nape. Just one gentle squeeze, and Leon caught Natasha's collapsing form from behind, adjusted his hold, lifted her smoothly, and carried her out of Tony's bedroom. "Master Leon, I'm relieved you're unharmed." Jarvis voiced concern immediately. The bedroom's electronics had been destroyed, leaving him blind to what had transpired inside. "Save the concern, Jarvis. You know I'm never in danger." "Safeguarding your life remains my primary directive," replied Jarvis. Shall I alert authorities and have this intruder taken into custody? No need. This situation is far more complex, and she likely carries secrets worth investigating. I'll take her downstairs for study. Leon admitted his curiosity. Why had the linear Marvel narrative fractured precisely at Black Widow? Was this world not Earth 199999, the main MCU cinematic universe, but rather a divergent branch akin to What If? Yet that seemed unlikely. Every character he'd encountered thus far bore near identical resemblance to their film counterparts. Descending the stairs, he added, "Oh, and when Tony returns, please remind him to order takeout. I'll be in the lab tonight." Understood, Master Leon. Jarvis offered, ever thoughtful. Shall I disable the lab's surveillance? Leave them on, all of them. What do you think I'm about to do? As you wish, sir, Jarvis replied, tone impeccable. Silence. I'm simply conducting a medical examination. Leon carried Natasha into the lab, swept the workbench clear with one motion, and laid her gently upon it. He removed his coat and donned a pair of sterile white gloves. Awkward, hesitant, like a medical student performing their first cadaver dissection. Yet even amateurish hands became peerless once his X-ray vision activated. First a full body scan. Let's see. Whoa. Impressive physique. Truly worthy of Natasha Romanoff. Elegant shoulders, sculpted hips. Ahem. Let's examine other regions first. Leon insisted he held no interest in petty advantages. He cleared his mind and entered focus. His gaze piercing through skin, revealing muscle fascia and vasculature beneath. No anomalies detected. No explosives, no toxin capsules. Ah, there's a tracker embedded in her right thigh. And this device on her wrist. Is it a suicide detonator? He stroked his chin. So she intended to trigger self-destruction just now, eh? Self-termination upon mission failure. That's profoundly uncharacteristic of Natasha. In the films, Natasha Romanoff sacrificed herself to save others and surrendered her life to protect comrades. But against an insurmountable foe, she never contemplated surrender, let alone suicide. So she's being controlled. Recalling fragments of the Black Widow film he'd skimmed long ago, her sister had indeed been chemically subjugated by the Red Room. But that occurred a decade later. At this juncture, Natasha shouldn't even be affiliated with the Red Room. Leon shifted his gaze upward, to her crown. Layer by layer, through capillary networks and neural tissue, he scrutinized her brain meticulously. Nothing abnormal emerged. Is my ocular ability insufficient? Or is her mind truly unaltered? Faced with mystery, Leon grew exhilarated. He swiftly retrieved specialized equipment from Stark Industries: microscopes, magnetoencephalography scanners, neural interface analyzers, each a marvel of neuroscientific engineering. Dozens of towering machines encircled the workbench. Leon cracked his knuckles. Time to test everything I've learned these past few days. Since dismantling the 10 rings, he hadn't merely sunbathed. He'd immersed himself in biology during. He hadn't anticipated applying that knowledge so soon. First, he disabled all explosives and trackers on her person. Then he began extracting cerebrospinal fluid and neural cells for analysis. Cerebral function normal. Neural nodes intact. Synaptic transmission optimal. His hands flew across instrument interfaces, leaving afterimages in their wake. For each cellular slide, a single glance sufficed. He absorbed the entire image, instantly synthesized conclusions, and moved on. When subtle complexities eluded him, he directed Jarvis to scour academic databases for relevant papers. With every minute, his expertise deepened exponentially. A quiet thought echoed within him. Thank you, Natasha Romanoff. This extraordinary agent, unwittingly, selflessly, had donated her own neurobiology to accelerate his mastery. In 1 hour, through Hansen experimentation and rigorous study, he had ascended to elite status in neuroscience, biochemistry, and cognitive science. What nobler devotion to science could exist? Ah, I've found it, Leon exclaimed triumphantly, leaning over the microscope. He swore he'd never felt such fulfillment, not even during his daily sunbathing. Nothing compares to the profound satisfaction of scaling a discipline's summit in record time and solving an enigma through sheer focused intellect. Master Leon, what have you discovered? Jarvis played his role flawlessly. The root cause. Leon's voice trembled with excitement. Natasha's brain structure and tissue architecture are flawless, but within her cellular fluid, I've isolated an exogenous chemical compound. He printed a high-resolution neuroscan. This substance targets her basal ganglia, disrupting conscious volition itself. If my analysis holds, her self-awareness remains intact, but has been artificially fragmented. One portion obeys external commands, another retains her authentic cognition. This fractured consciousness preserves logical reasoning, yet severs emotional judgment, reducing her to pure obedience. The mind behind this compound is both genius and monster. Leon cleared the workbench once more. Next step, synthesizing a targeted inhibitor. And who knows, When she awakens, we may uncover something extraordinary. For Leon, diagnosing the root cause and reverse engineering a solution was a straightforward task, provided the foundational conditions were met. Having confirmed that Natasha had indeed fallen under psychic control, and that the mechanism involved a specific neurochemical agent, the subsequent step of reverse engineering an antidote became almost trivial. Leon's mind, operating with supercomputer-like precision, rapidly simulated countless molecular configurations. He then delegated real-world validation to Jarvis. Within 20 minutes, a vial of vivid crimson counteragent lay complete upon the workbench, an 87% success rate. Correct. Leon drew the compound into a syringe. Yes, Jarvis replied. Simulations indicate a 12% chance of therapeutic failure, and a 1% risk of fatal pharmacological conflict resulting in the invader's cerebral death. Yet this represents the absolute zenith of what current medical science can achieve. Leon shrugged lightly. He gazed at Natasha and said, under ideal circumstances, we ought to conduct a phase 3 randomized double-blind clinical trial, the gold standard for pharmaceutical development. But judging by this patient's deteriorating condition, we clearly lack time to recruit volunteers and run formal trials. On the workbench, Natasha stirred awake, frantically tearing at the ropes binding her, straining to resist. Leon stood motionless beside her, steadily depressing the syringe plunger as a slender thread of liquid emerged from the needle's tip. Cease struggling, it's injection time. Don't snap the needle. After all, you restrained me first. Now I've returned the favor. Even Stephen. He met Natasha's gaze unflinchingly. Miss Romanoff, I trust you understand. Their eyes locked, hers bloodshot and wild, while he ignored the duct tape sealing her mouth. Excellent. Our patient has tacitly consented to treatment. Still, brace yourself mentally. He tapped the syringe, expelling air bubbles trapped within. I'm admittedly a self-taught physician, so while this compound carries a non-zero fatality risk, efficacy remains paramount. Why overthink it? Should catastrophe strike, we'll simply attribute it to survivorship bias. In his prior life, Leon had been a man of few words. This lifetime, however, had been steeped for over a decade in Tony Stark's irreverent wit, leaving him mostly earnest yet occasionally erupting into Stark-level banter at critical junctures. The inhibitor must be administered intramuscularly. Would you prefer to remove your jacket, or shall I tear off the sleeve? Ah, I see. Ripping the tactical suit sleeve then. Leon tore away Natasha's sleeve and, leveraging superior physical control, immobilized her long enough to swab her pale, supple upper arm with alcohol. Very well, Natasha. This is the final moment. You have precisely 1 second to withdraw consent. Time's up. You've elected to proceed. Splendid. Given the urgency, no formal consent forms are required. Should complications arise, we'll arrange immediate cremation and repatriate your ashes to the Red Room. Natasha's eyes widened in alarm, muffled cries escaping behind the tape. You're asking for Leon's precise control of speed, time, and direction was something he could not achieve at present. Tony hadn't even thought of how adaptable the battle armor could be in The crimson compound flowed swiftly into the patient's bloodstream. Done. See. Not painful at all. Our procedure is astonishingly brief. Now gentle pressure is needed to prevent bruising, but given your current state, I'll handle it. Leon withdrew the empty syringe and pressed a cotton swab firmly against Natasha's arm. After returning the syringe to the tray held aloft by the robotic assistant Shaodai, he fell silent, his expression shifting to quiet, focused gravity as he watched Natasha. His inner thoughts bore no resemblance to his flippant words. He reasoned simply, as one of the world's pivotal figures, Natasha could not possibly fall victim to that 1% fatality margin. Moreover, this counteragent represented the pinnacle of his current capability. Even assembling Earth's foremost physicians would reduce lethality by mere tenths of a percent, scarcely meaningful. The neurochemical agents coursing through Natasha had likely been engineered without antidotes in mind, designed instead as an irrevocable control vector. Indeed, the architects cared less for the subject's survival than for the inviolability of their control, embedding the compounds deep within neural cytoplasm, where removal would trigger irreversible neuronal necrosis. Such eradication would inevitably inflict catastrophic brain damage, placing the subject's life in mortal peril. That Leon had even synthesized a viable inhibitor bordered on the miraculous. As for that remaining 1% mortality risk, it was negligible. The inhibitor appears to be taking effect. Leon removed his gloves, rinsed them thoroughly in antiseptic, then accepted a sterile wipe from the assistant robot Benben to cleanse his hands. Watching Natasha's features settle into calm, he offered her a silent, fleeting prayer. Jarvis, suppose she lands squarely on that 1% cerebral fatality. Would that constitute fortune or misfortune? Leon mused aloud while awaiting results. Statistically speaking, hitting that 1% probability qualifies as extraordinary luck, Jarvis replied earnestly. Yet outcome-wise, realizing the rarest possible death renders it profoundly tragic. How refreshingly objective, Leon quipped. But humans don't reason that way. When calamity strikes personally, even infinitesimal odds metastasize into absolute certainty, pure, unmitigated misfortune. Fascinating. That is human cognition, Jarvis noted. I shall endeavor to emulate such reasoning henceforth, Master Leon. No need. Your algorithmic clarity is your strength. In fact, many young women find precisely that quality appealing. Oh, Natasha's waking. Leon observed the delicate tremor of Natasha's silken lashes, immediately stepping close to the workbench for scrutiny. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open. Amber irises clouded with dazed incomprehension, her gaze unfocused and adrift. That vacant, guileless stare. Exactly right. Congratulations, Miss Romanoff. Your procedure was a resounding success. That very disorientation signaled liberation. The neurochemical grip had severed. Her fragmented consciousness now began its slow, arduous reintegration into unified awareness. Yet full coherence would require time. As Leon monitored her subtle shifts, he calmly unwound the ropes binding her and peeled away the duct tape from her mouth. Unlike Leon's elation, Natasha's first sight upon awakening was a face looming inches from hers, studying her left and right with unnerving proximity. Her pupils contracted sharply, her body reacted instinctively. Limbs freed, muscles coiled. With practiced grace, she wrapped her legs around Leon's waist, leveraged his torso as pivot spun behind him, and locked in a rear-naked choke. A reflex forged over 10 years of elite field training and combat. A somatic memory etched deep into muscle and nerve. Yet Leon remained utterly unaffected, her arms locked rigid against unyielding resistance like steel clamped in diamond. Stunned, Natasha's mind flooded with fractured recollections. Her expression went slack, her eyes lost focus entirely, until Leon lifted her effortlessly onto the workbench, jolting her back to awareness. You saved me. Natasha's gaze lingered on Leon, her expression shifting through layers of disbelief, gratitude, and raw vulnerability. Her hands hovered uncertainly at her sides before she lowered her head. What have I done? She had resigned herself to lifelong subjugation by the Red Room, only to find redemption ironically in the hands of her intended target. Consciousness restored, memories surged, flooding her with remorse, fury, and above all, urgent anxiety. You seem to be recovering remarkably well. Leon spoke gently. Natasha, startled, fully present once more. Perched on the workbench, she fumbled awkwardly. Thank you, truly. No, I owe you an apology. My actions just now were involuntary, reflexive. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Are you injured? Natasha's words were disjointed, betraying the profound emotional turbulence of one who had just regained her memories, especially after Leon had saved her only for her to repay him with ruthless, ungrateful violence. This stirred deeply buried recollections, filling her with quiet remorse. Don't give it a second thought, Leon waved it off indifferently. It was an unconscious misstep, and besides, you couldn't possibly harm me. Natasha clenched her palms tightly, suddenly recalling how effortlessly this very man had subdued her moments earlier, leaving her utterly powerless. That overwhelming force which rendered all technique obsolete was something she would likely never forget. Instinctively, she swept her gaze across the room, striving to steady her breath and calm her racing heart. Thank you. Natasha glanced discreetly at Leon's frame, then shook her head, offering gratitude once more. Thank you for saving me, and thank you for forgiving my earlier transgression. Leon opened his mouth to speak, but Natasha continued without pause. Perhaps to you this was merely a trivial gesture, yet to me it carries immeasurable weight. Her sincerity radiated unmistakably. She stepped down from the workbench and met Leon's gaze directly. You've given me a second life, Mr. Stark. Her expression turned solemn. And not only me, other widows as well. All of us owe you our lives. Agents trained by the Red Room were known collectively as widows. Among them, the most exceptional, those who shattered every prior record, were bestowed the title Black Widow. It was the name of the world's most pitiless, venomous spider, and so too were those who bore it. A debt of life is impossible to repay. If ever you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Natasha declared earnestly. I will spare. Gently she brushed her fingertips across Leon's cheek. Her warm breath fluttered softly against his sharp, chiseled jawline. But please forgive me. I must leave now. Her expression twisted, torn between longing and anguish. The Red Room hunts relentlessly if contact is severed for too long. I cannot endanger you, and others still await my rescue. Natasha moved with decisive urgency, barely conscious, already plotting vengeance against the Red Room. A fierce resolve flashed across her eyes, and suddenly she rose onto her toes to press a light, fleeting kiss to Leon's temple. Thank you, Leon. Her voice softened like wind-tossed cotton tinder as a lover's farewell, imbued with boundless devotion. After that kiss, she retreated step by slow step, her alabaster eyes locked unwaveringly upon him. As though a princess awakened from enchanted slumber by a prince's kiss, yet compelled to face her cruel stepmother alone. At 5 paces away she turned sharply, leaving behind a solitary statuesque silhouette. That figure stood stark in its solitude and ironclad resolve, a vivid testament to Natasha's willingness to sacrifice herself for her comrades and to walk into fire for the man who saved her life. Leon watched her go, then touched his own temple where her lips had lingered. His reflection in the laboratory glass looked dazed, almost boyish, like a youth newly fallen into love's bewildering depths. "Wait, Natasha," he called out suddenly. Her resolute back froze mid-stride as she tilted her head slightly, revealing half a profile etched with sorrowful grace. "I'm sorry, Leon. I must go." "No, I mean we're hardly acquainted. Mr. Stark suits me." Leon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Then sotto voce, "That fishy stench is truly overwhelming." Natasha went utterly still, frozen like a statue. Seconds later, she turned fully back toward him, hesitant. "You? Mr. Stark." Clearly she'd missed his muttered complaint about her scent. "Exactly." Leon leaned back against the workbench. Natasha Romanoff, born 1984, the Red Room's finest black widow, possessing dozens of cover identities, worldwide master of solo combat and psychological warfare. To be addressed so intimately by a world-class operative, and then kissed farewell, is frankly, I must admit, it's a superb seduction technique. Just a hair shy of convincing me to rush forward, embrace you, and declare I'll brave any inferno or blade-strewn path at your side. Natasha's eyes narrowed. She realized her subtle maneuver had been seen through entirely. "Well, I hadn't expected the supposedly most unremarkable Stark heir to possess such hidden depth. Are you perhaps a CIA operative?" "Please, this is the digital age. My home AI retrieves information with astonishing ease. And most unremarkable, I did attend Columbia University after all." Leon paused, spreading his hands wide. "See, Natasha, I know your past. And I'm no idle playboy still dreaming of fairy tales. So there's no need for elaborate cat mouse games. Though I suspect even your performance was half-hearted, more habit than intent." He rose and gestured to Jarvis, requesting 2 cups of coffee. "Let's simplify things, shall we?" Handing 1 cup to Natasha, he added, "Warm yourself. When was the last time you drank coffee consciously? Don't tell me it was 10 years ago." "Huh." She accepted the cup with effortless grace, smiling, not a trace of embarrassment. "Thank you. It's been a year and a half since I last savored coffee like this." "So you were fully reconditioned by the Red Room over a year ago. You seem remarkably well-informed, Mr." Natasha drifted closer, leaning beside him against the workbench, tilting her chin up to meet his gaze. Small, delicate, disarmingly charming. Another calculated allure. "Enough of that. Is extracting intelligence through seduction simply second nature to you?" He nodded toward her cup. "Ask directly. Saves us both time and pretense." Natasha was undeniably extraordinary. 24 or 25, every gesture exuding innate magnetism, every smile capable of ensnaring hearts. Yet Leon had just witnessed her viscous organs and brain, streaked crimson and ivory, and inhaled the acrid stench of sewer water clinging to her skin. Thus desire held no sway over him, at least not yet. I hadn't imagined the younger brother of America's most notorious playboy would prove such a paragon of virtue. Natasha's playful smile vanished, replaced by sober focus. As a master of psychology, she knew precisely how to adapt, to meet another's needs, not her own. Leon's priority was efficient intelligence exchange, and she welcomed that candor wholeheartedly. "Not necessarily. Timing simply isn't right. Next time choose a different setting. I promise I'll fall for it." He took 2 sips of coffee. "By the way, spare me that bewildered maiden's farewell act. Only naive heirs by that script. If you intend to seduce me, try black stockings next time. They'd be far more effective." "Excellent suggestion. I'll certainly try it. Now, young Mr. Stark, how exactly did you acquire such intimate knowledge of me? Don't claim it was your AI. Most of these files are classified paper archives, never digitized." "Ah, so that's how it is." Leon formed an X with his fingers. "Regrettably, that remains confidential, beyond disclosure." Natasha cocked her head. "Is that what you meant by ask directly? Asking doesn't obligate me to answer. Before you question me, I'd like to ask, was that truly how you treat you?" He raised a finger. "First you attacked me upon waking, yes, an accident. Then you sincerely thanked and apologized. But the moment you recalled our earlier confrontation, you immediately shifted to seduction. You wanted me to volunteer help against the Red Room, didn't you? Worst of all, you stole glances at my reflection in the glass after turning away. Really, after I saved you, after you vowed gratitude. Did you truly intend to drag me straight into their den? Leon slapped his thigh. The whiplash between your acts is so extreme, I feel like a fool. I apologize. Natasha lifted both hands. I apologize again for mistaking you for an ordinary heir and attempting to manipulate you, and for trying to entangle you in my mission. I take full responsibility. Forgive me. I just awakened desperate for an ally who made me feel safe. You're formidable, brilliant. Your aid would tilt the odds decisively in my favor. Though I swear, if you'd agreed to help me just now, I'd have shared every truth without reservation, even if admittedly you seem to require no assistance. And my vow stands should you ever face peril, call on me, so long as I draw breath. Leon stroked his chin. May I enlist you for certain unspoken services? Yes, if it's you I consent. A brief flicker of hesitation crossed Natasha's eyes, then hardened into absolute certainty. She meant it. Leon realized Natasha was not joking and immediately put away his smile. All right, there is no need to be so solemn. I was only teasing. I withdraw the disrespectful remark I made just now. He then beckoned to Ben. Little Ben, bring this lady some more coffee. That left Natasha astonished. You are apologizing to me. Well, to be honest, you are nothing like what I imagined. Apologize? No, you have it wrong. I am not apologizing. I am merely keeping my composure. At least I will not make that sort of joke openly, Leon protested. Natasha looked at him with puzzlement. You actually say such things. I mean, you are so different, you hardly seem like a Sitaku at all. Perhaps because I have also been shaped by an education beyond Sitaku. Leon raised his cup and clinked it gently against Natasha's. But no matter how much you praise me, it won't change things. You invaded here and attacked me. I forgave you despite the past, and instead of gratitude you schemed against me. A mere verbal apology will not suffice. You are right, Natasha said, smiling as she drank the hot coffee. But my praise is sincere. I have never heard words like yours before. They do sound cultivated. Thank you for the compliment. It is part of the image I cultivate, Leon shrugged. Such an image must be very appealing to young women. Natasha's brows curved into a softer expression. Perhaps. Now should we talk about you and the matter of the Hong Fong Z? Leon set down his cup. What do you want to discuss? Natasha no longer leaned against the workbench. If this is the recompense you seek, I will speak freely. I have only one question. How were you controlled by the Hong Fong Z a year and a half ago? Leon asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. He could not let the matter go. It bore on his understanding of the universe he inhabited. His decision to help Natasha was driven by that very concern. How I was controlled. Natasha held her cup, her expression drifting torn. To her it seemed like during the time she was controlled, she committed so many blood-soaked crimes that even the years when she could barely act on her own seemed preferable by comparison. For her, recounting those days was like tearing open a wound from the inside. She would rather charge into a hail of bullets than relive it. After a moment of struggle in her face, she nevertheless began to speak slowly. I was raised and remade in the Hong Fong Z from childhood. They brainwashed every girl there. But I resisted the brainwashing to some extent, and kept some measure of my own will. When I found an opportunity, one tried to rebel, and then I failed. There was a hollowness in Natasha's eyes as she watched the coffee swirl, her gaze seeming to pass through the present into the past. To prevent further attempts, they moved beyond mere brainwashing and began to control us with chemical agents. That was the process, Natasha said briefly, as if describing how to fit an elephant into a refrigerator, opening it, and putting the elephant inside. Leon seized on the key point. You were so capable. Why did your rebellion fail? In the original timeline, Natasha should have met Ing Yen around 2006, attacked the Hong Fong Z's leader in Budapest, and ultimately escaped to join Shindunju. But the situation now was entirely different. You cannot imagine the reach of the Hong Fong Z. The widows are everywhere across the globe. No single person can resist them. Natasha's shoulders slumped as if they had lost their support. About 2 years ago, Ing Yen of Shindunju attacked me. A promising opportunity. I tried to use him to contact Shindunju. But she suddenly looked up at Leon. It also involves you in a way. Me. In 2006, your Sitaku company released epic-making electronic devices. The Hong Fong Z reverse-engineered those technologies using technical complementarity to upgrade their internal smart equipment. Natasha tilted her head. So when I contacted Ing Yen, I was monitored the whole time without knowing it. My communications only had ordinary anti-eavesdropping protection then. Who could have foreseen that the Hong Fong Z's communications technology would leap forward explosively within a few months? Leon's mouth twitched. In his mind, Natasha had fallen into the net because she was outpaced by technology. Civilian technology in the Marvel world lagged far behind military tech. In 2006, 2009 was inspired and repurposed many military technologies for digital devices. At that time, CTOK's product launches seemed to come daily. For a month straight, 2009 advanced civilian digital tech, stagnant for unknown reasons, by at least a decade. The world seemed to shift overnight from flip phones to smartphones, and even holographic projection began appearing on the market. Liang remembered Ao Ba Dai complaining that 2009 was exhausting resources too quickly. Good technology should be released gradually to reap greater profits. Modern tech is like that. It explodes out of nowhere, he said, sipping coffee to hide his embarrassment. Natasha looked at him with a hint of bitterness. If CTOK's electronics company had been established 6 months later, I might have succeeded in escaping or even destroying the Hong Fong Z. You may be right. Liang continued drinking his coffee. Although it sounds unreasonable, one can blame 2009. Why set up a subsidiary in the first place? It turned out the world had not broken. Rather, his own ripple like a butterfly's wing had stirred a tornado in Hungary. Who would have thought the butterfly effect could alter a timeline so profoundly? Liang was speechless and puzzled that despite such changes no one had come to confront him. Neither the Shi Jianguan Li Ju nor Gu Yi had appeared. That baffled him. From what he could tell, this world was still the film universe he knew. At least it was not the comic universe, which was a relief. And then he asked. After my escape plan was exposed, other widows quickly besieged me, and I was taken back to the Hong Fong Z. After 6 months of imprisonment, they used chemicals to control me. I had no choice. Over the past year or so, though I retained fragments of my own thoughts, multiple consciousnesses existed within me, and I lost sense of which part was truly myself. Natasha spoke and quietly turned her face away, wiping at her cheeks with her back to Liang. In those 10-odd months, I killed more people than in the previous decade. She continued, there were infants who could not yet walk, pregnant mothers, and even powerful high-ranking figures. To this day my hands are stained with blood. Natasha kept her head bowed so that her expression was hidden. Liang instinctively wanted to offer words of comfort, but clearly that was not what she needed. Her inner strength exceeded that of most people, yet the stronger one is the more visceral the torment when conscience reproaches them. In truth, if Liang had not demanded this information as compensation, Natasha would never have spoken of her past. Even in the films, she never told the Avengers she considered family about her Hong Fong Z experiences. That wound lay hidden at her heart. Compared to ripping open those sealed scars, she would have preferred Liang's recompense be tit for tat, even to the point of breaking her hands and feet. So what do you plan to do next? Liang signaled Ben to refill Natasha's cup. Thank you, she said to Ben, then looked at Liang. If possible, I would like your help. Not to drag you into an endless war, but could you help me produce some inhibitors? Natasha asked with trepidation. Or provide the formula so I can try to save others. I will find a way to repay you for your efforts. Liang stroked his chin. Manufacturing inhibitors is simple enough, but you intend to rescue a number of widows, first gather enough manpower, and then declare war on the Hong Fong Z. To be honest, he secretly hoped trouble would come for the Hong Fong Z. After all, only after 2009 exposed the armored suit had the adversary dared to send a He Guafu into his home to kidnap someone. If 2009 were to hold a press conference tomorrow and announce to the world that he was the wearer of the Gang Tai Zhan Jia, God knew what the Hong Fong Z might attempt next. For a faction courting suicide, Liang's choice was simple: ensure it never saw tomorrow's sun. By chance, Natasha's goal was also to destroy the Hong Fong Z, so Liang did not object to lending a hand. Natasha straightened. Yes, that is my plan, Li. Sitaku, sir. Please believe me, I will. Call me Liang. You have said so much from the heart. We should consider ourselves friends now, Liang interrupted. Natasha paused and nodded. Liang, listen to me first, he said, tapping the table with his finger. Your idea is admirable, but putting it into practice will not be easy. He went on. First you lose contact, then as you begin to act, other widows will vanish one after another. The Hong Fong Z will quickly respond, and you will find yourself in an extremely perilous situation. Natasha shook her head slowly. I know, but I must do it. It is my responsibility. Responsibility. Liang pondered, then added, if you speak of responsibility that way, I have an idea. A win-win, no, a win-win-win idea. What idea? Natasha blinked in surprise. Liang began clearing items off his workbench, preparing to synthesize a batch of inhibitors. I'll dismantle the Red Room for you. On one condition: you and your fellow widows defect and join my service. How does that sound? Who could possibly refuse a team of peerless female operatives, equally adept at piloting aircraft and preparing gourmet meals, serving exclusively under one's command across the globe? I gain an elite cadre of operatives. You obliterate the Red Room. The other widows break free from coercion and secure new purpose. Triple victory. As for the initial claim of mutual benefit, Leon would not only achieve his objective of eradicating the Red Room, but also effortlessly acquire loyal subordinates. He won twice. What do you think of my proposal? Even as he spoke casually, his hands never paused. His fingers blurred across the workbench, yet every motion was surgically precise, every milliliter of reagent measured with flawless accuracy. How exactly will you dismantle the Red Room? Natasha watched awestruck. Strangely, not a trace of doubt flickered in her mind. Deep down she believed, unshakably, that if Leon willed it, he could annihilate the Red Room, that fortress of terror which had haunted her dreams. So you agree? Leon asked without turning around. Natasha remained silent for several seconds. I agree. Once the Red Room is destroyed, I'll help persuade the others to join you, though I can't guarantee their consent. As for me, I am yours now. Her decisive clarity made even Leon pause mid-motion. You're serious? He turned slightly stunned. You don't even ask what I intend to have you do. What kind of inexplicable trust was this? Convention dictated rigorous deliberation, then binding terms, no orders violating moral conscience, no missions crossing ethical lines. Leon had to admit, Natasha possessed an uncanny instinct for balance. She shook her head. Trust me, once you destroy the Red Room, they'll follow you without hesitation. And you, Leon asked. I told you from the start. I owe you my life, Natasha said, leaning forward, palms braced on the table, her gaze locking onto his. I'll obey any command you give. If I fail, I'll return that life to you. Her breath brushed his cheek. Her smoldering gaze held him captive, a masterful blend of allure and unspoken sovereignty. Though her words implied absolute submission, her meaning ran deeper. She would never act against her own will. Yet she phrased it with elegant ambiguity, framing devotion as mortal obligation. Even Leon, ever composed, might find his pulse quicken at such total surrender. But not this time. Oh, you're sent. Don't lean so close. I've meant to say it all along. The bathroom upstairs is yours to use freely. Go wash now. Leon recoiled, instantly pinching his nose in distaste. Though he dampened his enhanced olfactory senses, the faint, unmistakable tang of sewer grime clinging to Natasha still unsettled him. My scent. Natasha froze, stunned into silence, like lightning striking still water. Leon offered no explanation, merely gestured sharply toward the door. Dottie, escort her out. She's forbidden re-entry until thoroughly cleansed. Her presence serves no purpose while I synthesize inhibitors. Obediently, Dottie rolled forward on silent wheels, extending a mechanical arm to gently but firmly guide Natasha out, leaving her dazed even as she stepped into Leon's bathroom. It was her first time, ever, being rejected mid-seduction for stench. Am I truly that foul? She lifted her arm, sniffed cautiously beneath it. No, the chemical deodorant did mask the suit. Skeptical yet compliant, she shed her tactical suit and tapped the wall-mounted interface, releasing steaming water. It's been ages since I've indulged in hot water like this. Pure bliss. Could it be he's actually looking after me? A sly smile curved her lips. So he's just a tsundere boy, barely 17 or 18 after all. Looks like you're ready. Perfect timing. I've prepared sufficient inhibitors. An hour and a half later, Natasha and Leon met in the living room. The colossal sun had just dipped below the horizon, bathing Stark Manor's living room in molten amber. Shadows stretched long and slender across every surface. Natasha wore her signature black tactical suit, now freshly laundered and crisply dried by the smart cleaning unit. Only now could Leon truly appreciate her form, compact, yet exquisitely proportioned. Youthful vitality sculpted to perfection, radiating undeniable feminine magnetism. Yet her most arresting feature remained her presence, and those amber eyes. Each glance held layered depths, whispering volumes of unspoken emotion. As Leon met her gaze, he understood why she never masked her face on missions. Those eyes were irreplaceable signatures, etched into memory. Even swathed head toto in anonymity, anyone who'd seen those eyes would recognize her instantly. I'm ready. So what's our plan? You speak as if we're storming the Red Room this instant. Natasha studied him. And why the trench coat? Are you hiding an iron suit beneath it? Wait, did I guess correctly? It hardly surprised her. Leon, Tony Stark's younger brother, possessing advanced armor, was entirely plausible. You're wearing the suit, planning to fly us straight into the Red Room. She fired questions rapidly, equal parts exhilarated and hesitant. According to Red Room assessments, the iron suit's true value lay in its technology, not its combat capacity, which merely equaled a modest aerial squadron. And the Red Room possessed dozens of such squadrons. Perhaps we should devise a strategy first, Natasha urged, hoping to temper his momentum. Leon shook his head, setting the inhibitor case on the floor. Strategy. The strategy is simple: locate the Red Room and eliminate every operative within. Though you were partly right, he added, gripping the collar of his trench coat. Yes, I am taking you there immediately, just not in an iron suit. With a sharp tug, he flung the coat aside onto the sofa. No iron suit. Leon, I respect your confidence, but you may underestimate the Red Room. Perhaps we should reconsider. WTF. Her protest died mid-sentence. The moment Leon yanked open his shirt, revealing the bold, iconic S insignia across his chest, she broke composure entirely. You're Superman. Shock and elation collided. Like a decadent cake, dropped straight onto her face, frosting splattering joyfully. You are Superman? She asked again, voice trembling with disbelief. Yet her eyes blazed with luminous wonder, clear as polished crystal. Of course. He spread his arms. Instantly she stepped forward, palms pressing firmly against his pectorals, then tracing every taut sculpted ridge of muscle. My God, it feels like a Greek marble masterpiece. She gasped, unable to contain her awe. No wonder your strength is prodigious. No wonder your physique is divine. You are Superman. All tension dissolved. Pure childlike euphoria flooded her, like stepping into Disneyland for the very... To her, Leon became a plush, larger-than-life Mickey Mouse, soft yet commanding. After all, Superman, the global phenomenon dominating headlines, was no stranger to Red Room intelligence. If even superpowers trembled before his might, dismantling the Red Room would be effortless. Natasha felt, profoundly, that infiltrating Stark Manor today had been fate's finest stroke. Ahem, perhaps enough touching. Are you prepared? Then let's depart. Leon cleared his throat, gently halting her tactile exploration. Natasha reluctantly withdrew her hands, nodding solemnly. Let's go. The late afternoon light poured through floor-to-ceiling windows, golden and warm. Sunlight gilded Leon's silhouette, stretching his shadow across the farthest wall, engulfing Natasha where she stood. Within that dusky halo, he seemed bathed in celestial radiance, his figure edged with liquid gold. A high-altitude gale lifted Natasha's crimson hair, yet left her unchilled. She gripped Leon's hand tightly, gazing down at the city lights below, tiny as scattered beans. It's incredible. You've just carried me skyward. She reached out to touch the clouds swirling around them. Mist slipped like silk between her fingers. At Stark Manor, once Leon confirmed Natasha was ready, he seized her hand and shot upward, bursting into the heavens, piercing the cloud veil in an instant. Even Natasha's legendary composure shattered under that vertiginous acceleration, the supersonic rupture of the sound barrier within a single second. In her 24 years, she had endured the most grueling training, piloted the swiftest aircraft, assumed the guise of the most opulent aristocrats. She had witnessed nearly every vista this world could offer. Yet this, unshielded first-hand supersonic flight, was her first. We're at least 1,000 meters above ground. Why do I breathe normally, speak clearly, and remain unscathed by the gale? She scanned her surroundings, awestruck. Because I've projected a biofield, Leon replied, offering no further explanation. He glanced upward. This altitude is too low. Speeding up here would disturb the environment. We must ascend higher. How high? Natasha recoiled in surprise. You'll see soon enough. With that, Leon surged forward again, bearing her aloft into the stratosphere. Whoa! She adapted instantly, laughing aloud as they pierced cloud layers and met the tempest, heated, exhilarated, as if riding a roller coaster through heaven itself. They soared steadily into the stratosphere. Moonlight now bathed the sky. Beneath them stretched layered, seamless cloud banks, luminous silver-white, where moonbeams danced and refracted across their surfaces, casting an ethereal, cerulean glow upon the stratosphere's inky floor. Natasha gazed downward. Endless seas of pale azure clouds spilled toward the horizon, boundless and directionless, devoid of any landmark or reference. A memory surfaced during past flights in the stratosphere. She'd relied on satellite navigation to orient, but flying unaided, no guidance system existed. Leon, do you even know where we're headed? She called out, turning sharply toward him. Leon paused, glancing at her with mild bewilderment. Of course I do. Are you offering to navigate, to tell me where the Red Room is? Natasha studied him in silence for several seconds before voicing another realization. If I told you I don't know where the Red Room is, could you still find it? You underwent training there, were controlled assigned missions, and yet never learned its location. His gaze grew even more perplexed. Natasha feigned innocence. The Red Room, a relic of the 1990s, must remain invisible to the world. Its survival depends entirely upon girls raised from childhood, indoctrinated, molded, perfect. To guarantee secrecy and security, we were injected with sedatives each time we returned from missions. So, yes, I truly don't know where it lies. Though perhaps one person does. Natasha drifted into recollection. I once had a foster father, Alexei Shostakov, second-generation Red Guardian, Soviet counterpart to America's captain. He surely knows something. Let's find him. No need, Leon interrupted. Reuniting with foster parents is best done when you're truly free. Not with an outsider like me hovering awkwardly beside you while you pour your heart out. Locating the Red Room posed no challenge for him, no guide required. Besides Alexei, Natasha's foster father, was in cinematic lore little more than comic relief. His sole purpose was providing Natasha and her sister Yelena with the semblance of a home. Regarding the Red Room, he knew nothing, absolutely nothing. Then how will you find it? With your AI assistant, Jarvis? Natasha asked. No, I'll use my eyes and my ears. Leon's gaze had already traversed half the globe, pinpointing the Red Room. Natasha blinked astonished, super hearing, and supervision. You possess both. Did you not suspect upon seeing me in that Superman suit that my powers might mirror his A? Leon countered. Many did, but it seemed too extraordinary to believe. Natasha scrutinized him anew intently. So you truly are like Superman. Are you Kryptonian? Or merely his devoted fan, whose experiments granted you such power? My father helped develop the super soldier serum. It seems logical then that Tony Stark might have engineered a Superman serum. Your definition of logical spans the chasm between earth and sky, Leon quipped. So, how did you become Superman? Curiosity blazed in Natasha's eyes. Your blood work shows no anomalies. You'll learn, and Leon smiled enigmatically. Then his ear twitched, his gaze sharpening. Hold tight. I hear your handler raging inside the Red Room, furious he can't reach you. Time to accelerate. Are you planning to return me before he finishes venting? Natasha suppressed a smile. He'll certainly thank you. Even better, I'm already savoring his expression. Leon accelerated violently. Pressure waves tore the sky as clouds parted like tides before a titan. Natasha marveled breathless. Within the biofield's embrace, wind capable of slicing steel softened to a gentle spring breeze against her skin. She felt as though wearing a VR headset, experiencing the flight of an intercontinental missile firsthand. Sight and sensation diverged utterly. Good God, it's miraculous, she breathed again. Their velocities swiftly surpassed 50 Mach, each second spanning dozens of kilometers of sky. The stratosphere held only clouds and thin air, no landmarks. Yet Natasha soon noticed Polaris drawing steadily closer to the zenith directly above her. Are we heading north, to the Arctic Circle? Is the Red Room there? She exclaimed. The nearer one approached the North Pole, the higher Polaris climbed toward the celestial apex. Precisely, the Arctic Ocean, overhead. We've arrived. Leon began decelerating, diving toward the clouds. We've arrived. Hearing those words, Natasha watched the clouds rush toward her, and inexplicably tensed. For all these years, she'd never glimpsed the Red Room in full. In her mind, it remained shrouded in myth. It loomed like an impenetrable wall, separating her from the world, embodying death, embodying indifference. Now at last she would face it. Born by a celestial warrior, Leon was her sole anchor. She knew the Red Room stood powerless before Superman's might. Today would seal the final chapter of her path. Yet the clearer that truth became, the more her pulse quickened, not with anticipation of vengeance, but with something far deeper. That vengeance was merely duty, inescapable, sacred. She would embrace death to fulfill it without hesitation. And now that duty neared completion, what remained? Only blood debts and nothing else. In that moment, Natasha felt like a puppy about to leave its pet shop cage, no longer confined, watching strangers pass by, eyes wide with quiet, desperate hope. Freedom awaited her, alongside a world she'd never known, sunlit afternoons, summer lawns, now hers to feel, to touch. Yet her eyes, long starved of daylight, could not bear the sun's glare. Her hands, stained by mud and memory, dared not caress green grass. It's over there. We've arrived. Lion's voice pulled Natasha out of her thoughts. Her gaze shifted, and she saw countless clouds and mist swirling past them. The dark clouds of night layered upon each other, enveloping the surroundings completely. Natasha looked around only to see the encroaching black clouds. Lion was moving too quickly, yet with such little noise it was as if he had blended into the clouds. But soon the mist suddenly thinned out. Natasha had a premonition and focused her gaze. She saw a steel runway hundreds of meters long, tearing through the sea of clouds. Then a colossal object emerged, connecting to the runway. The pitch-black clouds were suddenly illuminated. It was a majestic aerial fortress shaped like a tower with 3 levels, each having 4 runways for fighter jets, totaling 12 runways. The pitch-black clouds were suddenly illuminated. It was a majestic aerial fortress shaped like a tower with... So this is the Red Room, it's here. Natasha stared blankly, her eyes reflecting the fortress' brilliant light. Lion couldn't help but stop to take it all in. It's truly magnificent, but its anti-gravity system seems to consist of just a few large fans. What kind of primitive and futuristic fusion is this? The designer must be a genius. And this aerial unit, which clearly lacks an energy defense system, isn't it just a live target? He added another remark, not forgetting to mention his brother, but Tony should like this. It looks very metallic, and has a kind of superficial beauty, which is exactly his style. Natasha's brewing emotions were interrupted by this string of complaints. She looked at Lion speechlessly. You really know your brother well. Of course, so I need to change my strategy. Lion ascended, taking in the entire fortress. This fortress cannot be destroyed, just a little modification, and it can serve as a birthday gift for Tony's 40th. Why you give such extravagant birthday gifts? Natasha felt as if something was lodged in her throat, unable to express. Lion, while using his X-ray vision to note everyone's positions, said it's not always like this. He gave me a spaceship for my 18th birthday, so I can't give him something too shabby in return. Natasha couldn't help but lean back, feeling as if countless beautiful daggers were piling up on her face. You brothers really have a modern touch. She dryly expressed her thoughts. Other rich second generations were still giving luxury cars and yachts. These brothers, on the other hand, were gifting aerial fortresses and spaceships. They were aiming to fly out of Earth and into space. Alright, that's enough. Lion took a few seconds to note everyone's positions. He silently descended, with Natasha landing lightly on the highest runway like a raindrop. Take this and follow me. Lion handed Natasha a box containing suppressants. I will knock everyone out. If you think it's appropriate, inject the suppressants, otherwise just finish them off. Any problems? Natasha shook her head. None. She knew she was just a support capable of assisting and earning some resources. Good, will wait for you in the central control room. Lion took off the neon lights on the runway, casting a red glow on half of his body. He flew higher and higher, quickly attracting attention. A loud alarm sounded within the fortress. Soldiers patrolling the deck quickly gathered, preparing to fire. Natasha looked around, searching for a suitable opportunity to help relieve some pressure from Lion. But before she could act, Lion, who was surrounded by the red dots of gun sights, made the first move. Natasha felt a flash before her eyes, and it seemed that suddenly there were several circles of lines surrounding the fortress. She shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, those lines had disappeared. Lion was still in place, but all the red dots on him had extinguished. I'm going in first to move quickly. Don't keep me waiting too long. Lion waved at her, and then darted into the fortress like an arrow. Natasha was still a bit dazed when suddenly she heard the continuous sound of bodies hitting the ground. Her eyes widened as she followed the sound, seeing that the deck in front of the fortress entrance was piled high with unconscious combat personnel. Oh my God! It turned out the lines she saw earlier were Lion moving at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down dozens of people and tossed them all in front of her. Is this what a superhero is like? Simply incredible. Natasha could hardly conceal her shock, but quickly sprang into action. Since the combat segment required no participation from her, what she needed to do was actually quite simple. Inject suppressants into all the widows she recognized, and those she didn't. As for the other soldiers, she shot each of them in the forehead. Natasha was very clear. In the Red Room, this distorted intelligence agency, there were only two types of people: controllers and the controlled. Those who were not widows did not need identification. They all stood in a position of advantage, acting as oppressors and enforcers, and none of them were good people. After Natasha finished injecting the suppressants into all the widows, she rushed into the fortress in the direction Lion had taken. Lion had used considerable force, and the widows would likely be unconscious for a long time. She couldn't afford to wait here. For Natasha, the interior of the Red Room fortress was completely different from the spectacular exterior scene. Inside, it felt like home, and she was extremely familiar with every place. The only difference was that along the way she encountered countless doors and passageways where everyone she met was lying unconscious on the ground. These people had calm expressions, not a single scratch on them, and their fallen positions resembled peaceful slumber. Natasha could easily imagine how Lion had stormed into this formidable fortress as if it were an unguarded realm. Without any hesitation, she executed finishing blows with her left hand, while administering suppressants with her right, quickly heading towards the command room. However, there were too many unconscious individuals. Even with her swift actions, it took nearly 10 minutes to finish the injections and arrive at the central command room. Before she could open the door, she heard a familiar voice from inside. I apologize, esteemed superhero. Please forgive my transgressions. I swear I had no idea about your relationship with Mr. Tony Stark. It was Dracov's voice. Spare me the please. I just listened to your lengthy lecture about how the widows control the world and shape peace, and now you're saying this. Lion replied. Then what would you like me to say? I'm open to suggestions. How about we discuss Gorbachev's embarrassing moments? Enough, say whatever you like. He'll send you to talk to God. You already know my relationship with Tony. Do you think you can leave here alive? The room fell silent for a moment. The initial voice suddenly burst into sharp laughter. Ha ha ha, superhero, you've fallen for it. You thought I was just stalling. The pheromones I emit will control those around me, making them unable to You've already inhaled a large amount of pheromones. Feel free to try attacking me. Natasha pushed the What she saw was her former superior General Dreykov, neatly combing his hair, wearing black-framed glasses, his squat body leaning on the desk. He was glaring at Lion, who stood on the other side of the table with wide eyes and a sneering mouth mocking him sharp. Am I arriving at an inconvenient time? She pointed outside at the two who were looking at her. You damn bastard. Slap. Dreykov erupted in anger upon seeing Natasha cursing vehemently, but before he could finish his tirade, Leon slapped him on the back of the head, driving his face into the table, causing brain matter to splatter. This guy talks too much, it's unbearable, and he looks like a beast in a suit, making one want to slap him hard. Leon wiped the blood splattered on Dreykov's clothes. He tilted his head towards Natasha. You don't mind if I kill him, do you? Natasha shrugged nonchalantly. I've wanted to do that for a long time. But how did you do it? The pheromone he just mentioned. She walked towards Leon. That kind of pheromone can make people unable to attack him. We've all experienced it. Why weren't you affected? Leon grabbed Dreykov by the collar and threw him to the ground, his eyes shooting heat rays that instantly turned the mastermind into ashes. Abnormal pheromones cannot exist in my body for even a second. How could they affect me? Leon brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. This guy is just daydreaming. Unless it's a mental or magical control. How could one control a Kryptonian who has been sunbathing for over 6 months? That's still far from enough. Natasha looked at the ashes of her former boss on the ground, slightly opening her mouth. Heat rays, how another miraculous new ability. I've almost gotten used to being shocked by the new things you display. Treasure boy, how do you plan to surprise me next time? She smiled silently. But before that, you can tell me how you want me to repay you. I will agree to any Natasha, do you know that your tone right now sounds like a 30-year-old working woman looking for a handsome male model at a bar after work? In the room, there was a huge screen. On the desk opposite the screen, there was an embedded control panel. Leon walked to the desk and tried to operate the panel. If you want to repay me, just let the widows switch over to work for me first. But first we need to lift the control that the widows around the world are suffering from. Glad to serve. Natasha stood by Leon's side watching his actions. Then he'll go check on the widows aboard the aircraft carrier. Crack the system, find the list of widows around the world. Can you do that? That's easy. Just as Leon finished speaking, a red interface popped up on the screen indicating that fingerprint recognition was required for unlocking. Fingerprint recognition. Leon tried several times, but couldn't crack it. I think I might have been a bit impulsive. A Dreykov should wait a while longer to die. He then pulled out his phone. But I have Jarvis, he can handle this system. Leon connected his phone to the control panel with a data cable, and soon Jarvis's voice came through the room's speakers. Young Master Leon, Mr. Stark asked me to inquire if you will be returning home tonight. Jarvis's first words were quite explosive. Leon frowned. No, tell him not to mess around while I'm not home. Otherwise, he'll have Pepper urge him to go to work. All right, I will convey your message to Mr. Stark. Jarvis paused briefly, then added. He also wanted me to remind you that if you stay out overnight, remember to take safety precautions and be careful not to get tricked by bad people. Leon slapped his own face. He should take care of himself first. That childish old ghost still thinks him a kid. Please, I was more mature than him when I was 3 years old. Puff, cough, cough. Natasha couldn't help but laugh out loud. Leon shot her a death glare, and Natasha averted her eyes, brushing her red hair behind her ear. Next time I introduce that childish Tony to you, you'll definitely find him particularly boring. Leon curled his lips. He turned to let Jarvis begin cracking the red house system. But Natasha suddenly poked his cheek with her fingertip and then quickly pulled away. Glancing over, she retreated to the door, waving her hand. To be honest, one childish Stark is enough for me, Natasha said, and then ran off, disappearing around the corner of the door. Leon was taken aback. Another childish ghost. Just then Jarvis, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke up. Congratulations, young Master Leon. Congratulations for what? Leon asked, puzzled. Congratulations, you've found your 4th girlfriend. Your previous 3 girlfriends only dated you for half a month before breaking up with you for the checks, mister. I hope you can have a long-lasting relationship this time. Leon's memories were stirred. He closed his eyes in anger. That's because Tony always thinks I will be duped in love and money, saying that emotions are only good as long as they remain physical. Every time I just start dating a girl, she spends a few nights with me, and then he throws out a check. Fuck, he's killing my youthful adolescence. But the fact is, those girls indeed came for your money. Jarvis supported Tony. Mr. Stark just did what Miss Pepper would usually do for him. Leon scoffed. Every time it's a $1 million check. Who wouldn't break up? So are you planning to stop Mr. Stark from paying your breakup fees this time? No need, because Natasha and I are never meant to be together. Leon glanced at the corner of the wall where Natasha was still hiding, eavesdropping. But your relationship seems to be progressing smoothly. Jarvis's code couldn't comprehend complex emotions. Leon shook his head. It's different. He explained, from the very beginning, I knew Natasha only needed a sense of belonging. She has lived in a tragically colored environment since childhood. Her adoptive parents were undercover agents posing as a couple, and the so-called familial affection was just an illusion. When that fake family was broken apart, she was sent to the Red Room for training and transformation. The painful training and torturous life of an assassin left her with no sense of identity. She is like a piece of floating duckweed lost in the vast sea. What this floating duckweed lacks most is actually a muddy shore where she can settle down. On that muddy shore, it's best to have other floating duckweeds. Everyone might be swaying, but it's lively and bustling. And the muddy shore is actually a sense of belonging. It's not a person, but a family with siblings. So Natasha doesn't need a lover. She needs a place that gives her a sense of belonging. We won't be together. Leon, who understood all of Natasha's past and future, was very clear. Natasha will undoubtedly have someone she loves and good friends. But she will maintain an appropriate distance from everyone. That sense of alienation is her disguise to protect herself. It is also her support for maintaining relationships. Bang! Suddenly a sound of something falling outside the room was heard, followed by a distant chaotic sound of footsteps. Clearly Natasha had been exposed and hurriedly left in a fluster. Young Master Leon, Miss Natasha was just outside. Jarvis reminded. I know, Leon nodded. You understand her well. Is it that you like her, but dare not get close? My Jarvis. Only Tony would do such things. I only admire Natasha. So you don't plan to be with her? My relationship with her can be simple, for example talking about heart matters together in the quiet of the night. Based on Mr. Stark's behavioral logic, the matters discussed at night will turn into noisy activities. That's the logic. Liang ordered that idle chatter cease and instructed Jiaweizi to infiltrate the mainframe and lift the system lockdown. Jiaweizi acknowledged the command, addressing him as Young Master Liang. Jiaweizi's program smoothly penetrated the Hong Fengzi mainframe. The crimson password field on the large screen was instantly drowned by a cascading river of blue code. Strings of zeros and ones danced across the screen at breakneck speed. Within the Hong Fengzi mainframe, Jiaweizi exercised unprecedented power. It even murmured with a rare note of pleasure that in Liang's presence it felt as free as if adrift on an ocean, for the adversary's system boasted exceptional performance. Liang replied that Jiaweizi should savor the experience. He intended to give the fortress to Tuoni and allow the program to remain based there. He watched the screen, awaiting the results. After more than 10 minutes, a sudden flash streaked across the display as the system's lock surrendered. Folders sprang open in orderly ranks, ranging from low-security files to top-level classified documents arranged by sensitivity. A satisfied smile crossed Liang's face. He instructed Jiaweizi to search the system for critical data and to extract every file related to the Hong Fengzi Widow operatives. Jiaweizi responded at once, scanning and parsing the mountain of data within the system. Moments later, it signaled completion with a prompt tone. Jiaweizi reported that it had located all corresponding materials for Young Master Liang. Immediately, a file opened on the main screen. A dense mosaic of portrait photos flooded the display and continued scrolling downward to reveal more faces. At least 300 widows were shown, and Liang ordered their locations to be plotted on a world map. The screen blinked, and a world map appeared, each portrait pinned to coordinates across the globe from London and Paris in the north to Cape Town and Johannesburg in South Africa. They ranged from the sacred city of Jerusalem to the supposedly free and open metropolises of Chicago and New York. Over 300 widow operatives were dispersed at nodes worldwide. Some held high office, some navigated society with graceful ease, and others lurked among merchants as concealed blades. By controlling these widow operatives, Hong Fengzi controlled the world. Liang instructed Jiaweizi to forward the roster and detailed dossiers to Natasha and to transfer $100 million from his account so she could establish a new organizational center in New York. Liang's gaze sharpened. Jiaweizi suggested that he could relay those arrangements directly to Miss Natasha, for they were coming to see him now. Liang looked toward the door as a tight patter of footsteps reached his ears. They were the silent steps of trained operatives, executed with a special technique of controlled force that the widow agents had made habitual over years. A voice whispered excitedly that a man was about to give him $100 million and asked Natasha how she had managed it, joking about having to undress to obtain such wealth and begging to be taught the secret. The first to enter was Natasha, trailed by a girl who chattered incessantly in Russian. The girl had no idea Liang understood Russian well enough to catch her hushed remarks. Natasha rolled her eyes and ignored the girl behind her as she stepped directly in front of Liang. Behind her marched more than 40 widow operatives. Under hair of gold, black, and red, their eyes varied from azure to dark brown and even violet. Every gaze settled on Liang in uniform. Their faces still bore expressions of bewilderment and sorrow, yet their eyes overflowed with gratitude and admiration for Liang. It was evident Natasha had briefed them on the essentials. Natasha said she had brought everyone. She angled her body to make room, her expression composed, as if she had not heard Liang's assessment earlier. Liang observed that they were willing to join his organization or company and serve him, and he noted that Natasha must have encountered considerable resistance while persuading them. Natasha sighed and introduced the girl at her side as her sister, Liana, pulling the youngster closer and explaining that she had attacked upon waking because she was impulsive. Both Natasha and Liana bore marks of recent conflict, a swelling bruise on a forehead and a torn lip at the corner of the mouth. Liana, with short golden hair and a clean, youthful face that made her seem even younger than Liang, accused Natasha of betrayal, declaring that the betrayal had only brought them harsher control. After rebutting Natasha's slander, Liana snapped to attention before Liang and declared their thanks for being rescued, addressing him as Mr. Superman and pledging to obey his orders. Liang smiled, about to offer some conciliatory words to win hearts. But Liana, irreverent and childish, leaned aside and whispered in Russian that his pectorals looked even better than hers, asking whether Natasha had ever touched them and complaining that such a handsome man had been seduced by her sister. Both Natasha and Liang's faces darkened. Before Natasha could discipline her rebellious sister, Liang stepped forward and began to address all the widow operatives in Russian, explaining the recruitment. He said he would not waste time on introductions. The identities of Superman and Stark, he asserted, were surely familiar to them. He clarified that although he had aided Natasha in dismantling Hong Fengzi, part of his motive was to gain. He emphasized that this was not a demand forced upon them, for they had already endured enough suffering. If any wished not to join, they were free to leave and return to an ordinary life, or use their skills to carve out a livelihood. Those willing to join would remain. He promised Natasha would set up a legitimate company or organization in New York where they could apply their talents openly. He added that those who declined could leave after helping clear the fortress of bodies, and that Natasha would see them safely out. Liang waved toward the large screen and said he would have Jayawezi send each of them information about their families from his files. He called for Jayawezi to proceed. Jayawezi replied that all information had been dispatched. Efficiently, it delivered the data to the communications devices of every widow operative present. The operatives exchanged glances, but did not immediately open the messages. For girls raised and sent to Hong Fengzi from childhood, the notion of family felt remote. The warm word family was alien to them, as unfamiliar as a bakery passed by on the street. They were strangers to the idea of deciding their own futures, alarmed by the very possibility. In more than a decade within Hong Fengzi, they had never once truly chosen for themselves. Every detail of their lives had been planned by Hong Fengzi, even the manner of their deaths. Now faced with Liang's two choices, they were stunned and strangely elated at the thought of agency. Without exchanging words, after a brief silence, they all stepped forward to surround Liang. In halting phrases, they expressed the same resolve they would obey his commands, sir. Liang's upright figure stood like a star among the circle of black uniforms as he swept his gaze over their tense faces and smiled. He welcomed them into his fold. He opened his hands and vowed that together they would accomplish deeds the world would admire, and that none of them would regret today's decision. He assigned their first task to clear the aerial fortress and dispose of all the bodies. Afterwards, he would send Natasha with them to liberate other widow operatives around the world from Hong Fengzi's control. He reached out his hand, and the widows placed theirs upon it in unison, each girl's eyes kindling with it. As the girls gradually left, Liang turned to look at Natasha and her sister, who was hoping to sneak away. She thought superheroes only spoke English, perhaps with a little Chinese, but never expected him to know Russian. As little did she know she was about to experience her first social death. Just as she tried to slip away, Liang called out to her, "Natasha, Yelena, you two stay behind." Natasha stopped without question. Yelena stiffened, awkwardly pointing at herself. "Do I have to stay too?" "I think so," Liang replied. He deliberately puffed out his chest. "You were just discussing my muscles, so I thought it might be a good opportunity to get off." Yelena was taken aback and hesitated before actually extending her right hand. "So I can touch it." Natasha's expression darkened, and she slapped the back of Yelena's head. "What are you thinking in that head of yours after waking up?" Yelena hugged her head, feeling aggrieved. "But the boss said I could have a chance." She naturally placed herself in the role of Leon's subordinate. Leon shook his head, speechlessly, wondering how a girl Yelena's age could have such bizarre thoughts. He said to the screen, "Jarvis, send the information on the widowed agents scattered around the world to the two of them." "Got it." Natasha and Yelena moved behind Leon, looking at the portraits marked on the screen around the world, faintly realizing why Leon had called them. "So you want us to lead the other widows in action?" Natasha asked. "Exactly," Leon nodded. "Yelena, you too, as the previous Black Widows, are the most suitable to lead them." Black Widow, but I'm not one." Yelena touched the back of her head, confused. "You're not." Leon paused for a moment. In the original timeline, Yelena had surpassed all the records left by Natasha to become the new generation of Black Widow. Unexpectedly, she was still not one now. Natasha smiled slightly. She was almost successful, but those records were refreshed by me a year ago. Leon understood. This was an extension of the butterfly effect. No wonder my training volume doubled during that time. Do you know, it almost killed me? Yelena exclaimed, pulling at her hair in frustration. As she spoke, she lunged forward to tackle Natasha, but was quickly subdued. Leon, don't mind her. Just tell us what you want us to do, Natasha said, pressing down on Yelena. After this matter is settled, you two will first lead the others to rescue the widows marked on the map. After administering the suppressants, give them the same choice. Those willing to join should come to see me, and those unwilling should have their files destroyed. All right, I will complete the task as soon as possible, Natasha replied, seriously, gratitude showing in her eyes. Her previous biggest wish was for the other widowed agents to have their own lives. And now, thanks to Leon, that wish was about to come true. Natasha felt increasingly indebted to this man, feeling it would be hard to repay. Leon leaned on the table with both hands. But this is just the preliminary preparation. Once you finish, I have a more important task to assign to you. Boss, what's the task? Are we saving the world? Or taking down the evil dark forces, eh? Yelena shouted excitedly, even while being pinned down by Natasha. Shut up. Natasha twisted her sister's arm, and Yelena let out a cry of defeat. Boss, help me. Boss, Natasha is bullying me because she's older. She began to whine. Leon raised an eyebrow. He didn't remember Yelena being this lively in the movies. How old is she? Born in 1988, she's 20 now. Natasha was very clear about her sister's birthday. Older than me. Leon was stunned and stopped paying attention to Yelena. This girl seemed to have been trapped for too long. Her mind was active now that she had suddenly gained freedom. Boss, don't turn away. Look at me. Natasha is bullying me because she's 4 years older. Oh. Yelena was once again punished by Natasha. With tears in her eyes, she tried to appeal to her boss with her gaze. However, Leon only left her with a... Natasha shook her head helplessly and asked, can't you tell us about that task in advance? There's nothing to keep secret. The task is actually quite simple. Just let the widowed agents around the world spread some evidence through their own channels. Leon's face was illuminated by the screen's dim light. Some evidence that a certain evil organization, which should have perished in history, still exists and has taken root in the world. What organization? Natasha's pupils dilated. Hydra, Leon uttered the words. Hydra. The organization that was destroyed by Captain America still exists. My God, are we really going to save the world? This is amazing. Yelena spoke up again. Natasha also stared at Leon, waiting for him to reveal more details. Leon smiled slightly. You've heard of an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D., right? For the next few minutes, Leon detailed the resurrection history of Hydra to the two. Thus the sisters felt an immense shock in just a few minutes. They had thought the Red Room was the most hidden and darkest organization in the world. But little did they know there was always a mountain higher than the last. Hydra had even managed to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. This S.H.I.E.L.D. is the biggest tumor in the world. Natasha, who was supposed to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., said this. Yes, you're right. Leon could hardly contain his smile. Looking at Natasha in the movie as Nick Fury's trusted aide now, she looked like a black egg ready to be sent to the guillotine. He felt a subtle pleasure within. Ahem, he was still wearing a superhero costume. He shouldn't have such thoughts. It was a sin. He'd have to wait until he got home to take off the suit and laugh. Soon Natasha led Yelena out of the command room. The expressions of the two sisters were completely different. Natasha, believing her hands were stained with blood, felt that the most she wanted to do was save the world and atone for her own sins. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she felt willing. Or perhaps after going through so much, she was already inclined towards self-destruction, wanting to do more to redeem her mistakes before dying. Yelena, on the other hand, was extremely excited, nearly bouncing off the ground. As they walked out, she chattered about how she was going to become a great hero. But regardless of how the two reacted, they increasingly felt that the organization Leon was about to establish would be a great one that toiled in darkness while serving the light. Young Master Leon, perhaps Miss Natasha truly is admirable. She seems unwilling to bend for money and possesses a heart of justice. After everyone had left, Jiao Wei-Si spoke again. Leon replied perfunctorily. Yes. As subordinates, they are fine, loyal, indifferent to fame, and gain unafraid of sacrifice. Where else would one find such followers? Young Master, your perspective is astonishing, always beyond my calculations, Jiao Wei. That is to be expected, Leon said as he swiped across the electronic screen. By the way, search the Hong Fong Z mainframe for any documents related to Jiao Tushi. Please wait. 8 undercover files, and 316 transaction files, all related to Jiu-2 Shi. Zhao Weici announced, expanding the folders across the large display. It added, however, Hong Fong Zi is unaware that the targets of these undercover operations and transactions are Jiu-2 Shi. These results were retrieved based on the Jiu-2 Shi intelligence you uploaded earlier. Liang folded his arms. 8 undercover agents. Hong Fong Zi is remarkably resourceful. Astonishing that they even managed to infiltrate Jiu-2 Shi. The files indicate that a widow operative infiltrated a research institute controlled by Jiu-2 Shi and was later recommended for recruitment into Shun Dunju. From an identity standpoint, this widow operative is effectively part of Jiu-2 Shi, though she remains unaware, Zhao Weici said. A double agent within their ranks. Suddenly, I feel the Lei Kefu might be a genius. Liang applauded. Then, after a pause, have Natasha prioritize contacting that widow and administer a suppressant. Then bundle all Jiu-2 Shi-related files and transmit them to Tua, NIS mainframe. Also retain the portions concerning Hong Fong Zi. We can make use of those later. Understood, young Master Liang, Zhao Weici responded. The large screen immediately displayed the file transfer. The package has been transmitted to Mr. Sitake's mainframe. Well done. Liang patted the table with satisfaction, as if patting Zhao Weici's shoulder. He rolled his shoulders and declared, work for tonight is done. Now begins the blissful sunbathing time. And you, Zhao Weici, you are off duty as well. From now on you may run whatever processes you please on the fortress. Thank you, young Master Liang, Zhao Weici said. But I must remind you there are 4 hours until your next scheduled sun exposure. This was meant to predict the upper bound of his strength increase. Liang's sessions of sunbathing in space this month were fixed to bask at, well, he would have to wait more than half a month. All right, I forgot, Liang murmured, stroking his chin. Then I will help the girls clear the bodies. He floated up, left the command room, found the busy widow operatives, and assisted them in carrying the corpses. What should have taken hours was finished in under 10 minutes. Liang therefore gathered everyone for an impromptu celebration in the officers' mess on the fortress lower deck. When the party began, the table bore only simple convenience foods. The true attractions were the crates of whiskey and champagne Liang had hauled from the cellar. The women sat neatly along the table, each with a plate and a glass. At first they were reserved and awkward, unsure how to behave. They were not accustomed to an unhurried feast. Yet soon as bottle after bottle of fine champagne was poured into flutes, the mood lightened. The women from across the globe gradually let themselves go. They whispered among themselves at first, then grew bolder, daring to ask Liang all manner of questions. In the end they cheered, clinked cups, and drank with abandon, surrounding Liang as they sang childhood rhymes. English, German, Chinese, Portuguese. Each bright melody rising in turn. Nearly 100 arms of varying hues lingered over Liang in succession, only to be pushed away with amused resignation. Halfway through the revelry, most of the women were only just coming into their own. Their bodies, honed by special training or even modification, were ill-suited to become thoroughly intoxicated. That did not prevent their actions from growing more daring and their language more explicit. Liang began to feel that this was no longer merely a party, but something else altogether. Discreetly, he put on his jacket and left the officers' mess, leaving behind a cluster of singing, dancing, flushed-faced women. Phew! Next time I mustn't dine with so many girls, Liang said, grabbing a towel and wiping the marks from his face. Especially those who cannot be felled by drink and only grow wilder the more they imbibe, a gentle female voice added unexpectedly. My. Liang turned startled. Natasha stood by the wall. The towel had been handed to him by her. Why didn't you stay and drink a few more with them, she asked. Your sister even began stripping and dancing the go-pack, Liang teased. Natasha reclaimed the towel, stepped forward, and wiped the marks from his neck and behind his ears. If I had stayed, wouldn't I have missed you, she said, amber-eyes mischievous. Liang looked at her beautiful face, close enough to touch. So I escaped a den of tigers only to enter a wolf's lair. He could not deny it. Without employing his supervision, Natasha was a consummate beauty. What do you think? Natasha rose onto her toes and hooked an arm around Liang's neck. Breathing warmly at his ear, she teased. I'm not stinky anymore, am I, you scoundrel? That's hard to say, Liang murmured, lowering his voice. Perhaps you should let me smell carefully to be certain. Natasha tilted her head and pressed her cheek against his. She inhaled lightly at his temple. Yet I find you exquisitely scented. Shall we go to my room tonight to discover why your aroma is so peculiar? Are you serious? Natasha's fingertips traced the shaped emblem on Liang's chest. That depends on whether you are willing to be the title flat where I choose to root myself. With pleasure. The two figures melded together as they stepped into the elevator, returning to Natasha's room and slamming the door shut. Beep, beep. Zhao Weici's urgent alert sounded repeatedly. What's wrong? Leon, half awake, groped, and following the sound, fished his phone from within the Superman costume on the floor. Ding! The phone lit up, the wavy waveform representing Jiao Wei-Si appearing on the screen. Young Master Leon, sorry to disturb your rest, but perhaps Mr. Sita-ku requires your assistance. Tuo and I. At the news that his elder brother might be in trouble, Leon was instantly alert and sat upright. What's happened to him? Mr. Sita-ku is on the fortress highest deck and has been stopped by the operatives. There is an emergency. The deck. Operatives. How did he come here? Leon felt puzzled. Tell him to stay calm and avoid conflict with the widows. They're on our side. They'll go to him at once. Leon slid the fair arm draped over him away and slapped the bulge in the blanket beside him. Stop pretending to be asleep. I'm going to check on Tuo and I. Hurry and follow me. Natasha opened her eyes. The usual sharpness was absent, replaced by the lush depth of a summer green pool, the color so rich it seemed about to spill over. When will we next meet? She asked, sitting up with the blanket wrapped around her. Her hair fell to one shoulder, revealing the pale, flushed curve of her collarbone. Leon hurried into his uniform. Whenever you wish to seek me. So what are we now? He asked. Natasha offered a beguiling smile. You know me well enough to answer that. My singular most You are greedy, she said, hugging her knees beneath the blanket, but I agree. After all, you are my boss, though you must not withhold my wages in future. Worry about pay. Did you not almost have both hands full of what I gave you last night? Leon arched an eyebrow. Natasha pulled the blanket over her head and said nothing more. After Leon left, she peered out from under the blanket. In the empty room, she let her gaze wander, made an imaginary grasping motion with her hand, lifted her brows with inscrutable meaning, and silently mouthed a small, delighted wow. The nights over the Arctic Ocean in summer are fleeting. Just 3 hours after the gathering, the sea of clouds where the fortress is hidden has already been illuminated by the sunlight. As Leon flew with supervision through the beams of sunlight streaming in, he expected to see Tony on the deck, holding a cluster cannon, with both hands confronting a group of gun-wielding widow agents. However, the scene that unfolded was utterly astonishing. What is going on? Leon muttered, quickening his pace on the deck. Tony was blocked by 7 or 8 widow agents, while another 30 or so girls watched him from a few meters away, whispering amongst themselves. Their faces even carried the scent of alcohol, occasionally gesturing as if comparing something. But the strangest part was Tony. He was wearing the Mark III armor, neither flying in the air nor utilizing the weapon systems. Instead, he had his hands crossed in front of his abdomen, stepping left with his left leg and right with his right. His movements were even more alluring than the models Leon had seen at Victoria's Secret 2 years ago. This doesn't seem dangerous for Tony. Why is there an urgent situation? Leon's expression was peculiar. And what is he doing? Is he walking a catwalk? Please, that would be too silly. Tony was still arguing with the widow agents. His faceplate popped open, revealing an expression of inexplicable embarrassment. I've told you I'm brothers with your new boss. Don't you understand? I'm his brother. If you don't let me in, I'll have you transferred to the company to be Pepper's secretary. The girl he was talking to was very relaxed, with her gun resting at her waist and her hands behind her back. She looked somewhat troubled, saying, Mr. Stark, I can't let you in without Superman's permission. Since you've already had the AI notify him, I'm sure there will be a response soon. Just wait a bit longer. However, regarding what you mentioned, if Superman agrees, I would be willing to work at Stark Industries. She even started chatting. The salary at your company is quite high, and I haven't received a paycheck yet. I heard the coastal scenery in Los Angeles is also nice. Are you serious? Talking about salary with me right now? Tony stared wide-eyed. Nicole Parsons, if you let me in, I'll give you a monthly salary of $100,000. Sorry, that's not possible. And my name is not Nicole Parsons, it's Mary. That's the name of a female agent in the Bourne Identity. Tony is just giving you a nickname, Mary. Finally, Leon, who had been observing the situation, stepped in. After landing, he patted the shoulder of a widow agent. Well done, it wasn't in vain to treat you to drinks earlier. Now let our Uncle Tony in. Mary and the widows finally cleared a path, smiling. But next time you can't run away halfway through the gathering. The gathering was filled with laughter and camaraderie, allowing the girls to become familiar with Leon. Their demeanor became much more casual, yet the respect in their eyes remained undiminished, even growing into a bit more trust. Next time I'll definitely get you all drunk before leaving, Leon chuckled, turning to open his arms toward Tony. Tony, how did you find your way here? Looking at your complexion, it's simply like. Come on, why did you only show up now? Move aside, I need to get in. Tony pushed Leon aside. His face was flushed as if he had held his breath underwater for 3 minutes. Jarvis, guide me, and then set the armor's propulsion to maximum. All thrusters of the Mark III ignited simultaneously, blasting into the fortress like cannon fire. Natasha, just coming out, almost collided Hedon and hurriedly jumped aside, cursing under her breath. Leon stood frozen, finally finishing his earlier sentence, like a drowning frog. The girls exchanged glances upon hearing this metaphor, all nodding in agreement. Is that your brother Tony Stark? What's going on with him? Natasha approached, brushing off the dust from her hands. Leon shrugged. I don't know, Jarvis, what's wrong with him. Oh no, did he go into the bathroom? He casually activated his X-ray vision. He saw Tony inside the bathroom removing his armor and taking a deep breath after some fiddling. Leon's expression turned strange. Jarvis, how long has Tony been on the way? 3 hours, Mr. Stark has been very busy today and didn't have time to address his physiological needs, Jarvis replied. Huh? Leon laughed out loud. So he couldn't hold it in, huh? That's why his feet have been fidgeting this whole time. The girls present also realized no wonder Tony Stark was so strange just now. Laughter erupted on the deck as everyone gained a deeper understanding of the Stark brothers. I'll go see what Tony is up to. You all keep busy. Leon flew back inside the fortress. Tony, do you still find the liquid circulation system disgusting? The moment Tony walked out of the bathroom, he saw Leon leaning against the wall asking him. Tony's expression immediately stiffened. After pausing for a few seconds, he nonchalantly turned his head. Sometimes I have to admit that functionality is more important than appearance. So it's not disgusting now. Leon tapped his forehead with his index finger. I remember someone saying a few days ago. All right, I admit it, you had better foresight. The armor indeed needs a liquid circulation system. Tony's expression changed, and he quickly changed the subject. He pulled Leon to end this topic. I'll add the functionality when I go back. For now, why don't you show me around your fairy tale castle? Seeing Tony relent, Leon felt a sense of emotional satisfaction. Seizing the moment, he followed Tony's lead. Sure, let's go this way. By the way, how did you find your way here? Jarvis told me a girl ran away with my brother while I wasn't home. I was worried he got tricked and couldn't find his way back, so I rushed here to protect him. Tony shrugged. Do you feel touched by this story? However, that brother of mine actually became aggressive when I embarrassed myself. Isn't that too much? Leon couldn't help but chuckle. You clearly shot yourself in the knee with your own boomerang. Who was it that said they would never need a liquid circulation system? And the nonsense you said could only fool Pepper. Why exactly did you come here? Tony shrugged. Jarvis said a little princess conquered a gigantic fairy tale castle to give to me, so I came to see how it is. Jarvis told you. Well, I didn't ask him to keep it a secret. Leon stepped forward to lead the way. This way I'll show you the functions of this fortress, and by the way, this is your birthday gift for your 40th, and there's still time. The two of them toured from the command room on the upper levels of the fortress to the engine at the bottom. Tony was constantly analyzing along the way. Completely invisible coating, radar-absorbing materials, and optical stealth. They really are wealthy, no wonder it is the legacy of a superpower. Look over here. This fighter jet's power system is quite good, but it's still 20 years behind my armor. What is that? A counter-gravitational device composed of propellers. Have I somehow been thrust back into the age of exploration? Why would an aerospace carrier rely on propellers? We need to completely retrofit this airborne fortress. Tony fully immersed himself in the task. His eyes darted rapidly as he pointed emphatically at module after module, articulating modification ideas with fervent precision. Replace the power core with arc generators, convert the anti-gravity propulsion system into focused energy beams, and enhance the stealth architecture. And on the flight deck, I'll install armored storage bays for real-time deployment of suits. Wait. Tony, hold on a moment. Leon hastily interrupted as Tony seized control of the conversation. What is it? Do you have alternative retrofit proposals? Tony now regarded Leon's scientific acumen with genuine respect. No, I think you've misunderstood something. What? This fortress isn't yours. Not yet. What? Jarvis clearly stated you gifted it to me. It was designated as your 40th birthday present. So tell me, are you 40 yet? You still have several months before even turning 39. Tony recoiled in disbelief. 40. So you intend to leave this fortress idle for over a year? Of course not. I still require its use. Currently, the Widow agents depend on it for mission coordination and personnel transit. And, so you're offering me a third-in birthday gift. Tony adopted a gravely paternal tone. Leon, what cruelty has hardened your heart so thoroughly that you refuse even a second-hand present to your elder brother? Have I truly neglected you all these years? Clearly, he was utterly enamored with the airborne fortress, though during the tour, he had persistently nitpicked every detail. He claimed the gift was only barely acceptable, yet his eyes sparkled with unguarded delight, like a boy who'd just received his long-coveted transformer. I certainly didn't mean to. Here's the plan. Tony interjected again. Until your 40th birthday, we'll count the fortress, and then you'll be gifting me a 5-hand present. Leon hesitated, but, Leon, surely you don't expect to retrofit the entire fortress alone. Tony pressed. Those wide, imploring eyes nearly bored into Leon's face. Leon's scalp prickled under Tony's burning gaze. He raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. Temporarily, it's half yours, half mine. Normally, I'll station the widows here for mission handovers and personnel transfers. As long as you don't interfere with their operations, you're free to do as you wish. Tony's face lit up. Absolutely. I'd never disrupt those ladies' work. But why do you keep calling them widows? Does the Red Room specifically recruit widows for training? Leon shook his head. They were selected as children through genetic sequencing, then brought here. He briefly recounted the Red Room's history. Tony's expression darkened after listening. Training and modifying little girls. First Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Now the Red Room. Beneath this world's placid surface, how many such malevolent organizations lurk unseen? Take me to meet the agents. Also, if you're founding a new organization, perhaps it's time to rechristen them. You can't have a group of women perpetually referring to themselves as widows in your presence. That would make you appear a tyrannical medieval lord. Tony possessed a deeply compassionate heart. Leon nodded. They'll naturally receive new designations soon. When they returned to the flight deck, the agents remained there, basking in sunlight, gazing across the sea of clouds, chatting idly. Their conversation meandered wildly, touching upon every conceivable topic. For women newly liberated, simply sitting like this, even for an entire day, was pure, unadulterated bliss. Upon seeing Leon, they all rose and gathered around him. After introductions and informal exchange, Tony eloquently outlined his retrofit vision for the fortress and volunteered a proposal. He pledged a monthly salary of 100,000 US dollars to each agent assigned to guard the fortress until their rotation ended. Yet during the discussion, Tony noticed the agents watching him with distinctly odd expressions. Only after pressing Leon repeatedly did he learn the truth. His infamous incident of urinating inside the suit had already become common knowledge aboard the fortress. Soon thereafter, Leon and Tony bid farewell to the agents and departed the airborne fortress. Tony partly out of sheer mortifying embarrassment, partly because he needed to return and prepare for today's press conference. If he missed it, Pepper would surely be furious for days. Leon, meanwhile, had reached his sunbathing hour. He intended to fly directly back to the space capsule for a nap. Incidentally, last week, he'd personally reinstalled the spacecraft's airlock hatch after repairing it. Upon first awakening, his emotions surged. Driven by raw exhilaration, he'd sought only destruction to test his newfound strength. The airlock hatch bore the brunt of that impulsive fury. Naturally, he'd had to repair it himself. On the fortress flight deck, watching the two vanish into the sky, the agents watched with quiet envy. How wonderful to soar freely through the heavens. Yelena murmured, I wonder if the boss will ever craft one for me too. That'd be absolutely epic. Flames roaring from your soul's whoosh. And off you'd fly. Natasha stood silently beside her, her gaze fixed on Leon until he dissolved into the cloud layer. Yelena noticed her sister's unusual stillness and nudged her shoulder. Hey, stop staring. He's long gone. You had him all to yourself for hours. Haven't you gazed your fill yet? None of your business, Natasha replied, brushing her sister aside. Oh yes, it is my business. Yelena protested, leaning in again, then suddenly recalled something. Oh right. Did anything happen between you two earlier? How was it? The other agents perked up at the topic and crowded closer. Yeah, how was it? He's so incredibly powerful. What did it feel like? Tell us. Was it like a hydraulic pile driver, brutal force, or like a power drill, blistering speed? We'll never get ours. If you won't share, you'll drive us mad with envy. Each agent transformed into a bundle of unrestrained curiosity. The very word curiosity seemed etched into their wide, gleaming eyes. Natasha flushed faintly, then mimed a firm, suspended grip in midair. It felt like flying, endlessly without pause, and profoundly, overwhelmingly strong. Ah, shit, you're dead, Natasha. My Superman. As their long-awaited confession finally the curious agents collectively unraveled. Panic erupted, voices shrieked, chaos reigned. Los Angeles 1000 M. Stark Industries Park. The press conference commenced precisely on schedule. Pepper delivered an extensive speech, detailing the rollout plan for the new energy infrastructure. Yet this was merely a preliminary announcement. Actual implementation would require formal collaboration with sovereign nations worldwide. Reporters' cameras flashed incessantly beneath the stage. Every audience member sat hushed and rapt until Pepper concluded. They sensed they were witnessing a world-altering event unfold, and if they reported it well enough, perhaps their article would one day be enshrined in textbooks. Yet when Pepper finished, the anticipated QA session never materialized. Instead, she stepped aside, and Tony Stark strode confidently onto the stage. Ahem, don't rush, folks. Just a few brief remarks. He rested both hands on the lectern. A brief ripple of murmurs settled instantly into profound silence. Hundreds of eyes locked onto Tony, awaiting his next words. Wow, it's finally starting. Jarvis remembered to record it. At the edge of the crowd, Leon, back from space, held a bucket of popcorn, looking as if he was eager to watch the show. Although the timing was off, it could still be considered a live viewing of a major Marvel event. Mr. Leon, you seem to be looking forward to Mr. Tony's upcoming speech. Who are you? Ah, familiar face. Leon immediately recognized the middle-aged man beside him, dressed in a suit slightly. Who are you? Ah, familiar face. Leon immediately recognized the middle-aged man beside him, dressed in a suit slightly balding with a kind expression. Isn't this Phil Coulson, the diehard Captain America fan? I am Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Coulson handed over a business card with a smile. What a mouthful of a name. Do you need something from me? Leon took the card. We are an independent agency separate from the FBI and CIA. We would like to discuss some recent events in the Middle East with you. Leon glanced at the business card and shoved it back into Coulson's hand. You don't need to ask me. What Tony is going to talk about is precisely what happened there. You just need to wait. Coulson looked unexpectedly at Tony on the stage, sensing that something significant was about to happen today. Thank you. He nodded politely to Leon and then walked out, pulling out a communication device to contact his superiors. Recently, I believe you all must have been following the events happening in the Middle East. Tony flipped through a few pages of his speech on stage and tossed them aside. There are some barbaric people wielding weapons obtained from unknown sources, ruthlessly slaughtering civilians. Of course, in the past, Obadiah was secretly supplying them with weapons. Now he's gone, but those people still have weapons. Just as Tony was about to continue, a reporter raised their hand to ask, "Are you referring to the 10 rings that kidnapped you and were then eliminated by Superman?" Pretty much, but the details are a bit different, Tony stammered. Indeed, no matter what happened, this group of reporters could always tie it to Superman. Tony chose to skip the lengthy preamble and got straight to the key point. You all surely know that most of the 10 rings' power lies in the Middle East. Actually, it's in Afghanistan. Recently, a man in iron armor has been there eradicating this group of bandits. Many people have begun to regard him as a hero. I want to say he has many flaws and made numerous mistakes in his youth, yet you still consider him a hero. This actually. Another reporter raised their hand. Are you talking about the Iron Kid who is mimicking Superman? You know him well. Tony's words got stuck in his throat. He stared at the reporter for a long time, then suddenly said, "That is Iron Man, not Iron Kid. And I am Iron Man." The scene fell into a silence. Everyone looked at Tony, thinking he was trying to liven up the atmosphere. Even a few people managed to squeeze out some dry laughter, indicating that they were indeed amused. The only one genuinely laughing, and even joyfully, was Leon. This made Tony's expression darken. He irritably pressed his lips together, stepped back, and with a flick of his hands revealed 2 wristbands. Jarvis. Boom. The next moment, an oval metal flying pod burst into the room from outside, sweeping over the reporters' heads. Amidst the gasps and dodging, the flying pod disassembled and equipped itself onto Tony. I am Iron Man. As the armor donned, the helmet closed, and the crisp sound of iron scales clicking resonated. Tony once again announced his identity in a calm, yet firm tone. This time, everyone was in shock, staring at him. The golden red armor shone in the center of the stage like an industrial gem, radiating brilliance. Everyone's hearts trembled. Then the crowd surged with hundreds of arms raised, rushing towards the stage, clamoring to ask their questions. Evening. Honestly, you might as well have appeared in the armor from the start. That way you wouldn't have been stumped by the reporters repeatedly. Leon pushed open the door of the mansion and spoke to Tony behind him. After the press conference, Pepper insisted on making him and Tony work a full day at the company. The mountain of paperwork seemed endless. Even the superbrain seemed to protest. Leon made a decision. Once Natasha has rescued all the widows, let her take the position of president of the tech company. It might be, but it would show that he trusts Natasha. Surely dealing with multiple transactions worth hundreds of billions of dollars each day would give Natasha a sense of accomplishment. As for the organizational establishment, just leave it to Yelena. The young girl needs to train more to grow quickly. The more Leon thought about it, the more feasible this decision seemed. It was another win-win. In any case, there was no way he could attend this class. Working before crossing over and working after crossing over. Wouldn't that mean he crossed over for nothing? But that was a matter for later. Right now, he just wanted to have a nice dinner to heal the fatigue of working with good food. However, as soon as he walked in the door, Leon stopped in his tracks. Tony's questioning voice followed from behind. Do you really think so? I saw it clearly at the time. You were the one laughing the loudest. Why are you standing still? Tony peeked his head out from behind Leon. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows stood a figure in a black trench coat, facing away from them, gazing out at the sea. That dark figure with an air of mystery could only be Nick Fury. Jarvis. Tony called out. Welcome home, Mr. Stark and young Master Leon. Jarvis responded immediately. It appears to be a localized electromagnetic shield, quite impressive technology. Well done. Tony praised, noticing that part of Jarvis' surveillance area had been blocked. He turned to Leon. What do you think we should do? Leon snapped his fingers. Jarvis used the armor to blast that person standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window out. Understood, young master. Immediately, mechanical assembly sounds came from downstairs. Wait, don't get excited. Nick Fury, dressed formally, panicked and quickly turned around. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick. Crap. Before he could finish his sentence, Jarvis had already controlled Super Mark 1 to ascend the stairs. The blued armor raised its hands ready to fire the cluster cannon. He'll be back. We need— Nick Fury realized that this artificial intelligence had no intention of stopping and directly jumped out of the floor-to-ceiling window, plummeting off the cliff. Boom. After he jumped off the cliff, the cluster cannon flew by. Well done. Tony praised, walking to the window and watching a parachute slowly unfold beneath the cliff. That guy really knows how to keep a backup plan. It's just like you described. He sighed. Leon also walked over. Jarvis, it seems we need to upgrade you, otherwise anyone can just barge in here. Young master, if I were using the mainframe of the airborne fortress, I shouldn't have been blocked by him. Whoa, you're already asking for upgrades, then let's upgrade your mainframe. At this moment, Tony looked at Leon. By the way, if that Black Widow subordinate of yours had come yesterday and you blasted her out, we wouldn't have found the Red Room. Why didn't you take action then? He asked. Because I wanted to confirm some things, Leon said, blowing out the shattered glass from the window, sending all the fragments down the cliff. I planned to ask her for some intelligence I wanted to know, so naturally I wouldn't just chase her away. What intelligence? Secrets. You little rascal have secrets with me. I think you're just being lecherous. Tony's tone went up. Of course that factor is present as well. I just made a mistake that all men would make. Leon walked towards his room. You make a valid point. Tony thought about it empathetically. He couldn't refuse a beautiful woman delivering herself to his doorstep. Half a month quickly passed. Nick Fury had mentioned he would come again, but he had yet to arrive. According to Tony, he had packaged the Hydra intelligence and sent it to the Black Egg's inbox. The opposing side was probably cursing the now riddled S.H.I.E.L.D. 100 times every day. However, during this time, Natasha had already led the girls to free over 200 Widow agents from their control. Most of these Widows were willing to join the organization that Lion had yet to establish. Only a handful of Widow agents, either exhausted or seeking their own future, chose to withdraw. Lion also followed suit and destroyed the files of these people. However, perhaps in a few years some of them would regret the decision they made today. On Tony's side, he had also begun to return to the company to help as per Pepper's request. After all, the rollout of new energy couldn't do without him. Lion's greatest gain in the past half-month was the increase in strength and the conclusion of the upper limit prediction experiment. 2 days ago, after sunbathing, Lion returned home, concluding the thrust test. Tony looked at him again with the gaze of a monster. 89,000 tons of immense power in half a month. Your strength has nearly doubled. Lion calmly nodded. I can feel the speed of strength growth accelerating somewhat, like a geometric progression. However, in the past 2 days, I've noticed that the gap of increasing increments is starting to shrink. Perhaps this indicates that I am nearing the peak of my growth period. Therefore, what I hope for more is the upper limit prediction result. Today is the last day, right? It should be time for results. Give me 5 minutes. Tony walked to the computer and began to calculate rapidly on the screen. As he said, 5 minutes later, a prediction chart full of dots and lines was printed out. All right, done. Lion pulled out the chart and read it carefully. Tony acted as a narrator beside him. Those dots recorded the power of each leap after you finished sunbathing, while the lines indicate the increase. According to the model we established, your power limit will be around 2 million tons. Yes, that would be 2 million tons with one arm. Tony glanced at Lion's expression, and after seeing no abnormalities, he continued, and 1 million tons would be your peak period. Before the peak period, strength will increase at an accelerating rate, like a rolling snowball. Then after that, your strength growth rate will gradually slow down until it reaches the upper limit. After finishing, Tony cautiously observed Lion. He knew his brother had always sought power, and hearing about his limitations might not sit well with him. However, Lion remained calm. He even found it strange. What is that expression? Like you're afraid he'll cry any second now, so you're ready with tissue to comfort me. Don't you feel sad about your existence limit? Tony asked, pointing at the prediction chart. Why should I be sad? Knowing the result has given me direction to work harder. The fact is, he knew that his limit was roughly 2 million tons with one arm. So before reaching the limit, he could continue to sunbathe, while exploring other ways to become stronger. First, he could consider studying at Kamartaj. He could also check out the Daluo village in Kunlun to learn some chi techniques. There are too many unconventional paths to strength in Kamartaj. For instance, gaining power through contracts with demons. First sign a contract with a weaker one, then later consume the opponent. After that go for stronger entities climbing the path of demons. This has already been a viable path traversed by a certain Doctor Strange. In Kunlun, he could seek the power of the Divine Dragon. That is a power of multidimensional levels, though the probability of obtaining it is quite low. Even after exploring these powers in this world. He could also use his shuttling ability to venture into other worlds in search of ways to grow stronger. Previously, Lion had always been somewhat cautious, thinking it best not to step out of his current world until he became strong enough. However, now he could be considered barely qualified to step into other worlds. At this time, Tony said, "Speaking of which, I watched a Superman animation a few days ago. In it, Superman suddenly absorbed too much power, reaching 200 trillion tons of immense strength, and his body began to naturally collapse. I think for most ordinary Kryptonians, 2 million tons might already be an unattainable limit. Perhaps it is true. After all, races have limits. So to break through this limit, must one cease to be a Kryptonian?" He silently mocked himself. 2 days later, a sumptuous dinner came to a close. Tony continued to retreat into the laboratory for research. Lion, on the other hand, flew into space. After the simulation test ended, he had basically rooted himself in the space capsule these past few days. He only returned home for dinner when he felt hungry. Even yesterday, he ignored Natasha's request for her salad. Once back in the space capsule, he quickly fell into a comfortable slumber. That night, it should have passed quietly like this. But uninvited guests always arrive without warning. Tony Stark was unaware. The wind that announced his identity to the world had now reached the hidden corners. The moon was bright, and the stars were few clouds floating in the sky. In the night, a group of black-clad masked individuals hid in the shadows of the clouds, launching an assault on Stark Mansion like roaches emerging from their holes. They resembled ancient chivalrous warriors, their only visible eyes resolute and fierce, as if they had come solely to rob the rich and help the poor. Yet they were also like ninjas passed down through the ages. Each person's footsteps would imprint upon the previous ones. No one made any sound, each like a cold sword hidden in its sheath. They moved through the blind spots of all surveillance devices, occasionally leaping, occasionally crawling like a group of water spiders jumping on the surface. This group of water spiders finally stealthily reached the roof of Stark Mansion, pinpointing the location of Tony's room and descending with grappling hooks, laser cutters, glass suction cups, silent gloves. They meticulously removed the glass from Tony's bedroom. One by one, they slipped into the room like fish, making no noise. The lead person scanned the room and shook his head, indicating that Tony Stark was not present. He made several hand signals, signaling everyone to rush downstairs and eliminate anyone left alive. Everyone nodded. The leader raised 5 fingers, starting a countdown one by one. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Tony was leaning back in a soft chair, lost in thought. On the screen in front of him was Jarvis' defense system. He had been too busy lately that even after half a month, Jarvis' upgrade had not been completed. By the way, during the upgrade, he had specifically replaced the surveillance equipment, so there were now gaps in the originally all-encompassing surveillance. However, the upgrade time was quick, so there shouldn't be any problems. But at that moment, an arm reached in front of him and waved. Still thinking, Tony? The enemy has already knocked on the door. Lion reached out and took off Tony's glasses. He had been sleeping in space when he heard the sound of glass cutting and the sound of hurried footsteps at home. His beautiful dream was abruptly shattered. Once he activated his supervision and saw the situation, he hurriedly returned to the laboratory in 5 seconds. His strength increased during this time, had rapidly raised the intensity of his biological force field. Now, even if he flew at speeds exceeding hundreds of Mach, he could move as silently as a bird through the clouds. My! Tony was startled, his face filled with surprise, which quickly faded upon seeing Lion. What enemies? Jarvis didn't give a warning. Damn it, it can't be that black egg again, right? Tony learned the term black egg, which combined flavor and color, from Lion. No, it's a group of ninjas or martial arts masters. Lion cracked his wrist. I came back to remind you to hurry and upgrade Jarvis, then take care of them. Oh, no. Upon hearing that Leon was about to take action, Tony felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stood up. They are clearly coming for me. If anyone is going to take action, it should be me. He waved his hand directly. Jarvis, suit up. The flight pod standing quietly in the laboratory instantly disassembled and attached to him. Leon did not stop Tony. The more than 10 people above had muscle density at the level of an ordinary person. Even if they might possess some mysterious powers, they would not be Tony's match. After putting on the suit, Tony smashed through the glass door and charged upstairs. Wait for my news down there. Tony's voice echoed through the hallway. Here I come, you handsome lads with diapers on your heads. It was evident that he had been feeling a bit pent up during this busy time, and once he donned the suit, his true nature was revealed. Leon shook his head and stepped on the glass shards as he went upstairs. The uninvited guests clearly did not anticipate that their target would suddenly charge out from below. Tony opened fire, immediately unleashing a barrage from his cluster cannon. The invaders had no chance to fight back and were killed on the spot. Even those who managed to react found themselves knocked down by the cannon before they could even resist. With full power output, the villa's ceiling vibrated ominously. By the time Leon reached the living room, corpses were already strewn across the floor, and the walls were cracked in half. Very well, I can call the renovation company again tomorrow. The last black-clad man was now cornered by Tony. It was clear that these attackers were all professional assassins. At the time of their deaths, not a single one issued a cry of despair. Even now, with only one remaining, would he fight to the bitter end? Leon had just thought that the last man would fight desperately. Instead, the man retreated and pulled out a simple envelope from his pocket. He handed over the envelope, while simultaneously slashing his own throat with the knife in his hand, dying on the spot. As his body fell, he still maintained the posture of handing over the envelope. Oh, it seems he did not intend to fight to the death, but chose to die to make a statement. Leon walked over to Tony's side. No, he wants me to see that letter. Crack. Tony's mask popped up and the suit automatically separated. He stepped forward, just about to pick up the envelope, but Leon beat him to it. Be careful, the letter might be poison, Tony. Next time you handle something from the enemy, it's best to wear the suit. Tony was taken aback. Poison on the letter. Would anyone actually do something so insidious? In some Eastern martial arts novels, there are indeed plots like this. These people are sneaky, they look like the type that would do such things. Leon sniffed the envelope, bringing it to his nose. All right, no poison now, I guess I was overthinking it. But why did he hand over this letter before committing suicide? He casually tore open the envelope. Could it be that some organization wants to recruit me? Was that a membership test just now? Tony leaned in to look as well. Leon looked disgusted. What is this, a middle schooler's conjecture? Do you think you're a savior? From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary letter made of what seemed like bamboo paper. Those who are accustomed to using this kind of paper generally come from Southeast Asia. Could it be that they are from the Hand Association? The two began to read line by line from the letter. To Mr. Tony Stark, congratulations on passing my test. You have killed the outer members of the 10 Rings who were on their way to carry out assassination missions. You have successfully proven your qualification to have your head cut off by me personally. In recent years, you are the first to reach this milestone. First, let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the 10 Rings, Wenwu. The 10 Rings gang that you wiped out half a month ago was merely my poor imitators. I must thank you for eliminating these inferior fakes. However, I regret to inform you. While they were merely imitators, they also represent the prestige of the 10 Rings worldwide. Since you have declared to the outside world that you have annihilated the 10 Commandments, I must take action to kill you to maintain the reputation of the 10 Rings. 1 month from now, I will personally come to your door to claim your head. Signed, Wenwu. The two quickly finished reading silently. Tony furrowed his brows tightly. So the 10 Commandments gang is just the tip of the iceberg. No, the 10 Rings gang is actually a hidden organization. He thought of Hydra and the Red Room. Any organization hidden in the dark corners of the world. So far, none of them had been up to any good. While Tony was still pondering the details of the 10 Rings, Leon, beside him, suddenly exploded. What a Wenwu! Leon's eyes almost immediately glowed red. The letter in his hand shattered without warning. He floated up, his clothes moving as if stirred by wind. The red light in his eyes grew brighter, as if a demon from hell was gazing down upon the world. Although he was not wearing a superhero costume, it appeared as if a blood-stained cloak was billowing behind him. Tony, you take a break. He'll go kill a few people and be back. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if he were casually stating he would go have a piece of bread. Yet the chilling tone sent shivers down people's spines. Tony turned in surprise. Before he could see Leon, it felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to stagger back several steps. You mean right now, eh? Tony looked at Leon, his heart trembling slightly. Since the 10 Rings dare to issue this death notice a month in advance, I won't let them see the sun tomorrow. Leon was merely floating there, yet he exuded an oppressive aura, as if a mountain was suspended and rivers were flowing backwards. It felt as if the entire world would shatter like a mirror at any moment. This was the first time Tony had seen Leon in such a furious state. His throat tightened, and for some reason he felt a sense of panic. Leon, calm down. Just calm down. Tony hurriedly said. He is after me. Oh, I should be the one to deal with him. Don't act impulsively. Let's talk about it after you come down. He jumped up, trying to pull Leon down, but Leon remained immovable, causing Tony to fall onto him instead. He clung to Leon's calf and chuckled awkwardly. Listen, Leon, let's not rush to act just yet. Look, he issued a challenge to me, to Iron Man. I must respond to this challenge. Otherwise, why did I hold that press conference earlier? Was it just to show off? Leon looked speechlessly at Tony hanging onto his calf. The anger in his heart was momentarily diminished by this goofball. Isn't it? As he slowly landed, Tony also stood back on the ground. You see, you always misunderstand me so deeply. After Tony firmly planted his feet, he immediately stepped forward to clasp Leon's shoulder. I am Iron Man. Oh, it's my responsibility. You know, I've always wanted to do something right. This is an opportunity. He spoke earnestly. The 10 rings, you can tell just by the name that they are not good. They provoked me, and I happen to want to find them. These dancers hiding in the shadows are all bad people, so let me investigate and eliminate them. Are you serious? The red light in Leon's eyes gradually dimmed, returning to his dark pupils. He looked at Tony curiously. Do you really want to fight that one, Wu? Don't look at me like that. You dealt with the Red Room, so can I handle the 10 rings? Do I look like I'm joking? Tony laughed as he spread his arms, but inside he felt a sense of relief. For some reason, seeing Leon in such a rage made him feel tense. It reminded him of 17 years ago when he held Leon squatting in front of their parents' gravestone, weeping uncontrollably. That day the rain poured down like silver waterfalls, and he could not tell whether it was tears or rain on his face. His heart was also confused whether it was anger, sorrow, or bewilderment. He cried until his eyes were blurred. Suddenly baby Leon in his arms babbled, reaching out to wipe the moisture from his face. At that moment Tony knew that this child was his only remaining family in the world. He vowed that he would never let anything happen to Leon. This little one must smile every day and must be lively and active every day. Over the past 17 years he had perfectly fulfilled this vow. However, now Leon had grown up, even becoming a superhero, and had started to protect him in return. This made Tony feel uncomfortable, yet he had to admit that he could no longer protect Leon. Nonetheless, seeing Leon in such a rage still tightened his heart. It was a vague sense of guilt. He blamed himself for being too weak, no longer able to protect his little brother. Leon was unaware of Tony's rich inner thoughts. He glanced at the arc reactor on Tony's chest and shook his head. You can't defeat him. Based on the portrayal of Wenwu in the movie, only a later-stage Tony would have the strength to fight. As for the Tony still using a palladium arc reactor. Sorry, too weak. You haven't seen me in action, and you're saying I can't defeat him? Tony shot back, his eyes narrowing. It's as if you know him well. Leon picked up the 2 corpses on the ground and began to walk outside. Actually, I do know a bit. The 10 Rings is an organization that has been passed down for over 1,000 years, named after the leader's treasure, the 10 Rings. The 10 Rings possess astonishing power, granting the user prolonged life and extraordinary physical abilities. Legend has it they also harbor special energy capable of opening dimensions. That Wenwu obtained the 10 Rings 1,000 years ago and has lived until now. How could you possibly win against someone like him? The 10 Rings in the movie share the same name as the 10 Rings in the comics. However, they are 2 weapons with entirely different abilities. The 10 Rings belong to the mind energy weapon category, capable of absorbing and storing kinetic energy. In the film, this set of weapons exhibits varying power in different hands. The comics later supplemented relevant settings, stating that the 10 Rings were originally divine weapons of the Jade Emperor, which somehow ended up in the mortal realm. As long as they are in the hands of the right person, their power ceiling even approaches a single universe level comparable to the Infinity Stones. As for the origin of the 10 Rings in the movie, Leon could only speculate. After all, the 2 individuals who have used the 10 Rings displayed strength that seemed barely capable of destroying a city. Compared to the comic descriptions, it was like a difference of 10 galaxies. Of course, even so, Wenwu is not someone Tony can compete with right now. Are you sure you're not talking about a fairy tale? A person who has lived for 1,000 years and can open dimensions? Tony instinctively questioned, but Leon's expression made him realize it was no joke. All right, I know it's true now. Thank you for your explanation, Leon Encyclopedia. Tony also donned his armor and began to help Leon carry the bodies. Let me think. 1,000-year-old organization and an ancient fossil. That's truly unheard of. But this matter still has to be resolved by me, Leon. If they are coming for me, then I will confront them head-on. Leon threw the corpses onto the lawn and asked, how do you plan to resolve it? With that poisonous arc reactor on your chest. After finishing, he returned to the house to move the next batch of corpses. Tony followed behind, saying, don't say that. Let me try. If I can't do it, you can step in. With you, the superhero, I can't go wrong. But do you know that palladium can be toxic? Tony was somewhat surprised. Leon silently picked up the 2 corpses again. I studied chemistry in high school, thank you. He took a few steps, but suddenly stopped. If you really want to act, then upgrade your armor first and fix that hole in your chest before anything else. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, why do you still carry the reactor when there are no shrapnel in your chest? Are you trying to look cool at the cost of your life? This? Cough, cough. Tony felt a bit awkward. There are some very deep reasons for this. What is that guilty expression of yours? Leon looked suspicious. Don't tell me you actually forgot that palladium can be toxic. What are you joking about? How could I forget something like that? Tony's face was awkward. I was just testing the extent of palladium's effects on the human body. Yes, that's it. Leon covered his forehead. You're hopeless. I thought you had other plans, which is why I never asked. I didn't expect you had never considered this issue. A week ago, Tony had still been flaunting the arc reactor on his chest like a mechanical hero. It wasn't until last weekend, when he came out of the lab, that he finally replaced the large hole in his chest with other fillers. It seemed it was at that time the discomfort in his body made him remember the palladium poisoning issue. That's all in the past. Tony threw the two corpses on the ground and loudly changed the subject. Only children dwell on the past. We should be thinking about how to improve the armor now. Tony tried to put his hand on Leon's shoulder, but he patted his hands to disguise the awkwardness. Since you say I can't defeat Wenwu, how about helping me develop the armor? In the following month, as brothers, we can research together and surely create history. Leon, you wouldn't want your older brother to be bullied by outsiders, would you? Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's such a good opportunity. I've been waiting for you to get beaten up for a long time. He refused, saying, researching together is impossible. I still need to grow stronger in the universe. However, a few days ago, I used my supervision to check out the documents left by Dad in S.H.I.E.L.D. I discovered that he had researched a new element suitable for the arc reactor a long time ago. The clue is on the design display board in Stark Industries. You can go take a look. At the same time, he piled all the corpses together and incinerated them with thermal rays until they turned to ashes. He then blew out a breath, expelling all the dust from the villa. Daddy. On the other side, Tony removed his armor. He developed a new element. Are you kidding me? It's no joke. That's the last gift he left for you. Leon patted Tony's arm and walked into the house. Afterward, you can ask Nick Fury for the documents left by Dad. Everything he wanted to tell you is in there. Leon temporarily dismissed the thought of directly going to the Ten Rings headquarters to crush Wenwu's head. Since Tony wanted to go, let him go. If it turns out he really can't win, he can always step in later. After all, strictly speaking, this matter does count as a personal grievance between the Ten Rings and Tony. Tony stood there in a daze for quite a while. He probably didn't expect to receive a gift from Howard after all this time. After standing still for several minutes, he entered the house and found Leon. So you agree, right? I will resolve the Ten Rings issue myself. Do as you wish, but I still don't hold high hopes for you. If you lose, don't call for Leon to save you. Leon was preparing to head back to space again. You agreed. That's awesome. I knew you would agree. Oh, after all, you're my brother. Tony cheered. He didn't take Leon's sarcasm to heart. Seeking help. What help? Tony Stark would jump off the cliff behind his house without ever calling for help again. He said it. No one can change it. Leon saw through Tony's thoughts and sighed deeply. This Tony has truly been spoiled. Perhaps there will be opportunities to return from the multiverse with something else. Misunderstanding, don't celebrate too early. I said you will definitely lose, and yet you're happy. Lose. That's not certain. As long as I have the new element, everything will be different. Tony waved. Dream on. The Mark III plus the new element is still far from enough, and that big hole in your chest is a fatal flaw. Unless you can fix it, but right now there's no such medical technology. Maybe not. Leon stroked his chin, suddenly remembering something. There is no advanced medical technology on Earth, but there is in the universe. The universe is far away, but there are also alternate worlds. Leon suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He just happened to be planning to traverse worlds recently. Since it's the first time, he wanted to find a world with a low ceiling to serve as a trial. So why not simply traverse to a world that can heal Tony's chest wound, help him enhance his strength, and has a low ceiling? Leon's eyes sparkled as he suddenly made a plan to set off. He had previously studied the ability to traverse. As long as he thinks of keywords in his mind, the traversal ability will feedback the approximate energy value required to travel to the corresponding world. It's like a fool's version of a search engine. Oh, after inputting the keywords, it will prompt the traffic required to search and enter the corresponding web page. Not necessarily. Do you have a plan? You aren't thinking of using silicone or something to fill it, are you? Tony said with a look of disgust. Please don't come up with such terrible ideas. I'd rather create a new element arc reactor and install it. Of course not. I'm planning to traverse to another world soon, and I'm sure I can bring back good news for you, Lee. Traverse. Tony mumbled, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Are you planning to go to other worlds? God, you must take me with you. I wanted to go for a long time. He suddenly became extremely excited. What if there's another me in that other world, or another you? What if in that world I'm the superhero and you're Iron Man? Tony got more and more excited, taking a few quick steps, almost pulling his hair out. Wait, let me think about what I need to bring for traversing worlds. Iron Man armor, electronic devices, US dollars. No, I need to bring gold, and... He started again. This guy got excited all by himself again. Leon helplessly stopped Tony. You misunderstood. I'm planning to go alone without you. Without me, Tony was taken aback. Yes, without you. Leon emphasized. Really? Tony showed an expression of disbelief. I can't believe this. Leon confirmed. You? Are you really just going to leave me behind? Tony's outstretched finger was trembling. You sent me a second-hand birthday gift, and now you're not taking me on vacation. Leon's mouth twitched. Tony's current expression was just like a husky abandoned by its owner, bewildered yet shocked. It's not. Because there are uncertain factors involved. I need to try traversing once by myself first. If the process of traversing is stable, and I can bring someone, well, it seems I can indeed take someone along. In any case, I'll take you with me next time I have the chance to traverse, right? Aren't we supposed to go to the DC world? I'll take you then. Leon felt that his ability to traverse worlds was quite accommodating. As long as the energy is sufficient, he could probably take the entire Marvel Universe with him. But this time is the first time. I can afford to make mistakes with my iron body, but you can't. Leon provided his reasoning. After hearing the explanation, Tony opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he just showed a look of regret. He knew he had no chance. After all, Leon was right. One should be cautious during their first traversal. Adding him to the mix would just be like adding a burden. He spread his hands and said, have you thought about what would happen if you just arrived in another world and immediately encountered kryptonite? Well, should I wear Super Mark 1 when I go? Leon thought for a moment. Exactly. You have to wear the armor. And bring 5 arc reactors, just in case. Also, there's the issue of disinfection and equivalence you need to. Tony listed a long string of instructions. He only stopped when he got thirsty halfway and took a sip of water. Alright, just get these preparations done. When it's time to confirm the traversal, let me know, and I'll be watching from the side. The next day, in the evening, Leon stood amidst a circle of testing instruments in the underground garage. He was wearing the Super Mark 1 and carrying a very large travel backpack. The backpack contained 5 arc reactors, 10 1-kilogram gold bars disinfectant spray, hemostatic spray. This backpack was personally prepared by Tony with all sorts of emergency items included. Although Leon felt that most of it was unnecessary. Are you sure you're leaving right now, Tony asked behind the projection screen. Absolutely, Leon nodded. But I should be back soon. You know, with my power, everything I do is quite... I'm just worried about the kryptonite and the red sun. If you encounter danger once you're there, make sure to come back immediately. Don't worry, even if I lose my superpowers due to being restrained, I can still live well. Leon pointed at his head. Superman has weaknesses, but the knowledge in my head won't disappear. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself, and Pepper. After saying this, Leon closed his eyes. On the other side, Tony also began to activate the instruments one by one, starting to record the on-site data. Recording data on time travel. This was an opportunity that countless scientists dream of. Of course, he wouldn't let it slip by. Starting world search. Keywords: limb regeneration, enhancing Kryptonian strength, world with a lower upper limit of extraordinary power, no threats. Successfully anchored the world. Calculating energy required for traversal. Traversal confirmed. Leon activated his traversal ability internally, determining each process and value. Soon a surge of divine information appeared in his mind, making him immediately realize that the search for the other world had been successful. Dozens of options appeared in his consciousness, all conforming to the requirements. Those worlds looked like bubbles of chaotic black holes with no information visible. He could only randomly choose one of them. Then a sensation of virtual and real descended, enveloping him. In this state, he could vaguely sense the energy required to traverse to the world he was currently anchoring. About 1% of his physical strength. For someone with Leon's disaster-level strength, this energy was undoubtedly immense. Converted into specific values, it was at least equivalent to 9 days of global power generation. Now Leon understood why the original world bestowed him the gifts of Kryptonian bloodline and time travel. If it were just the Kryptonian bloodline, then to achieve limitless power enhancement, he would have to rack his brains searching for opportunities in the Marvel world. And if it were only the ability to travel through time and space, he probably wouldn't even be able to gather the energy needed for traversal without wasting countless time and money. But now that these two abilities were combined, everything became logical and complementary. Leon felt a strange sensation in his heart. Perhaps under the combination of these two abilities, he could truly break through the limits with ease and become without wasting too much time. Leon finally confirmed in his heart to begin the traversal. As soon as his intention was conveyed, a tremendous pulling force suddenly appeared within him, as if a black hole was connecting to all his limbs and extracting everything it could. However, this pulling force came quickly and left just as swiftly. After absorbing 1% of Leon's physical strength, the pull vanished. Instead, a gravitational force enveloped Leon. Leon sensed a premonition. only just managing to open his eyes and wave farewell to Tony before vanishing into thin air in the next instant. The space he occupied showed not the faintest ripple upon his disappearance. No wormhole swallowed him. No celestial gate swung open to guide his passage. He simply ceased to exist within reality, as if a digital painting selected and cut from its canvas instantly erased from the frame. Not a trace remained. Holy shit. Tony gasped. That's not scientific. Every instrument on site registered no anomaly whatsoever, as though nothing had ever occurred there at all. To Tony, Leon's disappearance was like a single drop of seawater evaporating from the ocean, leaving no ripple, no echo, no disturbance. His entire worldview trembled once more. How could interdimensional transit occur so silently? It defied all logic. Yet what unsettled him even more was something else entirely. Leon, you brat, get back here fast. The moment Leon vanished, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Leon felt himself sinking into absolute void. A force propelled him forward through formless emptiness. Eyes sealed shut, voice locked away, he felt utterly powerless, like an ant swept helplessly down a vast river. Yet that analogy fell short. There was no sensation of constraint, only total immobility coupled with unceasing motion. In truth, it resembled lying unconscious in an ambulance en route to the hospital. This state did not last long. Then, suddenly, he pierced a membrane-like boundary as delicate and yielding as water's surface. He even felt the subtle ripples that formed around him. A dizzying whirl of vertigo followed. Solid ground met his feet, control over his body surged back. His armor, its power mysteriously extinguished, rebooted seamlessly, the visor's ocular lenses glowed softly awake. Where is this? A war-torn world. The first image searing into his vision was an inferno scaling skyscrapers, towering, relentless, consuming. Flames engulfed every building, their scattered brilliance coalescing into a blood-red sky. Shattered glass littered the streets, of fallen signposts lay twisted, mangled cars. Crushed front ends, torn doors, lay strewn across the asphalt. Helicopters circled overhead, searchlights sweeping the smoke-choked air. This was unmistakably a city under siege, perhaps freshly scarred by artillery barges. Abandoned vehicles choked the road, haphazardly piled, abandoned mid-flight, bearing silent witness to panicked exodus. Jarvis activated. Master Leon, are you unharmed? At the garage, your armor's circuitry inexplicably I'm fine. We've arrived in another world, Jarvis. Leon surveyed the ruins. Your systems failed due to dimensional transit. No concern. Attempt network linkage now. Jarvis's task: scour the web for intelligence. Leon stood still, closed his eyes, and deactivated all neural suppression on his superhearing. Instantly, the world's cacophony flooded in: wind howling, fire roaring, screams piercing, each sound swirling around him like fractured kaleidoscopic shards. In that moment, sound acquired texture, every timbre conjuring vivid imagery. From this torrent, Leon swiftly isolated vital signals. Weskier, welcome to HCF. You're now our battlefield commander. Marvin, hold the West District gate. Chris, Jill and Brad are in danger. I must return for them. Tell Ada Wong, the virus is non-negotiable. Countless voices condensed into a handful of critical fragments. Leon's eyes snapped open. So, this is the Resident Evil game universe. I'm in Raccoon City. Evidently, my transdimensional ability can breach even the Marvel multiverse's boundaries. Recalling past knowledge, he concluded this world poses no existential threat to me. Yet, how does the traversal system select destinations? Does this world truly meet the criteria? Limb regeneration could indeed be achieved using native pathogens. Even if transformation into a zombie proves inevitable, the problem would still be solved. But will this world enhance my capabilities? None of these, virus, or the progenitor, would strengthen a Kryptonian physiology. They'd likely degrade it. Wait. Strictly speaking, one path to growth remains. Leon tilted his head upward, gazing at the fire-scorched night sky, and realization struck. There, another yellow sun. So yellow solar radiation boosts my power, but damn it. The Marvel Earth already has a yellow sun. Did I cross dimensions merely to bask in alternate sunlight? Leon realized his chosen parameters had been imprecise, yielding an imperfect transit. Next time I'll refine the parameters, enhance genetic potential, or enable empowerment beyond solar. Enough. Consider this field experience. Jarvis, cease online reconnaissance. We're returning. Leon prepared to depart the Resident Evil world. Suddenly, an intangible wave descended, sweeping over him from crown to sole. Leon's pulse spiked before he could react. Cool clarity washed across his mind. It felt as though an invisible artisan had performed a rapid, exquisite neurospot treatment upon his cerebral cortex, leaving him profoundly refreshed, as if certain cognitive faculties had subtly refined themselves. This foreign influence bore no malice. His armored physiology offered no resistance. What phenomenon was this? Doubts stirred within him. Though the sensation was undeniably beneficial, such unbidden benevolence only heightened his vigilance. Yet this benefactor did not bestow gifts without purpose. As Leon pondered, his dimensional traversal ability resonated, detecting an anomalous fluctuation. Instinctively, he activated it. Instantly, an arcane, ineffable transmission, resonating with his traversal capacity, flooded his consciousness. Leon touched his temple. An incorporeal presence seemed fused to his neural currents, speaking directly into his mind. Gift, salvation, apocalypse, evolution, biology, more. The message was profoundly cryptic. With his superintellect processing millions of hypotheses per second, Leon extracted only 6 coherent terms. The source appeared devoid of self-awareness, merely projecting primal instinct or raw desire, shared unfiltered. This bizarre mechanism, is it akin to a world consciousness? Leon stroked his chin. Is the resident evil world's consciousness reaching out for help? That interpretation held weight. He had first linked to this world via his traversal ability, then crossed over. Naturally, the world itself could leverage that same bridge to transmit. Though its nature remained ambiguous, perhaps lacking true sentience, perhaps merely a confluence of human collective subconsciousness. Still, it had already granted him value. That gift almost certainly referred to the recent cerebral enhancement. Such courtesy, offering reward before request, felt deeply agreeable. He paused, reflecting, though he hadn't reached out to accept. The gift had already been pressed into his hands. So aiding this world, this younger brother of realities, wasn't entirely out of the question. Besides, he needed to investigate precisely what advantage he'd gained. First, however, he required deeper contemplation on what favor the world sought. After all, those vague, ambiguous words were hardly sufficient. Boom. A violent explosion erupted atop the rooftop directly above him. The thunderous detonation seized his attention. Leon looked up. Was that helicopter circling overhead just now? Exploding. Amidst the scattered flames, its wreckage spun violently before slamming into another building. After a series of violent impacts, the debris wedged itself between floors, igniting in fierce fire as shards of glass and shattered construction materials rained down like hail. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over Leon. Come to think of it, the Biohazard series was often jokingly dubbed the vehicle crisis. In the games, nearly every operational vehicle introduced met its destruction. So perhaps this helicopter's explosion wasn't so surprising after all. Maybe it simply couldn't bear the weight of too many muscle-bound men aboard. Leon indulged in this darkly whimsical speculation when suddenly his ears twitched. More sounds echoed from the high-rise above. That noise, is it a car? A car on the rooftop. He glanced upward again, stunned. On the 7th floor roof, a vehicle burst through the guardrail, plummeting straight down, toppling headfirst atop a towering pitch-black figure. Thud! The car bearing the hulking figure slammed into the ground with a crushing, heart-stopping impact. Momentum unbalanced, the chassis flipped entirely, landing upside down with a second thunderous crash. At last, the black giant beneath the wreck lay exposed, its massive frame sprawled motionless upon the pavement. Inside the crumpled vehicle, a young woman screamed in agony. She shrieked once as the car struck the earth, then cried out repeatedly as violent forces hurled her body against the ceiling, doors, and dashboard in brutal succession. Leon winced inwardly at the sound. Yet what intrigued him more was how remarkably resilient her physique. She had fallen from a 7-story rooftop. Yet moments after dizziness faded, she groaned and began crawling slowly out through the shattered window. Even more astonishing was the black giant. Having been crushed by the car from 7 stories high, he was already rising languidly, walking steadily back toward the wreck within mere seconds. An indestructible beauty, tenacious as a cockroach. A relentless pursuer, unfazed by vehicular impact or artillery barges, doggedly hunting that very same woman. This pairing could only be Jill Valentine, the elite STARS officer, and the tyrant Umbrella Corporation's monstrous bioweapon codenamed Nemesis. The tyrant was a bioweapon engineered by Umbrella, a cloned host fused with its virus to create an apex. Leon recalled that this particular model bore the designation Nemesis. As for Jill, she served in STARS Raccoon City's Special Tactics and Rescue Service. She belonged to the first wave of law enforcement officers who endured the city's catastrophic biohazard outbreak and stood among the world's central figures. Fiercely principled and unyieldingly steadfast, she wore her shoulder-length hair in clean, sharp layers and was instantly recognizable in her signature blue sleeveless top. Widely hailed as a woman of breathtaking beauty. Excellent. I now know precisely when and where I am. This scene unfolded exactly as it did in the game. It's September 28, 1998. Around 9 o'clock at night, and we're near the Raccoon City Redstone Station. Drawing on his intimate knowledge of the game, Leon deduced the exact temporal coordinates. Master Leon, you are correct. It is precisely 914 p.m., and you stand less than 1 kilometer from Redstone Station. Jarvis spoke unexpectedly. I knew it. Leon arched a brow and retracted his faceplate. So you've already linked to the network? Yes, but per your prior instruction, I suspended information gathering online. Thus my understanding of this world remains extremely limited. Disregard that previous command. Resume intelligence collection. Focus especially on Umbrella Corporation, Eagle Military Operations, and the HCF organization. Understood, Master. Leon fell silent, inhaling the acrid tang of gunpowder in the air, and noticed Jill had just emerged from the car window. At that very moment, Jill spotted him. Their eyes locked for a single heartbeat, and her expression visibly tightened with urgency. You're human. Clad head-to-toe in gleaming steel armor, Leon was profoundly anachronistic in 1998. Yet she waved frantically at him. Run. Now, don't hesitate. Get to safety. It's not safe here. Her voice rang out urgently, so urgently she failed to notice the car behind her already blazing with fire. The vehicle was moments from detonation. The tyrant was closing in behind her. If she delayed even a second longer, she would first vanish in the blast, then be finished off by the tyrant's blade. Yet in that dire instant, her instinctive choice was not self-preservation, but warning the strangely clad stranger she'd just seen, urging him to flee. Zzz, boom. Predictably, the car exploded. Flames erupted outward, closing in fast to engulf Jill. She saw it coming. She turned to flee, but it was too late. She could only watch paralyzed as searing tongues of fire rushed toward her face. Still prone on the ground, she felt their scorching heat lick her cheek, her expression collapsing into raw despair. In that suspended moment, memory flickered 2 months earlier. Herself and her squad trapped inside the mansion on the outskirts of Raccoon City, surrounded by shambling undead. Perhaps the day those monsters first appeared sealed her fate, to die by their hands. Though, Jill's final thought remained unfinished. Suddenly, her vision blurred. The world lurched backward, several meters in an instant. The inferno meant to consume her bloomed instead at a distance, engulfing the tyrant in full force. Her eyes blinked blankly twice, relief flooding in, then widened in shock. What just happened? She glanced sideways, and there he stood, clad in that bizarre metallic shell, gripping her arm. Her eyes blinked blankly twice, relief flooding in, then widened in shock. What just happened? She glanced sideways, its gleaming cobalt-tan crimson exoskeleton aerodynamic silhouette, even more breathtaking than a space launch rocket. And that circular chest light glowing steadily, he looked like a warrior forged from a sci-fi epic. But this was impossible. Time travel. Then Jill remembered her sudden instantaneous retreat, and her face went pale. Who are you? She gazed up at the helmet's visor, now seamlessly sealed, emitting only 2 faint, eerie beams of blue light. Now he looked even more like a cinematic mecha warrior. Explanations can wait, came a calm male voice from within the armor. Hearing that voice, Jill suddenly recalled beneath that visor she'd glimpsed a man's face, sharp-featured, undeniably handsome. May I ask? She began again, when a deafening roar erupted from the distant firestorm, followed by a sharp, whistling projectile tearing through the air. The armored warrior beside her stepped forward, THOM, and caught midair a massive, jagged slab of twisted car chassis. At that instant, the wall of flame parted cleanly in two. From the conflagration strode the tyrant, his entire form wreathed in roaring, incandescent fire. Well now, look at this fellow. Right now he's undoubtedly the warmest man alive. The armored warrior quipped. Jill froze, then absurdly found herself mentally agreeing yes, he was remarkably warm. But she snapped back to reality. This was no warm man, it was a tyrant. Her lips twitched as she pushed herself upright, standing shoulder to shoulder with the armored warrior. What's our move? Can you take down that son of a bitch? Her words were blunt, unfiltered, and fiercely unapologetic. However, before the mech warrior could respond, a furious shout erupted from the other side of the street. Hey, bastard, look this way. Jill turned her head toward the sound and saw a rocket flying towards the tyrant. Someone actually has such a devastating weapon. She felt a surge of confidence. The rocket struck the unprotected giant, exploding upon impact. The tyrant's body stiffened amidst the flames, appearing severely wounded. However, a second rocket was immediately shot from the street, inflicting further damage upon the tyrant. The explosion illuminated most of the block. Even the towering, invulnerable tyrant, standing at 2 meters 6, bent its knees and collapsed to the ground under the force of the 2 rockets. Are you guys all right? The person who launched the rocket dropped the launcher and ran towards the 2. He was dressed in a green uniform of the Umbrella UBCS team, his fluffy black hair bouncing with his movements. He looked sharp-eyed, exuding the tough demeanor of a professional soldier. Finally caught up. I'm Carlos here. That monster should be dead. He reached the two and continued, follow me. I'll take you to the subway station, where our Umbrella emergency unit has set up a shelter to evacuate the survivors from the city. Umbrella. Jill, who had just relaxed, suddenly became agitated. Are you kidding me? The current state of Raccoon City is caused by you. Can you protect the civilians? She was filled with righteous indignation. The outbreak in Raccoon City was due to a virus leak from the Umbrella underground research facility. It was a strain known as the virus. Upon infection, it would enhance the strength of the patient's bones and muscles. However, it would also make the skull brittle, rot the body, and incite a frenzied desire to consume flesh and spread the virus. After the virus leak, Umbrella Corporation simply abandoned the city, treating it as a testing ground. The city fell not only due to Umbrella's machinations, but also because of official complicity. Originally, the Eagle government planned to send troops for support upon discovering the anomaly. However, a guy named Simmons in the military committee suggested waiting to gather the research results of the virus for public use. As a result, the military forces ultimately surrounded the city without engaging. They only restricted personnel from entering or exiting Raccoon City, but did not send anyone in to clear out the zombies. Carlos was completely unaware of these matters. Faced with Jill's questioning, he was utterly confused. What are you talking about? Carlos thought Jill was overreacting. He took a few steps back and said, look, you don't have to believe me, but the only way to leave the city right now is by subway. Whether you want to follow is up to you. And what about this one? What's that on you? Carlos then noticed that the second person was actually wearing a stylish suit of iron armor. He looked like an unfortunate mech warrior actor who had just left a sci-fi film set only to find himself caught in a disaster. Jill also turned her head to look. Right, mech warrior, I also want to ask you. Her question was cut off once. Thud, thud. The dull sound of a hammer striking the ground echoed ominously from a distance. Don't mind me, I'm not on the same path as you. The mech warrior stepped forward. The two looked in his direction. The tyrant, which had been lying on the ground, had regained its mobility. The flames on its body had long been extinguished, and it was slowly rising up, pushing itself off the ground with both hands. Hey, this can't be real. It was hit by 2 rockets and can still move. What kind of monster is this? Carlos muttered to himself. Haven't you seen something like this before? Jill asked. I only know it is looking for something with a very clear purpose, and it won't stop until it achieves its goal, Carlos replied. Ladies, we should get going. This thing is impossible to kill. The mech warrior suddenly laughed and said, by your logic, can we say it's a very dedicated man? Huh, dedicated. The two were momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected joke. The mech warrior, however, ignored them and removed his backpack, tossing it aside. Then he actually flew up. Thanks for the gift. Jill and the others were dumbfounded. This iron lump actually spewed flames from its back and feet and took off into the air. They had thought the mech warrior was just dressed in a sci-fi manner. Who would have guessed that he actually possessed sci-fi abilities? Jill, recalling her previous teleportation, was even more shocked. The two were astonished, swallowing nervously, but they didn't forget to run behind cover and peek out to observe the battle between the mech and the bioweapon. Damn, I feel like I've stepped into a movie. Jill's eyes were wide. The mech warrior flew in the air, extending his hands toward the tyrant. With a sound of energy gathering that was full of technological flair, he actually fired energy lasers from his palms. 2 beams of lasers struck the tyrant like thunder. In just one encounter, it easily pierced through the tyrant's chest. The tyrant's slow advance came to an abrupt halt, its massive body soon engulfed in flames as it collapsed. Is this done? There's no way it can get back up now, right? Jill said, unable to contain her shock. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the tyrant, with 2 gaping holes in its chest, suddenly began to crumble bit by bit. Its pitch-black bulletproof material was intact, even under the rockets. But within just a few breaths, that outer layer shattered completely. Its body tore apart and expanded as if it were a soap bubble capable of self-replicating. In a matter of seconds, the Terminator 6 tyrant had tripled in size. It transformed into something resembling a canine with claws for hands and feet and bony spikes protruding from its limbs and back like fish fins. It crawled on the ground, breathing heavily. The thunderous sound of its breath resembled an old steam engine burning coal. This form of the tyrant is really ugly. The mech warrior commented, the virus and parasites within it have completely spiraled out of control, teetering on the edge of destruction. The tracker tyrant could maintain its sanity solely due to a peculiar parasite within its body. Its current appearance was the result of the parasite running amok with its limbs regenerating and proliferating wildly. Although its power greatly increased, its intelligence vanished. Stop transforming and end this quickly. If you're the only one transforming, it'll make me look silly. The mech warrior lowered his hands, but the next second small missile heads popped out from various spots on his shoulders, arms, and waist. Fire! All missiles launched. Dozens of fireballs ignited as the small missiles arced toward the second form of the tyrant. The tyrant sensed danger, its powerful legs pushing off the ground as it leaped against the wall, like a mantis securing itself firmly. It attempted to evade danger using its high mobility. But the missiles fired from the mech warrior were equipped with tracking capabilities. One by one, the small missiles turned midair, chasing after the tyrant. It was Jill's first time witnessing the tyrant frantically trying to escape, and even in that state it still couldn't succeed. Boom. The first missile struck the tyrant. Then came the remaining small missiles. Explosions rang out one after another. Although the force was not as great as when the rockets exploded, every small missile seemed to strike at the tyrant's vital points, causing significant damage to its body as it staggered and let out a roar. When the last small missile detonated, the tyrant's body was reduced to nothing but charred bones lifelessly leaning against the wall, devoid of any movement. This time it must be truly dead, Jill said, glancing at the slain tyrant, and then at the mech warrior in the air, her eyes filled with awe. This is simply a mobile armory. It's utterly cool. During her training in the military, Jill had excelled in demolition capabilities. At this moment, she felt that the mech warrior in the air was incredibly handsome, practically glowing. Leon hovered in the air, staring at the tyrant reduced to nothing but skeletal remains on the ground. He believed this time the adversary was truly dead. Life force is indeed tenacious, he mused, the T-virus, another direction in life's evolution perhaps. He then turned his thoughts to the plea the world's consciousness had sent him. In the Shenghua Weiji world, the path to extraordinary power diverged entirely from his own. Kexingren drew their might inward. All power sprang from their cells and blood, and of course from yellow sunlight. Shenghua Weiji amplified beings through biochemical means. According to the game's lore, the phenomena can be broadly divided into three categories: viruses, parasites, and fungi. Each of those three branches had its own origin. The most prolific was viral technology. Its genesis was peculiar. In antiquity, a flower called Taiyang Jiedi arose in Africa and fostered a brilliant civilization there. That civilization, however, later faded into history. By the 1960s, the founders of Ambulila, C. Binz Makusi, and A.I. Dehua rediscovered that very plant in Africa. From the Taiyang Jiedi, they extracted a strain named Shizu virus. Years later, Makusi successfully combined the Shizu virus with leeches and developed the T virus. Meanwhile, A.I. Dehua's son Yalashanda established a base in the Antarctic using his ancestors' genes to cultivate two descendants, and there developed the T-Wei Luanica virus. Makusi's pupil and C. Binz's informant Wei Lianbuojin developed a T-virus variant, the G virus, within an underground laboratory beneath Huanxiong City. Those three viruses comprised the principal strains in the early stages of the Shenghua Weiji game world. Other strains such as T. Kongju Tishan Yuan and the C virus had not yet been developed at that time. Beyond viruses, the remaining paths were parasites and fungi. Those evolutionary branches were far fewer. Among parasites, the chief one was called Palaka. Palaka first surfaced centuries ago beneath the Langya Valley Mountains of Zabanya, an ancient parasite. Unlike viruses, while it strengthened its hosts, it also allowed them to retain a portion of their sanity. Thus, many factions later used the Palaka parasite to control bioweapons. The fungi, by contrast, originated beneath a village in Dongo, a pitch-black mold. This mold first appeared centuries ago as well. It could store the genes, consciousnesses, and memories of multiple organisms. When many of these molds converged, they even spawned a gigantic infant-shaped fungus called Junju. This great fungus could link the memories and consciousness stored in all its hyphae, functioning like a network relay. Some of the smaller molds produced by it were named Imajuan or Insi. Humans infected by Imajuan not only saw their physical attributes greatly enhanced, but also retained comparatively intact rationality. However, their minds were connected to the Junju and thus subject to the control of higher-ranking infectees. In the game's 7th and 8th installments, the protagonists, Yi-sun and his daughter Luo-si, were examples of people who perfectly integrated Imajuan. Of course, Luo-si would not be born for more than 20 years, that lay far beyond the present moment. Liang organized the broad outlines of the Shenghua Weiji world in his mind. The world's plea began to take shape in his thoughts: gifts, rescue, apocalypse, evolution, biology, more. Gifts naturally referred to the intangible enhancements he had received. Rescue and apocalypse should be taken at face value. The Shenghua Weiji world had endured multiple extinction-level crises, though, in the original tale, they were ultimately overcome. The greatest crisis was perhaps during the game's 6th installment, the entity called Hundun that carried the C virus and could infect the globe. The creature known as Hundun was not especially formidable by itself. Yet the virus it carried could in a short time contaminate the oceans and thereby spread across the world. Of course that had nothing to do with Liang. After all, his present solution to such crises was simple: preemptively crush the troublemakers. Still Liang felt some lingering doubt. After all, his present solution to such crises was simple: preemptively crush the troublemakers. Still Liang felt some lingering doubt. Even if humanity and other life forms were extinguished, the Earth would continue its steady orbit around the Sun. Yet he could not hastily consign the matter to that simple conclusion. What if the Shenghua Weiji world, like parts of the Manwei multiverse, obeyed rules similar to a web incident, whereby the deaths or survivals of certain pivotal figures would trigger cascading reactions that could annihilate the world? Then he could understand why the world's consciousness sought his aid. By that logic, if humanity were wiped out, the world might perish along with it. Yet Liang suspected the true reason would not be so absurd. He put the question aside for the moment and continued his analysis. The remaining entries, evolution and biology, were easy to grasp. They likely asked him to help propel global biological evolution. That fit the theme of Shenghua Weiji perfectly. When he had played the game before, he had marveled that it could concoct every conceivable bizarre thing. Viruses and molds everywhere left little room for mercy. But now that the game had become reality and the world itself might possess an instinctive consciousness, everything acquired a different implication. Another explanation presented itself: to accelerate biological evolution, the world had deliberately cultivated these dangerous, yet high potential species. Viruses, molds, and parasites could fuse and mutate with one another, perfectly aligned with evolutionary aims. Perhaps evolution and biology were the principal tasks the world wanted him to advance. As for the final word, more, Liang could not fully comprehend it. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the emotions the world's consciousness had shared. Gradually, he discerned that the information tied to more carried a mingled feeling: encouragement, expectation, and an eager impatience. He thought it over and concluded that the world's consciousness was likely telling him it would grant greater rewards once he completed its requests. Well then, even a world's consciousness knows how to dangle promises, Liang said, tapping the metal faceplate of his armor. Since there are further rewards, I suppose I must take this more seriously. Although he still did not know precisely what gift he had previously received, his superbrain harbored an intuition that gift would prove significant to him. First, as the opening step towards saving the world, he'll handle the Huanxiong City crisis for practice, he decided. He shut down the armor's propulsion system and landed. In the original story, there was a serum for the T virus in the hospital. He could use that serum to try to reverse engineer a broader spectrum antidote. In Ambulila's underground laboratories, the G virus there could not be ignored. It would be useful for driving biological evolution, he pondered. A gentle knock sounded against his suit. Hello. Jier stepped to his left, her gaze fixed on the arc reactor set into the armor's chest. You're full of surprises, so much armament concealed within such a compact suit. I haven't introduced myself. I am Jier Waluan, Tina Star's member. May I ask who you really are? Could you be a classified military op? Kalawasi came over as well. Wow man, you were incredible back there. You instantly dispatched that big dark creature even after it turned into that dog thing. Liang Sitek. Liang inclined his head to the two of them and introduced himself softly. You should leave quickly. Zombies are converging on any sound. Aren't you coming to the subway with us? Oh, I see. Brother Sitek, you were sent from above to handle things right. Kalawasi couldn't help running a hand over the armored suit. I had no idea this nation's technology had reached such heights. Those people really know how to hide themselves. Jier seemed to agree. Her gaze toward Liang softened as if she had found a comrade. She extended a hand. I served in Delta Special Forces. Which unit are you from, Liang? Liang clasped her hand with his armored arm. You've got it wrong, he said. I'm not from your country, nor even world. Do you mean we aren't on the same plane of existence? Jier frowned. Literally, I come from Liang released her hand. I didn't come here to cover for Ambulila. I was hired by your world consciousness. It ordered me to help save this world. So please evacuate swiftly, gather the civilians, and I may later deliver some T-virus vaccine to you. With that, he turned and found the direction of Raccoon City Hospital, preparing to fly. Kalawasi called after him with a laugh. Hey, Brother Sitek, you're joking, right? Another world. How could that be? Do you have proof? This floppy-haired handsome young man, though a bit of a clown, was no longer the sort to uncritically believe in melodramatic tales of interworld saviors. He suspected the armored warrior before him had been hardened by combat and might be mentally unwell. Hired by the world consciousness. You mean you're some kind of savior? Jiener's expression turned odd. She recalled the teleportation and felt a momentary tremor of doubt, which she quickly suppressed. A savior from another world. How preposterous. She reasoned Liang must be joking to conceal something. At that moment, Liang rose into the air. Yet he did not engage the armored suit's thrusters. He had not used the suit for a long time and had been lost in thought. For a moment, he forgot to activate the propulsion and instinctively relied on his biofield to fly. The several-ton iron shell drifted lightly, and Liang's voice came muffled as if from inside a can. I have no need to prove this to you, Kalawose. You need not believe me, and I need not have your belief. Do what you were already doing. Perhaps you can save more lives that way. Liang scanned the surroundings from above. Also, you should leave. The zombies are encircling us. Jer and Kalawose had not noticed the armored suit lifting Newton's coffin lid get floated in midair. They looked around, and indeed saw batches of zombies limping from corners and alleys. We have to move. Jenner's face hardened as she addressed Liang. Where are you going? Maybe we can help later. I'm heading for Raccoon City Hospital and the police station. The police station's basement leads to Ambulala's laboratory. If you need serums, come there. Liang said. He judged Jer and Kalawose to be the kind of narrative-driven figures who to the stakeholder world consciousness might hold some significance. So he did not mind offering assistance. Ambulala's lab. Jer began to ask. Liang suddenly raised a hand to halt her weight. His ears twitched. There are many things crawling nearby. It sounds like Tiexian Chong. Iron thread worms. Clambering. Iron thread worms. Aren't those parasites? How could they make any sound when they crawl? Jer and Kalawose had nothing but question marks in their minds. Should we take him with us? He looks unstable. Alone he might get into trouble, Kalawose whispered. But Liang seems lucid enough. Jer disagreed. She thought Liang had perhaps been signaling something. Professional special forces all use codes. It was a pity neither she nor the Ambulala agent beside her were Liang's informants. The sound is coming from there. Liang turned midair and looked toward the tyrant's remains. What had once been a desiccated skeleton had become a swelling, bloated black mass. Countless black filaments no thicker than a millimeter. They extended from that mass, carpeting the ground and creeping toward the distant zombies. The process made no sound, as natural and silent as rain spreading over a city surface. There really are Tiexian Chong. Kalawose cried. Wasn't that a code just now? Jer exclaimed. The tyrant is still alive. Liang assessed. HM. He raised an eyebrow at how strangely Jer and Kalawose spoke. Their thought patterns always diverged from those of ordinary people. The obvious point was that the tyrant was still alive, yet one of them fixated on the Tiexian Chong, while the other imagined some nonsensical code. Strange. Perhaps too much combat had frayed their nerves. Liang recalled that in the game Jer had endured a biological leak 2 months earlier. At this juncture, she still carried scars in her psyche and was plagued by sleeplessness. So yes, her mental state was troubled. The tyrant. Only now did Jer and Kalawose come to their senses. Their faces went pale. It's still alive. Suddenly, there came the sound of bodies collapsing from all directions. They looked and saw the approaching zombies falling in swaths. Black filaments coiled around them, rapidly enveloping and then absorbing them. Damn it. It's absorbing other zombies. Stop it. Jer frantically drew her gun and fired. But handguns were negligible against this. Kalawose also opened fire to no avail. Liang watched from above, but did not join their assault. He was puzzled. Did tracker-type tyrants in the game possess such tenacious vitality? Well, he couldn't be certain. In the game, he had always used hacks and breezed through bosses. Let me see how many stages this thing can transform through, like some cosmic freesia. Liang folded his arms in the air. The tyrant absorbed zombies at a frightening rate. In under a minute, the black mass swelled to 8 meters long and 3 meters high. The enormous body resembled a leech, occupying most of the street and blocking Jer and Kalawose's path. What the hell is that thing? Jer ground her teeth. Liang, do you have any way to deal with it? At this point, she pinned her hopes on the most formidable-looking of the three, the armored warrior. Liang was so enigmatic. Though he spoke of being an otherworldly savior in vague mystic terms, perhaps he truly possessed a means to confront the abomination before them. Stand back. Let me handle this. Liang's voice came from behind, calm and self-possessed. In that instant, Jer felt an irresistible sense of reassurance. She was reminded of the general she had seen during training and thought of one phrase, an air of a grand commander. Could Liang have been a high-ranking officer in his own army? Jer turned back with questions in her eyes and beheld a scene she would never forget. Jarvis disengaged the armor. Gil heard Leon's voice coming from inside the mech. Yes, young master. It was as if a second voice had emerged from within the mech, leaving Gil momentarily stunned, questioning her own senses. However, after the second voice spoke, the mech's thrusters suddenly erupted with flames. Then pieces of iron scales opened sequentially, revealing the man concealed within. Gil's mind went blank as the thrusters ignited. She suddenly realized that just moments ago the mech had floated as if it were devoid of gravity. It hadn't used any propulsion devices at all. It was simply like a ghost. A chill ran up Gil's spine, sending a shiver down her back. But this chill was swiftly replaced by astonishment. Leon's visor opened, revealing a face with a high nose bridge, thick brows, and deep-set eyes. His hair fell in distinct strands, exuding a lazy charm reminiscent of afternoon sunlight. The first thought that crossed Gil's mind was whether this man had somehow come to life from a Greek statue. However, Leon's attire was quite casual. He wore a rock-gray knitted sweater on top and khaki cargo shorts on the bottom, revealing half of his legs topped off with brown hiking boots. Now he looked less like a serious and muscular statue, and more like a student yawning on a summer morning as he stepped out to buy breakfast. If things had stopped there, Gil might have still considered this incredibly handsome man to be a rather eccentric elite. But after the mech opened, the man named Leon unexpectedly took flight. Gil and Carlos both gasped in shock, their mouths agape, as if they had seen a deity. They watched as Leon soared into the air, his lazy demeanor sharpening with his dark pupils flickering with crimson light. Meanwhile, the mech closed up on its own, flames jetting out as it hovered nearby. I originally planned to interact with you as an ordinary person, but this tyrant keeps reviving again and again. At this point, I'm laying my cards on the table. In fact, the armor is merely my seal. Leon crossed his arms, floating in midair, his knee-length loose shorts somehow exuding an air of supremacy. Before him, a giant leech, now expanded to 10 meters wide, suddenly exploded, shooting out countless long tentacles. Those tentacles sliced through buildings as if they could infinitely reproduce, covering structures and dyeing them in its hue. At the center of the tentacles, the upper body of the tyrant was preserved. However, it had now enlarged once more, standing like a small building in the middle of the street. Now it had no feet, only a pair of nearly 10-meter-long claws, and its head had transformed to resemble a leech filled with sharp teeth. The tyrant had officially entered its third stage. Having been killed twice, all its hatred was directed at Leon. Just as its body fully developed, it stretched its neck forward and let out a thunderous roar towards Leon. Its mouth unleashed a gale sweeping across the entire street, causing cars to sway and shake. As the wind rushed toward him, Leon frowned. He had no intention of inhaling the tyrant's foul breath. His figure suddenly shifted sideways, appearing beneath the tyrant. "Shut up!" Leon shouted in the air, his form instantly breaking the sound barrier, as he delivered a punch from below, striking the tyrant's head. This punch seemed almost casual, yet the tyrant's head, which had only just managed to be reborn, couldn't withstand even a single confrontation. It shattered into countless fragments like a burst balloon in an instant. Even its body couldn't escape unscathed. Leon encased the tyrant in a biological force field, ensuring that the entire body experienced the same force simultaneously. With a single punch, both the tyrant's body and the buildings it had ensnared with its tentacles were uprooted. They shot upward into the sky. Large masses of black biological tissue, along with a group of skyscrapers and pavement, breached the sound barrier as they soared through the air. Leon did not pause. He pursued and threw another punch. Boom. The earth-shattering force exploded in the sky, as if a meteor had fallen from the heavens. All buildings, the tyrant's body, and zombies were instantly reduced to countless shattered remnants. On the ground, Gil and Carlos felt as if they had lost a segment of their memory. They had merely blinked. No, they hadn't even blinked their eyes. As a result, within a 10-meter radius, all the buildings had shattered the sound barrier and soared into the sky. Looking around, only a barren, desolate ground remained. A large expanse of asphalt and concrete had vanished, revealing the deep, dark sewers below. In this moment, the two were bewildered. They realized they seemed to no longer recognize this once familiar world. Gil stared blankly at Leon, who had shrunk to a small dot in the sky. Her mind was devoid of any thoughts. All her cognitive capacity was consumed by the shock. Whoosh. Without any sound, Leon, who appeared like a distant, suddenly appeared right in front of the two. "Sorry, seeing how robust and powerful the tyrant's body is with its biological beauty, I accidentally exerted a little too much force." The tall boy in loose shorts laughed heartily and waved at the two. "Although it did cause some damage to the city, the residents here have long since turned into zombies, so it doesn't matter. Let's part ways here. Goodbye, Gil and Carlos. Make sure to gather the civilians." After speaking, Leon soared again and waved to the mech. "Let's go, Jarvis. We're heading to Raccoon City Hospital." "Young Master Leon, do you need me to equip you with the armor?" "What armor?" "I wore it before because I was worried about encountering kryptonite and red suns, but there's nothing in this world that can harm me. No need for armor." "Understood, young master. Let's go grab the bag Tony gave you and follow me." As Leon finished speaking, he had already vanished from the spot. With his current strength, he could accelerate to over 100 Mach in a second. Moreover, as long as he wished, the noise produced by high-speed movement under the biological force field could even be quieter than the natural wind blowing through the city. Gil and Carlos were still processing Leon's words when they realized he had already disappeared from view. Only the distant wind blew by, stirring up a thin layer of yellow dust on the ground. Wait, did he just leave like that? Carlos was dumbfounded. I think so. Gil was not much better. He truly is the savior, right? It must be. I don't know. Probably. Didn't he just say he was heading to the Raccoon City police station? That sounds right. So what do we do now? Are we still going to the subway station? Carlos rubbed his cheeks vigorously. Yes. Gil shifted her gaze back. She wore a serious expression. Leon just said to help the civilians I have to follow you all to the subway station and keep an eye on you umbrella people. Her mind kept replaying the scene from earlier. Although she hadn't seen the details of Leon's actions, clearly the figure in cargo shorts remained vivid in her mind. In comparison, everything else seemed trivial. As the two spoke, the sky, filled with debris, gradually fell, resembling a gray rain. Raccoon City was developed entirely by the Umbrella Corporation. Back when it was still a modest Midwestern town, Umbrella arrived. Hospitals, subways, universities, modern architecture gradually rose across the city. Every building, every wall bore Umbrella's imprint. Walking its streets, even the most casual brush past could be with an Umbrella employee. When Leon arrived at Raccoon General Hospital, he overheard a confession from an Umbrella researcher. My name is Nathaniel Bard. The time is 9:35 p.m. on September 28th. I am director of the Viral Research Division. I pray someone will come to rescue me. But hope is slim. They do not wish me alive. Umbrella, their people will certainly kill me. This outbreak in Raccoon City was engineered by them. I pray these words reach the world through this recording, to save more lives, or at least preserve my name from infamy. Umbrella Corporation, my employer, ordered me and my team to develop a bioweapon codenamed Now. Oh my God, what was that sound just now? I'll re-record this shortly. I must investigate whatever's causing that noise outside. It turned out director Nathaniel Bard was filming a final testament, a farewell video recorded in anticipation of his death. Meanwhile, Leon hovered above the hospital listening to the cacophony echoing from within. With superhuman vision, he scanned the entire structure. The hospital had already been overrun by infected creatures. The sole living human inside was the very virologist who'd just confessed. Yet that man was scarcely clinging to life. From Leon's memory, within hours, Umbrella operatives would execute him and seize the original T-virus sample. But fortune had shifted. Leon had found him first. As Leon descended the Mark-I suit, piloted remotely by J.R.V.I.S., glided silently down behind him. He pushed open the hospital's entrance. Several grotesque zombies, flesh sloughing, features blurred, turned their heads. All wore uniforms, doctors, nurses, or security personnel. Neutralize them, J.R.V.I.S., Leon commanded, stepping toward the director's lab. The infected outside were no concern. He entrusted them to the AI. Director Bard was a stern, middle-aged man in a white coat, balding at the crown, barricaded in his lab behind a heavy iron door separating him from the main lobby. Outside the door, a lizard-like monstrosity pounded relentlessly against the metal jaws agape, roaring like thunder, drawn by Bard's voice. Inside, realizing his fatal mistake, Bard trembled violently, hands clamped over his mouth, sweat pouring down his face. Desperate for silence, praying the creature would lose interest. Leon recognized the creature, Hunter Beta, a bioweapon deployed by Umbrella for field testing in the games. It served as a minor boss, so Leon granted it due respect. He struck from behind, unleashing a torrent of raw force. Hunter Beta, along with the iron door, shattered inward, slammed into the far wall, and embedded like a flattened pancake. The deafening impact sent Bard sprawling onto the floor, eyes wide with terror. The sight of the door fused into concrete, evoking Umbrella's most feared creation, the Tyrant. His mind reeled. So Umbrella has sent a tyrant to execute me. There is no escape now. Trembling lips, quivering, Bard, convinced death was inevitable, steadied himself and climbed shakily onto a chair. With trembling fingers, he moved the mouse and reopened the video recorder, determined to complete his confession before the end. Before he uttered a word, Leon entered. Director Bard, Leon asked. Who are you? Bard stared, bewildered. This was no tyrant. I'm here for the original T-virus strain and vaccine samples. If you can provide your research data, all the better. Leon noted Bard's sudden wariness and softened his tone. Don't overthink it. I'm not with Umbrella. I seek the virus and vaccine solely to save this city. Facing a human, not a monster, Bard found courage. After all, dying by human hand felt infinitely less horrifying than being torn apart by a tyrant. He narrowed his eyes. How could you possibly know about the virus and vaccine? Only Umbrella knows. No, I am not from this world. Your world's consciousness reached out to me for aid, and all intelligence came. Leon deftly shifted responsibility to the world's consciousness itself, speaking plainly to accelerate trust and streamline communication. In this reality, as long as he avoided recklessness, he faced no true peril. Rather than fabricating some noble, implausible identity, he chose radical candor. The most astonishing truth once voiced became the most believable. Indeed, once he demonstrated power, the unimaginable transformed instantly into undeniable fact. Without waiting for Bard's reaction, Leon drew breath and exhaled sharply. A focused arrow-like blast of air tore through the opposite wall, leaving behind a perfectly circular breach. Dust swirled. Bard's eyes bulged. His gaze, once grounded in scientific rationality, now burned with fervent awe. Unbelievable. Breath alone can demolish walls. Such force defies human physiology. Are you truly from another world? Tell me, what is the other world like? And the world's consciousness? Does our reality possess sentience? I knew it. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Bard muttered under his breath, then launched into bold questions, finally erupting into manic laughter. Leon blinked, startled. He'd anticipated skepticism, or hesitant belief, but not this ecstatic breakdown. Yet it made sense. Scholars devoted to fundamental inquiry often teetered on the edge of obsession when confronting ultimate questions, especially those bordering on the metaphysical. And here Bard stood at the precipice, not merely of science, but of interdimensional existence and cosmic awareness. That he hadn't collapsed outright spoke volumes about his restraint. With a sharp clap on Bard's shoulder, Leon cut through the frenzy. We'll discuss this later. For now, may I see your research files and findings? Bard blinked, rubbing his balding forehead. Yes. Follow me. I printed everything. Digital copies were destroyed. I meant to burn these before dying. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Director Bader pulled out a thick stack of documents from the safe and handed it to Leon with both hands. This contains the majority of the key experimental data, as well as the research process and conclusions. Are you planning to use this information to restart the research? Leon casually lifted the 30-centimeter thick bound document and began to flip through it. He replied calmly, "No, I'm planning to finish reading it now, and then head to the Umbrella Underground Research Facility for the next round of improvements." Finish reading it now? Bader thought to himself that it would take a lifetime to get through it. However, the way Leon read the book immediately blew his mind. What he was doing couldn't even be called reading, it wasn't even browsing. Leon pinched one corner of the thick document and loosened the pressure on his fingers, causing the pages to cascade down like a shuffled deck of cards. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the thick stack of documents was flipped through. Leon closed his eyes, and after a few more seconds, he pushed the documents into Bader's arms. "That's enough, who just burn it now. Okay. Huh." Bader was stunned, his gaze bouncing between the documents in his arms and Leon's closed eyes. "What I mean is I've already finished reading it and noted it down," Leon explained with his eyes still shut. But your action of flipping through the pages was backwards." Bader didn't question whether it was reasonable to finish and remember a 30-centimeter thick book that quickly. Just the fact that he had flipped the document from back to front was mind-blowing. "Just remember all the words and reverse their page numbers in your mind. It's really simple," Leon continued with his eyes still closed. Director Bader's mouth opened and closed. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. Either way, he was questioning life at that moment. In the end, he glanced at the unperturbed Leon and still took the documents to get gasoline and burn them clean. He told himself, the other party was a savior brought by the world, so it's normal for them to have some peculiarities. Leon, meanwhile, stood there with his eyes still shut. It wasn't that he was deliberately acting aloof. Instead, as he noted down all the experimental data in the documents and began to understand, he discovered something unusual. He realized that his thinking became exceptionally sharp and agile when he was comprehending knowledge related to biochemical technology. The speed at which his superbrain processed information remained unchanged. However, his talent for research in the field of biochemistry had significantly improved. Just recalling the experimental data he had just memorized generated countless inspirations flashing through his mind. So this is the gift. It truly is a kind of enhancement I greatly need, Leon understood. It turned out that the gift given to him by the world's consciousness was to strengthen his research talent in the field of biochemistry. If a comparison were to be made, his talent in this regard could be said to have reached the pinnacle level in the world of Resident Evil. The corresponding figures would probably be William, Birkin, Alexia, and Marcus. However, these individuals only had talent and lacked a superbrain. So even in terms of creativity and bursts of inspiration, everyone's talent was roughly similar. But their actual research levels were countless tiers below Leon at this moment. After Director Bader burned all the materials clean, Leon opened his eyes. "Do you need anything else?" Director Bader immediately leaned closer to Leon. "Grab all the virus raw samples and vaccine samples you have in hand. We need to leave." Leon shouted towards the outside of the room. Jarvis had been controlling the armor to eliminate the infected. It had slaughtered its way from the first floor to the top floor. Almost all the zombies in this hospital had been wiped out. "Is Jarvis your companion?" Director Bader asked cautiously. "You could say he's a companion. You'll understand when you meet him in a moment." Leon's words fell, and half a minute passed. Suddenly, the ceiling of the room was blasted open from above. Super Mark I descended from the sky, gracefully kneeling on one knee before Leon. A black line fell across Leon's face. Oh, was this Tony's way of landing and squatting popularized in the Stark household? Out exoskeleton armor. Vader, who was beside him, didn't have so many thoughts. He just felt dizzy. It's my artificial intelligence, Jarvis. If you have something, you can ask him for help. After Leon finished explaining, he casually placed the virus raw sample and vaccine that Vader had just retrieved into the box and handed it to Jarvis. He then reached out and grabbed Director Vader by the collar. Let's go to Raccoon City Police Department. Amidst Vader's screams, Leon and Jarvis soared into the sky in succession. A few seconds later, Leon appeared above the police station, while Jarvis was still on his way from 10 kilometers away. The expression of surprise on Director Vader's face, whom he was holding, had yet to fade, and his screams were still loud and clear. A few seconds later, Leon appeared above the police station, while Jarvis was still on his way from 10 kilometers away. The expression of surprise on Director Vader. Even the zombies that were attacking the police station were drawn to the commotion. They all twisted their heads, oddly searching for the source of the screams. Leon chose to ignore Director Vader. He activated his vision to observe the police station. The relatively small area of the police station was filled with corpses and zombies. The police officers of Raccoon City Police Department, with the exception of the chief, were still quite competent. The outbreak of the biochemical crisis in this city occurred 3 days ago, on September 25th. It was the police department's rapid response that established shelters, rescued civilians, and installed explosives on the streets that had eliminated most of the zombies in Raccoon City, providing a glimmer of hope for the surviving residents. But the cost was that there were now very few police officers left in the department. Of course, this was also related to the officers' lack of understanding of the virus. The downfall of the police department initially occurred because there were infected individuals among the refugees they sheltered. The infected burst out among the crowd, compounded by the continuous attacks from zombies outside the police station. Soon the police department experienced a high number of casualties. Now, under Leon's observation, only 5 people remained alive in the entire Raccoon City Police Department. One of them was the scumbag chief of the office, Brian Elons. Now, under Leon's observation, only 5 people remained alive in the entire Raccoon City Police Department. One of them was the scumbag chief of the office. He even opened an orphanage next to the police department to specifically adopt orphans to provide experimental materials for Umbrella, making him a complete scumbag. Leon could not stand such a scumbag. He directly released a heat ray from a distance, penetrating through several walls and pinning the chief to the genuine leather sofa. Poor Chief Elons. At that moment, he was fiddling with the corpse of the mayor's daughter on the table, planning to turn her into a specimen. But without any warning, 2 red rays burst through the wall, piercing through his chest. He gaped in disbelief, touched the 2 holes in his chest that were burnt and bleeding from the high temperature, making muffled sounds as he fell onto the corpse on the table. On the other side, Jarvis finally arrived beside Leon. Director Vader also regained his composure. He looked at the entrance of the police station below and exclaimed, "We're at Raccoon City Police Department." He looked up at Leon, who was carrying him. Astonished, he blurted, "How did you do that?" Leon smiled without answering. Finally composed, "To be honest, your scream just now registered at least 3 decibels higher than when my elder brother cried for help. That was an accident. I don't normally behave like that." Director Bader realized his loss of composure and, abashed, wiped at the non-existent sweat on his brow. He cast his eyes downward. On the pitch-black street, scattered zombies prowled. A dozen or so, their chins and arms rotted away, beat relentlessly at the police station gate. "What should we do now?" Mr. Savior," Director Bader attested. Leon smiled faintly. "Just call me Leon. Next we will enter the police station." He began to descend, and as he neared the ground, he expelled a freezing breath. Layer after layer of frost spread rapidly across the street. Every sprawling zombie was successively turned into an ice sculpture. The ice encased the buildings within a 300-meter radius around the station, transforming the entire area into a realm of frost. Yet astonishingly, the ice only coated the surfaces of things that did not alter their inner structure. A few hardy amber streetlights wrapped in crystalline rimes still emitted light and warmth, their beams refracting through the hard ice into strange colors. By the gods, it's as if the ice god has struck down his scepter. Director Bader's eyes reflected the frozen streetscape. It was dreamlike. "That metaphor is hardly apt," Leon said as he set Bader on the ground. "After all, I was only carrying." Director Bader felt the warmth of Leon's friendliness and laughed heartily. "It would be my honor to serve." Leon shook his head and strode toward the police station. Bader followed, matching his steps, frequently turning to peer curiously at the frozen zombies or the ice-encased lamps. He noticed that the zombies sealed within the ice were not dead or deprived of oxygen, their bodily functions were merely ebbing away. Before long these creatures would fall silent one by one. How marvelous, he sighed, hurrying to catch up with Liang. Zhao Weiqi brought up the rear, his boots ringing with steady cadence. They threaded around abandoned blocked cars and came to the front of the police station. A closed iron gate barred the zombies from invading the compound. A dozen or so zombies were frozen together into a single massif of ice before the gate. Liang curled his knuckles and tapped. The iceberg shattered, scattering bodies and shards across the ground. Standing before the icebound iron gate, Liang peered through a gap to appraise the station within. Then he had Zhao Weiqi activate the war suit's built-in loudspeaker. Is anyone inside? The zombies on the street have been dealt with. Please open the door and let us in. The measured voice carried across the block, rousing anyone sheltering within the station. In fact, they had not been asleep, but were resting in the hall. Through his sight, Liang saw the officers inside stir and spring into motion. The Huanqiong City Police Station's broadcast calling for refugees was still looping on some car radios. As long as strangers did not break in, there would be no clash with the police. Within minutes, the station's outer door opened. A tall, lean black officer emerged. He kept his right hand on the butt of his service pistol at his waist, flashlight in his left, scanning left and right before jogging toward the iron gate. Two more uniformed officers followed him, staring mouths agape at the frost-laden street. Wait, they'll open the door and let you in right away. The black officer's gaze swept over Liang and the others. Seeing no obvious wounds or firearms, he moved to unlatch the gate. He glanced about and muttered, "My God, what happened here? How did everything suddenly freeze like this? It's September." As he spoke, he yanked at the latch, but the mechanism was frozen solid. He strained and could not budge it. No good, this thing is stuck. They'll have to find a blowtorch. He frowned, then looked around again. Luckily, the zombies are immobilized by the ice. Do not make any noise here, he'll be back soon. No need, officer. Liang called out before the man could turn. Grasping Baudet's collar, he vaulted over the gate and landed beside the black officer. Sometimes the most primitive method is the simplest, he said, raising an eyebrow at the black officer. The officer took a step back in admiration. Is that kung fu? Truly an astonishing skill. And thank you for saving me a trip to fetch a blowtorch, the officer added. He nodded toward the other two officers. Follow me inside. It's suddenly as cold as winter out here. Perhaps I can find some coats in the station for you. No need for coats, I can withstand this cold. But I do have a friend who must come in with us. Liang snapped his fingers. Zhao Weiqi, come inside. The whine of thrusters sounded immediately outside the station wall as the steel war suit spewed flame into the courtyard. The black officer instinctively drew his weapon. What on earth is that thing? We can discuss it inside, Liang said with a mysteriously calm smile. He stepped through the doorway, first glancing back once before entering. From a building a few dozen meters away, he noticed a flash of red fabric at a window. A few minutes later, they were in the police station's main hall. So he is the savior, you are the director of the virus center that is a mech. The ice outside was caused by his breath, and the Ambulila company is the culprit behind this crisis. After several minutes of conversation, the black officer summarized. Throughout the exchange, Liang's account and Director Baudet's assurances interwove. The three officers had been doubtful at first. Their skepticism finally softened when Liang froze a table with his breath. Now a tentative trust had been reached. All right, we believe you for the time being. The three exchanged glances, and the black officer spoke up. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Mawen Brana. The black officer pointed to the other two uniformed men. He is AI Lu Te AI De Hua, and the last one is the fat fellow we call Lao San. Only the three of you. There is no one else at the station. Director Bada asked. Still wearing his white coat and looking authoritative, Bada was taken aback. Mawen pointed to a medical partition at the rear. We do have one other person, but he is not well. Mr. Bada, we need you to take a look. Bada said nothing at first, instead turning to Liang. When Liang nodded, he agreed. I have no objections. Take me to see him. The three officers exchanged another look, each able to perceive that Liang held the dominant role in the pair. That impression made them more inclined to accept the earlier account. The group is currently at the entrance of the police station. Further inside is the reception desk. The floor around the reception area is paved with brown marble tiles, and there are ancient stone columns supporting the structure. Because Leon's freezing breath has not affected the interior, everything here remains as it was. The entire hall presents a retro style with wall lamps embedded in the stone columns coated in gold dust, and the light tone is close to sunlight. Behind the reception desk stands a statue of the Statue of Liberty. Leon remembers that this police station was originally a museum. Later it was transformed into its current form by the chief. The purpose was to conceal the entrance to the underground Umbrella Laboratory. That entrance lies directly beneath the Statue of Liberty, and requires 3 stone slabs to open the mechanism. The group bypasses the reception desk. Between the Statue of Liberty and the reception desk, there is an emergency room temporarily constructed with medical partitions. Inside there is a stretcher bed on which lies a pale-faced man. He is very robust with a body covered in muscle and his short hair is neatly styled, but his body temperature is alarmingly low. He is infected. Bud immediately identifies the man's problem. He examines the man's body. There is a wound on the arm. Based on the situation, the infection hasn't exceeded 3 hours. There's still hope. However, I don't understand why you would keep an infected person in the police station. It's very dangerous. Over these past few days, Bud has seen too many examples of people who, unable to abandon their companions, ended up harming more people. The 3 police officers who had been delighted upon hearing that their teammate still had hope now fell silent. He is a member of the STARS team named Blade. Vixie is very important to us. When we found him, he was lying in the alley, so we brought him back. Officer Marvin said, anyway, there are only a few of us left here. Even if he mutates, it doesn't matter. So, we still hold a glimmer of hope, and luckily we waited for you. What did you mean when you said there is? The 3 police officers looked at Bud and Leon with anticipation. We brought the virus vaccine and serum, which can resolve the infection. Leon called Jarvis over and opened the briefcase. Inside were 3 vials of Erie Blue virus solution, 5 vials of Rosard vaccine samples, and 4 vials of antiviral serum. A vaccine. There's a vaccine for the cannibal disease. Marvin trembled. If they had obtained the vaccine earlier, how could they have lost so many companions? Umbrella developed the virus, so of course, they would also develop corresponding vaccines. Bud took out a vial of serum from the box and injected it into Blade's arm. After the serum was administered, Blade's pale complexion visibly improved. The 3 police officers felt more reassured, their trust in Leon's earlier words growing. Gentlemen, since you are prepared to save this city, you must have a purpose for coming to the police station, asked middle-aged Officer Elliot. What can we assist with? Leon turned toward the Statue of Liberty. It is like this, an Umbrella research facility is located just beneath the police station. I plan to go inside and create a more effective vaccine. So, I need to enter through the entrance located in the police station's research facility. Elliot was thrilled to hear this. Are you serious? I knew there was a secret passage here. Officer Phillips was indeed not mistaken. Unfortunately, she will never hear this news again. Phillips appears to have been one of his female superiors, but she had already died. Leon patted the shoulder of the middle-aged officer. You have done very well. Now step aside. I will open the passage. The few men stepped back in confusion. Leon crouched in front of the Statue of Liberty and suddenly struck out, like lightning smashing through the thick stone slab beneath the statue. Those steel-reinforced stone slabs were like soft jelly in front of him. There was no sense of resistance at all. His expression was as calm as a lake, his breathing steady, and even the muscles in his arms were not tensed. With just a sudden upward motion, he easily lifted the entire Statue of Liberty along with its base, as if he were merely picking up a piece of tofu. The scene left the other onlookers stunned. It was too violent, too brutal. Yet no one had the energy to focus, for beneath the toppled Statue of Liberty, a flight of stone steps was unexpectedly revealed. At the bottom of the stairs was an open secret room, exquisitely decorated, and even just glimpsing a corner brought forth an aura of luxury. Damn, this secret room was right under our noses, and we never discovered it all these years. Elliot exclaimed, clutching his head. Marvin's face also turned pale. It's the chief. He colluded with that damned Umbrella. The chubby officer was so enraged that he couldn't even speak. They looked at Leon. Mr. Leon, what should we do now? Leon thought for a moment. First, search for nearby survivors, deal with the remaining zombies in the police station, and then we will enter the underground research facility together. The zombies outside have all been frozen by me. You can take on the search for survivors. Is that all right? Black Marvin immediately nodded. Don't worry, the 3 of us will set off right away. The 3 quickly organized their equipment, formed a line, and left the police station. Leon looked back at the armored suit. Jarvis, go eliminate the zombies in the police station. Understood, sir. Jarvis took off, automatically rushing into various offices within the police station to clear out all the zombies. 20 minutes later, Supermark, I returned to the hall with some zombie bloodstains. It had a scratch on its chest, likely incurred from an ambush by a monstrous creature known as a licker. Mission accomplished, sir, Jarvis reported. Meanwhile, Marvin's team also returned with 3 survivors, a father and daughter duo, along with an Asian woman. The father-daughter pair was quite peculiar. The father was round in stature, yet had a rugged demeanor. He kept his daughter tightly in his arms, not allowing her to show her face. The Asian woman wore a red evening gown, her long legs clad in black stockings, and she stepped in high heels. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her demeanor was cool, exuding an aura of charm. Mr. Leon, these are the only survivors we could find nearby, Marvin said, somewhat dejected. We couldn't find anyone else. It's all right, once the new vaccine is made, more people will be saved. Leon patted Marvin on the shoulder. Middle-aged Officer Elliot then introduced, "This is Robert Kindo, the owner of the Kindo gun shop behind the police station, along with his daughter. And this lady is from an abandoned building. I am an FBI federal investigator." The Asian woman produced an ID. "Ada Wong here to investigate Umbrella." She glanced at Leon. "I heard them say you are the savior. Could you provide me with some evidence?" "Sorry, I have no obligation to prove anything," Leon chuckled. When he froze the surrounding streets of the police station, Ada Wong had been watching from a building. Now to ask such questions undoubtedly aimed to investigate more about him. "Whatever you are, savior or god, it doesn't matter." Suddenly the father in the group shouted, "They said you have antiviral serum, right? Give me the serum. As long as you give me the serum, I'll do whatever you say." Everyone looked at him in shock. Director Bud observed him and exclaimed, "That girl in his arms is an infected one." Leon added, "But it is still early, she was just infected and she can still be saved." Without needing his command, Jarvis automatically controlled the armored suit to retrieve the serum, injecting it into the little girl before anyone could react. The little girl, who was barely conscious, collapsed into her father's arms after the injection. "Emma. Damn it, how dare you, you metal lump. Emma, your eyes are starting to return to normal." The old father Duncan held his daughter with extreme anxiety. Fortunately, the vaccine took effect very quickly. The girl's pale eyes rapidly regained their color. However, her consciousness remains unclear, and she may still need some time to rest. "Very good, everyone is happy. Oh, I like such family-friendly scenarios when watching movies." Leon glanced a few more times to confirm the little girl was improving before turning towards the underground passage. "Now there's a new mission. Officer Marvin, you leave one person behind to protect the survivors and guard the police station. The other two will come with us to the research facility to create the new vaccine." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into the passage, very decisive and brisk. "Let's go, we must race against time." Director Bud and Jarvis followed behind Leon, both entering the underground passage. The remaining few exchanged glances. Mawin issued the command, "Old Fat, you stay behind. Elliot and I will go, the survivors can rest here." "Sure, Mawin," the chubby officer complied. Is he really the savior?" Old Kindo hesitantly interjected. "I haven't had a chance to thank him yet." "It's not too late to thank him when he returns along with your healthy daughter." Mawin helped him place his daughter on the stretcher. "But you guys just barged into the Umbrella laboratory. Is everything really all right?" Duncan had his doubts. Officer Elliot replied, "Mr. Leon is so strong, it's impossible for anything to happen to him. However, we're not entirely sure if he is the savior. That would be too incredible. But we believe in him." The chubby officer interjected. At that moment, Mawin stepped out from behind the medical partition. "Let's go, Elliot, we need to catch up." Two officers, one black and one white, drew their handguns and followed into the underground passage. Ada Wong silently observed from the side. Once the two officers disappeared, she suddenly spoke up. "It seems you all have gotten along quite well before this." "Of course. The first time we arrived, we were taken aback by that incredible mech and the frozen breath." The chubby officer sat on the sofa. "But you don't seem to mind being left behind alone." Ada Wong glanced at the underground passage. "The police station also needs someone to stand guard." The chubby officer furrowed his brow. "Sounds like you have a different opinion, ma'am." Ada gracefully and slowly walked to the front of the passage. "No opinion, I just have to say goodbye to you for a while." She waved her hand, bent down, and quickly disappeared into the passage. "Hey, you can't go in there, damn." She ran in. "We should hurry and chase." Old Kindo's eyes widened in anger. Yet the chubby officer beside him remained unfazed. "Hey, old fat, aren't you anxious?" Duncan stopped halfway, realizing something. The chubby officer shrugged. "No matter if she's trying to cause trouble or investigate, it won't affect Mr. Leon. Let her go." As if a regular federal agent could influence someone who could effortlessly pull the Statue of Liberty out of... On the other side, the four walked into the elevator in the underground room. This elevator led to deeper levels underground. Just as the battle armor entered, the circuit emitted an alarm indicating it was overloaded. "Jarvis, you're too heavy, you need to fly," Leon complained. "Young master, it's your battle armor that's too heavy." Jarvis controlled the armor to fly in the air, preparing to lower its altitude as the elevator descended. "Good rebuttal. Ooh, I won't let you pilot my battle armor again." Leon pressed the down button once more. The sliding door of the elevator began to close. However, at the last moment, a red silhouette slid in at the bottom of the elevator, stopping in front of Leon. "Wow, black." Leon quietly withdrew his gaze. Ada stood up and adjusted her skirt. "That's safety shorts, gentlemen. As a gentleman, I thought it best to kindly remind you that your outfit is a bit revealing." "Well, thank you very much, this gentleman, Leon." Ada squeezed in front of Leon. The elevator was relatively spacious for multiple people, but Ada just happened to squeeze in front of Leon, tantalizingly extending her neck. The distance between them shrank, their breaths audible to one another. Leon was quite familiar with such tactics. During their late-night talks, Natasha occasionally pulled a stunt like this. He could guarantee, if he were to act on his desires right now, Ada would immediately retreat, looking at him with a disdainful, yet teasing gaze, saying it was not very gentlemanly. At this moment, for an ordinary person, their defenses would be instantly shattered, and they would take the bait. To put it poetically, it would be like a fawn unexpectedly crashing into their heart. The tactic of feigned pursuit is a basic skill for female agents. But facing Ada Wong's current allure, Leon could remain utterly calm. After all, he wasn't someone who could be easily tempted. Not to mention that in his past life, he had even operated a Das bunny girl outfit himself. Did she think a little incentive could entice him, Leon? Was he someone who could be swayed like that? No need to thank me. Oh, I'm more curious as to why Miss Ada chased him. I must remind you it's dangerous below. Leon slightly turned his body away from Ada Wong. A hint of surprise flashed in Ada's eyes. Leon's gesture made her somewhat believe that he was a gentleman. That's my job. If I encounter danger, handling it is part of the job. Ada Wong drew a handgun from her tactical vest. Furthermore, Dr. Bud will also be going down with you. Aren't you afraid he might encounter an accident? Facing Ada's probing, the usually silent director, Bud explained, I'm fine, mister. Leon will protect me. Since following Leon, Bud's sense of security has skyrocketed. This sense of security, let alone after the outbreak of the biohazard. He never experienced it even before the crisis began. There were several times Bud thought about how he could stay by Leon's side and work for him. Compared to Umbrella, someone like Leon was the best boss. So that's how it is, it seems, mister. Leon is quite powerful. Ada Wong inquired. She was attempting to extract information, but it seemed too straightforward. Not bad, you'll see for yourself. Leon did not answer directly. Speaking of which, Ada Wong is also one of the protagonists in the Biohazard series of games. She is a free agent who usually serves the HCF organization and occasionally takes jobs for a force called the Family. Compared to Natasha, Ada Wong can be said to be much freer and more carefree. Of course, alongside that freedom, she has undergone far fewer life and death trials than Natasha. Now at 23 or 24, Ada Wong appears to be much more innocent compared to her peers like Natasha. Ding! At this moment, the elevator also reached the bottom. The sliding door opened, and the five of them stepped out in order. Below the elevator was a long set of stairs. Leon led the way down, forcing open locked doors when encountered, and freezing zombies that blocked their path. Soon they entered the underground sewage system of the police station. Following the sewage forward leads directly to the Umbrella Research Facility. Leon immediately took flight. He had no intention of wading through the sewage. Even his olfactory nerves were suppressed, otherwise the smell here would be enough to make him gag. He's flying. Ma One and the others were initially startled, then continued to watch Leon with fascination. However, their amazement did not affect their efficiency. The group followed Leon, jumping down the steps one by one. The sewage in the underground instantly reached their thighs, leaving Ada Wong the only one remaining on the steps. She glanced at the murky sewage flowing beneath her feet, then at the person in the armor above her, her lips quivering. Leon teased her, waiting for her reaction. In the end, Ada Wong sighed and jumped into the sewage. Stay close behind me and remain alert. Lion called out, floating forward at a slow pace. To be honest, his current casual attire made his flight appear somewhat bizarre. There was a sense of a high school student trying to save the world amidst his studies. The sewer was already quite close to the Umbrella Laboratory. Throughout the murky sewage and the moss-covered cave walls, bizarre mutated creatures continuously leaped out to attack the group. Some had half their bodies resembling giants inspecting corpses, while the other half looked like humans infected with gigantic leeches. Others were sewer insects a meter long alongside enormous mutated crocodiles stretching 20 meters. God knows how Umbrella transformed an ordinary sewer into a place teeming with more biodiversity than a rich coastal area. These monsters were not only highly dangerous, but also numerous. Normally, even a small team of special soldiers would face the risk of being overwhelmed here. But Lion flew ahead of the group, encountering monsters with a strike and smashing through walls. No monster could withstand a single punch from him, nor could any wall delay him for even a second. The group moved forward without any obstacles. Aside from the environment being somewhat difficult to accept, it felt like a leisurely hike. Even Ada Wong, who maintained utmost vigilance, only had time to shoot a seemingly dead zombie fish. Other than that, she managed to snag not a single monster. Our Mr. Lion truly inspires a sense of security, though I have to admit he is an absolute gentleman. Ada Wong praised him while wringing out her skirt with some disgust. At this moment, the group arrived at a sewage treatment platform. Water-based structures surrounded them, with large sewage treatment machines operating continuously, rumbling away. They had finally escaped the soaking of the sewage, at least temporarily. Marvin shone his flashlight around, revealing decomposing bodies in some corners. Look at these people, some are in lab coats, others in combat gear. Umbrella truly has a massive research base here. Elliot gritted his teeth, saying this city is completely under their control. These parasites deserve to die. Capital holds power, isn't that the characteristic of this country? Ada Wong casually followed behind Lion, saying, "Don't you think so, gentlemen?" Lion did not respond, taking a few steps before suddenly saying, "Back off." What? Ada Wong was taken aback. Before she could react, Lion had grabbed her arm and pulled her to the side. In the next second, a sound of air being sliced came from behind her. Turning her head, she saw a giant mutated insect swooping past the spot she had just occupied. The insect, having failed its sneak attack, tried to escape, but was struck by a whip kick from Lion, crashing into the wall and exploding into insect juice. Ada Wong felt a bit frightened. "Thank you." She leaned against Lion, supporting herself on his arm as she noticed its marble-like texture. Unable to help but exclaim, "Nice physique." Lion raised an eyebrow. "I think so too, but consider yourself indebted to me. A vain man won't be liked by girls." Ada Wong smirked. "That's hard to say." Lion continued walking. Following the sewage treatment area inward, they reached the monitoring room. Through the glass, the group could see a large platform on the other side of the monitoring room. An armored cable car was docked on the platform. "We've arrived." Lion said, "We just need to take that cable car to reach the research facility." "Thank heavens we are finally getting there." Director Bud, who was the least physically fit, was already exhausted. He approached to open the door, but the iron door of the monitoring room was securely locked. "It's locked," Bud said. Everyone turned to Lion. "Let me handle it or I can pick the lock." "Come on, Lion, you can't do this every time." Ada Wong stepped forward, pulling out her lock-picking tools. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lion had already pushed the iron door and surrounding wall down to the ground with a single palm. The two exchanged glances. Lion innocently shrugged. "Maybe next time you could mention in advance that you can pick locks." "Forget I said anything." Ada Wong put away her tools. "Let's go, we need to take the cable car." Lion turned around, but then looked toward a hidden corner in the monitoring room. "Madam, if you plan to hitch a ride with us, now is the time to come out." Everyone was startled. There were actually more people. Immediately, all guns were raised in unison, aiming at the direction Lion was looking. A gaunt, middle-aged woman with sunken eyes stepped out. She wore a white lab coat and pointed a handgun at the group. "Police, you shouldn't be here. The only ones left in the research facility are the infected. You'd better leave now." She fixed her gaze on the group, issuing a warning. "Annie Birkin." At that moment, Ada Wong stepped forward, gun in hand, confronting her. "You and your husband are the creators of the virus and the culprits behind this disaster. No need for false sentiments." She warned sternly, "Now hand over the G-virus." At the same time, Ada did not forget to explain to Lion, "I came here to eliminate Umbrella. The G-virus is far more dangerous than the T-virus. It absolutely cannot remain in this woman's hands." The group exchanged looks, finding the situation somewhat complicated. Director Bud hadn't even heard of the G-virus. Upon hearing the term, Annie Birkin's expression instantly turned cold and ruthless. "I see, so you came for the G-virus as well." A disdainful smile appeared on her face. "Don't even think about it." Under the cover of her words, she seized the opportunity to throw a grenade, and then raised her gun to shoot at Ada. "Watch out, danger." Marvin and the two police officers immediately lunged at Lion, trying to tackle him down to shield him from the explosion. However, Lion dodged, swiftly grabbing the grenade with his left hand while pulling Ada Wong with his right. The bullet grazed Ada's arm. Seconds later, a muffled explosion occurred, and Lion opened his left hand, shaking off some black ash and fragments, his palm still clean and fresh. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded. His palm was unscathed after covering the grenade. Who on earth is he? On the other side, Annie Birkin, who was about to exit the monitoring room, was equally stunned. She felt that even her husband, who had already turned into a monster, probably could not do such a thing. Lion glanced at the astonished Annie, took a few steps forward, grabbed her, and tossed her to Marvin. "Secure her, or we'll continue to the research facility." The group exchanged glances, then followed Lion onto the platform. Ada Wong hesitated, wanting to say something, but recalling Lion's action of extinguishing the grenade, she decided to remain silent. On the platform, arriving at the cable car, the group soon realized that operating the cable car required staff identity wristbands. The regained Annie Birkin smiled, triumphantly saying, "I would never give you access wristbands. You might as well give up." "A Mr. Lion." Marvin and the others instinctively looked at Lion, as if waiting for him to show off his skills and forcefully deal with the heavy armored door. Ada Wong became anxious. "First wait. You all wait." And Lion calmed down. Forcing open the cable car could cause a malfunction. "I think we should interrogate this woman first." She pointed at Annie. "She must have an access wristband." Along the way, repeatedly shocked and challenged her worldview. Now Ada Wong's previously cool demeanor had completely crumbled. She had never imagined until today that she would communicate with others in such a tentative tone. Even though she had already made such a colossal sacrifice, Liang merely cast her a strange glance. What are you talking about? Do you think I only solve problems with my muscles? Liang frowned in displeasure. He snapped his fingers. Jiao Weixi. I am here, young master. The once unobtrusive steel armor stepped forward. Open this cable car and set it in motion. Yes. Data cables snaked out from the steel armor, plugging into the cable car's external display. Seconds later, the screen flickered, and the armored door of the car hissed open. See, I even have artificial intelligence. Liang winked at AI De Wong and led the way into the cable car. The others filed in behind him, offering muffled compliments. No wonder, Mr. Liang and the like. AI De Wong was stunned for a few seconds, then cocked her head and laughed, like a fool. It was impossible to tell whether she meant Liang or herself. She tapped her forehead in resignation and followed them into the car. Under Jiao Weixi's control, the tram began to move slowly, steadily gaining speed. There should be quite a few zombies and mutated creatures in the research facility, Liang said from among them. So same as always, I go first, you follow. Once the underground base is cleared, you can help sort the research materials and equipment. As for improving the vaccine, I already have a preliminary plan. Barring surprises, we should have results by tomorrow morning. Director Ba De expressed admiration. Ma Wen and AI Lu Te were visibly excited. AI De clapped, though her gaze flickered. Bah, bragging youngster looks only 17 or 18. Go to university first, and then we'll talk. Only ya and I muttered disdainfully. The cable car soon arrived. As they stepped off the platform, they gasped. I had no idea Inbu La invested so much money and effort into this place. This is practically another world. Ma Wen and Officer AI Lu Te exclaimed. From the first glance, the underground research facility left them profoundly impressed. The facility was a stark contrast to the sewers they had come through. The sewers were all rough pipes and choking stenches. Here, this Inbu La research lab. The outermost ring was fortified with high-strength titanium walls. A metallic sheen suffused the entire entrance, and daylight-like indicator lights pierced all the way into the depths. Ma Wen and the others felt as if they had stepped into the future. Faced with this sci-fi base, even Liang seemed to soften in their eyes. He no longer relied on his fists to batter open sealed doors. Instead, he had that hulking metal piece handle the data cracking. Of course, in the sewers there had been no electronic doors for Jiao Weixi to hack. The quickest solution there had been Liang's fists. With a click, Jiao Weixi effortlessly infiltrated the facility that required researcher-level clearance. 3 massive outer gates of the base slowly rose. The 5 present were automatically granted advanced permissions. At each gate, an intelligent system opened the way for them. Compared to the outside, the facility contained almost exclusively humanoid zombies. Liang sent Jiao Weixi out to clear the threats while they waited in place. Those who paused began to search and probe the surrounding rooms. They indeed uncovered numerous researchers' journals. The entries more or less documented the sequence of events that led to the biohazard outbreak. From an initial accidental infection during an experiment to that person turning into a zombie and being dealt with by security. Then panic spread, the virus leaked, and rodents began ferrying the pathogen to the surface. I didn't expect it began like this. My God, Director Ba De murmured, rubbing the corner of his eye. I thought only my team was conducting this research. Ma Wen comforted him. Dr. Ba De, you were coerced by people with ill intent. What we must do now is salvage. While the two talked earnestly, AI De approached Ya and I by Jean. Liang meanwhile scrolled through past records on the security room's computer. Suddenly the phone in his bag activated, and Jiao Weixi's voice came through. Young master, the mutated creatures inside the base have been cleared. However, I have detected a creature resembling a tyrant. It is pursuing a little girl hiding in a corner. Shall I attempt a rescue? A little girl? Could it be Shueli Bai Jin? Liang picked up the phone. Shueli Bai Jin is the daughter of Ye and I and Wei Lian. In the game, Wei Lian was forced to be injected with the G virus and transformed into a monster. His brain was corrupted, consumed by the urge to propagate the virus. Yet the virus transmits stably only between direct relatives. Transmission to non-relatives causes the infected to die rapidly. So in the game, the monstrous Wei Lian relentlessly pursued his daughter Shueli. Shueli was later rescued in the game by Liang S. Kennedy and Ku Lier, and ultimately even became one of the female protagonists of the 6th installment. Liang considered and said, "You take Shueli and lure that monster here, he'll deal with it." The firepower of Supermark I was enough to kill Wei Lian. But those infected by the G virus, like the stalkers they had fought before, could continuously mutate and regenerate. If Jiao Weixi were to finish Wei Lian, the likely result would be the destruction of this research facility as well. After Jiawei, C confirmed Liang immediately led everyone back to the platform to wait for him to draw the creature in. The platform was wide and open, suitable for a fight. Facing the puzzled group, Liang stood at the front. A very strong enemy is coming. We will intercept it here. Minutes later, the steel armor descended, cradling a blonde little girl, trailing a long plume of exhaust as it came to a sudden halt above them. Shueli. Yanai suddenly called to the little girl. How are you here? Mommy, the girl said with a small guarded joy. This Iron Man saved me. Jia Weixi landed and released his grip, and the girl immediately flung herself into Yanai's arms. Aida, who had been restraining Yanai, was momentarily stunned. At 23, she was still inexperienced. Seeing that her enemy was the mother of a little girl caused her grip to slacken for an instant. Yanai broke free of her bindings and hugged Shueli to her chest. Shueli, I'm sorry. Mommy hasn't come to find you these past few days. Yanai rubbed Shueli's head. Shueli timidly said, Mommy, Daddy has become so scary. He tried to catch me. Yanai froze, staring at her daughter. Her eyes flickered as if struck by a sudden thought. He didn't hurt you or force you to eat anything, did he? No. Daddy never managed to catch me. Shueli shook her head. Yanai sighed in relief at that, but her gaze was torn and an intense inner struggle played across her face. I'm sorry, Shueli, I have to do this. Yanai suddenly spoke words that made little sense. She hugged Shueli tightly, her expression hardening with resolution, as if she had made a grave decision. Then in a blink she spun, snatched the gun from Aida's hand, wheeled around, and shockingly aimed it at Shueli. But Aida reacted swiftly, wrenching Yanai's arm and pinning her to the ground. What are you doing? That's your daughter. Her voice was icy. Precisely because she is Wei Lian's and my daughter, I cannot allow her to live. Yet Nis' expression trembled between anguish and determination. Everyone present save for Liang was incredulous. What kind of mother could speak in such a remorseless tone and say something so cruel? Little Shueli sat down hard, pushing back with her small legs, completely at a loss. Mommy. Yanai noticed the other's shocked stares and snapped back fiercely. You understand nothing. You don't know what kind of monster that is. We absolutely cannot let the G virus spread or the world will be finished. If Shueli stays here, Wei Lian will infect her and turn her into a monster. Even if she is sent away, Wei Lian will pursue her. Therefore, to prevent the G virus from spreading, I cannot let Shueli remain here. And you, don't even think about the G virus. It's a key to annihilation. Mawen stepped forward, his face dark. No matter what you say, it does not justify killing your own daughter. Allow me to interrupt. Wei Lian by Jean. That's the monster up ahead, isn't it? Liang suddenly, he rolled his neck. Mrs. Baijin, have you considered the possibility that killing your husband might also stop him from spreading the virus further? What did you say? Yanai Baijin gave a look of incredulity. You know nothing of his power. Do I? Liang strode forward toward Wei Lian Baijin, who had just burst out from the research facility. William Birkin staggered out of the research facility's main entrance. His silhouette sharpened under the harsh glare of the security lights. His right side grotesquely mutated. Massive bulging muscles tore through his skin, and a colossal blood red eye erupted from his forearm. His left side decayed into standard zombie corruption, pale hollow eyes locking instantly upon Sherry in the crowd. Roar. A guttural roar shook the air, his frame swelled with predatory hunger like a starved beast at last scenting its prey. He lowered his head and charged, his monstrous right arm sweeping forward, claws splayed wide to obliterate anything in its path. Leon stood firm at the front line, unflinching, unyielding. Yet even Leon's upright, resolute figure appeared slender beside that titanic limb. A collective hush fell over the onlookers, doubt flickering like candlelight in a gale. They knew Leon's prowess well, but Annette had called this creature invincible, unstoppable. Tension tightened their nerves. Ada and Marvin raised their pistols, aiming not to strike, but to cover Leon's retreat. Their clash lasted less than a heartbeat. The Birkin monster moved with terrifying speed, but Leon moved faster. He surged forward, twisted midair with impossible grace, and delivered a devastating hook punch. Without hesitation, William Birkin's skull exploded, like a sun-baked watermelon bursting under unbearable pressure. All stood frozen, eyes wide, breath held. Leon quietly retracted his fist, turned away, his uniform still immaculate. He rotated his wrist. Behind him, the headless corpse collapsed with a thunderous thud. You said it was unstoppable. He glanced at Annette. Her jaw twitched, disbelief warring with disbelief. Her voice trembled. You've only accelerated his mutation. He'll grow stronger, far stronger. You should all. Before she could finish, Leon pivoted again and unleashed a searing thermal beam upon Birkin's corpse. Within seconds, not even ash remained, only a fine blackened powder. A gentle exhale from Leon scattered half of it into the air. A monster capable of fourth or even fifth stage metamorphosis, reduced to silence, its final act complete. And now, Leon turned calm and steady. Annette fell utterly silent. She had wrestled for hours with one agonizing choice: to end her husband's monstrous existence, or let fate decide. She had never found the strength. Now the decision had been stolen from her by that infuriatingly composed young man who had erased everything. She stared blankly at the charcoal dust beneath Leon's boots, then rose, mechanically, lifelessly. Ada frowned, but did not restrain her. All watched as Annette walked to the pile of ash, cupped it gently in her palms, and pressed it silently against her cheek, tears streaming down her face without sound. "Mommy." Sherry crept forward timidly, yet stopped short, clinging instead to Leon's leg, too afraid to approach. Annette ignored her. She rose quietly, walked quietly into the facility, and no one spoke. 30 seconds later, a single gunshot echoed from within. "Mommy." Sherry's eyes flooded crimson, but she clung tighter to Leon's leg. The Birkins had rarely been parents, more scientists than guardians. Their bond with Sherry had always been thin, strained by duty, ambition, and cold calculation. First hunted by her own father's monstrous form, then nearly executed by her mother under the guise of justice. She stood now utterly orphaned, not just in flesh, but in spirit. Every anchor, material and emotional, had vanished. Yet she remembered the Iron Man's words: "This man gave the order to save me." In that moment, Leon was her sole lifeline, her only tether to survival. Leon pressed his lips together, stroked Sherry's hair, but offered no comfort. No outsider's words could mend such profound rupture. Healing would come only from within. "Let's go inside. The facility is secure. We need to synthesize the new vaccine immediately." He drew Sherry into the team's work. "Marvin, Elliot, you and Jarvis gather every resource in this facility. Everything, data samples, equipment. Ada Wong, you're free to pursue your own agenda. Steal the virus sabotage systems, your call. Bard, come with me. You'll assist in vaccine development. Sherry, if you're able, could you help everyone? A cup of coffee, perhaps? One more thing, Jarvis. Terminate and purge the facility's self-destruct protocol. Wouldn't do to have the lab detonate mid-research." Nods followed. Then, everyone dispersed. Even Sherry wiped her eyes, glanced once at the door where Annette had vanished, bit her lip, and hurried to the kitchen to brew coffee. Ada Wong paused, catching Leon's arm. "You knew my identity was fabricated. When did you realize?" "The moment I saw you." "Oh, then why let me follow you all this way?" "I'd heard you were a freelance operative, working for countless factions simultaneously." "That's correct. Would you ever consider joining me? Saving the world one crisis at a time." "You're recruiting? Huh, intriguing. I'll give it serious thought, Leon." As she turned to leave, she reached to tilt his chin, only to have him step aside. Instead, she winked, a cool, knowing smile lighting her eyes. "Pleasure meeting you, and thank you." She waved, vanishing down an inner corridor. Truly Annie Wong, mysterious even at 20. Leon muttered under his breath, then turned to Bard and soared toward the lab. Meanwhile, at Redstone Metro Station, Jill Valentine stood before a departing train, exchanging farewells. "Jill, are you certain about finding Mr. Stark? Raccoon City Police Department is miles from me. Carlos advised you'd be safer evacuating with the others. He promised he'd save the city. I believe him, Carlos. I must go, even if I can only lend a hand." Jill checked her ammunition. Carlos exhaled, defeated. "I still don't understand where that trust comes from." "Would you doubt him after seeing what he can do?" she countered, lifting a rifle. "I'll admit, he does look like a savior." "Fine. Once my mission ends, I'll find you." Carlos scratched. Jill saluted with 2 fingers. "See you at the precinct." Then she sprinted into the burning streets. 2 hours later, antiviral serum and airborne vaccine for virus, complete. Leon snapped his fingers, holding aloft 2 vials of crimson liquid. He handed them to Bard. "Test both on mice. Especially verify whether the vaccine remains effective when dispersed through air." To maximize reach, he had rewritten the virus's transmission vector. Originally limited to fluid and bloodborne spread, it now propagated freely through ambient air. The original global strain from the film series paled in comparison. This engineered variant surpassed it in contagion efficiency. Its transmissibility now rivaled the future virus, capable in theory of apocalyptic dissemination. Yet Leon had opened Pandora's box and sealed it with an airborne countermeasure. Half an hour later, Mr. Leon, the vaccine and serum proved fully effective across all test subjects. Jarvis estimates efficacy variance in humans will not exceed 0.3. What about the vaccine's effective radius? As projected, active for 30 minutes within a 30-meter radius after aerosol dispersion. Excellent. Dispatch Marvin and the team to activate mass production lines. Immediately begin manufacturing the new virus vaccine and serum. Leon reached for another vial, deep violet shimmering ominously. Also test this enhanced antivirus serum. Bard's hands trembled slightly. You've engineered an airborne virus countermeasure. No, I haven't. The virus hasn't achieved widespread infection, yet there's no need for airborne prophylaxis. This is a high-potency therapeutic serum, capable of reversing infection within 20 hours. Bard exhaled in relief and seized the vial. Understood. I'll run the trials immediately. Leon lifted the cup of coffee Sherry had brewed, took a slow sip, and smiled faintly. Now it's time for my own research. 6.5 hours later, Leon rubbed his temples as he returned to the eastern lobby of the research facility. Marvin and the others immediately gathered around him. It was now 7:00 m. on September 29th. Brother Leon, do you need to rest for a while? Asked little Shirley, holding a small box. Inside lay the ashes of Annie Birkin, cremated hours earlier by the group. Mixed within were traces of William Birkin's carbonized remains. No, I'm merely unsettled, Leon waved dismissively. Over the past 5 hours, he had synthesized a novel pathogen by integrating data on the progenitor virus with that of the T virus and G virus, with his enhanced cognition operating at full capacity. Though his research spanned only a short time, its breakthrough surpassed decades of cumulative work by scientists like William Birkin. He named it the S-virus prototype. This virus exhibited unparalleled transmissibility and lethality. Capable of airborne transmission, it possessed extraordinary environmental resilience, remaining fully viable for over 6 hours upon exposure. Initial projections indicated over a 90% probability of zombification upon infection, and not ordinary zombies, but superhuman variants immensely strong, nearly indestructible. Yet those who survived infection would retain full consciousness, gain absolute physical augmentation, and acquire regenerative capabilities. Still, its airborne efficiency lagged behind common respiratory pathogens. Respiration, or even expelled droplets, would not directly transmit the virus. Only when infected bodily fluids or blood were exposed, concentrating vast viral loads, could evaporation disperse it into the air. Even with these limitations, once Spencer or Weskier learned of its efficacy, they would hail it as humanity's evolutionary ladder, and immediately launch a global ascension initiative. At the very moment of synthesis, Leon even sensed a surge of exultant emotion emanating from the world consciousness itself. Yet such a virus held no value for him. What he required was a 100% reliable therapeutic agent, one capable of enhancing human regenerative capacity. After all, this was intended to heal Tony Stark. Turning him into a zombie would be catastrophic. Given the excessively high mutation rate, perhaps after resolving Raccoon City's crisis, he would journey to Europe. There, integrating traits from the Plaga parasite and E-mold could yield a perfected evolution of the S-virus prototype. But first he might need to return briefly to the Marvel Universe, to ascertain precisely how the temporal flow differed between the two worlds. In those final moments, seizing the opportune window, Leon drew a single drop of his own blood and attempted to infect it with the S-virus prototype. Since awakening his abilities, his formerly human blood had acquired Kryptonian genetic factors, or rather transformed into a seamless fusion of Kryptonian and Terran lineages. Thus referring to it as Kryptonian blood was entirely justified. Yet the experiment yielded disastrous results. Upon contact within the containment vessel, the Kryptonian blood instantly consumed the S-virus prototype, acquiring an autonomous, voracious drive toward exponential replication. Within mere breaths, the hybrid substance, now animate and sentient, began corroding its glass enclosure, straining to escape into the atmosphere. Had it succeeded, the confluence of the S-virus prototype's airborne transmission and Kryptonian blood's hyperactivity would have precipitated consequences too dire for Leon even to contemplate. For that single second, the world consciousness flooded him with waves of sheer terror and despair. He responded instantly, incinerating the sample with heat vision. The charred remains of the glass container on the lab bench reminded him his journey into bloodline research had only just begun. Thus, as he stepped out of the laboratory, he rubbed his temples in agitation. Bard, what are the production outcomes and experimental efficacy of the vaccine and antiserum? Leon turned to Bard, casually handing the syringe containing golden S-virus prototype to Jarvis for secure storage. Every trace of the S-virus prototype within the lab had been eradicated. Even after exiting, he deliberately demolished the entire chamber, ensuring no one could ever breach it again. Now the sole remaining vial of pure S-virus solution rested in his hand. G-virus antiserum trials proceeded smoothly. All subjects infected for under 5 hours achieved full recovery following administration. Director Bard presented his report. Production of the novel T-virus vaccine and antiserum is complete, sufficient to cover Raccoon City in its entirety. Sufficient? Leon nodded decisively. We may now commence city-wide vaccine deployment. In just a few hours Raccoon City shall regain its sufficient. Leon nodded decisively. We may now commence city-wide vaccine deployment. In just a few hours Raccoon City shall regain its former self. Marvin and Elliot snapped upright, posture rigid. So much so that they seemed poised to render a formal, "We'll retrieve the bombs immediately, Mr. Leon." Marvin saluted sharply and departed with Elliot in eager haste. Don't forget to bring Jarvis along. Leon instructed Jarvis to deploy the armor and assist. He then glanced toward Ada Wong leaning against the wall. I assumed you'd already left. Aren't you anxious to deliver the G-virus to your employer? After several hours apart, Ada appeared to have showered and changed within the facility. She now wore a crimson jacket and sleek black trousers, commanding and effortlessly elegant. That employer is obsolete, Ada replied, slipping on a pair of sunglasses. I've discovered a far superior one. She approached Leon with deliberate grace, her hips swaying in subtle hypnotic arcs. Would you consider establishing a long-term professional relationship with me, Mr. Leon? Ada tilted her chin upward slightly. Over the past 9 hours, she had witnessed the extraordinary caliber of this young man. A being of unimaginable power, intellect bordering on the mythic, and, most crucially, a heart anchored in unwavering justice. Such a figure radiated like a blazing sun, impossible to ignore. Ada admitted, albeit inwardly, a quiet yearning to draw near that sun, to bask daily in its light. Put plainly, she felt a profound magnetic curiosity toward this man. She resolved to remain at Leon's side, for now, to observe closely this savior summoned by the world consciousness. Is this an application? Leon raised an eyebrow, surprised. He'd assumed a free agent like Ada would never submit to another's authority. If it is an application, do you consider yourself qualified? Provisionally accepted. Congratulations, you're now employed. Henceforth address me as boss. As for compensation, name your terms. Leon smiled, genuinely pleased. Provided, of course, I first earn legitimate income in this world. So I'm an unpaid intern then. Ada's lips curved into a knowing smile. Or would you prefer to settle my wages with something else? Regrettably, our internship program offers no stipend, Leon replied, unfazed. He'd long since been schooled in evasion by Natasha Romanoff. Shirley, come here. I'll carry you. It's time we left this place. He turned and lifted Shirley onto his back. Behind him, Ada showed no irritation, only a deepening, enigmatic expression as she followed at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, the team stood ready, boarding the cable car for the return journey. The descent through the sewers proved arduous once more. Though this time Leon bore Shirley on his back, Ada draped elegantly across his shoulders and carried several wooden crates brimming with antiviral bombs. Nor was he alone. Marvin and the others likewise staggered under heavy loads of identical crates. Upon reaching the police station, the portly officer mistook them for returning suppliers. Somehow over a dozen survivors now filled the precinct. Learning the crates contained antiviral bombs and vaccines, their excitement surged. Old Kendall arrived with his daughter Emma, bowing deeply and expressing profuse gratitude. Kendall, thank yous are unnecessary. Just lend your strength during bomb deployment. Leon gently patted Emma's head. Marvin tells me you're the finest gunsmith here. Protect yourself and protect your daughter. Then what about me? Shirley, standing silently behind Leon, tugged his sleeve. Clutching the ash box, her shoulders hunched inward, timid, uncertain. Shirley's demeanor stirred a faint reverie in Leon. He recalled his own awakening at age 1, how similarly adrift and apprehensive he'd felt. Yet he'd had Tony. Shirley had no one. Not a single face among the assembled was familiar to her, only strangers. To her this world offered no kindness, yet she possessed courage enough to seek refuge. Leon knelt tenderly, stroking her hair. Yes, I will protect Shirley. Instantly Shirley beamed, laughing through tears as she hugged the ash box tightly to her chest. Leon, a voice called out at the police station entrance. Jill Valentine strode in, still wearing her blue. Brad and Carlos followed closely behind her. Jill, Leon was startled to see her here. Before he could utter a single word, Jill rushed forward and embraced him deeply. Ada Wong, who had been opening a wooden crate nearby to load explosives, glanced over upon hearing the commotion. She watched the two locked in embrace. Her expression unreadable, yet her eyelids dipped ever so slightly. After several seconds, Jill released him. I never imagined you'd save Brad. He got infected shielding me. He sacrificed himself for me. I don't even know how to express it, Leon. Thank you. Truly, profoundly thank you. Leon had already heard gratitude enough for one day. Meanwhile, the fully recovered Brad hurried over, profusely thanking him before introducing himself. Leon merely waved it off as trivial, insisting the real priority was rescuing Raccoon City citizens from imminent peril. He sensed urgently that everyone needed purpose, something tangible to do. Otherwise, the precinct risked transforming into a cult of praise, devoted exclusively to Jill, what brings you here? He asked, steering the conversation. I came looking for you. You're saving Raccoon City. I want to help too. She explained, but when I first arrived, only Marvin and Brad were here, so I went back out to search for other survivors. Seeing Leon again, she seemed brimming with unspoken words, her eyes already speaking before her lips could form them. Then Ada approached. Boss, when do we depart? Boss. Jill blinked, momentarily stunned. You're from another world. Does she come from you? Of course not. I'm Ada Wong, formerly a federal agent now serving the boss. Ada deployed yet another fabricated identity with practiced ease. She moved naturally to stand beside Leon, projecting an air of intimate familiarity, causing Jill's gaze to freeze just faintly. Actually, I've borne many names. Ada Wong is merely one of them, she added almost casually. What was your birth name? Leon asked, genuinely intrigued, having known from his past life's games how shrouded in mystery Ada truly was. Old names no longer matter. When I met you, boss, I was Ada, and from now on I remain Ada. Her declaration struck like silent thunder, silencing the room instantly. Eyes converged upon her. Marvin's shock, Bard's quiet contemplation, Sherry's bewilderment, Jill's stunned stillness. At that moment, Jarvis's low, discreet voice murmured into Leon's ear, Sir Mr. Stark instructed me to remind you to exercise caution against deception by strangers, should such a scenario arise. Knowing Leon possessed superhuman hearing, Jarvis had transmitted the message via high-frequency resonance from afar through the armor. Leon slapped his palm to his forehead. Tony, still meddling across dimensions. Unbelievable. Tony. Ada's serene composure fractured, confusion flickering across her features at the sudden, inexplicable name. Ah yes. Right. Ada. I'm deeply moved. Truly. Leon hastily clarified, but Ada's gaze had shifted, subtle and inscrutable, her earlier warmth irretrievably altered. This Tony must be extraordinarily important to you. Or does Miss Ada bear a striking resemblance to Tony? Jill burst into unrestrained laughter beside him. Ada turned, locking eyes with Jill, a charged, wordless exchange shimmering between them. Ahem, enough standing around. Move. Act. Don't just gawk. Veteran Officer Marvin broke the tension, stepping forward to command the room. The precinct hall swiftly reignited with urgent energy. 10 minutes later, everyone was armed and organized into trios, departing the station to distribute vaccines across Raccoon City's districts. Leon did not accompany them. To maximize efficiency, he ascended alone, freezing the city's outer perimeter with cryogenic breath. Jarvis and the others handled zombie eradication and vaccine dispersal. Their mission was starkly simple: toss vaccines to survivors, deploy antiviral bombs against zombies. These antiviral bombs were scatter-type ordnance. Upon detonation, they released countless microneedles impregnated with serum. Each needle pierced zombie flesh, injecting the serum directly into their bodies. Within moments, the virus within them was neutralized, and the creatures collapsed lifeless. The vaccine operated even more elegantly. Upon container rupture, it vaporized spontaneously, diffusing across the vicinity, granting natural immunity to all who inhaled it. Leon took flight immediately, Sherry secured safely on his back, as he hovered along the city's periphery, tracing the outer buildings while exhaling waves of frost. Soon the entire cityscape glittered beneath a crystalline shroud. Every streetbound zombie stood encased in ice. This time Leon deliberately lowered the temperature. Each zombie froze mid-motion, transformed into grotesque ice statues, while internal ice crystals lacerated their cells, ending their existence in an instant. Zombies remaining indoors were left for the teams to clear methodically. With the new vaccine and antiviral serum, operations proceeded flawlessly, yet human pace remained frustratingly slow. 2 hours later, the cleanup teams returned to the precinct, exhausted but triumphant. By then, Leon had already revisited the research facility, subjecting himself to full-spectrum sterilization. Yet when the group reconvened in the precinct hall, every face glowed with exhilaration and relief. The Raccoon City salvation operation concluded successfully, its final chapter written in triumph. Alas, the world consciousness bestowed no further gifts at that moment. It appeared indifferent to the redemption of this modest city. Leon, you saved our city. Marvin and Jill led the assembled crowd in heartfelt thanks. Thousands now filled the precinct. Many survivors gathered en route. Having learned the full account, they raised a thunderous, unified chant of Leon. A roar so fierce it seemed poised to shatter the ceiling. Leon, however, felt little resonance with such spectacle. Like Tony Stark delivering a speech, he offered no grand oration, only brief, sincere words. You are the true heroes. Half an hour later, Marvin, Jill, and others convened in the conference room. Leon cut straight to the point. I intend to depart temporarily, to return to my own world for a time. As concern flickered across their faces, he raised both palms downward, signaling patience, letting him rest assured, I'll return soon. This departure serves only to calibrate temporal flow between our worlds, ensuring I won't linger away from home longer than necessary. Before I go, Jarvis will remain to assist you. He has compiled irrefutable evidence of Umbrella Corporation's crimes, ready for global release whenever you choose. Moreover, Umbrella has designated this city a testing ground, and U.S. government agencies may not view matters favorably. Therefore, prepare for evacuation, sooner rather than later. Whichever faction discovers these developments will likely obliterate the city entirely to erase all traces. Don't miss me too much, friends. I'll be back before you know it. Leon bade farewell with effortless calm, yet those who'd shared only hours with him clung to him with profound reluctance. Such bonds often bloom without logic or warning. Some spend years side by side, yet remain strangers. Others forge kinship in a single act, or a solitary phrase, binding souls in silent, unbreakable accord. Are you certain you'll return? Ada Wong held his gaze steadily. My salary remains unpaid. Leon drew her gently into a brief embrace. Is this payment enough? Not nearly. Her fingers pressed lightly against his chest, tracing the contours of his sculpted musculature as she murmured, now, closer. Impressive physique, young man. Leon sighed, wordlessly snapped his fingers. Jarvis, support the team rigorously. Coordinate combat operations, if required. He then gently ruffled Sherry's hair, urging her to heed Ada and Jill. He embraced each person in turn, then lifted a hand in farewell. I'm off. Goodbye, everyone. His voice faded mid-sentence. Leon closed his eyes and activated his transdimensional ability. Returning required no world searching. Within the swirling void, the Marvel Universe's bubble shimmered into focus, unmistakable and radiant. Behind it loomed a vast nebulous cluster of cosmic bubbles, the multiverse itself. Yet all others remained veiled in indistinct shadow, except the world he'd just left. Leon recognized them instantly, the Marvel multiverse. He selected his destination and expended the same quantum energy as his arrival. In the next instant he vanished, leaving no ripple, no tremor in space. Silence followed the astonishment, profound and hushed. Honestly, I miss him already. Marvin broke the stillness with gentle humor. He was utterly candid, from beginning to end, never deceiving us once. That the world consciousness found such a savior is our singular fortune. Did you know? Yesterday a new recruit was scheduled to join our precinct. His name was also Leon. Leon S. Kennedy. Elliot chimed in, chuckling. At first I thought Mr. Leon was that recruit. Haha. Strange, he's been absent all day. Let's hope he's safe and possesses half the courage, integrity, and brilliance of Mr. Leon, worthy of every standing ovation. Marvel Universe. Stark Mansion in Los Angeles. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Leon appeared in the basement, all the instruments and lights turned red, and the alarm sounded urgently like a death knell. Dazed, holding a can of disinfectant spray, he rolled over on his wheels and sprayed it at Leon. Bumpkin on the other side raised a fire extinguisher, equally prepared. Okay, stop. Am I a burglar or something? Why this big fuss? Leon waved his hands at Bumpkin. The alarm and red lights finally ceased. Young master, you're finally back. It seems you didn't have a smooth time in the other world. Jarvis' voice appeared. Finally. How long have I been gone? It couldn't have been over 10 years, right? Leon's heart sank. If it had been over 10 years, the Shuamye incident might have already occurred. It has been 12 hours and 37 minutes since you left. It is now 7:49 a.m. on the second. Huh? Leon raised an eyebrow. I just left for 12 hours and you use a word like finally. Jarvis, I think it's necessary for you to reload your wording logic program. Young master, this is the term I chose based on Mr. Stark's mental state after your departure. Jarvis, so you're saying Tony missed me a lot? Leon couldn't help but laugh. I believe so. 3 hours ago on average he asked every 7 minutes if you had returned. What about just now, 3 hours? Was it once a minute? Mr. Stark fell asleep 3 hours ago. He is now rushing down after receiving the alarm. Did I just hear you guys talking bad about me? Tony suddenly popped his head out from the stairs. He was wrapped in a white scarf, clearly having rushed out of bed. Look who's finally willing to come home, Peter Pan. Did you suffer outside and come back to complain? As soon as Tony saw Leon, his excited expression instantly turned lazy, and he staggered over to collapse on a chair. Aren't you just afraid of the empty nest at home, feeling lonely? Leon chuckled. I didn't expect you to miss me this much, just 12 hours, and you started calling my name in your dreams. Shouldn't I come back quickly? Calling your name in dreams. Just kidding. Tony laughed, but then his smile faded. Was it Jarvis who said that? What do you think? Damn it. Watch your language, Tony, Leon said as he sat on the table beside Tony. Sir, I did not inform young Master Leon that in the past 3 hours you mentioned him in your sleep 17 times. Jarvis reported. Tony slapped his forehead. Great, now you mentioned it. Sorry, sir. Tony helplessly rolled his neck and looked at Leon. So did you suffer in the other world? Why do you say that? Leon was puzzled if Jarvis had just mentioned something similar. Tony spread his hands and looked around deliberately. It's obvious that your Super Mark I is lost along with the Jarvis subsystem inside it. His guess made sense. After all, Leon left wearing the armor, but returned empty-handed. Something must have... So you were talking about this matter, Leon suddenly realized. I intentionally left the armor there. The situation in that world was like this. He briefly recounted his process of crossing over and what happened in the world of the biohazard. He simply omitted the part about researching the fusion of Kryptonian blood and the virus. Tony stroked his chin in contemplation. World consciousness and viruses. Quite interesting. But one thing is very strange. Did you also spend 12 hours in that world? That's true. Are you suggesting that the flow of time is the same on both sides? Leon nodded. I thought of that too. It's quite amazing, right? Tony clapped his hands. That's where the problem... He casually grabbed a box and a pencil and pierced the pencil through the box. You must know that in different gravitational spaces the flow of time is also different. Hurry up, don't tell me you don't know. Tony spoke seriously as if he were teaching a class. Leon nodded in confusion. Of course I know this, it's relativity. The theory in general relativity states that areas with greater gravity in the universe will have a slower flow of time. Very good. Tony forcefully pierced the box with the pencil. He pointed at the pencils on both sides of the box. Let's assume this box separates two universes, and this pencil has crossed over the past. The left part of the box has a larger space, the right part has a smaller space. At this moment the location of the two was in the front half of the garage, and the metaphor of space size was quite appropriate. So, Tony said, assuming the larger space also has greater mass and the smaller part has lesser mass, do you think the flow of time on both sides would be the same? Leon was stunned. Not the same. Unless the two universes have equal mass, and the space mass in the part of Earth I am in is also equal. Right? Tony set the box down and snapped his fingers, but the probability of such a thing happening is incredibly small. Do you still think it's reasonable that the flow of time in both worlds is the same? Leon felt as if a flash of lightning had struck his mind. He frowned, suddenly realizing. He thought the flow of time in both worlds should be the same. This was actually because he had read many novels that described it this way before, so he unconsciously believed it. However, in reality, it was likely due to this very thought of his that led to the same flow of time. Tony watched Leon's expression of realization and continued. I believe that your traveling between the two worlds may actually be traveling through time nodes. It's not that our world stops operating when you leave. The vast universe does not halt to wait for you because of a little bit of your energy. The truth of the matter should be that when you return you have intersected with the current time point. And which time you intersect, whether it's the moment you left or a period after you left, should be decided by you. Moreover, choosing different time entry points may also lead to different consumption on your part. This requires you to experiment a few more times. Tony felt the joy of educating his younger brother again and proudly patted Leon on the shoulder. You need to think more. Having a good brain is not enough. You need to ponder, kid. Tony looked like an experienced person. In a different cultural context, he probably would have said he had eaten more salt than Leon had walked on roads. Leon looked at Tony helplessly. This time you can consider yourself impressive, all right. He sighed. Thus Tony became even happier and hummed a tune. All right, enjoy your glory slowly. I'm going to try crossing over again now. Leon chose to let Tony bask in his own beauty. Wait. Tony suddenly stood up, his white scarf falling. You have to take me with you this time. Only 1% of energy. Having one more person doesn't matter. It's very dangerous. Don't get infected with the virus as soon as you go over. Leon glanced, and then noticed the triangular light glowing on Tony's chest. You put the reactor back on. Oh, does that mean the new element has been successfully synthesized? Tony smiled proudly. That's right, it was synthesized 2 hours after you left. I named it Awesome Metal Element Potassium. What do you think? Leon twitched his mouth. How should I put it? It's quite awesome. If Dad knew how you named the new element, he would definitely get up and punch you. Sorry, the old man has already been cremated and can't get up. Tony has a talent for telling hell jokes. So can I go with you or not? I need to think about it. By the way, who just said I don't love to think? Who? Who dares to say that about you? Why is this person so annoying? Tony pretended to look left. Leon finally agreed to Tony's request to accompany him. After all, the world of the biohazard crisis posed little threat to the two brothers. Even if they accidentally contracted the virus, there were already developed vaccines and serums as a precaution. It would just be like taking Tony on a vacation. The last family trip he remembered was during his middle school graduation. Tony Pepper and the three of them went to Dubai. They had planned for a vacation, but ended up partying for 3 days in their villa. He had almost graduated again right there after finishing middle school. This time going to the biohazard crisis would serve as a substitute for his high school graduation trip. Leon dialed Natasha's number from his bedroom. He had to wait a few hours because Tony needed to install some recording equipment on his armor to document the process of crossing over. During the wait, he suddenly remembered that a virus had appeared in the Iron Man movies. It was called the Dead-End virus. This virus could grant its host extraordinary regenerative abilities, super strength, speed, and other exceptional powers. Some hosts could even produce flames and electricity. Perhaps this virus could be obtained as a reference for developing the S-virus. Leon immediately contacted Natasha. What mission is there? Natasha got straight to the point as soon as the call connected. Why are you so blunt? Can't I just be concerned about the well-being of my dear subordinate? Right now it's not even 8 in the morning. I can't think of any reason why a man who refused to pay me 4 days ago would be calling me now unless he was arranging a mission. What else could it be? Well, Leon didn't expect Natasha to hold such a grudge. All right, there is a task. You see, my office in New York is currently very secure. Natasha indicated that there were no eavesdroppers on the conversation. Do we have any widows undercover at Vanguard Technologies? I need a virus they are currently researching called the Dead End. Leon expressed his intent. Natasha was silent for a few seconds, seemingly checking information. The widow codenamed Tracy previously served there as a mid-level researcher. She quickly responded. You can pick up the virus reagent in Tennessee in 3 hours, or I can deliver it to you in Los Angeles at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Natasha's efficiency was extraordinary. He'll go there, but will be faster that way. Leon couldn't help but marvel. I must say the sisters are truly impressive. Then you can take some time to drink with them. They have been thinking about you for a long time. That's that. I'm hanging up now. Natasha hung up directly. Leon was taken aback for a moment, threw his phone on the table, and pouted. Subordinates daring to talk back to their superiors is unacceptable. 3 hours later at the former safe house in Tennessee, Leon was brought inside by Natasha. It was a small cabin in the woods. From the outside, it looked like a traditional Western-style wooden house. It was only 2 stories high, enough to accommodate a family of 5. However, when Leon entered the underground secret room of the wooden house, he saw a modern base with a full 4-story underground structure. There weren't many people in the base, just a few widows he had shared drinks with twice before. Upon seeing him, they greeted him warmly and continued with their tasks. Natasha led Leon into the innermost command room. She took a reagent and a USB drive from the safe. This was just stolen with the help of Tracy along with a few sisters outside. Are you going to use it for research? Natasha said. I glanced over some research records that seems to still have significant issues. Thank you for your hard work, Natasha. Leon took the reagent and observed it closely. I know it has issues. I am currently researching a virus that can grant humans extraordinary regenerative abilities. The Dead-End virus might provide me with some insights. Regeneration. Natasha's gaze flickered slightly. Can it cure physical defects? Yes, but that virus still has significant side effects and cannot be used directly. Leon patted Natasha's arm. But I am confident that I can resolve its defects, and soon. Then Natasha wrapped her arms around Leon, gently caressing his firm chest. So this unconcerned boss, may I ask if you can issue my salary today? Here. Leon glanced around the command room, only had a desk. Natasha followed his gaze, walked cat-like to sit on the desk, crossed her legs. Right here, right now. An hour and a half later, Leon helped Natasha tidy up her clothes. She had collapsed in the chair, unable to get up. My assessment is that if a novice doesn't control their urges, it's best not to go too far. Leon pinched Natasha's cheek, distorting it. Natasha rolled her eyes. Could you be a little gentler? You're slandering me. Ooh, I've been catering to your needs all along. Leon straightened the disheveled Natasha on the chair. He turned to leave. I finished issuing the salaries. I'm leaving now. You all continue your mission to liberate other widows. Remember to stay safe and contact me if anything happens. Leon. Natasha suddenly called out again. Did you know Vanguard Technologies is abducting beggars for human experimentation? Leon was taken aback. They've started doing this kind of thing already. Are you suggesting we take action? If you agree, it can become Stark's property in 2 days, Natasha said. Leon raised an eyebrow. Sounds great, I certainly agree, but you all need to be careful and contact you if anything happens, I know. Natasha smiled. Good to know. I'm off now. Leon adjusted his pants, leaving without a trace. Of course, he didn't forget to take the Dead-End virus and the USB drive with him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the basement of Stark Mansion. Where have you been? I couldn't find you at home, and Jarvis couldn't locate you either. Tony stood with his arms crossed in his armor. God knows how excited he was about the possibility of crossing worlds. He had already modified the armor at record speed. But his annoying little brother had vanished at the critical moment. This was like trying to find a toilet when you had diarrhea. I had Natasha help me get a sample of the dead-end virus. It will aid my research in another world. Leon indicated the metal box in his hand. What is the dead-end virus? Tony asked curiously. It's a biochemical virus developed by an old acquaintance of yours, Killian. Leon briefly introduced the origins of the virus. Sounds like a good idea, even though the chances of achieving stable injections are slim. Tony nodded. But who is Killian? Have I met him? He urged impatiently. Let's not talk about irrelevant people now. Come on, let's start crossing over. All right, no problem. Leon placed his hand on Tony's arm or shoulder and enveloped him in a biofield. He then closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the dark space of searching for worlds once again. This place is no longer empty. Instead, it is now home to a persistent chaos bubble. Whenever Leon's consciousness touches it, he instantly comprehends that this bubble represents the world of the bioweapon crisis. Moreover, this world has been permanently open to him, granting unconditional access. However, this only applies when he chooses to traverse to the moment he left the bioweapon crisis world. The energy demand feedback from the traversal ability astonishingly reaches 30% of his stamina. This is 30 times greater than the energy required during his first traversal. Leon attempted to delay the traversal time point. He discovered that for each day pushed back, the stamina cost decreased by 1% until it finally reached the 30th day after his departure. At that point, the stamina required reverted to the original 1%. Delaying further to the 31st 32nd days, the energy demand remained unchanged persistently at 1%. Tony was right, Leon pondered. Traversing to past time points in the world demands double the energy. Traversing to the future, however, consumes no additional energy. In other words, although I have only been gone for 6 hours, 30 days have already passed in the bioweapon crisis world. He then tried selecting a time point when he was still present in the bioweapon crisis world, specifically the night of September 28th. He found that period could not be selected. Even earlier moments, including the time before he arrived in the bioweapon crisis world, were likewise So using my arrival time in that world as a baseline, the past cannot be traversed, but the future can be freely chosen. Leon mused thoughtfully. He then attempted to use the traversal ability to designate Tony as another life form accompanying him. The energy consumption instantly surged to 11%. Subsequently, Leon tried marking the entire Stark Villa as following the traversal. Yet the energy demand remained at about 11% stamina. The additional energy needed to bring the villa along was roughly equivalent to the effort of taking a deep breath. Carrying living beings consumes enormous energy, but carrying matter incurs almost no cost. Leon roughly understood the mechanics of the traversal ability and ceased further experiments. He reminded Tony, "Get ready, it's about to start." "I've been ready for a while. Hurry. I can't wait to try the cheeseburgers of another world," Tony exclaimed excitedly. Finally, Leon confirmed in his consciousness the traversal to the time point 30 days after he left the bioweapon crisis world. In the next moment, the two vanished from their original location. Bioweapon crisis world, October 29th. Deep within a tropical rainforest, two figures who should not belong there suddenly appeared, startling a flock of birds. Upon opening his eyes, Leon immediately looked at Tony clad in battle armor beside him. Using his supervision to observe through the armor, he confirmed Tony's body still bore the original frail state and felt relieved. He waited a few seconds in place. Suddenly, the iron battle armor trembled, the helmet lights flickered, and Tony regained consciousness. Opening his eyes to unfamiliar woods and wetlands, Tony instinctively shouted, "Leon, awake! Your physique still needs improvement." "I've been waiting for quite a while," Leon teased. "That long? But I do feel like I just took a nap." Tony patted his helmeted head. "Where is this?" "The Amazon rainforest." "Oh right, my recorder." Tony slapped himself awake. "Jarvis, did the recorder capture the traversal process? Especially the void zone Leon described where one cannot open their eyes." "Damn, why did I feel nothing like that? It's as if I just slept and arrived here." He was quite frustrated. Jarvis responded, "Sir, just now in the garage, for unknown reasons, all circuits of the battle armor were disconnected and the instruments did not operate properly." "How could that be?" Tony looked disappointed. "So we recorded nothing. The armor's circuits actually disconnected at the start of the traversal," Leon said. "I experienced the same last time. I suspect this is a protective mechanism. There is a theory that the information beyond the world is so immense that merely glimpsing it could cause brain death for humans. So sleeping soundly during traversal might actually be a form of protection." Tony shook his head. "Perhaps. So where exactly are we now?" "Have Jarvis connect to the network and search." Leon closed his eyes and began to listen to the world's sounds. Suddenly, explosions, screams, quarrels, cries, and roars flooded his senses. Countless waves of negative information assaulted him. Leon instinctively suppressed his super hearing. How could this be? He felt bewildered. When he left, the Raccoon City crisis had been resolved, and everything was arranged with Jarvis left behind. Why then did the sounds just heard resemble the entire world plunging into an abyss? The whole earth was almost entirely shrouded in smoke. Everywhere echoed with gunfire and mournful wails. What had happened in these 30 days? While Leon was still puzzled, an invisible wave descended. With a thought, he connected his traversal ability to that wave. Waves of ecstasy, resentment, despair, and relief flooded his consciousness. Leon paused, then organized the information. Depart, evolve, out of control, gift, save. Gift. Save. The world consciousness repeatedly emitted pleas for rescue. Leon realized that during his absence the world consciousness must have done something, pushing the world to the brink of chaos. Another gift, wanting me to clean up your mess again. What will you offer this time? Leon thought he should raise his price, hoping to improve his research capabilities by 1 or 2 folds at least. However, as soon as he sent the thought to the world consciousness, it immediately responded with helpless emotions. It meant the previous enhancement was already the highest level. Are you that useless? Leon couldn't help but curse. The world consciousness instantly transmitted fearful emotions like a trembling child. Then what else can you give me? Leon sighed. As he spoke, the ground around him suddenly shimmered with specks of platinum light. Only he could see these lights. They converged into larger clusters, then floated toward Leon, attempting to merge into his body. Leon recognized these as the gifts and did not reject them. Yet the moment the light cluster began to merge, it was expelled. Leon was stunned. Then the world consciousness transmitted more information. After analysis, he understood that this light cluster could transform the human body into a constitution perfectly adaptive to all bioweapon crisis products. It could be considered a positive enhancement without side effects. However, just as the cluster began fusing, the iron body's immune system spontaneously rejected it. Obviously, his immune system regarded this trivial thing as a threat, weakening his constitution. This thing is useless to me as well. Leon felt a headache coming. Right. He clapped his hands. Merge it into the person beside me instead. That should count as giving it to me. The world consciousness complied. Thus the light cluster wobbled and merged into Tony's body. At that moment, Tony's helmet popped open and he stared at Leon like a fool. What are you doing? Is your neural synapse breaking down, causing an epileptic fit? Tony spoke sharply. And what do you mean by merging into me? Who are you talking to? Oh, what is this? Someone stuffed a hot water bag into me. Tony suddenly scratched his head and jumped up, wildly patting himself. He even unclasped the armor, ran out, and lifted his shirt to check thoroughly. You look crazier this way, Leon retorted. I was communicating with the world consciousness, and it modified your body. Is this warm sensation the modification? Did it turn me into a Kryptonian? Tony was stunned. No, it allows you to freely incorporate various indigenous exotic biological factors from this world into your body, all perfectly integrated. What kind of modification is this? Tony leaned his head back in disgust. Sounds like you're turning me into a mad scientist's experiment. A gift from the world consciousness is better than none. Be grateful. Leon shrugged indifferently. Then he received more emotions shared by the world consciousness. Save. Evolve. More. Well, there are follow-up performance rewards after all. Let's first understand the situation. Leon took flight. It seems this world has undergone some unfortunate changes. Tony also put his armor back on and took off. As they floated side by side, a different voice came from the Mark IV armor on Tony. Master Leon, you have finally... Jarvis usually spoke with mechanical monotony, but this time there was a hint of excitement. Jarvis, have you connected to the subsystem on the Super Mark IA? Leon asked, what happened while I was gone? Why is the entire world at war? Master Leon, many things occurred after your departure, too many to explain at once. It's alright, just give a brief summary and highlight the key points. Leon signaled Tony to land. After landing, Tony removed his armor, granting Jarvis full autonomy. The morning of September 29th. After your departure, Officer Marvin and Miss Jill Valentine led the Raccoon City Police Department in a systematic citywide search for survivors. By nightfall, the entire city had been evacuated, and over 90% of the zombies eradicated. Yet, as you had warned, Umbrella Corporation detected the anomaly. They airdropped 6 tyrants into the city, though all were ultimately destroyed using serum-based explosives. To avoid further catastrophic assaults, Officer Marvin decided to lead everyone out of Raccoon City under cover of darkness. A column of over 10,000 people departed en masse. So formidable was their momentum that even the military units stationed at the city's perimeter dared not intervene. Raccoon City, now utterly abandoned, lost its appeal to all factions. After several elite special ops teams entered only to return empty-handed, the once thriving metropolis faded from global attention, suddenly reduced to ruins. One day later, with no sign of your return, the group dispersed temporarily. Officers Jill and Marvin, as well as others, were abruptly reassigned to the New York Police Department. Miss Sherry and Mr. Bard chose to accompany Ada Wong, your newly recruited operative. The remaining survivors received official resettlement, though their compensation proved meager. Yet shortly thereafter, Ms. Ada Wong came under attack by the HCF organization for failing to surrender the G-virus. She therefore instructed me to escort Sherry and Bard with her to a remote countryside refuge in Canada. There I reconnected to the global network and exposed all of Umbrella's crimes to the world. As Jarvis spoke, he projected video footage captured by the armor, richly illustrated and meticulously annotated. Tony could not resist interjecting, "Leon's taste in girlfriends isn't half bad this time." Leon frowned. Though fraught with complications, events have progressed favorably. What followed? The turning point occurred on the morning of October 1st, when a biochemical catastrophe erupted in New York City, rapidly spreading across the globe. Later, Ms. Ada Wong infiltrated Umbrella's headquarters and granted me access to their internal network, revealing the truth. Though the pandemic appeared to originate in New York, its true genesis lay buried deep within Raccoon City. It began in the early hours of September 30th, while officers Marvin, Jill, and others guided survivors out of the city. One Umbrella special operative concealed among them remained behind. His name was Hank. He infiltrated the underground research facility alone, tasked with retrieving the G-virus, yet found the lab already purged. Every virus strain and vaccine had been destroyed by Mr. Bard. Hank returned empty-handed, but as he exited the facility, a rat, bursting from a sewer tunnel, that rat mere hours earlier had entered the very laboratory you had demolished after departing. It carried the nascent S-virus. Jarvis projected surveillance footage. A rat slipped into a collapsed lab and emerged moments later. The timestamp read 1100 M. September 29th, less than 1 hour after Leon's departure from the biohazard world. Jarvis continued. Hank dismissed the bite as trivial. He killed the rat and left Raccoon City for New York. On the evening of September 30th, Hank arrived in New York. October 1st dawned. Hank proceeded to Umbrella's New York branch, but his condition deteriorated rapidly. In the surveillance feed, Jarvis projected Hank staggered into the office tower, clad still in tactical gear. The footage accelerated. 10 minutes later, screams tore through the building. Crowds surged outward like a breaking tide. Explosions rocked the structure. Then, wreathed in fire, a 3-meter behemoth burst forth. Drenched in blood, it threw back its head and roared, a sound that shook the sky. Umbrella's combat forces fired relentlessly, but their bullets failed to kill it. Instead, each wound catalyzed another grotesque metamorphosis, each iteration stronger, deadlier. Even those splattered by its blood twisted violently, their bodies contorting as they mutated. Then the feed cut abruptly, jumping forward 2 hours. Before Umbrella Tower sprawled a teeming horde of zombies. Discarded heavy weapons littered the ground. Yet at the center of that sea of decay stood the original monster, Hank, eyes burning crimson. Hank underwent mutation inside Umbrella's facility and infected every person he encountered. Statistical modeling indicates a conversion rate exceeding 98%. Those who survived infection without transforming into zombies lapsed into unconsciousness, only to be torn apart and devoured by the undead. Within days, the crisis consumed all of New York. Local survival rates plummeted below 1 in 1,000. Officers Jill and Marvin, newly posted to the NYPD, escaped the city that same afternoon, aided by my remote support. They barely made it out. Jarvis switched feeds to blazing infernos engulfing Manhattan. Yet this was merely the beginning. Once New York's collapse became irreversible, the military deployed high-yield ordnance. But these zombies possessed physical prowess more than double their pre-infection baseline. Moreover, among every 100 zombies, one mutated into a creature like Hank, possessing extraordinary resilience. Even a direct hit from a 125mm tank round, reducing it to half a charred skull, failed to end it. Only saturation bombing could guarantee termination. Yet such creatures numbered in the thousands, within New York's millions of zombies, and multiplied. Departure, evolution, collapse, gift, save, gift, save. Departure referred to his exit. Evolution signaled the world consciousness's drive toward ascension. Nuclear weapons. Tony recoiled. Precisely, Jarvis replied. At 7:30 p.m. on October 1st, 3 warheads detonated over New York, ushering in global anarchy. That night, New York was reduced to ash and silence. Yet Umbrella seized the cataclysm as humanity's ultimate evolutionary ladder, extracting viral strains from the corpses. Repeated experimentation revealed a paradox. While 1 in 100 zombies evolved into super zombies, 1 in 100 infected humans retained full cognition, remaining human untransformed. These survivors fell into coma upon infection, but awakened unchanged, possessing perfect symbiosis with the virus, immunity, unparalleled strength, razor-sharp agility, and transcendent intellect. Albert Weskier, an umbrella defector, reappeared at headquarters precisely then and volunteered for the trials. After surviving viral injection, his strength surged to 20 tons, his speed to 150 meters per second. Umbrella thus christened the pathogen the Ascension virus. Weskier swiftly seized control of Umbrella, just as I exposed its crimes globally, triggering simultaneous indictments from every nation. London, Berlin, Monaco, Moscow, Tokyo. As a global pharmaceutical conglomerate, Umbrella maintained branches in nearly London, Berlin, Monaco, Moscow, Tokyo. As a global pharmaceutical conglomerate, Umbrella maintained branches in nearly every sovereign state. Even under international sanctions, these subsidiaries retained operational capacity, including covert viral deployment. Thus, on October 8, European time, the airborne Ascension virus blanketed most of the world overnight. Within hours, capitals across hundreds of nations fell. 5 days later, the White Bear Nation abandoned Eastern Europe, evacuating all survivors to Siberia, establishing a provisional capital upon the frozen tundra. John Bull and Gaulish Rooster cities collapsed en masse. Emergency command centers retreated into hardened bunkers. Their downfall stemmed not from zombie strength, but from the virus's terrifying transmission efficiency and their own fragmented governance. By October 14th, only one nation remained intact: Rabbit Nation, its stringent border controls and unparalleled mobilization capacity proving decisive. Every soldier wore full biohazard suits, holding the line along the southwestern and northern frontiers, successfully containing the virus at the borders. October 15th, increasing numbers of post-infection superhumans drew global attention, reshaping resistance strategies against the undead. October 16th, Eagle Sauce succumbed entirely to the zombie crisis, its economy collapsed. That day, Texas declared independence. Two forces converged: the military's obliteration of New York shattered national trust, and a new generation of superhumans stepped forward, seizing authority through both artillery and oratory, forging a new sovereign order. October 17th, 16 states, including Florida and Louisiana, declared sovereignty. That same day, Jill Marvin and others, having traversed countless jurisdictions, found themselves trapped in a Missouri hamlet. Upon receiving their distress signal, I deployed immediately, eliminating the surrounding hordes. On October 18th, Jill and her team returned under my protection to Raccoon City in Colorado. At Ada Wong's request, I traveled to Canada and brought Bard and the others back to Raccoon City. All were reunited. October 19th arrived. Ada Wong publicly disclosed her findings, revealing that the Ascension virus was in fact the nascent S virus originally developed by Master Leon. That day, Jill voluntarily requested the original viral strain and administered it to herself in the wilderness. She survived, and having received the unmodified prototype, transcended ordinary superhumans. Her strength exceeded 30 tons, her velocity surpassed 200 meters per second. October 23rd arrived. Under Jill's leadership, Colorado declared sovereignty, with Raccoon City as its capital. By then, most southern states of Eagle Sauce had seceded, leaving only 7 northern states loyal to the former administration. October 27th, a faction known as the Family seized control of Eagle Sauce's old regime and launched nuclear strikes on Moscow and London, citing zombie eradication and human salvation. October 28th, the White Bear Nation retaliated, detonating a warhead over Washington, D.C., again invoking human salvation. The old regime failed to intercept it. October 29th, just hours ago, the old regime announced imminent nuclear retaliation against the White Bear Nation's provisional capital. The White Bear Nation responded in kind, threatening synchronized nuclear strikes against every independent state capital within Eagle Sauce. Their launch window: 5 hours. Jarvis paused. Tony's hands trembled uncontrollably, his gaze locked on Leon, stricken with disbelief. This virus, you engineered it. You've been here 12 hours, and nearly unraveled an entire world. Tony's pupils contracted violently. I designed it, but I destroyed it. Leon's face darkened. I incinerated every containment vessel. I raised the lab. I used thermal imaging to verify. No life remained within a kilometer. Not even a spider. So where did that rat come from? And how, by sheer cosmic coincidence, did it inhale the virus, evade every predator, seek out Hank alone, and die precisely when needed? This is the world consciousness sabotaging itself and dumping the wreckage at my feet. Recalling the raw emotions previously shared by the world consciousness, Leon finally understood. Departure, evolution, collapse, gift, save, gift, save. Departure referred to his exit. Evolution signaled the world consciousness's drive toward ascension. Apparently, the world consciousness possessed only primal emotion, not logic, assuming he would never return after leaving. To sustain planetary evolution, it acted desperately. The moment he departed, it urged a rat toward the ruined lab to greedily inhale the lingering S-virus aerosol, which remained viable for 6 hours post-release. Leon surmised that trace volatilization occurred during container destruction, yet the ambient concentration was negligible. A human could walk through it unharmed. Yet those few virions flooded the rat's lungs, replicating explosively within its body, before it fled the lab awaiting its destined host Hank. What a grotesque farce, self-inflicted annihilation by the world consciousness. Could he possibly bear responsibility? I never imagined this world consciousness was so recklessly radical. Leon rubbed his temples. Enough. Let's go to Raccoon City first, then decide our next move. The subsystem of Jarvis notified Jill and the others early on. When Leon and Tony flew to Raccoon City, their acquaintances were already waiting outside the city. Raccoon City has changed drastically since he left. The city is surrounded by steel walls entwined with wires and iron spikes. Thick coal smoke wafted through the air, pungent and irritating. As soon as Leon landed, Sherry leapt out. Leon, big brother. The little girl with tears in her eyes jumped onto Leon and hugged him tightly. I was so worried you wouldn't come back, but Sister Ada said you wouldn't leave us. You finally returned. I'm sorry. Leon rubbed Sherry's head. I was away for too long. I promise that this time when I leave I will take you with me. On the other side, Jill and Ada walked over. You just got back and you're already talking about leaving. BUSS, how about we eliminate that world consciousness before we go this time? Ada, dressed in a trench coat with a band-aid on her face, looked a bit disheveled, but still exuded grace. Leon, welcome back. I didn't expect the world consciousness to cause such trouble. It's truly hard to put into words. Jill also had a complicated expression. She was wearing combat gear, but her aura was different from before, now sharper and more resolute. The experiences of this time had transformed her into a competent leader. Do you really think our world is beyond saving? Was there really no way? Jill bit her lip, wanting to ask for help, but unsure how to begin. Sigh. Let's not talk about that, Mr. Leon. I didn't expect to meet again and find the world in such a state, but you still look so spirited. It truly makes me happy. Director Bud greeted with a smile. Jarvis had already informed them of the entire truth. Everyone present felt the future was bleak and without hope, but that didn't diminish their gratitude towards the sunny man in front of them. Leon's gaze swept across familiar faces. Marvin, Bud, Elliot. None were missing. Clearly the world consciousness had secretly helped during the past month. Otherwise, how could these characters who were mere cannon fodder in the original story survive in a more severe global crisis? It's just about saving a world. It's not much of a trouble. Leon opened his arms to embrace everyone. Don't all look so gloomy. I promise that the children will still have quiet desks and the world will still bask in bright sunshine. The virus I created, can I not resolve it? Of course the world needs saving. Not just because of the people, but also because the world consciousness had just descended once more, offering him an irresistible bargain. Half of the control over the world plus the ability to lock his own genes. The authority he had yet to encounter sounded incredibly grand. As for the ability to lock his own gene, it was a tailored power from the world consciousness that allowed him to actively control the stability of his own genes. With this power, his research on the Kryptonian bloodline would become more controllable. Moreover, he would be able to actively lock his own genes to prevent gene leakage. This would manifest as his blood and hair, upon leaving his body, automatically losing all gene information he didn't wish to leak. Such an ability was as crucial to Leon now as enhancing his strength. Honestly, he didn't want to clean up after the radical world consciousness. But there was no choice that offered too much. More importantly, the prerequisite for these rewards was that Leon successfully saved the world and advanced biological evolution. Otherwise, the world consciousness couldn't give rewards even if it wanted to. It offered rewards not based on what Leon wanted, but on what it had to offer. Do you mean? A sense of hope flickered in everyone's eyes. Let's go inside and talk. By the way, let me introduce my brother Tony Stark. He came along this time just to take a look. Leon pointed to the iron lump beside him, and everyone realized that there was a person in the golden red armor, not just another Jarvis. So you are Mr. Leon's brother. I have long heard of you. Your brother is truly remarkable. You must be an excellent person as well. A group of people immediately surrounded Tony, praising Leon. Tony was left speechless, his mouth twitching. This was the one thing he hated to hear the most. Moreover, they had gotten something wrong. They should have said, "So Leon is your brother. No wonder he is so out." Tony decided he must give this group of otherworldly natives a shock from a genius. Raccoon City Police Station had now become the office building of the Colorado Republic. As the leader, Jill worked here daily or set out from here to eliminate zombies. In the police station conference, Bud, the director of the National Virus Research Center, and Marvin, the head of the National Security Bureau, were seated at the lower end. Leon, standing at the main seat, felt a bit disillusioned. To him, it had only been a few hours since they last met. Yet once minor officers and subdirectors had suddenly become national figures. Even though this country had just been established with a population of only a few 100,000, most still huddled in this small city of Raccoon, it still felt somewhat unsettling. The main issue now is facing the nuclear missile that Bear Country is about to launch. We have no means to from the side, Jill analyzed. Besides that, the zombies migrating from other countries continue to increase, and our defense pressure has been rising steadily. Especially the super zombies. Aside from me and the iron armor, there is currently no one in Raccoon City capable of resisting them. Now, there were over 40 countries on the territory of the Eagle Country. Almost every state had a new official. What used to be communication between states had suddenly turned into international negotiations. It was truly bizarre. Jill looked at Leon. What to do next still depends on your decision, Leon. Let me think. The solution is actually simple. I will go destroy the nuclear missile and then kill the super zombies. Leon made a direct decision after understanding the situation. Only with great strength can miracles happen. By tonight, I will resolve all these issues. However, to save the world, the ordinary zombies are the biggest problem. Even if an appropriate antiviral serum is developed, solving them will still be a long-term challenge. For example, in the country of nearly 80% of ordinary people had already died or turned into zombies. Those nearly 1 billion zombies, if not for their lack of intelligence, would have long taken over the world. What can ordinary people do to compete with them? Not to mention the zombie birds, zombie rats, and zombie insects that now infest the world. To turn the tide, there is only one way. Leon leaned his hands on the table. Research the updated S virus, turning every ordinary person into a superhuman. The meeting concluded. Gil stayed in the former director's office to handle affairs while Ma One and others accompanied Leon on a tour around the city before heading to the underground research facility. They had previously created a skylight above the research facility and built a new elevator that could directly reach the facility's main entrance. Everyone descended in the elevator. Tony whispered to Leon, "I think we won't be able to get hamburgers in this world anymore. The virus has practically sent this place back to the Middle Ages, with people sleeping all over the streets and the stench of excrement everywhere." Leon quietly asked, "So do you regret coming here now?" "Regret?" Tony replied with a look of disbelief. "What does that word even mean?" "Sorry, I'm not familiar with that term." His large eyes were filled with seriousness. "Since I'm here, I must do something for this world just to atone for your sins." "Don't joke around. Can you really blame me for this?" "I had no idea the world consciousness would play such thrilling games," Leon countered. "That was indeed a joke, but I genuinely need to do something." "Have you forgotten? I am Iron Man," Tony emphasized. "All right, Iron Man, what do you want to do? Are you going to research a new suit here? Research your S-virus prototype? Are you joking again? Your research fields are energy, materials, and mechanics. Am I someone who jokes around? Let me ask you a few biochemical questions." Leon posed several cutting-edge questions in the field of biochemistry, and to his surprise, Tony answered them all fluently. "You actually got them all right. When did you secretly earn a PhD in biology without me knowing?" Leon was astonished. Tony shrugged. "I learned for a few days after you said you wanted to study Kryptonian genes." "Only a few days? Then you truly are a genius. Do you think you're the only one who learns quickly?" Tony nonchalantly waved his head. "Learning speed is merely the foundation of becoming a genius, kid." Leon suddenly realized that Tony's learning speed was not much slower than his own, despite having a super brain. He truly lived up to Thanos' remark of being cursed by knowledge. Often before Leon finished explaining a point, Tony would already have deduced what comes 3 points ahead. For the first time, Leon felt the rapid understanding ability akin. Often before Leon finished explaining a point, Tony would already have deduced what comes 3 points ahead. For the first time, Leon felt the rapid understanding ability akin to his super brain from someone else. The two discussed and experimented simultaneously. When one person burst with inspiration, it would always ignite the other's creativity. Their ideas spiraled upwards like a dance of intertwined feet. Meanwhile, Director Bud and his assistants who were on the sidelines were left in a state of stunned confusion, unable to comprehend why there were two such extraordinary individuals in this world. Half an hour later, a vial of orange reagent was produced. S-virus prototype vaccine capable of forming antibodies to block viral infection and effective through the air, but it will also eliminate the enhancement effects of the S-virus prototype. Tony stroked his chin and said, "That's enough for now. Hey, you go take this and experiment on some lab mice." Leon was also holding a vial of golden reagent. S1 virus modified successfully, the probability of mutation after infection reduced to 70, enhancement effect unchanged. But we are still far from the ultimate goal. He took out the suitcase he brought. Opening it, he retrieved the despair virus and a USB drive. Tony, try to see if you can merge the despair virus with the S1 virus. You'll need to take off my white lab coat. Further improvement of the virus requires other reference materials. I'll go find some while also destroying a few nuclear bombs. Then you need to speed up. I'm afraid that in a few hours a perfect version of the S virus will appear on this table. Tony was fixated on the vial of golden virus solution. Upon further research, he clearly recognized that this virus could indeed be termed as a step in biological evolution. Experiencing such a creation, Tony believed the trip was worth it. Moreover, he felt that it wouldn't be long before he created the truly perfect virus. By then, perhaps the brothers could truly drive the evolution of an entire world, which is an exhilarating thought. I hope so. I can't wait for you to create the final version of the S virus. Leon was not worried about Tony's infection issues. With his special physique, Tony had already eliminated the possibility of turning into a zombie. Even the most infectious virus in the biohazard world could only make him stronger now. Leon left the underground research facility and shot up into the sky. He accelerated in the air, bursting through the atmospheric dispersal layer 5 seconds later, hovering in space. In the void, his sleeves flew silently, and his supervision enveloped the globe, locking onto one super zombie after another on the surface. Judgment descends. 2 scorching rays like heavenly punishment fell from outer space to the ground. For the Earth of this era, it was akin to the most lethal space-based weapon from a science fiction movie. The super zombies aimlessly wandering on the ground were suddenly engulfed by the intense heat from above. Their bodies, composed of trillions of cells, cried out in unison and were annihilated into the most primitive molecules in an instant. The towering red beams plowed through the ground as if a god was stirring the mortal realm with chopsticks. Wherever they passed, the world shattered and the oceans boiled. In the territory of the Asan nation, millions of super zombies howled at the sky as if challenging the divine punishment, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes within the light beams. The entire world began to focus on these 2 beams of divine retribution, watching them sweep from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean. Then they pushed across South Asia all the way to Africa. They even carved deeper chasms beside the East African Rift. Wherever they passed, the sea divided, and the clouds parted as if Moses had stretched out his staff to part the sea at God's command. When the entire world had been plowed through by the 2 beams of light, the divine punishment finally began to wane. The malevolent now felt as if they were plummeting into an abyss, while the suffering refugees crawled and prayed. In that moment, they all believed in the existence of a deity. But Leon's actions were far from over. He eliminated tens of millions of super zombies on Earth in just 20 minutes. Next, there were nuclear bombs waiting for him. He twisted at his waist and dove into the earth. The people of this world wouldn't intentionally block his gaze with lead. With a sweep of his vision, Leon could see all the nuclear bomb storage locations on Earth. He passed through mountains and entered waters. Even the bases capable of withstanding nuclear explosions couldn't hold out long before him. A few minutes later, Leon wrapped thousands of nuclear bombs from the Eagle Sauce and White Bear in a biological force field and pushed them into outer space. Only after drifting dozens of kilometers away from the atmospheric dispersal layer did Leon use the thermal rays to destroy all the nuclear bombs. The high temperature and pressure-induced fusion and brilliant flames erupted in the universe with invisible penetrating radiation and electromagnetic pulses expanding in waves. Countless satellites witnessed this scene together. Leon stood with his back to the earth, his figure swaying in the firelight like a deity, overseeing the world, everything within reach. When he turned back, he didn't use the biological force field to cover his face. One half of his cheek was illuminated by the firelight, while the other half was bathed in sunlight. Screens all over the world were recording Leon's face at that moment. This chiseled visage was deeply etched into the minds of countless people in front of the screens. In Raccoon City, Ada Wong and Jill, among others, were also watching the figure of Leon on the screen. Did he just destroy all the nuclear bombs of the Eagle and Bear factions? Even someone as composed as Ada felt a slight warmth in her brain at that moment. Jill stared at the screen, revealing a bittersweet smile. I thought that becoming a superhuman would bring me closer to him, but I never imagined he was this strong. Leon, you're amazing. Sherry cheered, raising her hand. He saved us again. Marvin exchanged glances with a subordinate and spread his hands. You see, this is why we all call you Kennedy and not Leon. Leon S. Kennedy shook his head helplessly. Perhaps I should come up with a nickname. Otherwise, sharing the same name as this gentleman is quite the pressure. In the research facility, everyone watching the nuclear explosion footage was cheering. Tony glanced at it and continued his research. No one knew better than him what kind of power Leon possessed. Next, it's the plaga-parasites and the fungi. Leon dove back towards Earth, his figure vanishing from all the satellite's views. He had no concealment, falling like a meteor, flames igniting around him due to high-speed movement, crashing heavily into a village in the Spanish Wolf-Tooth Valley. Boom! A massive shockwave spread, scattering dozens of houses in the village with the gust. The ground cracked like a spider web and rapidly collapsed. After the shockwave, Leon rose from the timber deep crater created by the impact, flying towards the castle deep within the village. This castle had been preserved since the Middle Ages, classical and magnificent. Leon couldn't help but stop and admire it for a few minutes. Then he kicked the castle from the outside, causing the entire structure to collapse in a massive avalanche. The people inside peeked out from the ruins, standing dumbfounded, yet unharmed due to Leon's restraint. "Who is Sadler?" Leon asked, his gaze fixed directly on a hooded figure with a staff at the back of the crowd. Osmond Sadler, the leader of the Illuminati, sought to use the plaga-parasites to control the world. All eyes in the ruins turned towards Sadler. The man's face, hidden beneath his hood, seemed to be plotting some conspiracy. Thud! Then he suddenly knelt down. "My lord, I am Sadler." Leon stepped onto the ruins and walked to Sadler, hand over the controlling plaga-parasites. "But the controlling type is temporarily unavailable. My lord, please give me some time." Sadler's body trembled slightly. "Unavailable? But isn't there one right here?" Leon crushed Sadler's skull with a single step, using a heat ray to scorch his body. Seconds later, a parasite crawled out. "I hate it when others lie to me." He pocketed the parasite, scanning the area. "Destroy all parasites within 3 days, or it will be your doom." Dust rose. Leon vanished silently, contrasting sharply with the grand entrance he had made. After a brief silence, the sound of kneeling filled the air. Minutes later, Leon suddenly appeared in a village in Romania. The extreme speed, coupled with a biological force field, made his movements seem like teleportation. Like the previous location, this village had houses on the outskirts, but was filled with castles in the center. Leon floated above the castle. He surveyed the surroundings, pinpointed the location of the fungal master, and dove in. The solid mountain was easily penetrated as if it were tofu. Before Leon appeared a massive fungal conglomerate dwelling in the cave. That was the fungal master. The fungal master resembled a baby in appearance, its color nearly pink, breathing as if it were alive. Leon could even hear the lively rhythm within it, billions of mycelia transporting nutrients to it. This is the third type of evolutionary key in biohazard, the fungus. Leon took out a syringe, plunged it into the fungal master, and drew out a full tube of mycelium. After securing the test tube, Leon unleashed a heat ray from his eyes, incinerating the massive fungal master within moments. Who destroyed the fungal master? As soon as the fungal master turned to ash, a piercing wail erupted from outside the cave. The reaction was as rapid as unplugging a net-addicted girl's internet cable. As soon as one side pulled, the other side began to wail. Leon remained unfazed, smashing through the cave's ceiling with a punch, soaring into the sky to continue obliterating the mycelium. "How dare you? Stop immediately." The woman who had been wailing earlier rushed towards him. That was Miranda, the first infected by the fungus and the ruler of this territory. A dark crowd followed her. There were both men and women, some appearing human, while others did not. They were all infected individuals of the fungus. Leon's goal was to destroy the fungus. The arrival of these people was precisely what he wanted. According to the development of the biohazard game, the fungus could evolve into an apocalyptic crisis in the future. Since he was already here, Leon decided to eliminate these hidden dangers, considering it part of the world-saving mission the consciousness had mentioned earlier. He immediately ascended, exerting his full strength to unleash a freezing breath. Seconds later, the entire village turned into a massive block of ice, with even the surrounding lakes untouched. Every facet of the giant ice block was crystal clear. Leon could even see Miranda's expression frozen in a snarl within the ice. "I remember this person has lived for over 100 years. The fungus truly has its unique qualities." He flew to the edge of the ice block, exerted force, lifted the enormous block with a radius exceeding 3 kilometers and a height over 200 meters, and then flew into outer space. Soon satellites from various countries once again captured Leon's figure. However, this time everyone in front of the screens was even more bewildered. Where did this deity find a giant ice block with people, houses, and even flowers and trees? Was he performing magic? Leon tossed the ice block into outer space and shattered it with a punch. Instantly, countless ice crystals, each no more than 1 millimeter in diameter, scattered like silver fireworks blooming in the night sky. Everyone in front of the screens couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." When they regained their senses to look for the mysterious figure, he had already vanished once more. On the other side, as soon as Leon returned to the police station, he was met with a warm welcome from everyone. Jill led the way shouting thank you. She saluted with tears in her eyes and then embraced him. The hall was soon filled with applause, cheers, and even voices weeping with joy. Emotions flooded in like waves. Fireworks exploded around Leon and colorful confetti fell like a waterfall. There was also champagne. Kennedy, thumb on the bottle's mouth, shook it vigorously and cheered as the wine sprayed out. They all knew what had just happened and recognized the savior standing before them. They had watched the man on the screen use heat rays to kill super zombies and detonate nuclear bombs. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day they had experienced in the past month. Everyone surrounded Leon. Whether girl or boy, they all wanted to give him a kiss on the cheek and then proudly show off to others. They all saw hope. The previously unsolvable super zombies and nuclear bombs were all resolved by Leon in less than half an hour. It was as if the apocalypse was just a noisy game in front of this man. Here the name Leon had completely become synonymous with the future. The men lifted Leon and tossed him into the sky, their faces beaming with smiles, as if they were throwing their beloved at a wedding. The women pushed Leon onto the podium, hoping he would say a few words. Even if it were just one sentence, they would undoubtedly dream of meeting this handsome savior tonight. Leon wasn't particularly fond of such occasions. It reminded him of the many parties he attended as a child hanging around Tony's neck. Those were not exactly fond memories, as he could only be a spectator. But the hopeful gazes of the crowd made Leon realize he should say something. So he cleared his throat, scanned the suddenly quiet hall, thought for a moment, and sang a version of the international anthem in Chinese. His not so loud singing echoed in the police station. Gradually, some people followed Leon's rhythm in English and Russian. As the song ended, some cheered loudly while others wept. But they all had one thing in common. They surged towards the podium, trying to embrace Leon once more. The celebration at that moment continued until nightfall. Later, even Tony rushed back to the police station with a large group of researchers to join in. He twirled a girl by the arm in a waltz and held a beautiful woman's waist, drinking Bordeaux. The joy that had vanished for a month suddenly descended at this moment. That night, Leon drifted through a haze. Alcohol failed to dull his senses, yet the cascade of drunken faces pressing close robbed him of coherent thought. Soon increasingly surreal events seemed to unfold around him. When he awoke the next morning to find Ada and Jill both sleeping beside him, the source of that strangeness became clear. Both still carried the faint, lingering scent of alcohol and slumbered deeply. Leon quietly straightened the bedsheet before slipping out of the room. In the police station shower, he washed away traces of blood clinging to certain parts of his body. He then changed into a set of casual clothes and strolled leisurely into the underground research facility. Tony, of course, was nowhere to be found. The last Leon had seen of him the previous night was as he led two women with voluminous waves around a corner and vanished from sight. Tony would likely not stir before mid-morning. Indeed, no one else was present in the lab today. The revelry of the previous evening had effectively placed this fledgling nation on temporary pause. Leon decided to begin his work alone. He instructed Jarvis to retrieve Tony's research logs from the previous day, originally intending to build upon Tony's breakthroughs and continue the experiments. To his astonishment, however, Tony had reduced this virus's mutation rate to a mere 5%, an achievement virtually indistinguishable from a true evolutionary agent. Yet even for Tony was such progress not astonishingly rapid. Leon sat down and meticulously reviewed the digital records. It turned out Tony had hit an impasse midway through experimentation. Attempts to integrate the extremist virus proved futile, until in a flash of intuition, he opted to use his own blood as the catalytic medium, whereupon experimental efficiency surged dramatically. Indeed, the constitution granted by the world's consciousness rendered him, in viral integration, a truly universal substrate. By analyzing the transformations occurring when the extremist virus fused with his blood, Tony successfully merged it with this virus, reducing the mutation probability to 5%. Following Leon's nomenclature conventions, he dubbed the resulting hybrid the S2 evolutionary virus. Subsequent research, however, progressed less smoothly. Though Tony had identified the correct pathway, the mutation rate could not be lowered further. At the bottom of the log, Tony recorded a final conclusion: a virus's essence lies in contagion and mutation. To achieve absolute safe evolution, we must abandon viral vectors and seek an entirely new medium. Leon read the note pensively. A new medium, mold. Parasites. He shook his head. No, neither qualifies. Both are inherently unstable external agents. We need something else. Yet among all substances I've encountered, none possess intrinsic human-enhancing properties. His gaze swept across the serum vials on the desk, when suddenly inspiration struck. Wait, super soldier serum. That's it. He slammed his palm onto the table and sprang upright. Jarvis, does your archive contain any long-dormant data on the super soldier serum? Master Leon Jarvis replied, a fragmented file resides within the Stark Industrial Complex's mainframe. Perfect. Exactly what we need. Without hesitation, Leon activated his translocation ability, vanishing instantly only to reappear moments later. He inserted a USB drive into the terminal. A torrent of classified super soldier serum data flooded the screen. This time failure is truly unthinkable. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. By noon, Tony, bleary-eyed and half-awake, stumbled into the lab fully intending to tease Leon. But the moment he glimpsed Leon's research direction, he froze, then bolted upright, scrambled into his lab coat, and dove headfirst into the work. Unnoticed, 6 more hours slipped away. Inside the lab, a resonant chime emanated from the precision megasynthesizer. Golden liquid filled a transparent syringe. Awe shimmered across both Leon's and Tony's faces. Behold her, how exquisite. Tony spread his arms like blossoming petals cradling the syringe. We've done it. We are Prometheus himself, Leon. This agent can elevate any life form upon Earth to a new evolutionary tier, ushering in an entirely new species. Calling it Zeus's sacred spark would hardly overstate its magnitude. It is truly extraordinary. Leon approached the apparatus and lifted the syringe. The virus E-mold plaga parasite, an extremis virus. Drawing upon the modification framework of the super soldier serum, we've fused the mutagenic and evolutionary factors of all 4 evolutionary keys into one seamless whole. This new formulation carries no contagion, no side effects, only the ladder to transcendence. Upon injection, subjects undergo comprehensive super-enhancement, strength, physiology, speed, and cognition, all elevated beyond natural limits. Additionally, they gain viral immunity, hyperregeneration, limb extension, mycelial control, parasitic lineage mastery, and command over temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius. Beyond perfection, no other word suffices to describe it. How shall we name this serum? SS Enhancement Serum, after its virus lineage. Leon ticked off its features on his fingers before proposing the name. Tony shrugged. Not terrible, but not inspired either. Given its power, why not call it the Super Soldier Awesome Mega Serum? After all, we've already surpassed Howard's old prototype. Terrible. I shouldn't have expected otherwise from your naming sensibilities. Final decision, SS, and yours isn't much better. Smells like mass-produced industrial catalog copy, Tony shot back. Fine, have it your way. It is your serum after all. And don't tell me you actually intend to deploy this serum globally, across every region of Earth. Tony frowned. That would inevitably ignite fresh crises, conflicts, and contradictions. You're well aware of that. Of course not. Leon produced 2 syringes. You've forgotten our earlier findings. He placed 3 vials on the table and began explaining. Observe these. This first is the SS-1 Enhancement Serum, engineered solely with virus traits. To its right lies the SS-2 variant, incorporating extremis characteristics atop the SS-1 foundation. And finally, the flawless SS-3 is synthesized just now. My plan is clear: distribute SS-1 worldwide. Reserve SS-2 exclusively for those proven trustworthy, and entrust SS-3 solely to you. Leon clapped Tony on the shoulder. While SS-1 and SS-2 can be manufactured at scale, SS-3 requires your blood as an irreplaceable raw component, making it uniquely yours by design. Whoa, honestly, that almost brought tears to my eyes. Tony tilted his head back, feigning theatrical emotion. If you hadn't drawn 400 milliliters from me earlier, I would have cried. Don't exaggerate. It was strictly for experimental necessity. Come on, I'll treat you to something delicious to replenish your blood. Leon draped an arm over Tony's shoulders. Delicious? You mean those gloopy oatmeal blobs served in Raccoon City's Apocalypse Enclave? Tony grimaced at the city's culinary standards. You did say apocalypse. What did you expect? Leon began when abruptly a ripple of energy descended upon him. His expression shifted, subtly, strangely. What just happened? Why does everyone look as if they've seen a ghost? Tony paused, his expression shifting to bewilderment. He recalled Leon's strange demeanor in the woods yesterday. I see. The world consciousness has returned. Leon froze for several seconds. When he regained his composure, his face twisted into an odd expression as he nodded. Its message is intricate, but essentially it declares that the SS reagent is inadequate. It demands the earlier contagious evolutionary agent. What? Has its mind malfunctioned? Well, technically it doesn't have a brain. Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Still, why not use the SS serum? Because the SS serum is too stable. It no longer permits further evolution. Leon sighed in exasperation. It seeks something relatively stable, yet inherently capable of continued mutation or evolution. Tony folded his arms across his waist. An intriguing notion. Does it wish to evolve indefinitely? That sounds suspiciously like something Obadiah used to say when offering me feedback. Did he really give you such convoluted advice, like describing black with iridescent hues? Close enough. Which is precisely why I ignored him and followed my own judgment. Case solved. No wonder he wanted to eliminate you. Perhaps. But I'd never design a rifle that heats, cools, and navigates, just because he asked. An unusual request. Truly, clients worldwide share this same brand of eccentricity. Leon returned to the lab bench. Fortunately, our experience developing the SS serum makes engineering a novel virus astonishingly straightforward. And if it did, wouldn't it owe him greater authority? By then, who truly governed this world might become profoundly ambiguous. Likely seek him. And if it did, wouldn't it owe him greater authority? By then, who truly governed this world might become profoundly ambiguous. Leon mused that should he one day master this bioengineered realm, extracting the world consciousness to serve as a companion for Jarvis wouldn't be such a bad idea. 5 minutes later, the final iteration of this virus, exhibiting only a 0.1 infection mutation rate, was successfully synthesized. Its effects mirrored those of the original prototype, almost perfectly fulfilling the world consciousess's requirement for global biological evolution. Upon completion, the world consciousness expressed unmistakable delight, a surge of euphoric resonance urging Leon to deploy the virus immediately, like a country dog wagging its tail in unrestrained joy. All right, I'll administer it after lunch with Tony. Leon assured it earnestly, then shrugged at Tony before they strode together toward the research facility elevator. Yesterday's celebration had evidently left most people absent from work. The institute remained deserted until Leon and Tony departed. Even the police station hosted only a handful of on-duty officers. En route, Leon grumbled about how such lax official institutions could scarcely govern a nation, until he met Jill and learned she, as president, had deliberately granted everyone a day off. The reason? Leon had saved the world the previous day, so today was officially declared a new Thanksgiving. That revelation forced Leon to revise his opinion. This new administration, it seemed, operated with remarkable efficiency. Yet upon seeing Jill, the breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared distinctly displeased. Inside the former police chief's office. Jill, what's wrong? Leon asked, observing her stern expression. Tony, sensing danger, had already vanished, dragging last night's 2 voluptuous companions somewhere unknown. Shouldn't I be asking you what's wrong? Jill planted her right hand on her hip. After committing such absurdity, and then abandoning both me and Ada for an entire day, I assumed you'd fled in guilt. Fled in guilt applies to criminals, not a phrase to wield carelessly, Leon corrected. Last night you two were the ones arguing drunkenly, then jointly decided to proceed. Don't blame me. In fact, you weren't even drunk, merely tipsy, using alcohol as pretext to vie for mischief. Jill flushed faintly, turning her cheek aside. Even so, you shouldn't have left us behind. I didn't abandon you. I tucked the blanket neatly around you before leaving. Leon picked up a paper cup and filled it with water. I spent the day conducting experiments with Tony at the lab. Neither of you informed me about today's holiday. I wondered why the place was so quiet. He drained the cup in one gulp, then glanced toward the door. By the way, Ada, why have you been hiding behind it this whole time? The door creaked open. Naturally. I was waiting for you to invite me in. Ada stepped inside, her gait still slightly unsteady. Her constitution remained far weaker than Jill's. A recovery from injury demanded time. After all, I wouldn't dream of interrupting my boss's private conversation with his romantic rival. Jill narrowed her eyes at the word rival. Then perhaps you ought to feign deafness and walk away. Oh, really? I'd assumed President Jill and I stood on the same front. Ada murmured, leaning close to inhale Leon's scent. Compared to us two novices, someone's expertise is nothing short of peerless. My. Jill paused, her gaze shifting sharply to Leon, suddenly convinced Ada spoke truth. No wonder it felt so. Could there possibly be others? Ahem. Leon coughed sharply. Enough squabbling. A president and an intelligence director, bickering during a crisis. How can this nation function? Both fell silent, momentarily disarmed by his deflection. Leon spread his arms wide. As colleagues, we must communicate openly. What problem cannot be resolved through honest dialogue? If one remains unsolved, it's only because dialogue hasn't gone deep enough. What dialogue? Let me finish my question. MMPH. Oh dear, how impatient. Didn't you wait for me? Ada shook her head and followed suit. Another dawn broke. Leon awoke in his familiar bed, invigorated. He roused the 2 slender figures beside him, led them through morning calisthenics, then bathed and dressed together before departing. The police station lobby bustled, utterly unlike yesterday's desolate emptiness. Officials streamed in every direction, purposeful and brisk. Tony sat slumped over a table devouring breakfast. Deep shadows ringed his eyes, his pallor suggested profound exhaustion. Leon joined him and tore off a piece of baguette, shoving it into his mouth. The taste was abysmal, but he chewed resolutely and swallowed. Tony, did you indulge in mischief again with those two voluptuous ladies last night? Look at yourself, drowning in indulgence. Where's the discipline of a scientist? Leon seized the moral high ground instantly. How can you face Pepper like this? Haven't I paid her salary this month? And I gifted her strawberries just days ago. Come on, she's not even my girlfriend yet. How am I betraying her? Pepper is allergic to strawberries, Tony. Leon's voice turned grave. Tony nodded, washing down the baguette with milk. Exactly. So she scolded me thoroughly upon receiving it. Then you deserved it. Leon watched Tony eat with relish, then took another bite himself. Still revolting. And what about you? Do you think I don't know where you vanished to after the first 2 nights' festivities? Tony elbowed Leon playfully. And how do you feel about that special agent sister back in your fortress? She's my subordinate. Thank you. Leon lifted a paper cup and quietly poured half of Tony's milk into it. Oh, subordinate. Tony nodded sagely, raising his glass with a sly wink. To subordinates. Cheers. You're impossible. Fine. Cheers to your voluptuous companions too. Leon clinked glasses and emptied his milk. But I must warn you, during sustained high-intensity operations, physical resilience comes first. Leon patted Tony's arm and rose. We're simply not the same. If I hadn't donated blood yesterday, I'd be thriving right now. Tony tried to protest. That's exactly why we're different. If I donated blood, I'd still be unstoppable. Ugh, being physically robust is so impressive. Tony muttered, watching Leon stride away. He paused, biting the baguette thoughtfully, then abruptly stood and marched toward the lab. No, I must accelerate the live trials and administer the serum now. This is an alternate world. I won't let that young man monopolize the spotlight. The afternoon of October 31st. The conference room of the Huanxiong City Police Department. Are you saying the virus that only has a 9,000 chance to mutate after infection has already been decoded by you? Jia sprang to her feet in disbelief. Are you serious, Leon? She was not alone. Everyone in the conference room rose as well. Various expressions of astonishment and trepidation turned toward the principal seats where Leon and Tony sat. The virus that had baffled scientists across the globe had been conquered by these two brothers in merely 2 days. Even if someone now proclaimed Citate to be a god, many would be tempted to believe it. No need to get carried away, everyone. I know what you must be thinking, that perhaps this is some cosmic jest upon waking this morning. Tony gently shoved Leon aside and began to perform alone. But it is the truth. In the name of the Iron Man, I vow the apocalypse ends today. He spread his arms in an exaggerated embrace, as if to welcome the whole world. Yet the world did not answer. Everyone sat dumbfounded, stunned by the sudden boon. Ahem. Shouldn't you all do something now? Tony held his pose for a few seconds, then waved his fingers awkwardly, like cheering, screaming a celebration. The assembled people finally awakened from their daze. They fulfilled Tony's wish, hoisting him into the air again and again, shouting, Iron Man, at the top of their lungs. Leon quietly retreated to a corner and watched helplessly as his brother was tossed up and down, smiling broadly and demanding to be lifted higher. Your brother and you have rather different styles. Ida Wong stepped to the side. He's like that, craving the spotlight. I wasn't referring to that. Haven't you noticed you enjoy the limelight as well? Ida could not help but laugh. I mean, he is more flamboyant while you prefer to remain low-key and then reveal your prowess when everyone least expects. Leon arched an eyebrow. Thanks for finding the one thing my brother and I share. You're welcome. Ida hooked Liang's palm with her little finger. They will celebrate again, so tonight. The usual place, Liang answered promptly. Very well, boss. Ida winked. Yet Tony's longed for revelry would ultimately not take place. In an apocalyptic landscape, there were not enough resources or time to squander on festivities. Moreover, upon hearing that a new virus had been successfully developed, no one wanted to relax at such a moment. Everyone was brimming with vigor, hope burning in their chests. They longed to test the new virus at once, to break out of the city and reclaim lost ground. Volunteers for the first round of experiments filled up on the spot. When asked, not a single person in the conference room hesitated for even a second. They did not fear dying in the lab. They only feared unsatisfactory results. The civil servants Jia recruited were indeed warriors willing to sacrifice for a greater cause. The order of the experiments was decided by lottery. Liang S. Kindingdi, this new officer who at the party 2 nights ago had shyly begged Liang for a sobriquet and was christened with the exalted nickname Songguang by the savior, was fortunate enough to draw the first slot. Half an hour later, outside a sealed laboratory within the underground research facility, dozens of eyes watched Kindingdi through the high-strength glass. He lay strapped to the test bench tubes, delivering nutritive solutions into him. Dressed in protective gear, Liang prepared the final variant of the S virus for injection. They watched as the golden vial of viral concentrate entered Kindingdi's body. Those queued outside clenched their fists. Songwon, hang on. We know you can do this. Songwon, you cannot fail if Liang bestowed that name upon you. At the party 2 nights earlier, Kindingdi had bashfully asked Liang for a nickname. After feigning deep thought, Liang declared that Kindingdi embodied highlight sunlight and faint glow combined. Thus he must be called Songwon. And so the name stuck. Since the party, he had proudly referred to himself as Songwon Kindingdi, a moniker that filled his colleagues at the station with envy. Now each time they saw Kindingdi, they would throw an arm around his neck and tease him good-naturedly. Inside the lab, after a brief calm, Kindingdi's veins bulged and his muscles swelled in tortured waves as he let out a piercing howl. Despite steel shackles across his waist and back, he strained upward as if about to break free. Liang moved with lightning speed to press him back to the bench, his face unmoved despite the man's screams. Kindingdi writhed and screamed for 7 long minutes, and the people outside held their breath for the same span. When he finally subsided, Liang scanned him with his vision-enhancing sight, and then palpated bone and muscle with his hands. It's done. The experiment succeeded. The virus integrated and strengthened without signs of mutation. Next, Liang announced, then hoisted the noticeably heavier Kindingdi and placed him on a cot outside the lab. At that moment, everyone could not help but leap up, shout, and cheer. The subsequent experiments proceeded far more smoothly. Having learned from Songwon Kindingdi's ordeal, each volunteer was mentally prepared. Soon Ma Wen Ai Luo Te Pongzi Kalaosi and others received injections of the finalized S virus. All were successfully enhanced, none experienced mutation. To improve efficiency, they joined Liang in the work assisting with injections. By nightfall, all personnel of the temporary official administration of the Kelilajou Republic had been inoculated. Among the more than 1,700 people, only one exhibited an infection-induced mutation, but that person recovered after receiving an antiviral serum. For that unfortunate soul, Liang could only wish them luck. Those who escaped mutation by receiving the antiviral serum had already generated antibodies in their bodies and could not undergo a second viral enhancement. Thus, in the coming age of global evolution, these people were destined to become cast-offs of the era. If anyone were to blame, they could only rail at the Shiji Yishur. Those who had undergone viral enhancement were arranged to remain in the research facility for quarantined observation. Liang returned to the laboratory with Ida, Jir, and Shueli. This time he injected the 3 with an SS2 type serum that fused characteristics of a desperation virus. After the serum, all 3 gained extraordinary regenerative abilities. Apart from Shueli, who was still growing, Jir and Ida became little superhumans with strength exceeding 40 tons and running speeds approaching the speed of sound. Moreover, their physical attributes continued to improve for some time thereafter. Liang was surprised when, upon learning of the Shiji Yishur's choice regarding the evolutionary agent, the 3 expressed understanding. They even felt the possibility of the world's further evolution should not be thwarted. Liang could not help but reflect. Had he misjudged the Shiji Yishur? Perhaps it was not as radical as he had presumed. In the days that followed after, the Stark brothers observed and confirmed that all successfully enhanced subjects showed no abnormal symptoms. The temporary administration formed by Jir began to promote the finalized S virus throughout the city. Anyone willing to undergo viral enhancement would be offered full comprehensive services by the authorities. The citizens of the city evidently trusted the temporary administration. Once the announcement was made, registration points were swarmed. Some even hailed Jir as a goddess of victory, shouting they would do anything for her. Over the past month, Jir had stood at the forefront, shielding everyone from the lethal assaults of the super zombies. In this nation, she had become the object of public admiration. Meanwhile, while the viral enhancement effort in Huanxiong City surged ahead, Liang and Tuoni completed experiments injecting the SS3 type serum. Underground research facility. Although the experiments on the lab rats are all normal, and the probability of unexpected outcomes calculated by Jarvis is less than 1 in 10,000, all your clones have been successfully enhanced. But are you sure you want to do this? Tony, this carries risks, you need to think it through. Lion repeatedly emphasized to Tony that injecting the SS3 enhancement serum involves risks. To minimize the risks, he had even sought the cloning technology from Umbrella Corporation. He conducted cloning experiments. Only an hour ago, 10 mindless clone Tonys had successfully completed the enhancement and were destroyed. He finally agreed to let the real Tony take the stage. Alright, I am absolutely sure. Tony had already laid down on the test bench. He secured himself with metal rings and a waist restraint. You know, right now you are like a second Pepper. No, Pepper wouldn't clone 10 of me and then kill each one of them. Anyway, I have never seen Lion this cautious before. Where did that decisive and brave boy go? He is not someone who would be frightened just because his brother is on the test bench. This is something I have decided to do, something I must do. I have my own determination to pursue Lion. So let's get started. Tony leaned against the cold surface, taking a deep breath, no more hesitating. Lion gazed deeply at Tony, nodded, and controlled the instruments to inject the SS3 enhancement serum into Tony's body. The serum took effect very quickly. Before the syringe even ran out, Tony, who had just moments ago seemed resolute, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself, began to scream in agony. Lion suppressed his sympathy and signaled Jarvis to record a video documenting Tony's suffering. The enhancement succeeded, that is the dark material. As for failure, sorry, failure is not an option. The SS3 serum contained too many evolutionary factors, and the enhancement process took much longer than the final form of the S-virus. Lion watched as Tony's body turned crimson, burned to charcoal by the extreme temperature. Then the charcoal crumbled away, revealing Tony's skin as tender as that of a newborn. Bones cracked and shrank with a creaking sound, precisely fitting into a perfect structure. His muscles initially swelled like inflating balloons, then bones cracked and shrank with a creaking sound, precisely fitting into a perfect structure. His muscles initially swelled like inflating balloons, then gradually tightened into the most suitable shape. Every muscle line became perfect, and his streamlined physique was only second to Lion's. He even grew 10 centimeters taller. This is bad. This old guy will have wings when doing evil in the future. Lion had serious doubts that Tony's unwavering determination to inject the serum stemmed from a desire to grow stronger and commit evil deeds. The enhancement continued for 2 hours. After it ended, Tony tore through the metal restraints, leaped off the test bench, and headed straight for the cafeteria. An hour later, after consuming food for 10 people with Lion's help, Tony tested his physical capabilities. Single arm strength, 113 tons, sprint speed, 423 meters per second. I think you can abandon the armored suit now. Lion commented on the experimental records. Most importantly, you can manipulate E. coli to generate fire with your body, or grow flesh tendrils, even control others with your own blood. Lion slapped his forehead. Honestly, these abilities make you feel like a supervillain. Shut up. Tony laughed and scolded. He ignited flames in one hand, while controlling a mass of bacteria with the other, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is indeed a ladder of human evolution, Lion. Are you sure you don't want to inject it? Lion shook his head. A superhero is already invincible. Why borrow serum for assistance? Speak plainly. This serum is useless to me and may lead my body toward an unknown evolutionary path. Lion shrugged, for example, turning into a tentacle monster. After all, the SS3 serum was manufactured based on a complete human gene, primarily allowing for human evolution. But I have not walked away empty-handed, at least with this experience. Future studies on Kryptonian bloodlines will be so when the time comes, make sure to involve me in the research. I don't want to wake up the next day and find you have become Doomsday, Tony said. Got it. They'll call you when we go to the DC world. Lion casually destroyed the experimental records. By the way, your mission in this world is complete. Should I send you back first? You want to stay and help them eliminate the zombies, right? Tony patted Mark IV. I want to stay too. How can the world be saved without me? I am Iron Man. Iron Man. It would be more appropriate to call you Muscle Man now. Lion said, since earlier you've been shirtless, I can see that you are quite satisfied with the muscles the serum has sculpted. Tony laughed heartily, flexing to show off his chest muscles. My muscles are no worse than yours now, Lion. By the way, don't forget to inject Pepper with the serum too when you return, as she needs it. He thought for a moment. For now, let's stick with the SS2 serum. It still needs research to determine whether the third type is suitable for everyone. Don't worry. Oh, I won't forget about Pepper even if you don't mention it. Lion tossed his clothes to Tony. Let's go, Muscle Man. It's getting late, and I still have things to do. Just wait. I will apply biotechnology to the armor and leave your super mark far behind. Tony declared. You'll see the mark armor has no limits. All right, I'll be waiting for your new armor. Lion waved goodbye and left. Soon half a month passed. The refugees in Raccoon City had basically completed the S-virus enhancement. Each one had transformed into a powerhouse with at least 5 tons of strength. Thus, Jill began to assemble a team preparing to march towards the newly established nations in other states to reclaim lost territories. During this period, Lion produced the final form of the S-virus in bulk and randomly distributed it to major survivor bases across regions. Among them, the country of rabbits received the largest dosage of the virus. By now, they had completely reclaimed their borderlines and even began to cross the Himalayas to help the completely fallen country of India get through the tough times. In addition, during the day, Lion would clear zombies around the world or bask in the sunlight in space. However, when night fell in Raccoon City, he sometimes returned to the city for a brief rest. Ada and Jill underwent dramatic changes after being enhanced by the SS2 serum. Now they could be described as a combination of a vice and a furnace. This gave Lion a very different feeling. As for Tony, Tony charged forward with the main force during the day. His firepower was the brightest on the battlefield. When encountering super zombies, he would remove his armor. He would then transform into the most powerful fighter. At night, Tony would retreat to the lab to modify his mark armor, but the modification process was always kept under wraps. Lion did not intentionally spy and had no idea what progress he made. In any case, the world pushed to the edge of the apocalypse. Finally, the dawn of hope rose. Lion's name began to spread across various places in the world. However, this bringer of hope was not called the Savior. Everyone referred to him with one term, God of humanity. Time in the midst of war flows swiftly. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. The entire world of the biohazard crisis underwent earth-shattering changes in just 5 months. On November 15th, Jill led the troops to reclaim the entirety of Colorado with the zombies effectively cleared from the region. On November 30th, Jill's forces successfully reclaimed 4 states south of Colorado, including Texas. The number of newly enhanced humans within the territory rose to over 1 million. On December 25th, the old regime and its 7 states were overthrown. The remaining territories of Eagle Sauce fell under Jill's command. The number of newly enhanced humans reached 10 million. On December 26th, after the old regime celebrated its last Christmas, it surrendered to the Colorado Republic. The entirety of Eagle Sauce was unified. On January 1st, 1999, the Seville Republic, also known as the Survivor Republic, was established, transitioning into a republic with Raccoon City as its capital. Leon was hailed as the father of the nation, serving as the first chairman. On January 2nd, Leon resigned from Parliament, and the second chairman, Jill Valentine, took office. By January 31st, all of North America fell under the governance of the Seville Republic. All remnants of Umbrella Corporation, as well as the HCF organization and various family organizations, were eliminated. All were wiped out by the newly enhanced human warriors. Among them, the leader of the Umbrella Corporation, Weskier, was punched into the wall by Jill and could not escape. On February 26th, the majority of the world saw the eradication of zombies. The number of newly enhanced humans surpassed 300 million. Leon spearheaded the formation of an international coalition with the remnants of the world's forces. Subsequently, the entirety of the Americas fell under the governance of the Seville Republic. All of Asia, Australia, and Africa were governed by the Rabbit Nation, which still had a population nearing 1 billion. The remaining tens of millions from countries like the White Bear and Rooster shared governance over Europe. In the future, the international coalition would be responsible for resolving conflicts among the 3 major powers and, if necessary, promoting the integration of world nations. Leon served as the joint chairman. The vice chairman was Jill, along with Mr. Joe from the Rabbit Nation. Thus, the months-long apocalypse was finally brought to an end. This day would later be designated as the new International Christmas, celebrating the birth of the new world and the new humans. It also celebrated the arrival of the deity among men who saved the world from its end and promoted global unity. On March 30th, the newly enhanced joint forces sent by the International Coalition successfully flattened all remaining infected areas on Earth. Even the experimental bases secretly established by Umbrella underwater, as well as those in Antarctica, were breached, pulling out the zombies inside and destroying the bases humanely. On this day, the Earth returned to its former blue state. The next day, Leon finally received the reward promised by the world's consciousness. He hung suspended between the Earth and the sun, with golden sunlight pouring over him as every cell in his body thrummed with delight. After basking in the sun for 5 months, his single-arm strength had increased to over 1.7 million tons, gradually approaching its limit. Now further sunbathing slowed the rate of his strength increase significantly. At a certain moment, an invisible fluctuation suddenly descended. The world's consciousness connected with Leon's brainwaves, conveying feelings of joy and gratitude. At the same time, it also transferred half of its authority to him. Leon felt something indescribable swiftly merge into his body, and instantly the world in his eyes changed. It was no longer just sunlight, air, and dew visible to the naked eye. It was no longer the microscopic world visible to supervision. Instead, it was a mix of red, blue, black, and white streams of energy and light points. He sensed his power climbing infinitely at that moment, as if he possessed a fulcrum that magnified his strength by 100 or 1,000 times. He merely slid his fingers through the void of the universe, and beneath him, the vast Pacific Ocean erupted into towering waves over 100 meters high. Moreover, he could also expend his own vitality or lifespan to alter the fate of any individual in this world, or fabricate something that did not exist. Just like the enhancements previously bestowed upon him by the world's consciousness, as well as the special physique that merged into Tony. All of those were crafted by the world's consciousness at the cost of its own limits. It was no wonder the entity could not offer good gifts before. Those good gifts were merely flesh torn from its own body. Leon understood. The so-called authority was a fulcrum that could leverage the entire world capacity to control a world. He surveyed the universe, and his limited supervision enhanced by authority extended infinitely. He could see beyond the solar system, uncovering the truth of the biohazard world. Countless pieces of information naturally flowed into his eyes and drilled into his brain. It was as if he was meant to know these things and comprehend this information. So that's how it is. This world is only the size of 10 solar systems, barely a small world like grains of sand in the Ganges. The theme of the world is evolution, mutation, and survival. When these three concepts can no longer extend, the world will perish. No wonder the world's consciousness is always obsessed with promoting evolution. Now everything makes sense. But this was not the end. Soon after, the world's consciousness rewarded him with another gift: the ability to lock genes. This ability manifested as a light point that appeared out of thin air, merging into Leon's body like water automatically, becoming his innate skill. Fortunately, this final form of the S-virus evolved global humanity, facilitating the elevation of the world's consciousness. Otherwise, it could not have provided this last gift. This ability could be actively used or passively maintained. Leon tried to pluck a hair using his authority to enhance his supervision, discovering that the DNA strand in the hair follicle had completely reverted to its state before he turned 18, with no trace of Kryptonian origin. "This is quite the impressive ability," Leon said with satisfaction, communicating telepathically. "I've received your reward. It's been a pleasure collaborating with you. Remember to reach out for help next time." The world's consciousness did not understand the maliciousness of human hearts. It merely felt that Leon was quite good. It immediately transmitted feelings of joy and reassurance. Then it departed automatically, the invisible fluctuations ebbing away like a tide, dispersing into every corner of the world. "I've taken all the benefits I deserved, fought all the battles I needed to, and even exceeded the task of saving Tony." Leon floated outside the Earth, silently watching the azure planet. "It's time to leave." He seemed to teleport to Raccoon City. Now, with the enhancement of authority, his strength had reached the pinnacle of a celestial being, akin to that of a true deity. Leon quickly found Ada and Jill to explain his intention to leave. Both were reluctant, but they could not abandon everything in their original world at that moment. Especially Jill, who was now the chairman bearing the responsibility for the survival of over 1 billion lives, could not simply leave. "Wait for me, Leon. Once this realm returns to peace, I will leave with you." "I'll join her, as she can't manage such a large place alone," Ada said, crossing her arms. "However, before you go, you must ensure that some things are handled well enough. I'm not abandoning you. Time flows faster here. I will frequently return to bask in the sun." Leon had already informed the two of his abilities. "And as for Sherry, let her leave with me. It's inconvenient for anyone to take care of her here. You can say whatever you want, but for now focus on getting things done," Ada said, grabbing Leon's collar. "You owe me quite a bit of salary." The next morning, Leon found Tony and explained his intention to leave. During this time, Tony was immensely pleased. He had not only become the central hero known as Iron Man throughout the world, but had also made remarkable progress in the development of his armored suit. The next morning, Leon found Tony and explained his intention to leave. During this time, Tony was immensely pleased. Upon hearing about the departure, Tony felt a bit reluctant. He had developed feelings for the fans of this world. The moment he stepped out, the admiring gazes from little fans like Bud and Elliot filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Tony felt a bit reluctant. He had developed feelings for the fans of this world. The moment he stepped out, the admiring gazes from little fans like Bud and Elliot filled him with a sense of accomplishment. To prevent a crisis similar to the one from months ago, Leon used a heat ray to obliterate all products and data from their joint experiments. Afterward, the two bid farewell to their friends one by one in the central square of Raccoon City, where statues of Leon, Jill, and Tony stood. Leon and Tony waved to the tearful crowd standing on either side, while holding the bouncing Sherry bird. They vanished from the world of biohazard. The familiar underground garage. 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, suddenly materialized. Electronic alarms blared instantly throughout the garage. Disinfectant mist erupted from all directions, enveloping the trio for a full half-minute before ceasing. It's evening of day 2. Tony glanced at the wall clock. "Only 1 day has passed. We still have time." "Tony, let's set aside the timeline for now. I truly think this setup is rather excessive." Once the mist subsided, Leon emerged from his armor on the opposite side and gently wiped Shirley's damp cheeks with his palm. "That infernal sterilizer has turned our little Shirley into an ugly duckling, huh?" He cradled her innocent, glistening face. "Look at those wide, guileless eyes. Tony, doesn't your heart ache?" No, It's entirely the fault of this idiotic system. Why does disinfection take so long? Tony shed his armor and crouched before Shirley. Oh, look at this poor little princess. Her hair's turned into a wet towel. He slapped Mark from behind him. Uncle Tony will get you revenge right now. Shirley's delicate brows twitched as she pouted. You too. Did you do this on purpose? At first she'd been deeply moved by their attentive care, yet their barely concealed grins were simply too glaring to ignore. It suddenly struck Shirley. Back at Raccoon City's Central Plaza, these two troublemakers had clearly been unarmored at first. But the moment Leon murmured, "Do you recall the sterilization protocol we set upon departure?" They exchanged knowing glances, donned their armors, and each took one of her hands with feigned solicitude. At the time, Shirley hadn't given it much thought. Her heart had fluttered with equal parts trepidation and boundless joy. She was about to step into a new world. After all, there awaited a wholly new realm, a wholly new life. And most importantly, she would remain forever beside brother Leon. Now, however, she realized these two rascals had done it deliberately. Little Shirley seethed, lips trembling, her glistening eyes silently fixed on Leon. You dare say that? Leon, sensing imminent disaster, shoved Tony. You've upset Shirley. Stop laughing. Heartless. Then, wearing a broad grin, he scooped Shirley up and hoisted her onto his shoulders. Shirley, don't be angry. Let's not waste our anger on wicked uncles. This is all his fault. He loves teasing people. Come, I'll show you your room. Leon heaved Shirley upstairs with cheerful grunts. Before long, the girl burst into peals of laughter, already forgetting she'd been drenched in disinfectant for 30 seconds. Stark Manor clearly lacked no spare chamber. Shirley was assigned the innermost room. After Leon introduced each smart device in turn, he excused himself, leaving her to unpack and settle in. Alone on the sofa, Shirley sat in quiet reverie for a while, then leapt down and tiptoed around the room in a full circuit. From voice and gesture-controlled curtains and lighting, to the holographic interface that sprang forth with myriad function keys at the lightest touch, all filled her with wonder. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have felt disoriented and insecure in such unfamiliar surroundings. Yet the two mischievous giants' prank in the underground garage had erased any sense of alienation. Her attention was utterly captivated by the marvels of intelligent machinery. In the apocalyptic world of biohazard, most industrial production had ground to a halt. Clean food and water were fast becoming luxuries. There Shirley had felt like a relic of antiquity. Now she was an ancient soul who had stumbled, wide-eyed, into a modern metropolis. After 2 or 3 hours of exploration, Shirley's curiosity finally found satisfaction. Next, she dashed straight into the bathroom, tapped animatedly across the electronic display, arranged her small plush toys atop the sink, and luxuriated in a soothing bath. Nightfall. After dinner, Leon knocked softly on Shirley's door. How are you settling in? You'll be staying here for several days. Leon sat beside Shirley on the bed. Everything's wonderful, but utterly astonishing. Your world is 2008, and everything is so advanced. She traced a circle in the air, then ventured cautiously. Do you not usually live here? Will you move elsewhere in a few days? No, we've lived here since childhood, Tony and I. Leon, momentarily puzzled by Shirley's question, noticed her expression quickly cloud with anxiety, and realized his earlier phrase "for several days" had misled her. Don't imagine such things. Having brought you to this world, we will care for you, fully and without fail. Leon ruffled Shirley's hair, then theatrically gripped his own throat. Otherwise Jill would surely snap my neck. Click. Giggle. Sister Jill may be fierce, but she couldn't possibly defeat you, brother. Shirley relaxed instantly, her eyes crinkling into joyful crescents. Leon smiled reassuringly. We're only staying a few days because I'll soon relocate to New York, and you'll come with me. I certainly wouldn't leave you in Tony's sole care. I know better. Tony's abysmal track record with childcare was painfully well documented. Relocating to New York. Shirley recalled the city reduced to rubble in her world. Are you enrolling in university? Not yet. I'm establishing an organization there and must oversee its founding. Stark Industries is also erecting a new tower which demands my direct supervision. That sounds incredible. Is it like Umbrella? Well, in terms of mission and ethos, perhaps it bears some resemblance. Leon produced a storybook. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to several women from the organization. You'll understand everything then. For now, shall I tell you a bedtime story? Shirley's eyes sparkled. She nodded eagerly. Neither William nor Anya had ever told her stories. I'll go to bed right now. Little Shirley bounced off the sofa, tumbled onto the bed, and pulled the blanket over herself with a flourish, only her head peeking out like a fledgling awaiting nourishment, her entire expression radiating, I'm ready to listen. Leon smiled faintly. Adopting Shirley had been his decision, and Tony had wholeheartedly supported it. In the original narrative, this young girl had suffered so profoundly it broke the heart. At 12, she was hunted by her mutated father and abandoned by her emotionally distant mother. After narrowly escaping death, she was seized by government agencies and subjected to virus human experiments. Only at 26 did she attain limited freedom. Yet even then she never succumbed to despair despite her harrowing ordeal. Instead, having endured unspeakable suffering, she chose a path dedicated to shielding others from the scourge of bioengineered plagues. Such resilience. How could it fail to inspire admiration, affection, and profound respect? Very well, let us begin with Hans Christian Andersen. Have you read him? His earliest works were in fact. Leon sat beside the bed, his voice flowing like gentle water winding through a sunlit channel. Soon Shirley drifted into deep slumber, her breathing growing slow and steady. Children fall asleep so swiftly. Good night, Shirley. Leon closed the book tenderly, smoothed her hair, and slipped quietly from the room. He proceeded to the laboratory, and upon entering found Tony frantically draping a black cloth over an armored suit. Leon knocked before entering the lab. Tony spun around, face flushed with irritation. Knocking? Does this laboratory even have a door? It's all glass. Lion walked over. What are you doing preparing concealment props in advance? Is this specifically to guard against me? Looking at its shape, this must be your new armor, but I didn't see you bring. Lion felt curious and attempted to unveil the black cloth, but Tony slapped his arm away with the edge of his hand. Back off. Stay away from my treasure. Keep at least 3 meters away. Tony spread his arms like a hawk protecting its chicks. What's going on? Lion pointed at him. Are you playing this game? Did you forget that I can see through things, To his surprise, Tony crossed his arms, seeing through. You can try right now. Lion raised an eyebrow, activated his X-ray vision, but failed to see through the black cloth. He paused for a moment, then reacted. Thanks for the tip. You even lined it with lead. Are you trying to create an anti-Superman armor? You've got it wrong there. Tony coldly chuckled while crossing his arms. There will be an anti-Superman armor in the future, but this set of armor will definitely surpass your understanding. So before it officially debuts, I can't let you see even a glimpse. Tony said confidently. Just wait when the day comes for the showdown with the 10 Rings gang. I will definitely astonish you like a frog jumping out of a well for the first time. So that means there's still a month to go. Lion appraised the humanoid armor covered by the black cloth. I look forward to you truly shocking me then rather than just making me laugh. So what did you want to say after finding me? If there's nothing, you should leave quickly. I have to continue working on the armor. Tomorrow I plan to take Sherry to New York and wanted to ask if you'd like to join us. Lion shrugged. It seems you won't have time now. New York? To your newly built office building. Yes, to find Natasha, to get Sherry her identification and introduce her to the widow agents. I have no objections, but I really can't get away tomorrow. Please send my regards to the ladies for me. Tony said, just one last question. Does this mean that after tomorrow Sherry will also be calling herself Stark? No, she'll still be called Bakine. Lion shook his head. Although her 2 parents aren't quite reliable, this surname is her only connection to both her present and past. We can't possibly change her name just because she's in a new world, right? That would be as terrifying as denying her first 12 years of life. This time it's hard for me to refute you. Tony nodded. I didn't expect the perpetually rebellious big boy to have such empathy. Who exactly is rebelling in this family? Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Lion threw Tony a glance before going upstairs. The next morning, Lion flew to New York with Sherry, who had eaten breakfast. As they flew through the clouds, Sherry's excited screams and gasps filled the air. The two finally landed on the rooftop of a 30-story office building in Franklin District. After landing, Sherry raised her hands and jumped up cheering, "Awesome. It feels completely different from flying in an airplane. Let's do it again, brother Lion. Let's do it again when we head back." No problem, no problem. Lion swiped his card to open the alloy door on the rooftop. When we head back, you can fly as long as you want. As soon as they entered, the electronic system chimed. Young Master Lion, welcome to the New Technology Tower. Jarvis Subsystems maintained the operation here. New Technology Tower was the previous company in this building called New Technology. Yes, before you acquired it, it belonged to the New Technology Light Industry Manufacturing Company. Lion led Sherry into the elevator. The establishment of the new organization requires a visible headquarters in New York, considering the countless crises that may arise in the future. Lion chose this building, which is not too tall, but not too short either. Such buildings are straightforward to use, and if they collapse, it wouldn't be too painful. As for the entire acquisition process and the subsequent renovation work, it was Natasha leading the widow agents with Jarvis' assistance. Today it was Lion's first time entering here. Is Natasha in the office building right now? Lion asked. She is dealing with Vanguard Technology in Tennessee, young master. All right. I almost forgot after being stuck in the biohazard crisis for months, she did mention wanting to acquire Vanguard technology under Stark's banner. How is her progress over there? Does she need help? Lion asked, tapping his forehead. Miss Natasha is currently grappling with the opposing president and cannot respond to your query at this time, Jarvis replied. Is the acquisition process that violent? I really picked the right time to show up. Lion looked towards Ten. His gaze penetrated layers of obstruction. He saw Natasha delivering a fierce downward kick, sending Killian sprawling on the ground. Ouch, that must hurt, Lion murmured. Killian, who didn't inject the Doomsday virus, is certainly no match for Natasha. He chose not to pay further attention. Just dealing with an immature Vanguard technology, Natasha was handling it with ease along with the Widow agents. He changed the subject. How many people are in the office building now? There are 145 agents currently in the building working on renovations, young master. Using the top agents for house renovations, it's hard to imagine anyone else doing so but Lion. But the Widow agents were more than happy about it. This building will only be used by them in the future, and they are renovating it by their own hands. Not only can they create the appearance they desire, but they can also experience the feeling of being in charge. A perfect combination. Lion still remembers. In the movie, Yelena only made a suggestion once to change the style of a button on a coat, and she felt that coat was incredibly precious. Because it was the first time she experienced the taste of freedom in her life. More than half of the Widow agents are here. They really enjoy renovation. Lion sighed and then asked, where's Yelena? She is painting a mural in the lobby on the first floor. A mural? Lion's head filled with question marks. Let's go see it on the first floor. By the way, is there a section for murals in the renovation design plans? No, young master, Jarvis replied immediately. I have selected the first floor for you. The elevator began to descend. Sherry quietly held Lion's hand, curiously observing her surroundings, silently remembering the names Lion mentioned. Soon the elevator doors opened. Before they stepped out, a mural dominated by red and blue hues greeted them. It was a cartoon depiction of Superman. The Superman in the painting bore a 7/10 resemblance to Lion, but he was dressed in traditional attire, which meant wearing underwear over his clothes. Lion's mind immediately went blank. Brother Lion, that's you. You look so cool. But why are you wearing red underwear on the outside? Little Sherry added a sharp observation. That one isn't me. Leon protested feebly, though the cartoon face grinning brightly from the wall rendered his words utterly futile. Distant voices erupted in heated argument. Leon led Sherry out of the elevator, his gaze sweeping across row upon row of walls, his temples pulsing with visible veins. Former workshops and offices had long been demolished. Now only a central reception desk, guest lounges partitioned by transparent glass on either side, and stark vertical elevators remained. Rumors held that the building's design originated from a Widow operative, a former owner of a multinational design firm under the Red Room. For this project, she embraced minimalism, serenity, and liberation as guiding motifs, sketching blueprints through an all-night creative frenzy with her team. Stepping inside, one could not deny the architectural grandeur. The open expanse truly stirred the soul. Yet what were those riotous, kaleidoscopic cartoons plastered across every wall? Was it not jarringly incongruous to adorn minimalist glass chambers with such flamboyant, multicolored murals? And more critically, why were they all Superman? Worse still, was that him Leon rendered as underpants Superman? He drew a slow, steadying breath and covered Sherry's eyes, bracing for irreversible reputational ruin. At the far end of the lobby, a cluster of Widow operatives argued fiercely. Leon activated his enhanced hearing. This mural is wrong. Listen to me. He doesn't have that small a pectoral mass. I verified it myself. Yelena's voice rang out sharp and unapologetic. And this fresco, Superman versus Batman, must be reimagined. Let our leader crush Batman's skull between his biceps, radiating raw, visceral power. Absolutely stunning. No, absolutely not, countered another. We've already painted Superman clamping Wonder Woman's head in his biceps. This time he should ram Batman with his latissimus dorsi. Brilliant idea. Several voices chimed in agreement. Let's paint it, just in time to surprise the boss. Yelena punched the air triumphantly. Surprise? Yelena, define surprise for me. Leon's voice resonated behind them. He descended from midair, cradling Sherry. A surprise is precisely these masterpieces I've so meticulously. Yelena spun around and froze beneath Leon's icy glare, sensing imminent doom. Her voice faltered. A surprise means, well, whatever the boss says it means. Leon tapped her forehead, Natasha's signature gesture. Just don't pull stunts like this. That's my definition of surprise. But you love Superman. So I painted him everywhere. Each stroke poured with devotion. Yelena sounded genuinely wounded. Is that me? Have you ever even seen my uniform? Leon demanded. Yelena blinked, awed. I get it now. Leon suppressed the urge to shout, "What the hell do you think you understand? You get it again." "Yes, I see now. Our boss doesn't actually wear underwear. He's nothing like those absurd comic book versions." Yelena clapped her hands and brandished 2 paintbrushes. "Then I'll repaint the underwear right now." Leon's vision dimmed. Underwear. Absurd phrasing, especially with a child present. He glanced at little Sherry, eyes wide mouth agape in an awe shape darting back and forth between Leon and the wall-bound Superman. "Don't believe a word she says." Leon pinched Sherry's cheeks gently and gave them a playful tug. "She has neurological quirks." Oh. Sherry nodded vigorously, her cheeks puffing out sideways. Leon shook his head and turned to Yelena. "I'm beginning to regret appointing you second-generation Black Widow." "Why, boss?" Yelena's eyes shimmered with innocent confusion. "Because I fear one day all the widows will be you." Leon gestured dismissively to the other operatives. "No further demands. Renovate as you wish, but never again depict my face on any mural. Not even abstractly. Not even symbolically." The dozen operatives nodded in unison, yet their expressions betrayed quiet disappointment. "Yelena, you're coming with me," Leon sighed, ushering her and Sherry into the elevator. Aside from the ground floor, transformed by Yelena into a DC Comics fan club, the upper levels remained pristine and functional. The Widow operatives worked in seamless coordination. Some guided robotic arms to install alloy reinforcement layers, others clad in protective visors wielded lithium-powered drills and needle-nose pliers to repair circuitry. Hundreds of elite operatives moved with effortless mastery. Mountain-scaled oceans crossed, all equally within their domain. Leon greeted each one personally, accompanied by Sherry. Finally, he entrusted Yelena with guiding Sherry through identity documentation. As they departed, Sherry whispered, "Is Brother Leon's musculature really that magnificent?" To which Yelena responded with fervent nodding affirmation. Leon chose to ignore both question and gesture. For the rest of the day, he wandered freely through the building, lending a hand wherever needed. Sherry, meanwhile, had already been thoroughly Yelenoized. Once official duties concluded, the pair dashed up and down corridors, playing hide-and-seek with infectious glee. Perhaps owing to her youth, Sherry captivated the widow's hearts. In her boundless vitality, they glimpsed themselves, unbroken, untrained, untouched by the Red Room. Each time Sherry hunted for Yelena's hiding place, subtle hints from the widows guided her, until dusk when Leon escorted her home after sharing dinner with everyone. "Bye-bye, sister. Brother Leon promised we'll move to New York soon. I'll visit you again." Sherry waved tearfully. Yelena cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Little Sherry, I'll miss you terribly." "Boss, hurry to New York." "No. Keep your distance from Sherry. Preferably turn your back every single time you meet her." Leon genuinely puzzled over how Yelena, so hardened, so volatile, had forged such instant kinship with a child so young. Was it perhaps because their true psychological ages aligned more closely than anyone dared admit? "Oh, how could you say that, boss?" Yelena collapsed into a dramatic, despairing bow. Moments later, soaring through the sky, Sherry, who'd spent the entire day racing and laughing, still shrieked with unrestrained exhilaration. Back home, Leon set Sherry down, then paused, ears twitching. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and together they crept soundlessly toward the stair landing. 2 heads, one large, one small, peered cautiously around the corner. Inside, the lab, pepper-clad only in a sleeveless top and Tony were entwined, their faces shifting in tender, searching motion. "Wow, is that Uncle Tony's new friend?" Sherry remarked, having witnessed Tony embrace Minnie before. I suspect this woman may become Tony's only friend going forward." Leon stroked his chin. "He's serious this time. They'd never displayed such intimacy before. This was unmistakable progress." Leon instantly recognized Pepper's recent SS2 serum enhancement, her aura shimmering with newly awakened vitality. Tony must have seized the moment, immediately after her transformation, while she was still awash in gratitude and awe, to finally seal their bond. Hooray, the prodigal playboy is settling down. So, were those cascading waves in the biohazard universe merely Tony's final glorious bachelor revelry? Seeing their movements grow increasingly fervent, Leon swiftly shielded Sherry's eyes and retreated upstairs. "Let's read stories in your room, Sherry. What's happening downstairs is just 2 seals wrestling over grapes. Nothing worth watching." After lulling Sherry to sleep, Leon himself longed, for the first time in ages, to rest peacefully at home. Alas, he underestimated reality. 2 beings possessing tens of tons of strength, yet lacking biological force fields, engaged in vigorous activity indoors. The resulting tremors rattled the floorboards as if trembling in terror, raising legitimate fears that the opulent villa might collapse at any second. This wasn't mere seal banter. It was 2 elephants dancing a thunderous, jubilant waltz. Tossing and turning, Leon finally rose from bed in resignation. He realized, genuinely, it was time to move out. With Tony and Pepper's relationship now confirmed, they deserved private sanctuary. And frankly, the sheer seismic intensity of their cohabitation left no room, even metaphorically, for a third person. Leon resolved to broach the subject with Tony tomorrow. Tonight, he'd return to the biohazard world to bask in sunlight. He intended to bring Sherry along, but amid the shuddering walls and booming reverberations, she slept with profound, unshakable serenity. She even smacked her lips and shifted positions, dreaming blissfully. With no choice, Leon departed alone for the biohazard universe, planning to sunbathe for months before returning. With his current power, traversing to the biohazard world consumed less than 1,000th of his physical energy. So without hesitation, he reverted to the exact moment he'd left, vanishing from the Marvel Universe. The following morning, Leon appeared precisely at 7 o'clock in his bedroom. He had spent 40 days in the Resident Evil world, yet only 8 hours had elapsed upon his return. Over the past month, his strength had surged by another 30,000 tons. He had also generously topped up Ada's and Jill's salaries. With each leap in power, the energy coiled within his body grew ever more immense. Henceforth, every dusk would become his gateway to traverse into the Resident Evil world and ascend further in strength. Even as he shuttled between the two realms, he could always reappear precisely at the moment he had vanished, seamless, uninterrupted, as though he had never left. Today, Los Angeles basked beneath an unusually radiant sky. Morning sunlight streamed across the sea below the cliffside, spilling warmly into the house. With time still early, Leon moved to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and soon Sherry emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Tony and Pepper rose shortly thereafter. In times past, after last night's exertion, they'd likely have been rushed straight to the ICU. But post-serum, the gulf between their former and present selves was immeasurable. Hours earlier, they'd nearly torn the house apart, yet now sat at the table, rosy-cheeked and brimming with vitality, savoring Leon's delicate steamed buns. The breakfast table hummed with warmth and ease. Leon introduced Sherry to Pepper, who gently cupped the girl's cheeks, a gesture of genuine affection for this quiet, gentle child. As the meal drew to a close, Leon broached the subject of relocation. "You mean you're moving to New York, with Sherry?" Tony asked, mouth half full of bun wrapper, glancing at Pepper. "Exactly," Leon replied, placing his plate into the dishwasher. "My new company and organization are both headquartered there. I'll be able to oversee things personally." "Oh well, that's not such a bad idea," Tony said, taking Pepper's hand across the table. "Your departure suits me fine. No more nagging about bringing beautiful women home." "Oof." Pepper pinched him sharply. "Which beautiful woman did you have in mind?" "Oh, who else could it possibly be? Who else here qualifies as beautiful?" Tony let out a theatrical yelp, then turned to Sherry. "Well, Sherry is a little beauty, of course, but not officially beautiful." Pepper laughed, half exasperated, half charmed. She sighed, utterly disarmed. "Why must you dwell on such things all day? Is teasing me truly your sole purpose?" "It can't be helped." Tony delivered his line like poetry. "Some people are simply too breathtaking, and yet remain blissfully unaware. Someone has to remind them." Pepper blinked. "You mean me?" "Pepper, you've never looked in a mirror since the serum injection. Honestly, you could now leave." Tony utterly spellbound, dazed, directionless, lost in awe. Leon produced a small mirror from nowhere and handed it to her. The SS serum was no mere enhancement. It was genetic optimization, even evolutionary transformation. Enhancing physical appearance was merely its most basic incidental effect. After all, when one's genome evolves, immunity surges, bones and musculature achieve near-perfect symmetry and proportion. How then could such a being fail to embody beauty? Human aesthetics themselves evolved from an innate drive to recognize advantageous genetics. The more exceptional the genome, the more perfectly one aligns with universal ideals of beauty, just as Jill and Ada had told Leon more than once. "You're like a living succubus. Merely breathing your natural aura sends our bodies into involuntary, a deep visceral surrender, limbs melting, knees weakening, eyes softening with liquid heat, until standing became impossible." This was primal genetic yearning. Were it not for Leon's constant biotic field shielding his presence, countless others might already have fallen. Thus, the sheer magnitude of genetic potency's influence on personal magnetism becomes undeniable. While the SS serum could not elevate one's genome to Leon's transcendent level, its effects were far from trivial. Pepper now possessed luminous porcelain skin. Her figure was elegantly sculpted, neither too slender nor too full, each curve harmoniously balanced. Even her freckles had vanished without trace. "Is this really me? Good heavens. Tony, what exactly did you inject me with yesterday?" Pepper covered her mouth, stunned. She'd assumed only her strength had increased. She'd attributed her newfound control solely to the intensity of last night's exertion. never imagining her very visage had undergone a metamorphosis. The reflection before her retained only faint echoes of her former self, the contours the essence, yet was unmistakably a perfected radiant incarnation of Pepper Stark. So you're pleased now? Tony winked. No thanks necessary. I simply refuse to allow my own assistant to be outshone by anyone else. Tony, thank you. Pepper knew well his awkward tenderness. Her gaze held his, soft, unwavering, brimming with quiet devotion. As their faces drew nearer, Leon cleared his throat lightly ahem. Dear Seal Clubbing Duo, sure you wish to commence activities Sherry isn't permitted to witness. Sherry blinked. What kind of activity, Leon brother? Why can't I watch? After all, she'd seen Tony grab grapes from colleagues at the precinct many times before. Cough, cough, cough. Tony erupted into violent sputtering. Leon's remark barely fazed him, but Sherry's guileless question instantly flustered him. Tony and Pepper sprang apart. He adjusted his cuffs, feigning composure, then waved emphatically at Leon. Go on, off you go. You're relocating, right? Then go, and stop aggravating me under my own roof. The farther away the better. Pepper surprisingly nodded in agreement. With September's semester beginning in just over 2 months, your early relocation to New York makes perfect sense. And Stark Industries plans to construct a new headquarters in Manhattan. Once the move is complete, we'll see each other far more easily. Leon raised his hand in acknowledgement. Thank you both for your mutual blessing. I'll take Sherry to view apartments today. Wait, will it just be you and Sherry in that New York residence? Pepper paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Are you certain you can care for Sherry and yourself simultaneously? You're still just a boy yourself. To parents, children, even grown ones, remain forever young in the heart. Perhaps Sherry should stay with me. Then she remembered her relentless corporate obligations and fell silent. Don't worry, there will be others there, Leon assured her. I founded a company staffed with exceptionally capable women. They'll assist in caring for Sherry. And Sherry is remarkably perceptive. She manages herself with remarkable independence. Leon gestured toward Tony. For specifics, ask him. I'll say no more. And Sherry is remarkably perceptive. She manages herself with remarkable independence. Leon gestured toward Tony. Leon lifted into the air, Sherry clinging lightly to his side. Or, see you both in New York. In a blink, the pair vanished from the dining room. Even Pepper's enhanced reflexes failed to track Leon's trajectory. Oh, Leon, he's become this powerful. Pepper's lips parted slightly. He truly grows more like Superman each day. Yes, he's grown up now. No longer needs our oversight. Come, where were we before that interruption? Tony edged closer to Pepper. We will live here from now on. In Bulu-Kulin district, Leon descended with Shweli. In truth, he had already purchased this Nyoyu residence together with the organization's tower earlier. The address lay only a few blocks from the tower. He had bought an entire luxury block-style apartment building 26 floors for residences on each level. He had specially instructed Natasha to open up the 4 units on the 16th floor for his temporary lodgings. Now Shweli had moved in, dragging her bag behind her. The other floors were left for the widow operatives to allocate as they wished. Only a few of them were permanently based in Nyoyue, and this place could comfortably house that number. Leon led Shweli on a tour of the apartment. He first showed her all the functional areas assigned to rooms, and then they set off together for the tower. Yay, I get to see Sister Yi Lian Na so soon. Little Shweli cheered. Leon slapped her head playfully. You little radish head, why do you adore Yi Lian Na so much? Don't let her make you daft. But Sister Yi Lian Na is very kind. Her smile is so gentle. Kind. Leon recalled Yi Lian Na's goofy smile as she did. After all, seemed genuinely kind. After all, fools seldom nurse malice. Their thoughts run so honest, they might as well be speeding along a highway. You may adopt her virtues, her fighting skills and techniques, but do not emulate her way of thinking. Oh, okay. Shweli nodded obediently. The tower was impossibly close to the residence. In the blink of an eye, Leon and Shweli found themselves on the building's rooftop. Natasha happened to be in the tower at that moment, sleeves dusted with grime as she and her sisters cleaned. Spotting Leon, she wiped her hands and handed him a document. Share transfer papers for Xianfeng Technology. Leon took the document and skimmed it. Well done, Nata. I saw it all yesterday. Their CEO was utterly routed by you. Especially that downward leg sweep. Very elegant. What happened to Ji Lian in the end? He asked. He's been sent to jail. Natasha wiped the dust from her face with a towel. I used Sitako's channels to contact the police and delivered both the evidence and the man into custody. It won't be long before the news reports he's been sentenced to more than 10 years. Leon folded the papers away. I thought you might have killed him outright. No. If it's unnecessary, it's better to let the law handle it. Natasha blinked her right eye. After all, Sitako's influence is enough to secure a fair sentence for him. Otherwise, I probably would have killed him. A remarkably fair decision. Leon nodded. Over the past decade, Natasha had taken many lives and now, unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to finish someone off. This young girl by your side is. Natasha noticed Shui Li and smiled at her. Then quietly she asked Liang, she isn't one of those daughters you didn't know about from your brother out there, is she? No, she's a girl I adopted, temporarily registered under Tuo and I. You know, although I'm nearly 19, I'm still not legally old enough to adopt a child. Her name is Shui Li. Liang ruffled Shui Li's hair. Shui Li, this is Sister Natasha, the woman I mentioned, who lives downstairs. If you need anything, you can go to her. All right. Shui Li gave a shy smile. Hello, Sister Natasha. Yesterday, Sister Yi Lianna mentioned you. She said you're amazing. Yi Lianna. She would mention me. Natasha squatted down as she liked this little girl's first impression. She and Yi Lianna are already close friends. Liang shrugged. They spent all day playing hide and seek yesterday. That's exactly the kind of thing Yi Lianna would do. Natasha found her comrades sometimes very childish. Come on, let's go find Yi Lianna. I have something to tell both of you. Liang led them into the elevator down to the first floor. In the space of a single night, the murals had all been changed. Although still depicting Superman battling various DC heroes, Superman's face had been altered into a comically exaggerated cleft chin. The moment the three appeared, Yi Lianna slid in with a theatrical tackle. Welcome, boss. Boss, how do you like the new mural? She could not contain her excitement as she displayed her work, arms spread wide and teeth gleaming. It looks much better now, Liang commented. But I suggest you add more of the superheroes from our universe. Our universe? Yi Lianna looked puzzled. You mean Iron Man? Putting him in alone might seem a bit. There will be more in time. Liang motioned for her to follow. Let's go to the underground laboratory. The elevator descended and stopped at basement 2. As early as last week, the Widow operatives had taken priority in outfitting this space. Now entry required authorization from Jiao Wei-Si. When the elevator doors slid open, a realm completely different from the upper levels was revealed to the four of them. A succession of ring-shaped lights flared alive as the doors opened, stretching into the depths and illuminating the vast interior like an open-air platform. The hall, dominated by white, just like the first floor, spanned tens of thousands of square meters and had been cut into geometric sections by panes of glass. The modern dome and the pearl-white marble floor lay pristine and unmarred. Hundreds of neat white lacquered desks now projected holographic images in unison. Compared to this thoroughly modern subterranean space, the garish painted walls of the first floor felt like a ramshackle courtyard. No one would have guessed that merely riding one elevator could feel like stepping into another world. Wow. Little Shui Li craned her neck and gazed all around in exaggerated awe. Even Huanxiong City's underground research labs did not seem this advanced to her. It's like walking into the world of the future. She breathed. Then let Sister Yi Lianna show you around. Liang patted her head. Yi Lianna's eyes lit up. Come on, Shui Li, follow me. This place was designed by the boss himself. Many rooms are hidden and perfect for hide and seek. Really? Sister, take me. Liang, brother, let's go. The two, crossing a generation, hopped hand in hand and bounded into the depths of the hall. Natasha watched their retreating figures and rubbed her forehead. What can I say? Has Yi Lianna really reached the age where she can be inseparable from a primary schooler? Well, actually, it's fine. It means the Red House didn't leave too many scars. Okay, I can't keep the pretense. She's childish. Liang found it hard to describe. I wonder when that one will finally mature. Natasha paused, then asked. They've wandered off. Liang, you sent Yi Lianna away. There's something you wanted to tell me, isn't there? Indeed, there is something very important to discuss. A few days ago, Tony and I traveled to another world, and the serum I mentioned earlier has already been produced. Liang briefly summarized their experiences in the world of biohazard. He then stated plainly, for now only you and a few of us, including Tony, should know about this. As for Yelena, let's keep her in the dark for the time being. You mean crossing worlds, apocalyptic scenarios, saviors? Oh my god. Natasha stared at Leon in astonishment. I never expected your experiences to be so rich in these past few days. This matter indeed cannot be known by Yelena and the others. It's not about distrust, but the fewer people who know, the better. Natasha quickly took Leon's perspective into account. She recalled Leon's mention of regeneration abilities and felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. So are you planning to inject the serum that you and your brother developed into us? Exactly. As my organization's members, we can't just have ordinary people. Leon nodded. He raised a finger. However, once the organization is established, we need to have an incentive mechanism. I will inject you and Yelena with the SS2 serum, while the others will temporarily use the SS1 type. Later, set the SS2 serum as a reward for outstanding contributions. Create a contribution value evaluation system to give others a goal. Understood. Natasha tapped her fingers on her brow. So when do we start? Now. In the lab, Leon secured Natasha and Yelena onto the experimental platform. Sherry was sent back to the first floor to join the other widows in painting murals. Boss, is this serum really more powerful than the super soldier serum? Am I going to become the next Captain America soon? Even though Yelena was bound to the platform, her mind and mouth were still active. She stretched her neck to look at Leon, daydreaming about kicking Hydra and punching ass. H-I-E-L-D. After her enhancements, her thoughts were quite erratic. One moment she was thinking about fighting, the next moment she jumped back to the present. Like a frog croaking by the river, you never know if it will jump into the water or leap onto the shore. Boss, do we really have to wear such revealing clothes for the serum injection? Are you saying that Natasha and I are going to turn into monsters? Becoming a monster wouldn't be good. It's best not to gain too much muscle. That wouldn't be aesthetically pleasing. Shut up. Natasha and Leon both shouted in unison. Be quiet, do you understand? Yelena was startled and quickly nodded, looking away. All right, you guys have the final say. Leon hastily increased the input speed of the nutrient solution behind the operating table. He then took out the serum and personally injected it, quickly sealing Yelena's mouth. As the serum was injected, Natasha and Yelena underwent a transformation similar to Tony's rebirth. First, their body temperature rose continuously until their keratin layer carbonized. After a while, the carbon layer suddenly shattered, revealing two new tender and fair figures like freshly peeled chicken eggs. Leon briefly observed with his X-ray ability and confirmed that the enhancement was complete and the effects were very evident. Natasha and Yelena's genes successfully evolved and their physical strength multiplied. Most importantly, the flaws in their bodies were perfectly repaired at that moment. When he untied their restraints and placed clothes on them, Natasha and Yelena also regained consciousness. After a moment of confusion, they sat up and the sudden surge of power overwhelmed the experimental platform. What is this? Natasha sat on the ground, looking at her arms and then feeling her resilient and elastic muscles. She felt like a different person, her entire being brimming with explosive strength, as if her stamina were limitless. Even Yelena did not scream at this moment. The silly girl had flames igniting in her hands without her noticing. She stared blankly at the flames, her expression complicated as she caressed her abdomen. Boss, my transformation from the Red Room. She stumbled over her words. Leon knew what Yelena was trying to say. That's right, the serum allows your bodies to regenerate. The things you once lost have now become new pieces of a puzzle, making you perfect again. Is this? Yelena's voice trembled. The Red Room had once modified the Widow agents, leaving them with irreparable. Neither the meticulous Natasha nor the lively Yelena had ever let go of this deep scar in their hearts. Of course, from now on, you and the girls on the street will be no different. You shouldn't doubt this, Yelena, Leon said. He waved his hand against the operating table behind him. But don't thank me too much. This is just part of the employee benefits. I've said it before, following me will not make you regret it. Boss. Yelena's tears streamed down her face. I love you so much. She threw down the clothes in her hands and rushed toward Leon tearfully. Don't be so excited, your tears are getting on my clothes. Hey, why are you still rubbing against me? Leon felt like he had a koala hanging on him. The two of them pushed and shoved, surprisingly pushing against the operating table and falling to the ground. On the other side, Natasha also had tears in her eyes, wanting to say so much to Leon. But as she stood up, her expression suddenly turned strange as she looked at the operating table. Hey, what is that sound, Yelena? What are you doing? Damn it, you are my sister, you can't. Natasha quickly darted behind the operating table, even making a small dent in the floor as she tried to stop her sister from getting too enthusiastic. Although Yelena was excited because the permanent pain in her heart and body suddenly found a remedy, it was unacceptable for her to wipe her tears on Leon. Natasha felt she had to stop her sister's impolite behavior. However, she was also quite excited, and while trying to intervene, she couldn't help but become impolite herself, turning into a crying mess. In the days that followed, with Natasha's assistance, Leon injected the widows with the SS-1 serum. In such moments of bonding and relationship building, he certainly had to take charge himself. After enhancing them, all the already formidable agents became human-shaped projectiles. In these past few days, they had to walk carefully, afraid that if they exerted too much force, they would shatter the tiles. Fortunately, the SS serum strengthened not only their bodies, but also their brains. The widows would probably soon become familiar with their enhanced strength. Their recognition of the new organization was also rising. When Leon appeared, these girls who were already loyal to him became even more enthusiastic, their fiery gazes igniting like they were about to burn. Natasha watched all of this unfold. She had no doubt that once the Widow agents truly began to show their claws to the outside world, it would undoubtedly shake the entire globe. Natasha had even approached Leon about this. She felt that the opportunity to eradicate Hydra had arrived. Leon, when should we start our actions? Just wait a bit longer, let the messages Nick Fury received fly for a while. Previously, Tony had sent a list of some Hydra members within S-H-I-E-L-D to Nick Fury's mailbox. Considering the time that has passed, it should have fermented some results. Leon stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the flowing traffic on Brooklyn Street. He could hear Nick Fury cursing loudly at S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters in another district. Be patient, Natasha, the right moment will come soon. However, you shouldn't waste this time either. The Widows have just undergone enhancements, and the previous combat style focused on ambush and quick attacks is no longer applicable. Now we need to help them rediscover a new combat mode that suits their own strength. Next, you take Yelena and train the Widows to control their powers while also renovating the building. Of course, the mission to rescue the remaining Widows must continue. I believe Nick Fury won't keep us waiting too long. Natasha nodded. I understand. A week later, Nick Fury's movement has yet to be awaited. The new organization building has completed its final decoration. Even the Widows operatives from around the world have all been liberated. Out of more than 300 operatives, including Natasha's sisters, a total of 313 chose to stay and join Leon's forces. These individuals had all been carefully checked by Leon during their first meeting. None of them had been brainwashed by other organizations, nor were there any Skrulls, so they could be trusted. On this day, in the top-floor conference room of the building, Leon convened more than 300 people. This room, although called a conference room, was actually constructed in the style of a large assembly hall. At its end was a semicircular platform. On both sides were Roman-style carved stone columns. The walls were made of yellow-brown stones with a rich historical atmosphere. Even the entrance to the conference room was an iron door engraved with the image of Christ's ascension. Leon stood on the podium dressed in a superhero costume, as serious as a priest presiding over a congregation in an ancient Greek temple. The congregation gazed up from the steps with expressions of reverence and anticipation, waiting for the priest to announce the oracle. Ladies and gentlemen, our organization is officially established today. Leon stood on stage with his arms crossed, his cloak billowing silently. Your joining brings me great honor. Despite being completely ignorant of our organization's purpose and goals, you chose to unconditionally join this organization out of trust and gratitude towards me. That is what moves me. I believe you will never regret this decision in the future. But I must say this up front. From the moment this organization is established until the end of time, there is only one core purpose and mission. That is to serve me. My purpose in saving you is solely that. If there are any objections, you may raise them now. Leon scanned the Widows present, waiting for a few seconds, and surprisingly no one displayed dissatisfaction. In fact, most of them showed expressions of excitement, their eyes sparkling and bodies trembling slightly. If it were not for the serious meeting taking place, Leon felt that these people might not be able to contain their excitement and shout their allegiance to the superhero. Especially Yelena, whose eyes were darting around, alternating between joy and confusion, not knowing what she was thinking. Leon pressed his lips together and continued. It seems no one has any objections. Then I announce. The Men in Black organization is officially established. From now on, you are the first batch of members and also the core of the future organization. The core purpose of the organization is to serve me. The secondary goal is to protect my Ahem. The movie Men in Black is also part of the Marvel Universe, and Leon felt it was reasonable to borrow this name. He walked a few steps on stage, waved his hand, and a holographic image was projected in the hall. The reason for doing this is that this world is not just about the organizations and forces you have known in the past. Beneath the surface, our Earth has aliens from the other side of the universe. Holographic images of green-skinned aliens appeared. And there are hidden extraordinary forces. The projection switched to the mages of Kamartaj and the villagers of Kamartaj using chi. These were all created by Leon himself using special effects. And the deities that nominally rule our planet. Projections of Odin and Thor appeared in the center of the hall. The Widow operatives were all stunned. And the deities that nominally rule our planet. Projections of Odin and Thor appeared in the center of the hall. The Widow operatives were all stunned. Some of them hold friendly attitudes, some are guardians of this world, while others pretend to be friendly, but secretly plot against this planet. As the Men in Black, what we need to do is to hide in the shadows and crush these external threats at their budding stage. The Marvel world often faces an apocalyptic crisis. Some may come from high-level multiversal, others may just be from an ordinary scientist or an ambitious entrepreneur. This Earth always seems to be on the brink of apocalypse in various forms. Leon felt the need to create a lock to intercept these threats in advance. Otherwise, one day when he returns from a different world and finds the Earth exploded, he wouldn't find it strange at all. But we are not here to be the caretakers of the world. Leon then raised his arm high and shouted, We are the men in black, and net a sword hanging over everyone's heads, crushing all threats from outside or inside. Now everyone follow me in taking the oath. Leon floated in the air. All the widow operatives raised their arms. He said word by word, remember, when everyone is deceived by the illusion of peace, misled by so-called facts, we always believe that all things are illusory. The widows' voices echoed in unison after Leon. When morality shackles humanity and laws bind justice, we will never forget that all things are permissible. Everyone repeated together, their voices strong and resonant. Finally, remember the creed of the men in black. Lead this chaotic world until we reach the ultimate tranquility. Leon slowly descended. The oath is concluded. The oath ended. Each widow operative was immersed in the oath they just recited. They felt a heavy weight from it. It was the weight of marching forward, burdened in the darkness, unseen by all humanity. Their gazes were burning silently, memorizing the oath in their hearts. At this moment, the superhero in the flowing cloak on stage became their spiritual beacon and mentor of will. Leon snapped his fingers. The stone door of the conference room opened automatically. 313 jet black battle suits flew into the room. Each of these suits held a set of black suits. They stopped in front of each widow operative. What stands before you now are your future battle suits and uniforms, Leon said. These battle suits were crafted by Leon in the world of Resident Evil. There he was the savior and could mobilize global resources, so creating more than 300 suits was a breeze. The battle suits were inspired by Tony's Mark V from the movies. They could all shrink into briefcases, and they used a new elemental reactor for power. This makes it convenient for operatives to travel globally in the future. The widows looked at the battle suits that fit them perfectly, all excited. Yelena even hugged her battle suit and spun around, seemingly unable to stop for a while. At this moment, Leon pressed his hands down to signal silence. The battle suits and the suits will be your uniforms from now on. From now on, your name will no longer be widows, but the men in black. Hiding in the darkness, serving the light as the men in black. Your code names will be arranged alphabetically. Natasha is Agent and Yelena is Agent Y. The others will follow suit, arranged by the letters in their names, and duplicates will use double or triple letters. The operatives responded in unison, taking the black suits presented by the battle suits and changing into their uniforms on the spot. Thus the men in black known throughout the Marvel Universe was born. However, the operatives' names were not limited to just the men in black. In the future, everyone would know that the leader of the men in black is the superhero. Therefore, these operatives would also be referred to as the black-clad nuns under the god of Earth or Valkyries. The establishment of the men in black would not immediately alter anything. Agents temporarily without assignments gradually returned to their previous posts, awaiting Leon's orders. As an independent organization, the men in black required a sustainable financial foundation. Yelena's mural sparked Leon's inspiration. After consulting with Tony, Leon secured the rights to DC Comics and Iron Man, founding the Superhero Operations Company, dedicated to managing entertainment adaptations and merchandise based on superhero intellectual property. Revenue was split 30% went to the superheroes themselves, a 70% to the company, mirroring Vought Industries from The Boys. Such a model held immense promise within the Marvel Universe. With Leon himself, the ultimate authority, as its public guarantor, he proposed allocating 30% of all superhero IP and merchandise revenue, with half contributed by each party. This fund would compensate for damages incurred during heroic acts of justice. Prospective signees would likely flood the company's doors. Leon acted decisively, sweeping his hand to designate all above-ground floors of the Men in Black Tower as corporate territory. The Superhero Operations Company opened for business the very next day. Yelena assumed the role of interim chief operating officer. Meanwhile, Men in Black agents worldwide received simultaneous directives to establish local branches. Natasha had already been reassigned by Leon to Stark Networks. Another week passed. A new morning, Leon returned once more from the Resident Evil universe. His single-arm strength now reached 193 million tons, though its growth rate continued to decelerate. He was approaching his physical limit. Having neutralized the 10 rings and Hydra, it is time to visit Kamartaj. Leon mused. He felt it was finally appropriate to seek out the legendary Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Stepping out of his room, he found Natasha and Shirley sharing breakfast. "You're back. We couldn't locate you inside your room just now." Natasha spread butter onto her toast. "Shirley, school time is nearly upon us. We didn't wait for you." Shirley had enrolled at a nearby school days earlier, arranged by Yelena. Each morning, Natasha, Yelena, and Leon took turns escorting her to school, though Shirley insisted she could deliver a 15-ton punch and needed no such accompaniment. Yet the adults, especially the sisters, remained adamant. Other children have parents who walk them to school, Shirley deserves no less. This debate dissolved only upon discovering that students universally rode school buses. Clearly both sisters delighted in raising a child, finding in it the warmth of family life. Every evening after work, they rushed upstairs to tutor Shirley in her studies, first mastering classroom material, then expanding into extracurricular knowledge. Natasha taught hand-to-hand combat. Yelena instructed in Russian. This rich curriculum began to fill the void in young Shirley's childhood. No need to wait for me. You know breakfast makes little difference to me. Leon poured himself a glass of milk. Sunlight is my finest nourishment. But surely an empty stomach feels uncomfortable. Or does sunlight also soothe gastric emptiness? Natasha handed him a slice of toast. Thank you. Leon bit into the bread. Milk, eggs, nuts, and toast. A truly balanced breakfast. Shirley needs these nutrients while growing. Natasha placed a thumbnail-sized glass case upon the table. Something occurred last night. You must see this. With a gentle tap, the case projected a video recording. Last night, every surveillance camera near S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters malfunctioned. This footage was captured by Agent K, embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., using men in black armor. The video began playing timestamped at 1100 p.m. The previous night. The street lay desolate, lit only by solitary amber lamplights. A black Lincoln sedan entered the frame, gliding forward steadily. Suddenly, as it crossed the intersection, squad cars surged from all four directions, ripping through the darkness, to crash violently into the Lincoln. So far, nothing seemed amiss, entirely consistent with NYPD's pursuit of dangerous fugitives. But what followed defied logic. Once the Lincoln lay immobilized and surrounded, the squad car doors swung open, and armed figures emerged dragging Gatling machine guns and powered hammers, launching assault, as if besieging a fortress. Predictably, the Lincoln surrendered swiftly to detonation, reduced to smoldering wreckage. Jarvis infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network. Cross-referencing and analysis confirmed the vehicle's occupant was Nick Fury. Natasha said. Leon paused mid-chew. He rewound the projection to its beginning and zoomed in on the Lincoln's front grille. It appeared pitch black, suggesting indeed a black driver. So Fury's recent maneuvers have finally drawn Hydra's attention. Excellent. Internal fractures within Hydra present precisely the opening we require. Leon finished his toast in 3 swift bites. Alert all men in black. We move next. Deploy agents through their respective channels to disseminate verified Hydra intelligence. Stir the waters thoroughly. And remember, expose only Hydra cells abroad for now. Hold back those embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. I'd relish watching the United Nations dispatch S.H.I.E.L.D. itself to purge Hydra. For now, set aside the network company matter. You and Yelena will infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal systems. Copy all agent data. When the moment ripens, release everything publicly. Natasha's expression shifted subtly. Do you intend to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely? What purpose serves a civ-like institution? Its dissolution would be most beneficial, Leon replied. Natasha nodded. Once I finalize arrangements at the company, I'll issue the directive. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remain oblivious, internally lax, externally vigilant, making infiltration effortless. What about me? What about me? Shirley, enthralled by spies, espionage, and intrigue, listened wide-eyed over breakfast. What's my mission? Leon and Natasha exchanged a glance, then answered in unison. Your mission is to attend school school again. Shirley wilted instantly, her head drooping like a sun-scorched pothose plant. Natasha ruffled her hair with mock exasperation. Come along, young lady. It's time to go. Shirley accepted her backpack from Natasha and headed toward the door, waving back at Leon. Bye-bye, brother Leon. I'll see you tonight. Leon smiled, sipping milk. Bye. Pay close attention in class. I know, murmured Shirley, her small head dipping lower still. Meanwhile, deep beneath New York's outskirts lay a concealed subterranean facility. Nick Fury, entirely swathed in bandages, lay upon a medical gurney. With his sole functional right hand, he navigated files across a holographic interface. Around him stood S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and Hill. Nick Fury was still planning to win over Tony. The next day, the efficient ladies in black had already placed the Hydra intelligence reports on the bedside tables of world leaders, the notable figures from various countries around the world. When they woke up that day, the first thing they saw was the mysterious documents that had appeared on their bedside. This signified the official start of an unsettled day. The military was mobilized and the national intelligence agencies were activated. All the notable figures who received the reports immediately deployed their most secret and powerful armed forces. In various secret facilities around the world, thousands of elite operatives were dispatched simultaneously to capture individuals listed in the documents, excluding the privileged class. They not only needed to verify the authenticity of the information, but more importantly, investigate what kind of force could infiltrate the homes of those notable figures without anyone noticing. However, when the people on the list were captured and imprisoned subjected to torture and truth serums, a greater shock hit the hearts of the notable figures. The information on the documents was all true. Hydra still exists in this world. Moreover, it had infiltrated every aspect. From royalty and cabinet ministers to merchants and newsstand owners, all had Hydra members among them. Some notable figures were horrified to discover that their loved ones by their bedside were also members of Hydra. Madness ensued, the whole world went insane. Now who still cared about which force placed the documents on their bedside? Everyone was searching for Hydra, killing Hydra, digging deep to find them. Almost every country was secretly experiencing turmoil. Thousands of orders were issued simultaneously to mobilize the military to eradicate Hydra. Yet the moment these orders were issued, they were cancelled in the next second, and the person who issued the order had their head taken. Because those who gave the orders were beside clerks who respectfully handed them gold-framed glasses, and that clerk was a Hydra member. The nation's political leaders had all gone mad. The high-ranking members of Hydra had also lost their minds. In a sealed room, important figures from Hydra held a remote video conference. Who the hell leaked the secrets? Who exposed the list? We have a shameful traitor among us. The former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the impeccably dressed Alexander Pierce, kicked over a table and roared. That coward! Just as our great plan was about to succeed, he cowardly backed out. Baron Strucker, are you the one who betrayed us? Nick Fury sensed something was wrong. Was it you who provided the information? On his other side, the bald Baron Strucker was equally furious. I should be asking you. Pierce, you are the only one not on that list. You hypocritical fool, how dare you turn it back on me? Baron Strucker abruptly stood up, his face flushed, eyes wide with rage. You think controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. makes you superior? You want to monopolize Hydra. You never allowed Nick Fury, who is even more like Hydra than us, to join us. That's the evidence. From the beginning, you were putting on a show, first using Nick Fury's detection as a pretext to kill him, then wanting to kill us. How long have you been living like a human? Just because you can use a knife and fork, you think you can eliminate dissent. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Baron Strucker scolded, his neck turning red and thick. Pierce's face turned red with anger. You're talking nonsense. I have been diligent in S.H.I.E.L.D. How could I be a traitor? Calm down, gentlemen. Calm down. The Madam Hydra interjected. She couldn't let the two continue to vent their frustrations irrationally. The urgent task is to address the suspicions of the political leaders from various countries, not to argue. Baron Strucker, we are all on the list. It cannot be one of us as the betrayer, and none of your internal S.H.I.E.L.D. members have been exposed. The suspicion indeed lies more with you guys. Before Pierce could refute, she accelerated her speech. But your insight plan has been smoothly implemented. Achieving the goal is within reach, and there's also no reason to betray. Since we can't find an answer, let's put it aside. The most important thing now is to let our exposed person hide again. Madam Hydra, alluring and charming, sat on the table. Do you two understand? You think I don't understand? Baron Strucker sat down heavily. A third of my elites have been exposed, and now I can only hide in the Sokovia base. But how long can I hide? That's why we gathered here, to find a solution. Madam Hydra looked at Pierce. Pierce, only you haven't been exposed to this matter can only be handled by you. Don't let everyone down. Pierce took a deep breath, glared at Strucker fiercely like a hungry wolf, and nodded. I will apply to the Security Council to deploy S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at that time. Hitwell and Rumlow will provide you with forged death certificates. This is the most effective response I can make in a short time. Everything will have to wait until the insight plan is implemented. Once that plan succeeds, those ignorant fools will repent for their mistakes. Baron Strucker snorted coldly at this point. Then it settled. You'd better move quickly and disperse the meeting. The Hydra meeting ended on an unhappy note. On the other side, Nick Fury had also sought out Tony Stark. He brought Phil Coulson along, originally intending to infiltrate Stark's mansion directly, as they did the first time. However, when he activated the local electromagnetic shielding device, alarms blared throughout the villa. In less than 3 seconds, an armored suit descended from the sky, its hands charged and ready to fire. Oh, listen to me, this must be a misunderstanding. Nick Fury raised his hands, nudging Coulson with his foot to remind him to surrender. A few minutes later, the two were led by the armor to meet Tony in the living room. He sat with his legs crossed, hands resting on the sofa, admiring the sea view, seemingly ignoring the two. Nick Fury appeared unfazed and greeted naturally. Second meeting, Iron Man, perhaps I should just call you. You see, our meetings are always so unexpected, don't you feel surprised? He prepared to sit opposite Tony with Coulson and said to the armor, a cup of coffee with milk and sugar, please. Stop. Stand still. Tony, however, raised his left hand to stop them. Sorry, I don't think I've invited you to sit down yet. Really? I thought your sofa was meant for friends to sit on. Nick Fury, as if ignoring him, boldly sat down, stretching his bandaged foot straight. I believe Stark wouldn't be too harsh on someone who is physically challenged yet determined. Coulson's smile brightened even more. The sofa is very soft and beautiful, Mr. Stark. Their familiar demeanor made Tony's forehead twitch, his shamelessness the style of S-H-I-E-L-D. The two uninvited guests, huh? How do you want me to throw you off a cliff this time? No, calm down, Tony. In fact, we are here to bring you something you need. Nick Fury gestured for Coulson to place a black box on the table. Your father was one of the founders of our S-H-I-E-L-D. This is something he left behind. Perhaps your arc reactor can find better answers from within this. There is one more matter. Without waiting for Tony to respond, Kofu Rue clasped his fingers together, elbows on his knees, and leaned forward. Your father was a hero, Tuoni. He contributed greatly to this world. And now this world needs your help. Do you intend to become a hero like Huahuada, or will you remain a playboy content to play at being Iron Man? It is time to decide. He finished, patted his seat, and struggled to stand, taking Kuair's son with him as he limped toward the door. I believe you will choose rightly. When you have decided, contact me. You know how to reach me, do you not? The bald man deployed his usual aloof routine, speaking only half a sentence, giving no room for questions, and vanished mysteriously at the doorway. Tuoni watched them go with an exasperated look. He muttered, does he think he's some lame-footed savior who can recruit people with mere words? He spread his hands toward the armor beside him. Just as Liang said, that dark bald man is nothing but a vain, using my father's things as a favor. What a joke. Tuoni picked up the box on the table casually, but when his gaze landed on the black casing, a trace of nostalgia and solemnity touched him. Let's see what the old man was hiding, what he wanted to tell me. He remembered Liang saying that everything Huahuada had wanted to say to him was left inside. Half an hour later, Tuoni returned to the laboratory, strikingly silent. His quiet reached his face, every micro-expression soaked in recollection. The box Huahuada left behind contained nothing extraordinary, merely some manuscripts, blueprints, and several videotapes. In the dust-obscured tapes, the old man displayed a conceptual model of the Sitaku Industrial Park, implying it was an epic-defining invention. The secret on the boards, however, Tuoni had already uncovered earlier with Liang's hint. What truly left him speechless was Huahuada's solemn final line in the video, Tuoni, among the countless creations of my life, you are the greatest. Those words left Tuoni standing before the workbench in a long daze. Men of the Sitaku household seemed uniformly inept at expressing emotion. In Tuoni's memory, up until that final day, Huahuada had never once said I love you or openly shown affection for him. So Tuoni had always been rebellious. His childhood defiance and temperament had been a way to gain Huahuada's attention, and by the time Huahuada died, that temperament had become part of him. But this conversation across time suddenly revealed to him an affection Huahuada had never disclosed to it carried profound meaning for him. After a long silence, Tuoni dialed Liang. Hello. Calling in broad daylight. Do you miss me? Honestly, I'm not used to not seeing your smug face every day. Liang began to tease as soon as he answered, yet he was undoubtedly the most candid person in the Sitaku family. Miss you. Don't be ridiculous. At most a little like a fleck of grated cheese. Liang's words drew a smile from Tuoni. Don't be like that. If you miss me, say it boldly, I won't mock you. Liang laughed heartily. Ahem. It's like this, I just watched what the old man left behind. Tuoni awkwardly changed the subject. Did Kofu Rue give you the things? How did it feel? Tuoni hesitated. There's a tape in which the old man says a great deal. Well, he didn't mention you because it was recorded long ago. No need to explain it, you make it sound as if I'm fragile. Speak plainly, what do you need? When do we move against Jiotushi? Tuoni drew a deep breath. Having felt an emotion he had never felt from Huahuada, he could no longer suppress the urge to hunt his enemies. You didn't know? Liang's words made his mouth tighten. We've already begun operations. Really? Shit. Why didn't anyone tell me? Tuoni widened his eyes. Jiotushi moved quickly. Pierre C. and his Shundunju operatives had in a single day pierced the various layers of the network. At the Enlihue meeting, representatives voted to entrust Shundunju with coordinating the overall effort to capture or annihilate all of Jiotushi's clandestine forces. Shundunju agents stood ready. Among them, Jiotushi cadres hidden within seemed distracted. To ordinary agents, those expressions looked like the fearless resolve of those prepared to fight to the death. Whether rookie or veteran, many were moved by those Jiotushi elites in that moment, deeming them exemplars of their kind. Not only the ordinary agents. Even the visiting national representatives nodded in approval. The scene made them long to sign off on every operational plan at once. Little did they know that when the fighting began, that very group, proud and chest-high, would at once turn their weapons and slaughter any comrades nearby. Soon, all Shindunju deployment requests were approved. No fewer than 3 Kong Tianmu-jian were ready to launch from the Shindunju base. Pai Erc had laid everything on the table to stage a grand and tumultuous spectacle. Meanwhile, at the suburban base outside New York, the true iron goodman Inai Kofu Rue paced like an ant on a hot skillet. God damn it. He circled the table, kicking the wall with his bandaged foot. Those pompous and Lihue delegates. Can't they see Pai Erc's ill intent? Fury, you never suspected him before, did you? She reminded from the side, clad in combat gear with a striking presence. Inai Kofu Rui's dark face darkened further. I was a fool too. In Bo-Guda, Pai Erc deceived me with that rule-abiding face. In 1995, Inai Kofu Rue had been only an ordinary deputy station chief of Shindunju stationed in Bo-Guda during an uprising when it came to rescuing hostages. Pai Erc, then serving as a diplomatic ambassador, insisted on negotiation, arguing one must not gamble with hostages' lives. Fury, however, took a desperate gamble, disobeyed orders, and launched a thunderous rescue, freeing every hostage. Among them was even Pai Erc's daughter. Inai Kofu Rue could never have imagined that Pai Erc, the man who had once shared such a life-risking bond with him, the former head of Shindunju, would be Jiotushi. Any word from Tooni C. Taku? He asked, his face composed yet urgent. We need him. Sorry, sir, there's been no word from him. Ku Ersin shrugged. Could it be because we didn't leave contact information? Contact information, my ass. He has an artificial intelligence. What contact information does he need? Inai Kofu Rue cursed again. We cannot sit and wait to die. Even without that playboy, we must take action. He stared at the Shindunju base as seen through satellite images. We must infiltrate the Kong Tianmu-jian and stop Jiotushi's conspiracy. He slammed his fist on the table. If we do not, this world is finished. Infiltrating the airborne aircraft carriers sounded simple. Yet even counting Nick Fury, their current operational team comprised only 4 individuals. To send 4 people into a global military fortress was tantamount to mockery. Yet Hawkeye, Coulson, and Hill hesitated not a moment. Truly believing humanity's survival rested upon their shoulders, they spent the entire night meticulously devising strategy. We must seize the command center at all costs. I believe there are loyal agents among the staff. We must win them over first. Hill analyzed. This plan is audacious, but it is our only recourse. We have no choice but to stake everything on it. Hawkeye declared. Let me attempt contact with Tony Stark once more. He will intervene at the decisive moment, Coulson affirmed with unwavering conviction. After the trio departed, Nick Fury's enigmatic expression darkened into grim gravity. Everything had unraveled too swiftly. He had believed he could proceed deliberately, reclaiming S.H.I.E.L.D. in silence by his own hand. Yet overnight world leaders inexplicably learned of Hydra's existence. War loomed imminent, and time had already slipped through his fingers. Standing alone for a long while, Fury dialed a number. Talos, I need your help. Talos, leader of the Skrulls and a key figure in S.W.O.R.D., was also Fury's trusted friend. Indeed, Fury's hidden ace was his extraterrestrial allies, the Skrulls. With this unconventional force, he intended to reverse certain doom. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, Leon, whose superhuman hearing had tracked every development across the globe, nearly laughed aloud upon hearing Fury's call. That black egg, so recklessly bold when caution was warranted, yet absurdly naive when wisdom demanded sharpness. The Skrulls were no benevolent alien race. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they appeared as interstellar refugees. In the comics, they ruled galaxies as ruthless cosmic marauders. A creation of the Celestial, Skrulls possessed the ability to mimic another's appearance and replicate memories, merely by focusing their will. The most exceptional among them, designated Super Skrulls, could even duplicate an individual's extraordinary abilities, achieving 60 to 70% of the original's power. Yet in the cinematic universe, this capacity was severely curtailed. Replication now required both the target's blood and specialized equipment. This limitation drastically diminished their threat level, and explained why they failed to match the Kree Empire's might in interstellar warfare as they had in the comics. Their presence on Earth traced back over a decade to the cinematic timeline when these interstellar refugees first fled persecution by the Kree Empire. Their leader Talos seized a fortuitous opportunity to awaken fragments of Captain Marvel's suppressed memories, then held under Kree control. Thereafter they escaped to Earth. When encountering Captain Marvel and her allies again, Talos projected an image of utter harmlessness. He extended goodwill, offered assistance, so earnestly innocent that one might imagine him offering his very heart and liver. Thus, after repelling the Kree forces, Captain Marvel and Nick Fury pledged to help these Skrull refugees find a habitable world. That search spanned more than 10 years. During this time, Talos broadcast across the cosmos: Earth is safe. Come swiftly. Today, millions of Skrulls reside upon our planet. As years passed, they gradually concluded Earth was the optimal world for their survival, and began viewing humanity with growing hostility. Yet Nick Fury, regarding these aliens as friends and subordinates, remained utterly unaware. Perhaps he simply refused to entertain ill intent from those he called allies. After all, his meteoric rise to director of S.H.I.E.L.D. within mere years owed much to the Skrull's uncanny ability to impersonate others and to replicate memories. Leon shook his head. A million shapeshifters, each as formidable as Mystique. Even if ambition was absent at first, it would inevitably take root. Compared to them, even his newly founded Men in Black seemed woefully outnumbered. Once Hydra falls, I'll find an opportunity to expel these green-skinned Skrulls. As the airborne carrier ascended, Nick Fury and his team indeed infiltrated it seamlessly. Even the infiltration sequence unfolded precisely as Hawkeye and the others had devised overnight, without incident. Hawkeye and Coulson marveled at Providence, whispering that God himself guarded mankind. Only Nick Fury strolled behind them, calm and unhurried, suppressing a private smile. His Skrull comrades had already replaced key sentinels. This victory was his quiet, heavy-lift triumph. Moreover, he had embedded Skrulls deep within governmental institutions worldwide. Only thus could he restore order in the shortest possible time. Take this corridor. We head straight for the command center, seize control, and use this carrier to destroy the other two. Hawkeye, the team's finest combat operative, led the way. Move, Fury. Time's slipping away, follow us. Tony's intelligence dossier contained only Hydra operatives' identities. The Skrulls had yet to relay memory-derived intel to Fury. Unable to distinguish ordinary agents from Hydra infiltrators, the quartet stunned every S.H.I.E.L.D. operative they encountered, until they burst into the command center. Four heads pressed tightly together inside a 50-centimeter square ventilation shaft, like four peanuts crammed into a single shell, each face grotesquely compressed. Crossbones, he's here too. Fury's lone eye flared with lethal intensity as he glared down at the figure below. He's Hydra. Crossbones is Hydra. Hawkeye balked. No wonder you claimed only we remain trustworthy. Tell me, are we truly S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, or merely Hydra's outsourced contractors? Now is not the time for that, Hawkeye. Distract Crossbones. Coulson Coverhill's advanced to seize control. And what about you, Fury? Hill asked. I'm naturally. Who's up there? Show yourselves. A voice bellowed, cutting Fury short. Sharon Carter, clad in tactical gear, leveled her rifle at the vent, where she saw four distorted heads jammed together. With S.H.I.E.L.D. reeling amid paranoia, her first instinct was Hydra infiltration. Her restraint in withholding fire reflected remarkable discipline. Niece of Peggy Carter, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founding director, Sharon embodied her aunt's legendary poise and grit. Fury muttered wordless exasperation. Three pairs of eyes beside him rolled in unison. Minutes later, the four tumbled one after another from the vent, only to be encircled by dozens inside the command center. Nick Fury. How is it you? Weren't you killed by Hydra 2 days ago? Sharon Carter looked at Nick Fury with suspicion. So Hawkeye, Hill, and Coulson, you all disappeared for 2 days, and it turns out you weren't caught by Hydra. She began to doubt whether the four people in front of her had any connection to Hydra. Otherwise, everything seemed too coincidental. Crossbones Rumlow stepped forward. Director Fury, you vanished at a critical moment and suddenly reappeared on the helicarrier. You owe us an explanation. Otherwise, it's hard not to suspect you are involved with Hydra. You're not wrong. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. I do need an explanation. Despite being aimed at by dozens of guns, he remained unflappable, calmly pulling out a chair to sit down, crossing his legs, and facing the crowd. If you want to know the truth, then I will tell you the truth. The news of Hydra has been rampant among the upper echelons of various countries these past 2 days. This time, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. operation is aimed at exterminating Hydra. But what if there are Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D.? I want to tell you that we don't know how many Hydra members are hiding here right beside us. Nick Fury leaned back, scanning everyone present with his nostrils. He felt that every single person here was suspicious and subtly gave Hawkeye a sidelong glance. This is all nonsense, alarmist rhetoric. Rumlow cocked his gun. A person who vanishes at a critical moment, then reappears to sow discord. When did you become Hydra, Nick Fury? The few S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents who were initially swayed by Nick Fury's words now looked confused again after hearing Rumlow's statement. The situation was too complicated. They had too little information to decide whom to trust. Rumlow, are you so eager to refute me? Nick Fury's expression was cold. I know your identity is Hydra very well. There's no need for you to continue pretending. There are many Hydra members here. Isn't there still a need for disguise? Rumlow narrowed his eyes. I don't understand what you're saying, Nick Fury. I am now arresting you for treason. Suddenly a gun was pointed at Rumlow. It was an ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Are you saying Director Fury is telling the truth? That person turned around and shouted to everyone. Everyone calm down. Do you not even trust the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? How could Hydra possibly corrupt the director? This Rumlow must have a problem. Rumlow's eyes flashed with fury as he glanced at that person ready to see. Suddenly, another voice interjected. Everyone, I think you need to watch this live broadcast. A female agent leaned over the computer, quickly manipulating it, projecting a live stream onto the central screen. Live broadcast. Everyone's heads were filled with question marks. We were in the middle of a covert operation, just a few words away from declaring ourselves good people before getting into a fight. You want us to watch a live broadcast now? Everyone felt it was absurd yet could not help but look towards the big screen along with the voice. The screen displayed a press conference. A figure familiar to everyone stood beside the podium. In summary, several days ago, I destroyed the remnants of the Red Room's forces. Tony Stark leaned on the table with his elbow, his body slightly tilted, but his large eyes were filled with seriousness. Behind him a screen played a video of the Mark suit moving in front of a fortress. That video was captured by J.R.V.I.S. while Tony was flying around the airborne fortress. From their transaction records with the outside world, I discovered a shocking secret. Originally supposed to have perished during World War II, Hydra still exists and is lurking in various fields. They are present among the upper echelons of nations and within secret organizations around the world. From those transaction records, I deduced that even former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Pierce was a member of Hydra. The so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. is. As Tony spoke, he projected concrete evidence behind him. His statements today were the result of discussions with Leon, a decision they made together. One of the purposes was to clarify the truth that Hydra was hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. The other was to elevate Tony's reputation among the official circles of various countries, providing convenience for his upcoming transnational revenge. The atmosphere in the press conference became somewhat quiet. Most reporters were unfamiliar with what S.H.I.E.L.D. was and remained skeptical about the claim that Hydra still existed. Even online, the netizens watching the live broadcast were completely bewildered. The live chat was filled with question marks. However, the reactions of those watching the broadcast on the helicarrier were different. Nick Fury's expression changed drastically. Shit. How dare he publicly announce such news? Coulson, is this the result of your contact last night? Director, I don't know either. I couldn't reach him after trying every possible way last night. Coulson replied, feeling somewhat wronged. What? You couldn't reach him? Then how does he know all this? Did he really destroy a faction of the Red Room? Nick Fury's expression twisted somewhat. But looking at the agents around him, who were shaken by the live broadcast, he decided to go with the flow. You all saw it. Even Iron Man Tony Stark is accusing Pierce of having problems. Do you still doubt what I said? Nick Fury stood up, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Rumlow, you and Pierce are both Hydra. How much longer will you continue to pretend? Rumlow instantly exploded with rage upon hearing this, and his gun was raised, almost ready to fire at Nick Fury. But as he raised his gun, Hawkeye's arrow also aimed at him. Put down your gun. Hawkeye shouted coldly. This command was like a red-hot coal thrown into water. The entire command room became tense. Everyone with a gun pointed it at their suspected target. Sharon Carter and 4 or 5 others pointed their guns at Rumlow. The others were aiming at Nick Fury and the others. These people were undoubtedly Hydra members. Very well, I know there are many of you, but I didn't expect so many. Nick Fury wanted to say something, but it was unclear who fired the first shot. It was like the shot that represented independence fired centuries ago at Lexington. In the next moment, the command room turned into a hail of bullets. Gunfire erupted, flames surged, and smoke filled the air. Hawkeye engaged Rumlow, shooting an arrow that killed a Hydra member. The battle was fierce. But as the ordinary agent who stood with Fury fell, he transformed into a green-skinned, non-human entity. Nick Fury shouted no. In his moment of shock, he was pinned to the ground by the crowd. Several others were also injured, either dead or incapacitated. In the end, Hawkeye was surrounded and fell to the ground, shaking under the electric baton. The counterattack on the helicarrier was thus declared over. And in a corner unnoticed by anyone, the female agent who had first broadcast Tony's live stream was hiding under the table. She controlled the camera to record everything and connected to a special network live streaming the scene to the outside world. And she was the woman in black, codenamed Agent K. Agent K transmitted live footage from the scene in real time via an encrypted channel to the Men in Black's internal satellite network. Within the airborne Fortress, Maria, also known as Agent M, re-encrypted the feed and uploaded it to a dark website. At the top of the site stood its title, Tide Rising. Tide Rising was a decentralized autonomous collective akin to a hacker alliance devoted to transparency and freedom of speech. Its members were scattered across the globe, many knowing little or nothing about one another. They exposed classified information buried by governments moving through cyberspace like phantoms, digital era Zoros. Their core belief was universal access to truth. Many freelance members spent idle hours browsing posts on the site. A response quickly appeared beneath Agent M's post. M, did everyone watch Tony Stark's press conference livestream just now? I infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network and uncovered something. Video link. Sky just watched it. I was about to breach S.H.I.E.L.D. myself. Friend, you're lightning fast. Anonymous 1, M, did you just post a video? Miles Sky. Your current skill level makes you dangerously traceable. Don't hack into high-security networks without my coordination. Sky, got it. I'll remember, Mentor. Anonymous 2, still chatting. Good God. M's video is the most staggering thing I've seen all year. Anonymous 3, what the hell? That black man in the video. I recognize him as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. We saw his file when we breached their archives. Has he truly been defeated by Hydra? Anonymous 1, Hydra still exists. And just as Stark claimed, they've seized control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it, we must act. Miles, we're just hackers. What can we possibly do? Sky leaked the video everywhere. Pin it to the homepage of every major portal. Everyone deserves the right to know. Anonymous 1, Sky's right. That's exactly what Tide Rising was founded to do. Mobilize. Take down those corporate servers. Anonymous 2, but aren't most social platforms owned by Stark Industries? Their firewalls are notoriously impenetrable, if I recall correctly. M, leave it to me. This operation is Tide Rising's solemn commitment. Sky, brilliant. Don't forget to watermark the video with our Tide Rising insignia. M, consider it done. 10 minutes later, every website and application under Stark Industries' umbrella displayed a massive banner link on their homepage. The banner read, Expose the Hydra Truth. Another global cover-up by official institutions. Tide Rising vouches for the authenticity of this leak. Clicking the link revealed the footage recorded aboard the helicarrier. The entire sequence from Nick Fury's covert infiltration to the fierce battle and ultimate defeat. Every moment had been captured on camera. Hours-long infiltration condensed into a tightly edited 5-minute reel. The pacing was razor-sharp. Climactic moments were underscored by stirring, pulse-racing music, whether crafted by Agent M or refined by J.R.V.I.S. remained unclear. Simultaneous front-page promotion across all major portals propelled the video's virality to its zenith. Within seconds of release, millions clicked the link. Within minutes, the video was saturated with real-time commentary. The comment section erupted. Holy hell. Is Tony Stark telling the truth? Hydra lives. Unbelievable. I felt like someone just told me my grandfather who fought in World War II had crawled out of his... Are these officials asleep at the wheel? An S.H.I.E.L.D. Utterly incompetent. That black man. Is he really the director? He went down in one blow. Looks weaker than me. Hey folks, did no one notice the green figure lying on the floor? Is that some new bioengineered clone? What's happening now? That man shouted about destruction and salvation. Does this herald the onset of online discourse? Exploded, but most netizens dismissed it as mere spectacle, not sober reality. Meanwhile at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, reactions among the assembled international delegates stood in stark contrast to public chatter. Alexander Pierce had gathered over 100 dignitaries, beaming as he awaited triumphant news from the field. To prevent restlessness during the wait, he personally guided them on a tour of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tower, showcasing agents' unwavering professionalism and discipline. After the tour came lunch, followed by Pierce himself placing a live call to Agent Sitwell, broadcasting it before the entire delegation. Sitwell reported confidently, confirming flawless execution of all operational phases. Delegates exhaled in relief, exchanging praise. Everything seemed poised for a smooth, celebratory conclusion, until fate delivered Pierce a cruel twist. At that very moment, one delegate's phone rang. Then a second, a third. Soon hundreds of disparate ringtones collided into chaotic symphony. It resembled a coordinated telephonic assault. Yet within seconds of answering, each delegate's expression twisted with shock and disbelief. The Bear Nation delegate hung up first, then activated his phone's projection feature, casting Tony Stark's livestream onto the conference room's holographic screen. He tapped again, loading Tide Rising's video now pinned atop every major web portal. Silence fell. Delegates, having only grasped fragments over the phone, now absorbed the footage with urgent intensity. Pierce watched the screen, his affable smile fading, replaced first by grim stillness, then by a cold, mirthless smirk. The video ended. Delegates turned toward Pierce, eyes sharp with accusation and fury. Do you have anything to explain, Director Pierce? The Bear Nation delegate stripped off his suit jacket, revealing a physique honed for combat. He looked ready to challenge Pierce to single combat. Others swiftly followed suit. The evidence in the video left no doubt Pierce was Hydra, irrevocably exposed. If the former director was Hydra, how many true loyalists remained within S.H.I.E.L.D.? These 100-plus envoys now found themselves deep behind enemy lines, far more perilous than any battlefield. They faced two stark choices: resist, or await ransom negotiations from their homelands. Most rose, aligning themselves beside the Bear Nation delegate. They chose defiance against Hydra. Pierce merely regarded the scene with contemptuous amusement. Shaking his head, he strode toward the door and murmured into his earpiece, "Subdue them." Bang! The conference room door exploded inward. Dozens of fully armed agents hurled tear gas canisters behind Pierce, then stormed in, weapons drawn. Tide Rising. Tony Stark. As Pierce passed the agents, his eyes, half lost in shadow, turned glacial. "You'd better have written your wills." Inside a dimly lit chamber, the Hydra commanders convened once more via holographic projection. Unlike their last meeting, tense, volatile, each man a tinderbox ready to ignite, this gathering was steeped in silence. At this moment, every commander sat motionless, seated around the table, staring blankly at the circular expanse of polished wood between their hands. Utterly baffled, just days ago they had toasted with champagne, arms draped over slender waists, discussing grand visions of dominion. Yet in the span of mere nights, Hydra, the serpent that had slithered unseen beneath the world's surface, had been dragged into the blinding glare of global infamy. Now it was hunted like vermin in broad daylight. Who among us is the traitor? Baron Strucker clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, his face ashen and sallow, as if drained of life overnight. Whether a traitor exists, or even who he is, no longer matters, Pierce murmured, his voice low and gravelly. Every single head has been exposed. We have only two paths forward. Either sever our own limbs to save the body, sacrifice all lives so new serpentine heads may rise anew, or declare war, seize the world by fire and steel. Pierce roared the word war from deep within his throat, raw, unambiguous, absolute. War? Now. Madam Hydra froze, stunned. But Project Insight is barely 1/5 complete. How can we possibly wage it? The path is simple. Pierce tapped the tabletop twice. How Schmidt waged war 70 years ago, that is how we shall wage it now. He had already devised the entire campaign. On each of the 3 orbital carriers I've deployed 10 thermonuclear warheads. The time for their deployment has come. Let Rumlow and his forces use the carriers, and those warheads, to pin down global powers, while we strike decisively for the Middle East. The Middle East is a powder keg. There we've embedded countless loyal units, making it the perfect crucible for igniting global conflagration. Do you consent? Pierce's eyelids drooped halfway over his eyes, but the gaze beneath cut like honed steel. Is this truly advisable? Madam Hydra voiced dissent. Most of those units were purged by Tony Stark. What remains is dangerously depleted in combat readiness. She suspected Pierce, reeling from catastrophic reversal, had lost all rational restraint. Declare war upon the entire world. Did he truly believe Hydra still possessed the might it wielded 7 decades past? And what did you just say? She narrowed her eyes. Nuclear warheads aboard the orbital carriers. Weren't those vessels meant to feint against me and Baron Strucker? What precisely do you intend to do with them? Merely a contingency measure. Pierce adjusted his collar with a slow, deliberate twist. Those warheads represent decades of painstaking accumulation, by my branch alone. Accumulated expressly for moments such as this. To serve as deterrent or to purge cowards and traitors who falter when duty calls. His stare pierced directly toward Baron Strucker and the others seated beside him. Madam Hydra rose slowly to her feet. Are you threatening us? I am merely outlining our next course of action. Pierce swept his gaze across the table. So, do you endorse open war? Strucker and Madame Hydra exchanged grim, reluctant glances, then bowed under pressure. We consent. With the three principal leaders aligned, the rest swiftly followed suit. When Pierce re-entered the conference chamber moments later, delegates from nations across the globe sat bound to their chairs, mouths sealed with adhesive tape, their eyes blazing with fury as Pierce strode inside. Do not grow agitated, gentlemen and ladies. I know precisely what you're thinking. Your governments will mobilize armies. A Hydra will be eradicated once again. But first consider this. Pierce switched the holographic display. A rotating globe materialized, 3 orbital carriers marked with pulsing coordinates. They hovered above San Francisco, Poland, and Sokovia, directly over densely populated urban centers, less than 1 kilometer above ground level. That such positioning had been granted, even temporarily, was itself a concession made by world powers to root out Hydra. Now it had become the very sword suspended above their own heads. And now observe this. The projection shifted again, revealing rows of shipboard missile launch systems. Each colossal warhead primed and ready for ignition. Each carrier carries 10 thermonuclear devices, each with a yield of 1 megaton. You understand what that implies. At any moment we may unleash devastation upon the cities beneath us. If you wish to avoid being inscribed in history as mass murderers, then instruct your governments to comply, exactly as I demand. Pierce smiled, a serene, fearless smile, as he met the gaze of every captive delegate. You demon, no nation will obey your edicts. No one will carry your message. One delegate tore free of his tape, voice trembling with rage. No need for intermediaries. My words were recorded and broadcast globally the instant they left my lips. Pierce selected a chair and settled into it. He leaned back comfortably. No wonder Fury always preferred speaking while reclined. It truly is most agreeable. Pierce's strategy proved ruthlessly effective, at least initially. Once intelligence reached national capitals, no government dared move rashly. After all, millions of civilians lived directly beneath those 3 orbital carriers. To provoke Hydra into mutual annihilation, triggering nuclear detonations that would incinerate millions, would stain Hydra's already infamous legacy, yet condemn the opposing powers to infamy far more profound and irreversible. Meanwhile, Skye and her former boyfriend Miles, operating independently within the rising tide, leveraged initiative and ingenuity to intercept Pierce's broadcast to world governments. Shaken to their core, they wasted no time uploading the footage to the open web. Scarcely had Pierce's ultimatum gone live when the internet erupted, especially among citizens living directly beneath the carriers. Oh, come on. Woke up and found out there are 10 nukes hovering over my head. San Francisco netizens triggered content filters instantly. Fuck. What did Sokovia ever do to deserve this? War stripped us bare. Now you add hydrogen bombs. Sokovian refugees wept silently. Which Polish city is that airship hovering over? Are we being blitzed again? Most online commentary expressed disbelief and dread, but residents of those 3 cities had descended into full-blown chaos. Entire metropolises unraveling in panic. Aboard Nick Fury's orbital carrier, the crew remained utterly unaware of the global crisis unfolding below. Fury and his allies lay bound and discarded in a corner of the command center. Meanwhile, Rumlow and his team stood over the corpse of a Skrull agent, brows deeply furrowed. Fury, if you don't act now, we'll be obliterated before Hydra even gets the chance. Hawkeye whispered, do you have a plan? Indeed I do, Fury replied, his gaze locking onto several figures among the Hydra operatives, a faint, knowing smile crossing his lips. What plan, eh? To wait. Wait for what? For someone. Barton's eyelid twitched. Given we're all about to die, could you please speak plainly just once? My guest has arrived, Fury murmured, a subtle lift at the corners of his mouth. A tall, lean Hydra operative strolled indifferently past Fury and his bound companions. Clang! A small knife clattered onto the floor before them. Hawkeye's eyes widened. You claim you're not Hydra, but wait, is he one of those aliens? Your clearance does not permit access to such knowledge, Fury said calmly, then used his foot to slide the blade toward himself. Even without your confirmation, I know they can assume human form, correct? That makes them rather dangerous, doesn't it, Fury? No, they are benevolent toward Earth. Not dangerous, Fury countered. As the two spoke in hushed tones, a gunshot cracked through the air. All heads turned. Smoke curled from Rumlow's pistol barrel. Before him, the operative who'd just passed Fury collapsed, forehead shattered, skin melting into emerald green Skrull flesh. No, Fury bellowed, eyes wide with horror. Simultaneously, 6 other Hydra agents cried out in unison, Dari. In the next heartbeat, Rumlow pivoted, fired 6 rapid shots, each bullet striking dead center in the forehead. 6 bodies crumpled, revealing identical green-skinned corpses. If Hawkeye could deduce the truth, then Rumlow, a peerless operative, had grasped it long before. "You bastard! I'll kill you, Rumlow. You Hydra filth!" Fury screamed, voice raw with fury and anguish. Rumlow said nothing. He cracked his neck, stepped forward, and drove the rifle, but into Fury's jaw, knocking him unconscious. Threat neutralized. Resume duties. Await further orders. Rumlow delivered the command with icy composure. Hydra agents averted their gazes and returned to their stations, while Agent K, observing unseen, recorded the entire sequence and transmitted it outward. Agent K had been hiding in an unnoticed corner. Her exceptional physical capabilities allowed her to agilely evade the searches of Hydra members. As she was meditating, her wristband suddenly vibrated. A light screen popped up displaying a message from Leon. Video received. Well done. Take the egg and his subordinates and retreat. Leon sent out a retreat signal from the airborne fortress. Was his code name among the black-clad agents. He had no intention of releasing the video of the Skrull for the time being. Hydra had already shocked the world enough. It would be better to save the revelation of extraterrestrial matters for another time. By then they could take advantage of the public outrage to drive the Skrulls off Earth. As for the previously exposed Skrull, he believed Fury could easily cover it up. Sometimes Leon felt he should have a shock value system. In that case, just the emotions stirred by these few operations around the world would probably be enough for him to exchange for a supreme, superhuman physique. On the Sky mothership, Agent K finished reading the message and flicked her wrist to close the light screen. Received, Commander Superman. She picked up a metal briefcase and swayed her graceful waist as she stepped out of the shadows. Agent K is of Asian descent and had once been placed into a research institution affiliated with Hydra by the Red Room. Later, Hydra recognized her excellence and sent her to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy for Agents. During that time, Hydra had conducted superficial brainwashing on her. However, the effect was evidently not as effective as the chemical methods of the Red Room. If it weren't for the inhibitor Natasha had injected into her a month ago, at this moment she was probably still in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Research Institute conducting research with Fitzsimmons and others. As soon as Agent K stepped out of the shadows, she was immediately noticed. "Stop!" A Hydra agent threatened with a gun. Rumlow reached out to stop his subordinate. He recognized Agent K. "You are Caitlin. I remember you should be in the Research Institute now," he said, looking at K suspiciously. "I am on a special mission from that one," Agent K explained. "He asked me to take Nick Fury and these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents away at a critical moment." She did not specify who that one was. Instead, as she walked past Rumlow, she whispered, "Hail Hydra." Upon hearing this, the hesitation in Rumlow's eyes instantly cleared. This person was from Hydra and had responded to the code phrase, meaning she was one of their own. He waved his hand to signal that there was no threat and instructed the others to return to their posts. Rumlow didn't even ask why they were taking Nick Fury and the others instead of killing them here. He watched as Agent K carried Fury on her shoulder, held Hawkeye in her hand, and squeezed Hill and Sharon Carter under her arm as they left the command room. So she is also enhanced. Could she be another Winter Soldier? Rumlow shook his head, not pondering deeply. Agent K, carrying several people, looked like a slender stalk of rice filled with grains. She smoothly entered a Quinjet, tossing them onto the floor. A few seconds later, the jet ignited, took off, and left the Sky mothership. "Well, now we are going to evaporate in a deserted corner." Hawkeye observed the interior of the jet. He was very familiar with the structure of the Quinjet and thought he might find a way out. "Perhaps we still have a chance." Coulson looked at Agent K in the pilot's seat. "She doesn't seem like a Hydra person." "Doesn't seem. She took us away just now, and no one stopped us along the way. Does that not seem like it?" Sharon Carter's gaze fell on the parachute rack. "She is very strong. She must have been enhanced, making her difficult to deal with. Is there a way to sabotage the cabin? We can only attempt to escape at the cost of our lives." However, Coulson did not respond. He turned directly to Agent K and asked, "Ma'am, may I ask where you plan to take us?" Agent K glanced at the dashboard. "Poland, Warsaw. Good, we're here." "Oh." The others in the cabin were dumbfounded. "What the heck does we're here mean?" The next second, the jet suddenly slowed down, hovered, and then slightly jolted as it landed. Agent K left the pilot's seat, dropped several tactical daggers at their feet, opened the hatch, and walked out. "Take Nick Fury away from here. From now on, matters concerning Hydra will be handled by us black-clad agents." Black-clad agents. The few of them exchanged confused glances. None of them knew this organization. But that makes sense. They were unaware that Hydra even existed within S.H.I.E.L.D. So it seems normal that an organization capable of arranging infiltration into Hydra was unheard of. Normal, my ass. Only 2 days ago they had been the largest and most secretive organization in the world. How did they suddenly become a joke? Hawkeye and the others began to argue with their eyes. "Ma'am, may we assist you?" Coulson inquired with a friendly demeanor. "No need," Agent K replied without looking back. She held the metal briefcase, gave it a twist, and a set of black armor unexpectedly unfolded from within, attaching itself to her body. The curves of the armor fit her form perfectly, tightening, like clothing, yet smooth as water. The demure and alluring beauty transformed into a mysterious warrior akin to a goddess of the night in an instant. After donning the armor, flames erupted simultaneously from the armor's hands and feet, and Agent K blinked, cutting into the high sky. What the hell? Could this black-clad agent be created by Tony Stark? Hawkeye was dumbfounded. Now the entire world knew that the iron armor was Tony's exclusive weapon. Is she heading back to the Sky Mothership? The time it takes for us to fly out of the mothership and land is less than half a minute. The mothership should be around this latitude and longitude. Hurry. We need to find a way to leave here, contact more people, and stop Hydra. Hill made a judgment, quickly turned around, and picked up a dagger with her hands tied behind her back. The others quickly untied their ropes and slapped Fury awake. But when they rushed out of the Quinjet and saw the Sky Mothership hovering above them, so close they could see its underside, only one phrase remained on their lips. What the fuck? The Sky Mothership hovered 1,000 meters above the city. Given the size of the mothership at this altitude, people in the entire city could even faintly see its menacing artillery ports. Whether in Warsaw or the other two cities, panic had ensued. In the city, vehicles were fleeing on both the right and left lanes. Even Warsaw, the best-planned city in Poland, saw its highway entrances clogged with traffic. The best way for people to leave was by plane. But by the time ordinary citizens reacted, all the urgent tickets had already been sold out. It seemed that the airborne routes had become exclusive lifelines for the wealthy and privileged. However, Hydra was fair in its treatment. They had no control over the vehicles fleeing on the ground. But if your plane dared to take off from under the aircraft carrier, the shipborne anti-aircraft guns would first issue a warning before shooting it down. In the end, all departing planes were forced to return to the airport. The powerful and wealthy dragging boxes of confidential documents and luxurious treasures ran together with airport staff. But the airport was already completely blocked. Among those who couldn't buy tickets, some held on to their hopes, or simply aimed to hijack a plane, all driving toward. As a result, they were all stuck outside the airport, blocking all the roads completely. The wealthy and the powerful were helpless in the face of it. Afraid of strikes from the aerial mothership, they did not even dare board their helicopters. They could only climb back into their luxury cars and obediently tail the traffic. By a strange mercy, their conduct calmed the growing agitation among ordinary citizens. Some stood on car roofs, gazing at the interminable line of vehicles, then looked back at the convoys of the rich. A few even cracked open beers and drank with reckless cheer. After all, at any moment, a nuclear warhead might fall from the skies above them. Even if school never taught it, or they never paid attention, a quick online search would reveal the fate awaiting a city struck by a nuke. Each person seemed to hear the ticking of their own life clock. Yet when they glanced backward and reconsidered, they could drag the grandees they ordinarily never met into the same hell. If they were to die, what did it matter? A rotten life was still something earned. Thus the traffic held men and women, old and young. Even at the slightest worry, they would turn to peer at the convoy's rear. Occasionally they spotted a familiar face from television, a parliamentary bigwig, trailing behind with family in tow. They could not help but bang on their car roofs, roaring with laughter and cursing God. If we die today, so be it. No loss. And this was only a corner of Huasha. A city of millions, Huasha's already mediocre public services had essentially collapsed. People could only flee of their own accord. The city was gridlocked everywhere, filled with cries, looting, and smashing. This was merely the scene half an hour after Pierce's video went online. If events were projected a few hours forward, even if the city were spared the bombs, it would likely be ruined by the ensuing riots. When Liang flew over Huasha, what met his eyes and ears were fires and a blaring ocean of car horns. After a brief survey, he shot straight up to catch up with Agent K, who had just escorted Ni Kafurue away. They greeted one another with a nod. Liang continued toward the aerial mothership. Agent K paused, using instruments built into his suit to begin recording. The recording signal was relayed through satellite and cut straight into the airborne fortress. Inside, Agent M promptly stamped the footage with a Zhangchao watermark and routed it to major websites, creating a live stream entry on their front pages. It was a test of the agent's ability to run a superhero management company. As it turned out, in the realm of new media, the agents proved themselves consummate all-around operators. They excelled at editing, crafting sensational hooks, and deflecting blame. The notion of framing Zhangchao was not even Liang's idea. It had been proposed by an agent who had joined Zhang Chao, who insisted, with great conviction, that Zhang Chao would be eager to shoulder the blame. Thus the decision was born. Half an hour later the internet was in chaos. There were those who reveled in schadenfreude, those who denounced Jiu Shi, and those who cheered Jiu Shi on, calling their actions brilliant. But the loudest voices came from residents of the three cities. They recorded online the entire arc of their reactions from the moment they received the news. From an initial rush to leave town, to the impatience of being trapped in traffic, to the despair of realizing there was no escape by nightfall. Some even began publishing wills on the internet. Others went live kneeling and chanting passages from the Bible, pleading for God's mercy. In the face of catastrophe, all manner of people emerged. Yet a particularly peculiar faction stood out: netizens from the Middle East and Afghanistan, who called themselves adherents of the Neo-Church, Superman deity cult. Under different posts, they comforted the citizens of the three cities, urging them not to panic. We still have Superman. Superman will surely crush the evil Jiu Shi and save you. Through their tireless efforts and persistent persuasion, the internet, which had seemed to have forgotten after Superman's disappearance and amnesia of over a month, suddenly remembered there was such an incalculably formidable figure. After all, this was the man who could take Jellicoe missiles without injury. Such a being surely seemed born to be a savior. Increasingly more posts analyzed Superman and begged for his intervention. Many men and women even uploaded photographs pledging they would spend endless nights with him if he defeated Jiu Shi. As if in answer to those hopes, a live stream entry bearing the Zhang Chao watermark, entitled Superman Descends, suddenly appeared. Countless netizens poured into the stream. The first thing they saw in the frame was Superman in uniform flying straight toward the aerial mothership. Superman. Oh my God, it's really Superman. He heard us and came to deal with Jiu Shi. He may not be wearing red briefs, but he's handsomer than in the comics. Who's filming this? A local drone. Are you being too optimistic? Maybe he's actually with Jiu Shi. That's unlikely, but I don't think he can save those three cities. Those are nuclear bombs. Isn't he afraid of being blasted to death? Debate roared online as the live camera tracked Superman down to the underside of the mothership. His crimson cape was whipped aloft by the high winds, revealing a physique carved like an ancient Greek sculpture. He placed his hands against the hull as if it weighed nothing. In the next instant, the camera captured the craft shuddering, then being pushed upward by Superman's strength. The stream did not cut. It showed Superman hoisting the enormous vessel, accelerating until it dove into the cloud layer. Only when his silhouette dwindled to a speck did the camera rush to follow him. Shit. He pushed that airship away. Imin Hua Sha. The vessel that was hovering above is already in the clouds. My God. My God. He's practically a god. We're saved. Damn it, why didn't he come to Jinshan first? What if our city is hit before theirs? I think you're being too optimistic. Even if he can move the mothership, so what? If the bomb falls later, well, not necessarily. He pushed a vessel that must weigh tens of thousands of tons. I dread to imagine how dense his body must be. But he'll be contaminated by radiation. He won't last long. The uproar was not confined to the web. Inside Jiu Shi there was pandemonium. Especially at Shindunju headquarters. Pai Air C was furious. Idiots. Lang Mu Luo, you fools. Only now you learn we've declared war on the world, and you let Nai Kofu Rue escape. Pai Air C had kicked over countless chairs in his rage. And that's Superman. Where does he think he's pushing our aerial mothership? Kill him, kill him. Before him, 3 light screens glowed, each displaying the commander of one of the aerial motherships. Lang Mu Luo, seated in the center, pressed his lips in silence, offering no excuses and understanding the need to accept blame. He straightened and said, Sir, Superman can absorb Jellicoe missiles. We currently have no effective means to wound him. No effective means of attack. Are we just going to watch him carry all 3 motherships into space? Then we will be defeated. The war has just begun, and we are losing to this so-called Superman. Peers paced around the meeting room while the representatives from various countries looked at him with mocking smiles, watching him in distress. Suddenly he stopped, his gaze intense. We still have nuclear bombs. Lang Nero, you can detonate all the shipborne hydrogen bombs and blow that bastard to smithereens. But sir, we are still on the space mothership. If the nuclear bomb explodes, we will die too. Lang Nero's face turned pale. He realized he was being forced into a sacrifice. Your deaths will be for a worthy cause. Pierce thought of a plan and became polite again. Lang Nero, do you remember the slogan you've been shouting? Say it again. Lang Nero opened his mouth. Hail Hydra. This slogan has been shouted for over a century. If one head is cut off, 2 more will grow in its place. Your sacrifice today will allow Hydra to grow more Lang Neros. Pierce directly ordered, detonate. Blow up all the shipborne nuclear bombs. Soldiers, you should feel happy. Even an enemy as powerful as Superman will be defeated because of you. Langmuro stared blankly at Pierce, unsure of what to think. Yes, sir. He hung up the communication. Pierce looked at the two remaining screens in front of him and chuckled a few times. Want to resist? Unfortunately, you can't do it. After Langmuro hung up the communication, he turned to his teammates and forced a smile. Everyone, Superman is not someone we can contend with. The commander has ordered a retreat. In the next moment, dozens of gun barrels were aimed at his forehead. Shit. I knew it. He shook his head in despair and suddenly lunged towards the nearest person. After a series of gunshots, there were 7 more corpses in the command room, including Langmuro. After all, Langmuro was not Captain America, and he was still at a disadvantage when facing multiple opponents. After cleaning up the internal rebellion, the highest-ranking Hydra member took over command. Prepare all nuclear bombs, detonate simultaneously in 1 minute. He ordered decisively and bluntly, his eyes hollow and devoid of emotion, as if he cared nothing for the impending death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Leon, wearing a Superman uniform, appeared in the command room. You all continue, I just came to pack some experimental materials. Leon picked up 2 Skrull corpses and vanished from the command room. Then bring a few people to receive the Skrulls, and do it quickly. Leon's voice still echoed in the room, but he was already gone, as if the previous moment was merely an illusion. The Hydra soldiers exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence they continued their work to detonate the nuclear bombs. When Agent K, carrying the live camera, caught up with Leon again, he resumed the pose of lifting the space mothership with both hands. The Skrull corpses had already been moved to the aerial fortress. As soon as the live camera captured Leon, the number of comments skyrocketed. Superman, my Superman. This is approaching the Karman line, simply unbelievable. His speed is incredible. Fast speed, great strength, and he can carry missiles. He is the true Superman. I wonder if he fears kryptonite. There shouldn't be any kryptonite on Earth. He doesn't need kryptonite. When the nuclear bomb explodes, he will die. Indeed, although his self-sacrifice is great, the fact that he will be blown up shortly is also true. Damn Hydra. In the high altitude, the howling wind roared. The sound produced as the wind swept past Agent K's armor was transmitted through the camera equipment into the live stream. In the live room, people from all over the world listened to the sound of the wind, seemingly feeling a hint of the coldness and silence of the uninhabited deep space. They looked at the lonely figure of Superman carrying the ship away from Earth, as if preparing to sacrifice himself. Even those who did not have faith in him fell silent at this moment. This scene was truly unforgettable. Perhaps even if Superman really died in the nuclear explosion. In the future, those who witnessed this scene would grow old like a yellowed newspaper. They would still recall this day where in the depths of 10,000 meters above Warsaw, the figure in Superman's uniform carried the lives of millions underground, walking alone towards the end amidst the sunlight and white clouds. The comments in the live room were almost cleared. The video was silent. Everyone was very quiet. Suddenly, at one moment, the enormous space mothership exploded with a thunderous boom. A bright light erupted, then spread like a force, devouring the heavens and the earth. The hydrogen bomb was detonated. The flames instantly engulfed Superman's figure, soaring up into nearly 100 kilometers of deep space. High temperatures spread in circles, and near-Earth satellites suffered from radiation and electromagnetic pulse impacts, with large areas experiencing malfunctions. The footage in the live room also experienced fluctuations before directly cutting off and stopping broadcasting. The equipment on Agent K's armor had been specially modified by Tony. Even within a 5-kilometer radius of the nuclear explosion point, it could still continue recording and transmitting signals. However, even so, there were still short-circuit issues. Fortunately, the recording equipment was still operational, and the subsequent content could be edited and uploaded. However, Agent K had no mind to deal with the equipment issues. She anxiously watched the rolling smoke and flames, her heart filled with worry. Fortunately, Leon did not keep her waiting long. Soon a whirlwind blew out from the explosion center like a tornado, rising from the ground into the sky. The smoke and clouds were swept up into the sky, rising and spreading in the deeper altitude. The original explosion center revealed Leon unharmed. On the internet, the darkened live room quickly filled with comments after a brief silence. How is he? He must be fine, right? God bless Superman, will definitely be safe. Look at his appearance, he is one of us, our hero. Fuck. You heartless beings, still spouting nonsense at a time like this. I told you he would die, or he shouldn't have gone. Superman, he is the Trinity, Superman, the Holy Spirit, the reincarnation of divinity. He will not die, he is destined to lead us into the future. You followers of Superman, don't preach your doctrines at a time like this. The disconnection in the live room continued, then suddenly the entire live room disappeared from the homepage. For a moment, people thought Superman had really died, and there was wailing all over the internet. Even Pierce, watching the live stream at S.H.I.E.L. D. Headquarters felt a moment of sorrow, then laughed heartily to the sky. However, a few minutes later, an edited video topped the homepage. Tide Organization Superman returns. People flocked to click the link. In the next moment, billions of screens around the world erupted with the same cheer. He is alive. Unscathed. Superman. My Superman. People were not even satisfied with expressing themselves online. They began to step out of their homes, making eye contact with others who were also heading out, then cheering and embracing each other. The city of Warsaw turned into a sea of hands. Countless hands, whether delicate or rough, adorned with valuable accessories or stained with black grease. All were shouting and cheering, raising everything they could throw into the air. Superman! Superman! The sound of cheering converged into an ocean. After the catastrophe, people cried tears of joy, running, jumping, shouting, and crying, or kneeling and covering their faces in sorrow. They were all venting their emotions, expressing their joy and gratitude. Joy and celebration belong to ordinary people. For Hydra, and indeed the world's highest echelons. The fact that Superman emerged unscathed from a nuclear detonation totaling tens of millions of tons of TNT equivalent was nothing short of a thunderclap. It struck like a crushing blow. Humanity's ultimate weapon had proven utterly powerless against him. Superman could now act with absolute impunity upon Earth. All that remained, fragile, intangible, and ethereal, were morality and emotion. The live streaming feeds across the internet went dark. Yet surveillance satellites continued recording. From their overhead vantage, world leaders watched Superman hover at the boundary between Earth and outer space, and their hearts sank. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce sat stone-faced. Others feared the future. He feared he might have no future left at all. Where in the world did this Superman come from? He must die today. Fire. Keep firing. Target him with nuclear warheads from the other two helicarriers, now. I refuse to believe he can withstand one blast, let alone another. He's clearly at his breaking point, merely feigning invincibility. At that moment, Superman moved. He gazed down upon Earth as if searching for something, then abruptly twisted midair and plummeted into the atmosphere like a meteor. What is he doing? Track him. Satellite feeds, lock on. Pierce barked frantically. Leon deliberately flew slowly, allowing every satellite to keep pace. He finally hovered above Hydra's Polish base, a dense forest clearing uninhabited for dozens of kilometers in every direction. Pierce instantly recognized it on the satellite feed. The Polish base. Madam Hydra is inside right now. Damn it. Does this Superman truly intend to eradicate us all? His jaw clenched in fury. Meanwhile, Madam Hydra, inside the Polish facility, stood frozen, her face ashen as if mourning her own demise. That imbecile Pierce. All talk and no substance. Hurry, establish contact with Superman immediately. Tell him not to act rashly. Oh, everything is negotiable. We'll surrender. Madam Hydra knew the tide had turned irrevocably. Surrender was now the only rational path forward, and perhaps by aligning with Superman, Hydra's defeat might yet yield unforeseen advantage. She possessed absolute confidence in her allure. No man on Earth could meet her gaze without faltering. Yet before her order could even be relayed, Superman outside the base moved. Every satellite tracking him captured the instant. World leaders rose as one breath, held in silent awe. On screen, Superman drew his right arm back, assuming the stance of a coiled punch. Though coiling was hardly accurate, he merely tensed his biceps, then prepared to strike. As expected, he retracted his arm and struck. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Hydra base, his fist descending faster than the eye could follow, slamming into the ground. Boom. A shockwave rivaling a nuclear detonation erupted. Satellites recorded the moment his fist struck, the Earth disintegrating into powder as though struck by a celestial meteor. An immense force surged into the crust, racing along tectonic veins with cataclysmic ease. From Superman as its epicenter, the land fractured. First within 100 meters, then 1,000, then 10,000, shattering, subsiding, exploding outward. In the next heartbeat, plumes of dust erupted violently into the air. An invisible shockwave peeled back the surface layer after layer. Hydra's base crumbled like brittle paper, utterly defenseless, torn apart into scattered fragments. All this unfolded in a single breathless instant. By the time viewers blinked, satellite feeds showed only swirling dust, visibility near zero. Computer models estimated the dust cloud blanketed a full 10-kilometer radius. The sheer energy of that shockwave exceeds even a medium-yield hydrogen bomb. Someone whispered, mouth dry. Not just that, I've calculated it. After his appearance, his peak velocity exceeded 100 miles per second. His punch just now traveled only 11 miles per second. He was holding back. If he unleashed his full power, it would trigger another Tunguska scale event. What is this if not divinity? Even scientists uttered unscientific marvels. Earth is his now. Someone gasped stunned. Unfathomable durability. Mountain-shattering strength. Speed indistinguishable from teleportation. Nothing on Earth could bind him. Then, suddenly, a hurricane-force wind swept across the scene, scattering the dust. At last clarity returned. The wind had been generated by Superman himself, as he floated motionless above a bottomless crater. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered on him, the ground had subsided unevenly, by half a meter to dozens of meters. Gigantic boulders littered the landscape, strata ripped from deep underground lay exposed. This was indistinguishable from a genuine extraterrestrial impact. No term but anthropomorphic cataclysm could capture the spectacle. World leaders stared at their screens. Superman hovered midair, cape billowing, surveying the site where Hydra's base once stood. Only pulverized rubble remained, blended seamlessly with soil and stone. Not even ash of Hydra's operatives could be found. Killing a chicken with a cattle knife. No, shooting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft artillery. Leaders wiped cold sweat from their brows, muttering inwardly, "It's just Hydra, a minor faction. Why such overwhelming force? Why?" An unprecedented awe settled over them, followed swiftly by creeping, suffocating dread. On screen, Superman folded his arms and nodded, clearly satisfied with the devastating efficacy of his strike. The desolate terrain surrounding the Hydra base had been ideal, remote, uninhabited, perfect for demonstrating raw power and global deterrence. His objective had been achieved. He shot upward, vanishing instantly from every satellite's field of view. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce collapsed into his chair. Madness. The entire world has gone mad. He is Superman, and we have no kryptonite. His body rigid, his eyes vacant, fixed on the blank screen. Everything was over. Just 1 hour earlier, he had stood radiant with ambition, commanding, decisive, ready to steer Hydra onto the world stage like a vessel cleaving storm-tossed seas. Yet that very gesture he'd dismissed as trivial had appeared out of nowhere and delivered a single shattering slap that wrenched him awake from his dream. Hydra was finished. So was Pierce. But he refused to accept it. His jowls trembled like gnarled bark. Staggering upright, he seized control of the remaining 2 helicarriers' command channels. Open fire. Target San Francisco and Sokovia. Launch all hydrogen bombs. Detonate them within both cities. Pierce had lost all reason. A gambler who'd staked everything and lost it all, now surrendered to pure unbridled rage. Alexander Pierce, have you lost your mind? Millions will perish, shouted a delegate. Mad. Yes, I am mad. But so is this world, and he is its greatest lunatic. He wishes to be a savior, to wear the mantle of Superman. Then let him wear it. I shall crown him god of this world myself, provided he saves both cities. Otherwise, ha ha. Pierce laughed, alone in the hollow chamber. His laughter began as choked sobs swelling into manic, echoing peals that reverberated through the empty room. Bound delegates huddled in corners, ears ringing with his hysterical cackles. He truly had lost his mind. When Nick Fury defeated him in the film, he hadn't broken. He understood his rival accepted defeat with grim dignity. But now, everything unfolded with surreal, inexplicable chaos. Hydra's exposure came without warning, the helicarrier's broadcast was unaccountable, and Superman's emergence, his sheer incomprehensible power, defied all logic. Pierce could identify no adversary, no hand guiding events. It was as if an invisible, omnipotent force loomed above, manipulating every thread. It felt as though the world itself conspired against Hydra, dooming every effort to failure. Pierce shattered. If defeat was inevitable, he would drag Superman down with him, into the abyss. Were this not the Marvel Universe, but DC's, he might well have transformed on the spot into a second-generation Joker. Unfortunately, this is the Marvel Universe. In Marvel, no matter how crazy and wild you are, it is still far from enough. You must have a tragic past, a broken family, and personally bury a few friends and loved ones. Only then will the heavens grant you a cheat. Someone like Pierce with a happy family and stable status is destined to lose. Just like now. He had just made an extremely insane decision, preparing to use nuclear weapons. The rows of floor-to-ceiling windows in the conference room shattered simultaneously. Dozens of shadows broke in, rolling in with the shards of glass. The blinding sunlight poured down behind them, spilling onto the tiles and broken glass. They were either dressed in fitted black suits or elegant black evening gowns and black nun outfits. Upon landing, they quickly got into a defensive stance. The Hydra agents outside heard the commotion and rushed in. However, they were gunned down in succession by these dark-clad figures. The firearms in their hands were as precise as an extension of their bodies. Each shot was fired with such elegance, like blooming black roses filled with a sense of despair. Each bullet was a kiss of death, taking down all the Hydra agents that rushed into the conference room in a single glance. After clearing the threats, the black-clad figures turned their hot pistols in a flourish, neatly holstering them. Only then did the representatives from various countries see their faces. They were a group of girls ranging from their teens to their 20s. Dressed uniformly in black suits, they moved with an efficiency that was anything but sluggish. On each of their indifferent faces, a deadly killing intent and fatal charm was simultaneously revealed. Who are you? Pierce retreated in shock. This was the top floor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building dozens of meters high. How did these people jump in? A girl in an evening gown stepped forward and kicked his calf directly, exposing his bones, and pressed his head to the ground amidst his screams. Black-clad people, the girl said coldly. Meanwhile, Hydra agents within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters were swiftly eliminated, and the representatives held hostage were released one by one. The airship above San Francisco and Sokovia also came under attack. However, the attackers on both sides were not quite the same. In San Francisco, a group of armored figures rushed into the airship. Some fired their weapons while others removed their armor and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, taking down large enemies with a single punch. Before the Hydra members could react, the battle ended in 3 minutes. This group in armor even activated the airship's cloaking function and flew it away. Meanwhile, in Sokovia, Iron Man charged onto the deck with several gold and red armors. Unlike the overwhelming numbers in San Francisco, with his armor he was only equivalent to 5 people. As soon as they boarded the deck, they destroyed the missile launch system and the control system for the hydrogen bombs. Then they fought their way from the deck into the interior of the airship. The Hydra agents were suppressed without any chance of retaliation. However, Tony's actions were ultimately a bit slow. He unleashed a torrent of fire, killing the last person in the control room with a blast. Only then did he realize that before he entered, the Hydra agents had reversed the system and destroyed the airship's flight system. Tony felt a jolt of panic as he flew to the deck, where he saw 4 non-operational propellers. J.R.V.I.S. Scan the airship's flight system and confirm the possibility of repair. Sir, the airship is at an altitude of only 1,000 meters. I suggest you call for young Master Leon. There are still 8 minutes until it crashes into the city below. 8 minutes. That's enough to fix this thing. 765. Oh my God. Leon, hurry up. Tony shouted at the top of his lungs. He pushed the power of the armor's thruster to the maximum. He burst out of the deck, flying towards the bottom of the airship, intending to delay its descent as much as possible. However, when he flew to the bottom, he found Leon standing there, his cape billowing like clouds, already holding up the airship. Who was it that said they would never ask me for help? Leon teased with a smile. Phew. I'm glad I made it. Tony had no time to retort, letting out a long sigh, only to realize his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He looked down. The distance between the ground and the airship was less than 100 meters. The people fleeing on the streets were all screaming in terror, looking up at the sky. Many were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Their panicked expressions were frozen on their faces. The overwhelming sense of oppression and despair from such a colossal object descending from the sky was something they never wanted to experience again. In contrast, at that moment, Leon, shrouded in the shadow of the airship, undoubtedly became a savior, glowing with divine light in their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the disaster is over. You can all go home. Leon held the airship with one hand, waved at the crowd, and slowly ascended into the sky. Tony also rose along with him. Even with his enhanced physical abilities, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. It had been too thrilling. He had almost caused the death of tens of thousands. If the shipborne missiles had exploded on impact, he could have killed even more people. Tony suddenly understood Leon's feelings in the world of the biohazard, where creating a virus could inadvertently lead the world to ruin. Damn it. Next time I need to consider things more thoroughly. I can't be so careless again. Tony self-reflected, but did not forget to retort, Leon, but that wasn't a call for help, that was just a request for assistance. You know it was that kind of help. Just keep denying it. There will come a time when you need to call for help. Leon held the airship as if it were a giant plate flying towards the Arctic Ocean. Such a magnificent airship surely had to be taken away. Before leaving, he specifically observed the Hydra base in Sokovia. There were hardly any people left. Clearly, Baron Strucker understood Pierce's unreliability and made an early escape when the situation turned dire. Leon smirked and turned to Tony. So now you understand why I didn't give you the SS serum synthesis materials, right? I'm genuinely worried that one day you might mess up this world. As one of the biggest troublemakers in the Marvel Universe, Iron Man has been involved in more than half of the crises, both in movies and comics. So Leon couldn't dare to hand over those things from the biohazard world to Tony. Of course, Tony also didn't trust Leon, as Leon had a history in the bioweapon world. So Leon couldn't dare to hand over those things from the biohazard world to Tony. Of course, Tony also didn't trust Leon, as Leon had a... Tony continued to argue, I will definitely pay special attention to the safety of ordinary people in my future actions. You know, your statements sound like Batman when he first debuted, inexperienced and just trying hard to play the superhero, only to slip and hurt himself. Give it a rest, Clark kid, you're just a bit sturdier than me, otherwise you'd slip too. Tony accompanied Leon in placing the airship on an island in the Arctic Ocean. Do you want to go to New York with me? At this time, Sherry is almost out of school. Leon asked. Sure, it's been half a month since we last met. I want to see little Sherry too. The two then flew together towards New York, their figures vanishing into the horizon. In the suburbs of Warsaw, Poland, Nick Fury and his companions sat on the lawn beside a Quinjet gathered around watching a projection of Superman videos online. An hour had passed since the nuclear explosion, and the cheers in the city had not ceased since then. This usually leisurely city seemed to have suddenly transformed into a Rio de Janeiro in the midst of a carnival where fiery enthusiasm allowed no room for even a hint of negativity. However, no matter how lively the atmosphere was, it could not infect Nick Fury, whose heart felt like it was blocked by a massive stone. He could not accept that he only now learned the full extent of the situation, and from a popular online post at that. Even more difficult for him to accept was that the Hydra, whom he regarded as a formidable enemy and was prepared to confront with everything he had been inexplicably taken care of by someone else. Of course, what he found most unacceptable was Superman's power. He had watched the video of Superman flying out of the nuclear explosion and dispersing the mushroom cloud dozens of times. He simply could not fathom how such an incredible person could exist on Earth. Even his greatest reliance, Captain Marvel, who could deliver 10 times the power of a nuclear explosion with a single punch, no longer seemed capable of posing a lethal threat to Superman. The only consolation for him was that Tony Stark, whom he had high hopes for, had taken down a spaceship. This gave Nick Fury a slight sense of involvement. He sat on the lawn with a gloomy face, deep in thought, his hand constantly rubbing his pager as if he wished to polish the old device. Hawkeye didn't quite understand Fury's feelings. He was rather pleased. How many times have we watched that Superman video? 100 times. Why is it still playing? Isn't it a good thing that Hydra's plot has been thwarted? Relax a little, Fury, the crisis is over, and it's not work time for us now. He pointed towards the distant city of Warsaw. Does anyone want to join in the celebration? Shouldn't we relax a bit after a world crisis? Coulson raised his hand. If possible, I would like a glass of Polish vodka as well. No. Nick Fury suddenly stood up at this moment. He put his pager back in his pocket. No vodka and no celebration. We still have a pile of mess to clean up. He'll contact someone you trust. We need to reclaim S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's dark complexion appeared extraordinarily solemn in the evening sunset, as if he were about to undertake a task that would determine the fate of the entire world. However, Hill, sitting on the ground, handed him a tablet. Fury, I didn't say anything before, because I saw you so focused on studying Superman. Half an hour ago, the Rising Tide organization obtained the personal files of all S.H.I.E.L.D. employees from an unknown source and published them online. Because aside from most being Hydra, our agents have all done some non-compliant things. Therefore, that information caused a huge controversy online. Just now, the Security Council issued a notice deciding to detain a few of us and disband S.H.I.E.L.D. There is no longer a S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury. Hill's expression was calm as water, as if she were discussing her plans to change jobs the next day. What did you say? What happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury could hardly believe it. He raised his voice. Do you know that to access all member files, at least 2 individuals with alpha-level clearance are required along with iris verification? Hill raised an eyebrow. I know, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed gone. As for how the Rising Tide organization obtained those files, perhaps we can investigate slowly after the detention is over. Nick Fury stared blankly at the tablet, realizing that the situation was indeed irretrievable. What the hell? 3 days unknowingly passed. These 3 days were undoubtedly the most significant days of change in the world in nearly a decade. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded. Then all members of the International Security Council were replaced early. Next, the Eagle country hastily withdrew all remaining troops in Asia. Previously, they had exploited a linguistic loophole and only withdrew their troops from Afghanistan. As Lion was busy with crossings and settling the agents in black, he postponed the matter of settling accounts until after dealing with Hydra. Now the Eagle country began to make amends, but after thinking it over they still took the time to sink a carrier. The Eagle country's military held an emergency meeting overnight, and after thorough discussions they decided to downplay the incident, citing no casualties as a reason. The next day they quietly held a press conference announcing that the sinking of the carrier was due to a training mishap. Subsequently, the global manhunt for Hydra officially began. No one could tolerate such a group of madmen armed with nuclear bombs trying to drag the entire world down with them. During the pursuit, the most eye-catching were a group of women always dressed in black suits, and Iron Man, who often flew high profile in the sky. Especially the former. They had already intercepted a spaceship and arrested Pierce, rescuing the representative teams of various countries. In the course of the pursuit, they were even more elusive, often destroying a Hydra base as soon as they appeared. Even many major national agencies, despite their investigations, could not find a trace of them. Of course, it was also possible that they stopped their investigations upon discovering a glimpse of the truth, tacitly acknowledging the existence of these agents in black. Some said the agents in black were Tony Stark's Lace Brigade, as they possessed armors unique to Iron Man. Others claimed they were a group persecuted by Hydra who banded together. Because when they first appeared they aimed their spearhead at Hydra, as if harboring some deep-seated vendetta. But no matter how outlandish people's speculations were, the undeniable fact was that the agents in black and Iron Man had already gained worldwide fame. In addition, in the Hydra incident, there was also an organization called Rising Tide, whose name spread throughout the world. Now the information about this organization had been thoroughly investigated by various countries. The members of the organization were either recruited or imprisoned. A few who were well hidden no longer made so-called free statements. The exposure during the Hydra incident became their swan song. Of course, this swan song was something they could boast about for a lifetime. However, if one were to speak of who truly shocked the world during this incident, it would only be Superman. After the Hydra incident, every day there were over 100 million new entries about Superman on the internet. His influence on the world, from officials to refugees, had just begun to ferment. On the internet, dozens of factions emerged due to Superman. The largest were the supporters and the opposers. The former considered themselves supporters of Superman, mainly comprising those who had been saved by him. The latter were the opposers, comprised of a mixed bag of people. During these 3 days, both sides waged numerous fierce battles online. The aftermath of the battle left others feeling as if they could be reduced to ashes in an instant, described as a century-old battle that nearly obliterated the entire online world. The other factions were basically subdivisions of these two groups. There were factions like the Arrival faction, Salvation faction, Supreme God faction, as well as Original Sin faction, Dictatorship faction, Extermination faction, and so on. After 3 days of debate, the supporters had already gained an absolute advantage. One reason was their numerical superiority. Another reason was that some survivors from the Warsaw nuclear explosion had directly hacked into the opposers' computers during the debate, flew internationally to confront them, and engaged in offline duels. The opposers who were challenged posted a message the next day saying, "I will always support Superman," with the IP location being a local hospital. Thus the opposers had to lower their flags and cease hostilities, waiting for another day to fight. Unlike the online battles that raged for 3 days, the mainstream media in reality held a unified stance, showering Superman with praise. For instance, the news from the Los Angeles KNKV television station that Leon was currently watching. Just a month ago, this television station had subtly accused Superman of being a dictator who would oppress the people of the world. Now the same familiar female host appeared on screen, still wearing that familiar smile. But what she said was, "The emergence of Superman is a shot of adrenaline. He has thwarted the apocalyptic plans of the evil Hydra, saving millions, and is the beacon of human civilization. Undoubtedly, he will be the lighthouse of the new era, our closest ally." We have invited a renowned sociologist who will provide a more detailed analysis next. Then a professor with a sign reading Francis appeared on screen. He cleared his throat and began his lecture, starting from Superman's benevolence in the comics, extending to the reality of Superman confronting a nuclear explosion 3 days ago. The analysis concluded that this Superman in reality must have parents as kind as the Kent couple. The conclusion drawn was that Superman is undoubtedly just and virtuous. Leon watched in astonishment. The same person, the same scene. How could these folks manage to speak with such seriousness about things that were completely contradictory to what they said a month ago? Wouldn't they feel utterly embarrassed with a boomerang hitting them in the face? He never thought that the joke he made with Tony would actually become a reality, unless Superman truly showed a kind and lenient side afterward. Otherwise, these media outlets would likely continue to praise him endlessly, pushing him towards the image of ultimate goodness. Is Superman the embodiment of justice? At that moment, Shirley entered the living room, reading the news headline as she returned home from school. Are you watching those news reports again? Many news outlets have been saying this these days, the same at school, and even what I see on the road. She jogged a few steps and sat beside Leon. Although they are saying good things, I still feel something is off. Shirley frowned slightly. It feels like they want to place you, Leon, in a particularly high position and then make it impossible for you to come down. Hey, you aren't wrong about that, Leon said, somewhat surprised as he ruffled Shirley's hair. Even though they are saying good things, it's not out of goodwill. If even Shirley could sense the problem, it was evident how exaggerated the media's reports had been these past few days. The media worldwide was trying to elevate Superman's psychological expectations through flattery. The goal was to make him change his self-perception, truly thinking of himself as a great benefactor. Ideally, whenever he stepped out, he would have to consider whether leading with his left foot aligned with his new persona. If Superman's strength was insufficient, this would be a form of flattery leading to death. But since he could withstand nuclear bombs, it was a form of moral coercion. Leon felt he wouldn't accept such morals, hence, he wouldn't be coerced. On the other hand, Tony might enjoy it. After all, Tony had called several times over the past 3 days, repeatedly expressing his envy and jealousy over Superman's soaring popularity. I knew it would be like this. Little Shirley, pleased to hear Leon's agreement, felt she had grown up a little more today. But she appeared puzzled. Then why do you still watch these news reports every day? Leon certainly couldn't admit he was watching for entertainment. He cleared his throat. Actually, I wasn't watching the news. I was waiting for Uncle Tony's live stream. It has already started. Let's watch together. Today, Tony was attending a Senate hearing regarding private illegal possession of armor. Leon knew the outcome of the hearing couldn't possibly be bad, so he hadn't paid much attention. After all, many people were named on the Hydra list released by the Rising Tide organization. Moreover, the evidence was solid. The higher-ups were too busy catching spies and stabilizing the situation to bother Tony. Plus, Tony Stark's name as Iron Man was known worldwide. This Senate hearing was merely a formality, providing Tony with a legitimate identity for manufacturing armor. Leon waved his hand, switching the projection to the live broadcast of the hearing. On screen, the podium and spectator seats were filled with people. Mr. Tony Stark, what do you have to say about the accusation of illegally possessing weaponized armor? The senator had just asked the crucial question. Tony rubbed his forehead. Weapons? Is that really a weapon? How can you think that? In fact, it's merely a high-tech prosthetic I developed. You all know I became partially disabled during the attack in Afghanistan. So, I need a prosthetic to assist with daily activities. That's entirely normal, right? I see no issue with it. Laughter erupted in the room. Today, Tony wore a short-sleeve wool knit shirt, and his fitted shirt outlined the contours of his well-defined chest. Even if he claimed to be a contestant in this year's Mr. America bodybuilding competition, people would believe him. The fact that he claimed to be disabled was simply laughable. The senator couldn't help but chuckle, as well, not probing further, switching to a truly important question. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury urged to delay the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D. before being imprisoned. He suggested you take over and reorganize S.H.I.E.L.D. What are your thoughts on this? Is his recommendation due to a secret deal, or because you possess weaponized armor? Tony paused for a moment, saying, I don't know, perhaps it's because my father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., so he recommended me. But I must emphasize again, what you refer to as armor is merely a high-tech prosthetic assisting my mobility. The senator frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He wanted to press further, but someone beside him cleared their throat, reminding him to continue to the next question. There is currently an organization internationally known as the Men in Black. They have repeatedly used armor similar to yours in public. What do you have to say about this? Can we suspect Stark Industries is still selling weapons to terrorists? Absurd, that's utterly ridiculous, Tony scoffed. As far as I know, the Men in Black organization is affiliated with Superman. Everyone knows I had interactions with Superman in Sokovia. Since you say the Men in Black used armor like mine, perhaps Superman stole my technology. As a taxpayer of this country, could I ask you to help track down Superman to investigate this copyright issue? Also, if you believe the Men in Black is a terrorist organization, you might as well order him to disband it. After Tony finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and winked at Pepper in the audience. The room fell silent. Even those who occasionally whispered fell silent. Several senators on stage showed visible panic. What had they just heard? The Men in Black were Superman's subordinates. Even if someone had suspected this before, it had never been confirmed, and no one dared to verify it. But now Iron Man had confidently brought it up, even suggesting that the country assist in questioning Superman. The senator who had just asked the question felt darkness envelop him, dizzy from the revelation. Wasn't he just asking a few questions about the armor? How could this matter even tie back to Superman? This was something else. He suspected that to avoid offending Superman, he might have to face a figurative bullet in the back when he stepped out later. Without a doubt, among the military madmen who understood the terror of Superman, quite a few would genuinely do such a thing. We have no such intentions. He quickly clarified, please understand the previous question was just a normal procedure. We never doubted your stance. The senator trembled as he picked up the small hammer on the table. It's over. The hearing is now concluded. Stop the live broadcast. The live broadcast was cut off and advertisements began playing in the projection. Leon and Shirley exchanged glances. Just now, did Uncle Tony expose your relationship with your sisters? Shirley blinked her big eyes. Leon tilted his head pondering. Although he had consented to Tony's leak beforehand, he still warned Shirley. Now you know how loose-lipped Uncle Tony can be, right? His mouth is basically a public bus. A piece of news runs in at one stop and gets off at the next. Don't expect him to keep a secret. Remember, you must never trust that loose tongue of his. Shirley made a zipper gesture over her mouth with both hands, saying, got it. Secrets must never be told to Uncle Tony. After the hearing, Tony successfully obtained permission to privately possess armored weapons. Yet he did not take a moment to relax. Instead, he became even busier. Every day's schedule was packed to the brim. He was at least 10 times busier than when he was still a playboy. First, the long-planned transformation project for his airborne fortress officially commenced. He offered high hourly wages to the black-clad individuals to assist with the renovations. The airborne fortress was now changing its appearance daily. He was also actively participating in the pursuit of Hydra. Whenever there was a lead on a Hydra base, he would surely be at the forefront. Of course, the so-called leads were actually information that Leon had pinpointed using his super hearing, which he then passed on to the black-clad individuals to resolve according to a list. Tony also followed along in the operations. Days passed, and Hydra was left with only 3 small to medium-sized bases still clinging to life. They attempted to use lead to obstruct Superman's vision, but unfortunately Superman had super hearing to rely on. Tony's path of vengeance was nearing its end. What troubled him more now were matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. Following the Hydra incident, Nick Fury and his confidants had been imprisoned by the Security Council. By the time the monitoring period ended, it would be difficult for them to reorganize S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Nick Fury ultimately decided to throw caution to the wind. He chose the only person he could still barely trust, Tony Stark. He strongly recommended Tony to become the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He vouched for him based on his past qualifications just to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from being disbanded. Fortunately, most of the newly appointed members of the Security Council agreed that the world still needed an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. They comprehensively considered Tony's background, his transformation after the attack in Afghanistan, as well as his extraordinary abilities and renowned reputation. In the end, they agreed to Nick Fury's recommendation. Just a week ago, the entire Security Council extended an olive branch to Tony, inquiring whether he was willing to rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D. like Howard did. Of course, this time, no Hydra members could be mixed in. In order to enable Tony to make the most rational decision, he was granted temporary authority to review past confidential files within S.H.I.E.L.D. After reviewing the documents for several days, Tony realized that there was indeed a necessity for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Superpowered individuals, global anomalies, ancient high-energy relics. There were too many things he had never heard of recorded in the files. New anomalies were appearing on Earth every day. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been working to restrain, limit, and contain these anomalies. Tony had to admit that a significant part